Chapter 1 The Seized Fortune. In the heart of the city, an elite billboard showcased a dazzling jewelry advertisement featuring a popular starlet. Beneath the billboard, a woman clad in a faded shirt and tattered, her hair a disheveled mess, rummaget through gatrishbin, searching for botlis and scraps off it, Ali Atherback slung over her shoulder. Passers berinkle thiernos in disdain, instinctively steering Kairofer, fearful of contracting whatever contagion she might carry. Ren retrieved several bottles from the fuse, crushing them with deft movements before placing them into her lapsack. She the nuni are that an unfinished me from Theban, its packaging exquisite, wiping away the stains, Shajan Jurlio Pinet the container and squatted beside an arbe flower bed to partake in her meal. The scornful anthropulsage z soft hosier round her worry familiar burden. Yet she continue to eat, lost in her own world. Wow, our Lianlian is beautiful. This time, our Lianlian Wilshirely winth bestak tressaward. A group of starry-eyed girls gazed dattering lie at the celebrity on the lead screen. Fuman huddled in the corner, eating gurmeal, felt a flicker of emotion in her vacant eyes. Gradually she lifted her gaze towards the billboard, where the glamorous starlet shone like a beacon, inspiring admiration from all. She recognized the starlet. His school classmate, Kong Lian, also happened to be her half-sister. Before returning Jaiteen, Shitawa had been to objectoflagellation, radiant and esteemed. But after her 18th birthday, she found herself bereft of everything. Her father had abandoned his wife and children, bringing his mistress daughter into his home. His daughter soft heesome father, one who was sattered while at heather was cast aside into Themire, simply because she was deemed a disgrace, born of a woman-headed note love. Suddenly, a gas echoed across Hess Square. The billboards weighed perilously, then detached, plummeting towards the ground. Ren, hearing the commotion, glanced up to see the massive structure descending upon her. She remained motionless, resigned yet to the impending doom. At that moment, a figure dashed forward with lightning speed, tackling her to the ground. A thunderous crash resounded as the billboard crashed behind them. Onlookers gasped at the scene unfolding before them. That was too close. If it weren't for that Taoist's quick reflexes, thought woman would have surely be crushed. Such speed. What remarkable little Taoist. Applause erupted for severe among the crowd. The Taoist paid no heed to the collades, focus engine stead on Thuman in his arms. Are you all right? Reen Ranlo could dupe with them. Her wise horses has struggled touter towards. Thank you. The Taoist scrutinized her features. A soft exclamation escaping his lips. Miss, have you offended Samian? Ren Rant's expression was one of bewilderment. The Taoist continued, I observe your countenance for your fortune has been intercepted. What do you mean? The fortuna baveo your head is ensnared by a malevolent energy. This dark ray is gradually devouring your luck. Tobin twined with such malevolence suggests that the men swelt her unequal fate. Might you share our birth date and time? After a moment's contemplation, Renren provided details. Regardless of whether he was a charlatan, she felt compelled to trust him, for had saved her life. Having lost everything, what was there to fear? The Taoist narrowed his fingers deft like calculating. Gasha muttered softly. After a pause, he opened his eyes. Just as it hot. The onlookers having jeeves dropped, cold and felt butchical. Taoist, why deceive a homeless woman? She has no money to pay for our services. The Taoist glared at him and who had spoken, snorting derisively. I am Thetis event descendant of Shingi Dao, and never engage in desiat. Do not conflate me with those swindler soft he streets. Ha, you claim to be descendant of Shingi, while I am a practitioner of shanking sect. Enough. The Taoist turned to shed it away, unwilling to engage for. Renren interjected, Taoist, I believe ya. No matter the circumstance, he was your savior. The Taoist sensed her skepticism but remained steadfast. Miss Euphasia gravidanger today, yet I can help I wavert catastrophe. Theberly mancha metanagain Taoist, haven't you will saved her from death? Repeatingitis redundant, akin to pulling down your pants to fart, unnecessary. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Trust me, miss, everything I say is true, the Taoist dimpled, gazing jarnously at Renran. I believe ya. Regardless, I must thank you for saving my life. Renran yoisted her lapsack and limped away. The Taoist attempted to follow, but was intercepted both seeking his fortune-telling services. Just then calamity struck. A runaway car carried Annette into the square, reckless liberelling towards Renran's position. Ah! A screamsless said through the air. People scatter adrenal directions, Bootwin Renran turned, Theotof control hickelwas upon her. Sheedam tet to move, Butit felt a scythe invisible chain shelled her fast, paralyzing her. Bang! The car struck her, sending her flying, its wheels rolling gover before crash engine Toashapan coming to a halt. A figure ashetterwurcher, the deus cs Valedwitzerau Ashabi Eldrenran lying in a pull off blood. Taoist I believe in you. Heckerdold herfragile form, Hesias reddening Gasha murmured. Alas, it is too late. Chapter 1 The Seized Fate. On the lead billboards in Thesaticentor, a glamorous jewelry advertisement featuring a popular actress blazing incessantly. Beneath the billboard, a woman clad in a faded were tan-tattered denim jeans, her hair a disheveled miss, rummagestruitrish bin with a leather bag slung over her shoulder, searching for but lease and scraps off it. Passers berinkle theranos in disdain, hastily avoiding her, fearful of contracting gani contagion she might carry. Ren retrieve several bottles from their fuse, crushing them with deftness before placing them into her tattered bag. She then uncovers a half-eaten meal box, its elegant packaging catching her eye. Wiping the grimy off the container, she carefully takes it a near be flower bed, crouched down and begins stowed. The scornful and disgusted lances from the round air, have long since become a familiar she continues to lost in her own world. Wow, Arlean Lion is beautiful. This time, Arlean Lion will undoubtedly win Best Actress Award. A group of star girls gazes adoring lieth the actress in the lead screen. The woman in the corner, eating gurmeal, feels the flicker of emotion in her hollow, vacant eyes. Slowly, she rises her head to gaze the billboard, whereat the dazzling actress shines, making every unil specimen significant. This actress is Myeonshek knows. Her school classmate, Kong Lian, was also her sister. Before Theogeo 18, Shito was an object of admiration, radiant and esteemed Beal. Beautiful turn Jatine, she found herself struped of everything. Her father abandoned his wife and children, bringing his mistress daughter into the home. As daughter soft he some father, one who was exalted while at heather was cast and taught him it, simply because she was the shameful offspring of a woman he not love. Ah! Suddenly gasps a fallen reply through her square. The billboard teeters precariously, then swift lit attacks, plummeting straight downwards. Ren hurst the commotion and glance up, watching as the massive billboard ascends towards her. She remained still, numb lie awaiting the revel of death. At that moment, a figure rushes in with astonishing speed, tackling her to the ground. Sounding through the coesis the billboard crashes behind them. Onlookers watch in shock at the unfolding scene. That was a close. If it weren't for the Taoist's quick reflexes, thought woman would have surely been flattened. That Taoist is incredibly fast. Good job, young Taoist. Some spontaneously applaud this savire. The Taoist pace no hito thicalades, looking down at woman in his arms. Are you all right? Ren raised her head to me this gaze. Her voice horses has struggled stouter towards thank you. The Taoist study assure features, a soft gasp escaping his lips. Midir, have I perhaps offended Simeon? Ren looks bewildered. The Taoist continues, lost in heightened thoughts. I observe your countenance, and it appears your foot has been intercepted. What do you mean? The fortuniatapi are hedis snare be malevolentra. This dark energies gradually consume your fate. Tobin twined with such malevolence indicate a real life of great twelt horoniqua destiny. Would you so candasto sherry our birth date and time? After a brief contemplation, Ren reveals sure birth details. Regardless of whether he's at or latan, she feels indebted him for saving her life as she has nothing goftalos. The Taoist squints slightly, his fingers deft-like calculating gasha murmurs to himself. After a team, he apenches eyes. Indeed, it is as it hot. Thos gather redniarbi, up in hearing this, Kenneth Elpbutchicle, Taoist, why deceive Simeonu hoi savagabond? She has no money to pay for our help. The Taoist turns to Themanwo spoke, snorting disdainfully Asha declares, I am the 7th generation descendant of Singye sect, and I don't know Tengian deceit. Do not conflate me with those street con artists. Ha ha ha, you're a descendant of Singye sect? I am a descendant of Shanking sect. The Taoist, incensed, turns away, refusing to engage. Ren interjects, I believe ya, Taoist. Regardless of the circumstances, Heisher savior. The Taoist perceives her lingerings kept as his man feels a surge of indignation. Midir you face sadieth like calamity today, and I can't help you wavert it. Theber limon resumes Macri, Taoist, have a nodal redesaved her from this calamity? Why repeat it yourself? Isn't that like a pulling down your pants so far tutorly redundant? Laughter rare up among the spectators. Midir trust me lysaestrut at the Taoist Sternstorenran. I Bolivia. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for our life-saving intervention. Ren picks up her bag and limps away. The Taoist Adam to follow, Butis intercepted Beother seeking his fortune-telling services. At that moment, chaos ensues. Anitov control car carrions into the square, barreling toward Rand's direction. Scream pierced the air. People scrambled to the oncoming vehicle, and as Rand turns, the out-of control caress upon her. Shetri Estimov, Butit feels as though an unseen force hasher firm lie ripped in place, rendering her immobile. Bang! The car strikes her, sending her flying, its wheels rolling gover before crash engine toa pan finally coming to a halt. A figure shestoward them, and the Taoist Gazatronron, holy as in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with sorrow. T Taoist I Bolivia. The Taoist cradle sherbety, Hesias Redendasha murmurs. I am ultimate light to late. Chapter 2 I don't want to fall in love Ran. Will you be my girlfriend? The words buzzed in her ears, as if a multitude of flies were flitting about. Suddenly, a heavy weight settled on her shoulder. The force of it jolting her from her reverie. Ran opened her eyes, the blinding sunlight causing a wave of dizziness. Ran, have you lost your mind from joy? She squinted at the youthful, radiant face before her, tinged with a hint of innocence at Suli. Suli smiled and said, you can't possibly be so overwhelmed with excitement, can you? Hurry and agree, Pei Ming is still waiting. Ran glanced towards the dormitory entrance, where a heart-shaped bouquet of roses was displayed, and at the center stood a handsome young man, holding flowers and gazing at her with peach blossom eyes, radiating an air of confidence that suggested he would achieve his goal. As she surveyed the surroundings, familiar yet strange faces emerged, their youthful naivete faded, allowing her to recognize them as her high school classmates. Vague memories began to crystallize. This grand confession was abruptly cut short when the director of education arrived, leading to an anticlimactic end. Pei Ming, along with her, the main character in this incident, was taken to the office for a reprimand, and the following day, they faced a public criticism during morning exercises in front of the entire school. They stood before all the faculty and students, reading their letters of reflection, a cautionary tale for others. To her utter disbelief, Pei Ming, in front of the entire school, claimed in his reflection that it was she who had seduced him, who had coerced him to the brink, and that his actions were solely for her safety, as he earnestly reflected on his inappropriate behavior, which had caused a negative impact. It was from this moment that she became the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Labeled a bad example by parents under the weight of gossip, her academic performance plummeted, and she fell into a deep depression. It was only through her mother's attentive care that she was gradually pulled from the abyss. However, just as she began to regain her strength, her mother passed away. Pei Ming, oh Pei Ming, the grievances of a past life must be repaid. Ran spotted the director of education, adorned with a wig. Approaching her, she raised her voice, Pei Ming, have you looked in the mirror? Pei Ming was momentarily taken aback. The onlooking classmates were equally bewildered, but those quick to react began to stifle their laughter. Be your girlfriend. You think you're worthy of that? Lacking in beauty, yet dreaming grandly, Pei Ming stood frozen, seemingly unprepared for her retort. Suli tugged at her sleeve. Ran, what's wrong? Didn't you say you liked Pei Ming? That was you who liked him. Too timid to express her own feelings, she had used Ran's name to pursue Amana in the past. She had refrained from exposing Suli out of friendship. You should never have disturbed my studies. Pei Ming attempted to counter, but Ran's words flowed like a torrent, not granting him a moment to respond. My parents sent me to school to study, not to engage in romance. While you indulge in ephemeral fantasies, my mind is consumed solely by mathematics and science. Whoever tries to distract me with love will become my enemy. The director of education, standing at the edge of the crowd, was taken aback, his admiration for Ran evident in his gaze. Pei Ming, feeling the weight of the curious stares, flushed crimson, uncertain whether it was from her scolding or his embarrassment. What are you all doing here? The director bellowed, and the students hastily parted ways. He cast an unfriendly glance at Pei Ming. Pei Ming, it's you again. Come with me to the office, everyone else disperse. This is hardly appropriate behavior. Once the two had departed, the crowd began to scatter. You claim to like Pei Ming. I'm merely facilitating your desires. Why aren't you pleased? She taunted, shaking off her hand. She had no time for a display of sisterly affection. When she was embroiled in rumors, her so-called friend had not only failed to support her but had also solidified her disgrace, nailing her to the proverbial pillory. Such a good friend was not worth keeping. She brushed past the bothersome Suli and hurried home. Upon opening the villa door, She was greeted by the vibrant presence of her mother in the living room. A wave of longing and grievance surged within her, and she rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Ransuya looked at her little firecracker and patted her back. Ran, what's wrong? Ran remained silent, clinging to her mother. Tears streaming down her face, her quiet sobs gradually escalating into wails. This unusual behavior alarmed her mother. "No one is bullying me. I just miss you. Mom, I really miss you." Her voice trembled. Ransuya reached out to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. Her tone gentle and indulgent. "You silly child, that we just saw each other a short while ago. How could you miss me so much? Speak up. Have you encountered some trouble, or is it that you need money? I had a terrible nightmare. In it, you were gone and I could never find you again." Ransuya chuckled in disbelief. "You dear girl, a nightmare frightened you? What are you, a rabbit?" After calming her emotions, Ran dried her tears and nestled against her mother. The feeling of having regained something precious was truly delightful. Just then, the villa door swung open, and her father, Kong Liji, entered carrying a bouquet of flowers. Ran raised her gaze to her father, who appeared significantly younger, but felt no joy, only resentment. The affection she once held for him vanished when he brought his mistress and illegitimate daughter into their home, leading to her mother's demise. She had once believed that her father loved her mother and her, but she witnessed the gentleman she knew defend the mistress and illegitimate child, and no matter their actions, he unconditionally believed them, venting all his anger and frustration upon her mother. Unable to bear her husband's betrayal and the realization that his past affections were mere lies, her mother succumbed to despair on a stormy night, taking sleeping pills to end her life, leaving Ran behind. Kong Liji looked at the two women, handing the flowers to Ransuya and offering a box of pastries to Ran. "Ran, Dad brought you your favorite durian meal-faya in the past." She would have joyfully embraced her father and played the charming daughter, but now she lacked the energy for such antics. Kong Liji observed his daughter with curiosity. Noting her red-rimmed eyes as if she had been crying concerned, he asked, "What's wrong? Who's been bothering my precious daughter?" "This girl had a nightmare." Kong Liji laughed. "Oh my dear, I thought something serious had happened." Looking at her father, Ran felt a wave of disgust. How could he maintain such a facade of a caring husband and gentle father before them? Did he not feel repulsed? She yearned to expose his true nature and save her mother from repeating the same fate. Watching his hypocritical tenderness and false affection, Ran clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 3. The object of doubt. Endure. She must endure. She was not prepared to raise any alarms. She needed to slowly peel away her father's hypocritical mask. More importantly, she wanted her mother to gradually realize the truth, easing her into acceptance rather than confronting the harsh reality all at once as in her previous life, which had left her devastated and vulnerable to the mistress's dominance. Kong Liji noticed that his daughter did not rush towards him as usual and felt a pang of confusion. Just then, he saw her embrace her mother, saying sweetly, "Dad, I don't want to eat. I'm on a diet." His curiosity dissipated in an instant as he laughed. "All right, you don't want to eat. Your mother and I will enjoy it. Let us see how long you can hold out." Her mother affectionately patted her hand. "You little glutton, don't come crying later for regrets." Ran playfully stuck out her tongue, mimicking her former self. In the evening, she cuddled up to her mother and requested to sleep together. The couple, unable to resist her charm, reluctantly agreed. Once the door was closed, they could speak in whispers. "Mom, what kind of person do you think Dad is? Can you tell me how you and Dad met? Did you pursue him or did he pursue you?" Ran earnestly played the curious child, eager to uncover her parents' past. Watching her mother's face light up with happiness, a wave of bittersweetness washed over her. For she knew it was all a facade. There was no heroic rescue, only calculated approaches. She desperately wanted to tell her mother that her father did not truly love her. He had someone else in his heart and had only sought her out as a means to an end. "Mom," Ran interrupted, wrapping her arms around her mother, "Dad would never betray us, would he?" Ransuya was taken aback, sensing something was amiss in her daughter's demeanor. Ran, have you heard some gossip?" "I was just asking casually." Ran replied, though her face betrayed her concern. Ransuya could not help but notice, "Are you starting to hide things from me?" I. Ran hesitated, and after a long moment she seemed to make a decision, gazing at her mother with worry. "I saw Dad acting intimately with another woman." "Mom, please don't overthink it. I might have misinterpreted." Ransuya felt her daughter's anxiety. "Mom, please don't tell Dad about this. I'm afraid he'll be hurt. Thinking I don't trust him, silly child." Gazing at her daughter's worried and cautious expression, she gently caressed her cheek. "Mom, won't say a word that I trust your father's character." Ran buried her head in her mother's embrace, feeling a pang of discomfort. She understood that a few words were insufficient to shake her father's position in her mother's heart, but she was unafraid. She believed that persistence would eventually reveal the truth today. She would plant a seed of doubt in her mother's mind, allowing her to gradually uncover the truth on her own, even if the process would be painful. She would remain by her side, helping to excise the toxic growth from her mother's heart, piece by piece. Mom, how many people know my birth date and time? Auntie. Her mother was the only child of her grandparents, and this aunt was her mother's cousin, with whom they shared a close bond. Why did my aunt suddenly inquire about my birth date and time? You silly girl, have you forgotten? Last month, my aunt gifted you a Buddha amulet. The time gap was so long that you still forgot about it. At the beginning of last month, my aunt and her family traveled to Thailand and brought back a Buddha amulet for everyone in the family, claiming it was obtained from a renowned and efficacious temple in Thailand. Each member of the family possesses this peace amulet. Ran, why have you suddenly asked about it? I merely wanted to see if you all cared about me. Unbeknownst to her at that moment, she appeared to Ransuya as a frightened child, seemingly desperate to prove herself through some means. Ransuya tenderly caressed her daughter, saying, Ran, whether it be your mother or your father, we love you. The two of them embraced and drifted off to sleep. Listening to the rhythmic sound of their breathing, Ran opened her eyes, feeling wide awake, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as her thoughts wandered far away. If what the Taoist said was true, then the tragedies of her past life stemmed from her fate being altered. Only close family members knew her birth date and time. Did her family intentionally leak this information? Or was it inadvertently discovered? She could not allow the hatred from her past life to blind her. She must remain calm and analyze the situation to uncover the identity of the person behind it. Suppose they did leak it intentionally. Given the circumstances of her past and the young Taoist's claims, there were two parties that benefited, both of whom were related to her. These two suspects were none other than her closest relatives. The first was Kong Liji, her biological father. His mistress Ruan Fengru had enjoyed tremendous success in her past life as a prominent businesswoman. Their daughter, Kong Lian, had rapidly ascended the entertainment industry ladder, becoming a renowned national goddess adored by many. With her career flourishing, her romantic life was equally enviable, with numerous suitors vying for her attention. While Kong Liji had played a role in her success, it was undeniably the assets of the Ren family that had supported them, and it must be said that their past lives were filled with fortune and glory. The second was Ren Shuyun, her aunt. Yet, at some point this person had transformed into her cousin Suing. All the honors and accolades that once belonged to her had now been transferred to Suing. During that time, her aunt's husband had successfully opened numerous supermarkets. After her mother was killed by Kong Liji and Ruan Fengru, she had sought their help, but they not only refused to assist but also mocked her. Ran understood the coldness of human relationships, yet their actions were not merely a matter of indifference. They were akin to adding insult to injury. Chapter 4. A clash of wills. Despite their previously amicable relationship, it had swiftly transformed into an enmity that wished for their downfall. This rapid change was telling. It indicated that her aunt's family's previous kindness had been driven by ulterior motives, and they likely harbored resentment towards them. For such individuals to engage in a fate exchange was not difficult to comprehend. While identifying the puppet master was undoubtedly crucial, the most pressing matter at hand was to ascertain whether her fate had indeed been swapped. She recalled the young Taoist from her past life, who claimed to be the 87th generation descendant of Jingyi Dao, yet his name and Taoist title remained unknown to her. Regardless of her uncertainty, she needed to find him. The following day, Ran, as per usual, had breakfast at home before being driven to school by Kong Liji. Darling daughter, is your allowance sufficient? Kong Liji inquired with concern. Not enough, Ran replied bluntly, extending her hand at in her past life. After being cast out by Kong Liji, Kong Lian had deliberately come to provoke her, revealing that her father provided her with an allowance of 500,000 each month, frequently buying her bags and jewelry, all of which belonged to the Ren family. Typically, her mother purchased her jewelry and bags, while her clothes were custom-made by her grandparents. The only places she spent money were on food and social gatherings with friends. Her desire to purchase was not strong. 50,000 was more than sufficient for her. When her father made this request, she felt indifferent, but upon recalling his generosity towards his illegitimate daughter, she felt a cold smile creep onto her face. It turned out that the lack of love had been present from the very beginning. Kong Liji retrieved a stack of red bills from his briefcase and handed them to her. In the past, she would not have accepted it at all. After all, she did not lack money. If she truly needed it, she had a supplementary card from her grandparents. However, this time she unhesitatingly took it. Feeling its thickness, roughly 2,000 or 3,000, while this amount was significant for an ordinary person, It was hardly enough to treat friends to a meal in high society. Ran snatched his briefcase and emptied its contents. This action genuinely astonished Kong Liji. Ran grinned at him, making a playful expression as if her scheme had succeeded. Dad, that amount is insufficient. You can't be stingy. She pulled out a few bills and stuffed them back into the bag. See, don't say your daughter doesn't care about you. Dad, I even left you some pocket money. Kong Liji could only chuckle helplessly. All right, my precious, you're the most considerate. Only this once. It won't happen again. Ran waved goodbye as he departed. Turning around, her smile abruptly vanished as soon as she stepped onto the school grounds. Someone rushed up to her with gossip. Ran, did you hear that Pei Ming has been reprimanded? The newcomer was her classmate Zhao Yi. In her past life, their relationship had been average, but she had stood up for Ran when Pei Ming had falsely accused her. Pei Ming was a prominent figure at the school, typically adored by girls, yet Zhao Yi had always disdained him. This time, Pei Ming had fallen from grace, and her tone was laced with schadenfreude. Fortunately, you refused him yesterday. Otherwise you'd be implicated. Ran frowned. Is that all? Just a reprimand? Zhao Yi looked taken aback. Right, is that not enough? Previously, Zhao Yi had assumed Ran had feelings for Pei Ming, but now it seemed clear that there was no affection, only animosity. Ran nodded. In their past lives, they had been required to apologize in front of the entire school. Yet now it was merely a reprimand. Could it be the effect of her butterfly flapping its wings? Zhao Yi was once again astonished. It appeared that Ran was truly dissatisfied with this outcome. Anyone who dared to claim that Ran liked Pei Ming would be deliberately slandering her. Upon entering the classroom, Su Li was engaged in conversation with a few close classmates. Upon seeing Ran, she deliberately turned her gaze away, ignoring her. Some individuals are truly detrimental. If they had not signaled their willingness to love, how could the other party so boldly declare their affection? Now, someone else was being punished while they emerged unscathed. Truly a pristine white lotus. Such individuals are exceedingly dangerous. One could never know when they might stab you in the back. Everyone should be cautious in the future. Su Li intentionally spoke loudly to her nearby classmates. All eyes in the classroom turned to Ran and Su Li. Ran placed her backpack on the desk, aware that some individuals secretly adored each other, yearning for their affection to be reciprocated. Yet they only dared to love from the shadows, knowing they were unworthy. Even more shameful were those who sought to interact openly with the object of their affection, using the guise of helping a friend to repeatedly approach the man. Claiming to be assisting their friend, such duplicitous individuals should be approached with utmost caution. One could never know when they might betray you. Whether in her past life or the present, she had never harbored feelings for Pei Ming. What she had just said was not malicious slander. Su Li had been infatuated with Pei Ming since school began, harboring feelings for 2 long years. Pei Ming's family background and appearance were undoubtedly top-notch, whereas Su Li came from an ordinary family and could only be described as pretty. Aware of her inadequacy, she felt inferior yet yearned to see Pei Ming at all times, wanting him to know of her existence. She constantly spoke of how wonderful and exceptional Pei Ming was, her face practically broadcasting, "I like him." She lacked the courage to approach Pei Ming alone, so she often dragged Ran along for support. After all, in comparison to Pei Ming, her family background and appearance were lacking. As a good friend, Ran was naturally willing to facilitate this. Should their relationship blossom, she would consider herself a half matchmaker. Yet, at some point, rumors began to circulate that Su Li liked Pei Ming. "You slander me with your baseless accusations," Su Li retorted angrily. Ran pulled out her phone, opened the chat interface and clicked on a voice message, clearly revealing Su Li's voice. "Pei Ming is too outstanding. I am not worthy of him. I just want to quietly guard him from behind. I need to release more shocking evidence." Su Li's face flushed crimson as she sensed the unusual gazes of her classmates, their eyes filled with resentment. "You shameless person." Su Li charged at Ran, attempting to snatch the phone from her. Ran pushed her aside, causing her to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Her eyes filled with hatred mixed with tears of humiliation, fixated on Ran. Unfazed by Su Li's fierce gaze, Ran looked down at her from above. "Ran, I thought of you as a good friend. I never imagined you would treat me this way," Su Li exclaimed, feeling wronged as she ran out of the classroom, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers behind. "Is she out of her mind?" Zhao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. How could she act like a victim when she was the one who instigated the trouble and was now facing the consequences? Chapter 5. Private Detective Zhao Yi's words echoed the sentiments of most classmates, yet a small minority still held peculiar views. "Ran, you are violating someone else's privacy. This is illegal." A classmate of Su Li's chimed in. Before Ran could respond, Zhao Yi interjected, "Oh dear, I did not realize that proving one's innocence constituted a crime." When your master slanders others, is that not a crime as well? You are practicing double standards here. One should not be a hypocritical individual. You. What do you want from me? Zhao Yi stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. If you have the capability, compel your master to present evidence that substantiates her claims as true. The person fled, presumably due to a lack of evidence. Had there been any, it would have been revealed long ago, leaving no space for such empty rhetoric. Classmates, do you concur with my assessment? Indeed. No doubt about it. Came the loud reply from a male student who relished the drama. The few classmates who were close to Suli, upon witnessing this, dared not speak further and lowered their heads, seeking to diminish their presence. Ran glanced at Zhao Yi, expressing her gratitude with a nod. Zhao Yi shrugged nonchalantly in response and her previous life. There was, of course, no issue of Suli seeking trouble. That time, she had intended for Pei Ming to share in the punishment. But unexpectedly, he had falsely accused her. She was not the archetypal victim of a tragic narrative. Rendered mute by circumstances, she retaliated, preparing to produce her phone, only to be informed by Suli that she had accidentally misplaced it. It was evident that she acted under Pei Ming's instigation. He aimed to preserve his reputation by casting all blame upon her as Pei Ming's sycophant. How could she refuse his request? Thus, in her previous life, she found herself at a loss for words. It was then she realized that Suli had betrayed her for a man, perhaps never truly considering her a friend, but merely a conduit to Pei Ming. It was clear whom Atul would choose between a deity and a sycophant and her former existence. Ran's guiding principle was to treat others with sincerity, believing that genuine affection would yield reciprocal feelings. Hence, she engaged with friends and family without reservations. Yet, the lessons of the past taught her that sincerity does not always elicit sincerity in return. Rather, it could lead to bitter repercussions. In this lifetime, she vowed not to repeat her past mistakes. This time, she was not ensnared, nor was she taken away by the disciplinary head, freeing Pei Ming from needing Suli to steal anything. This situation actually facilitated her quest to prove her innocence, allowing Suli to reclaim her former position, enabling her to experience the disdain and scorn she had faced in her previous life. After the morning's commotion, Suli dared not provoke her again. Yet Ran could feel the piercing gaze of resentment directed towards her from behind. She examined the doorplate, then glanced at the shop name. The address was correct, the only difference being the name of the establishment. She sought the 007 detective agency, yet the sign now read 007 laundry. Ran pushed open the door to find a row of washing machines lined up next to a computer, with a small door at the back. Upon opening the small door, she discovered a few office desks cluttered with various documents, and the drawing board was filled with an array of scribbles. The chaotic work environment was daunting. In her past life, this detective agency had accomplished a remarkable feat that captivated the internet. Were it not for her vivid memory of that incident, the disorganized workspace would have been enough to deter anyone. A figure on the sofa, hearing the commotion, removed the newspaper from his face and sleepily regarded her. "Kid, laundry is outside. You can't come in here. Is this the detective agency?" The man on the sofa straightened up, scrutinizing her. "I am looking for someone." Su Zhaoyin ruffled his disheveled hair, his voice gruff. "Are you of age?" "I am over 18, a legally competent individual," Ran replied, handing him her ID. Su Zhaoyin glanced at it. "Who are you looking for?" "A disciple of the Jingyi Dao, the 86th generation. Do you have a photo?" She shook her head. "A name?" "Another shake." "Physical characteristics?" Su Zhaoyin frowned, drawing upon her memories from her previous life. Ran described the appearance of the young Taoist. Su Zhaoyin listened intently while sketching. "Is it like this? The eyebrows are too thick, they should be somewhat lighter, and the nose's curve is too blunt. It should be sharper." With each modification based on her description, the figure on the drawing board began to resemble the Taoist she had encountered in her past life. "Yes, that's exactly it, though he appears younger." Su Zhaoyi nodded. "The information you've provided is somewhat limited, which presents a challenge, therefore the price will be higher." "How much?" 50,000. Agreed. Ran paid a deposit of 10,000, with the remaining 40,000 to be settled upon locating the individual. "How long will it take to find him?" "That's uncertain. If all goes well, within a week. If not, it could take 3 to 5 months or even longer. Finding someone is never straightforward. As a disciple of the Jingyi Dao, it might seem like the parameters were well defined, but many Taoists dared to claim such titles, and the information provided by clients is often unreliable. Time was of the essence, and she could not afford to wait indefinitely. The matter of fate was too elusive. Should her fate truly be altered and her fortune diminish, she would undoubtedly face numerous hindrances. People often say that timing, location, and harmony among individuals are crucial. This is no mere jest. The misfortune she had experienced in her past life made her acutely aware of that invisible, terrifying force. More precisely, the power of celestial principles. If you find him within a week, I'll give you an extra 50,000. If within half a month, 2,000. Su Zhaoyin's eyes sparkled. It's a deal that it's been a while since I took on a case. I'm starving and could almost eat dirt. Finally, a solid lead. Su Zhaoyin eagerly accepted the assignment, joyfully escorting the god of wealth to the door. Watching him leave. On an autumn afternoon, the oppressive heat of summer had dissipated, replaced by a gentle breeze carrying a hint of chill, lulling one into a drowsy state. Ran sat in the stands of the playground, observing the youthful exuberance of the boys and girls below. Zhao Yi hurriedly approached, glancing around before making her way to the stands, breathlessly plopping down beside her. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice. Ran, you need to be cautious of Su Li. Ran turned to look at her. Zhao Yi's eyes darted around, wary of being overheard. I just came from the small grove, and I saw Su Li with Pei Ming. They seemed to be discussing something, and I vaguely heard your name. You have a long-standing grudge with them. Now that they are together, I can't shake the feeling that they harbor ill intentions. Be careful. Zhao Yi offered a sincere warning. Thank you. No need for pleasantries between friends. Zhao Yi smiled brightly. After class, Su Li intercepted Ran's path. Ran. What do you want? Ran regarded the person before her with indifference. I have something to discuss with you. I'm busy. She attempted to walk past, but Su Li's eyes sparkled with urgency as she hastily stepped forward, reaching out to grab her, only to be deftly evaded. Ran, for the sake of our years of friendship, could you spare me a few minutes? Fine, speak. Ran crossed her arms. This isn't the right place. Let's go to our usual spot, shall we? Su Li's eyes reddened, pleading earnestly. Ran remained silent. Su Li, anxious, spoke with a quivering voice. And as they ascended to the rooftop, Ran leaned against the door, her cool gaze fixed upon Su Li. Ran, I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have said those things about you. I was misled by Pei Ming. He told me you were the one who seduced him, that you hinted to him, prompting him to confess boldly. I just confronted him, and he inadvertently let slip that I had been deceived. I feel so foolish for believing his lies. Ran, sweet angel, could you forgive your foolish friend? Tears glistened in her eyes as she pleaded pitifully. Her fragile demeanor could indeed evoke sympathy, yet Ran felt nothing. If anything, she felt disgusted. She remained silent, simply observing her. Su Li, feeling increasingly uneasy under Ran's gaze, averted her eyes instinctively. Ran, go ahead and hit me. Scold me. I will not retaliate. Ran remained unmoved. Su Li, sensing her inaction, grew anxious. Ran, do you not believe me? I will call Pei Ming right now to confront him. She frantically searched for her phone, desperate to prove her innocence. I'm in a bit of a bind. My phone is in the classroom. Can I borrow yours to call him? You are my best friend and I don't want to let a man ruin our friendship. Upon hearing the word phone, Ran understood their intentions. In the name of their long-standing friendship, she decided to trust her once more. Ran retrieved her phone from her pocket, unlocked it, and dialed Pei Ming's number before handing it over to Su Li. Su Li, suppressing her excitement, took the phone from her. Pei Ming, come to the rooftop immediately. If you're a man, show up now. Don't be a coward. Repeat what you told me before. Su Li's agitation grew, and she gradually moved toward the edge of the rooftop. Ran leaned against the door, quietly observing her performance. Suddenly, Su Li gasped, the phone slipping from her grasp and plummeting downwards. A smirk crept onto Ran's lips. A fleeting hint of mockery. Su Li panicked, a mix of fear and regret on her face. Ran, I'm sorry. I didn't hold onto the phone and it fell. Her gaze was fixed on Ran's face, but the anticipated anger did not materialize, leaving her feeling unsettled. Ran straightened up. It fell. So be it. Su Li sighed in relief, thinking that perhaps Ran would still consider her a friend. But the next moment her smile froze. That phone is the latest model from Pineapple, not yet released in the country. My uncle brought it from abroad. It cost about 12,000. Just remember to pay me back. Su Li stared vacantly at the retreating figure, and after a long pause muttered under her breath, vile creature, what is so remarkable about her? Ran descended to the ground floor, only to find the phone that should have been shattered and lying in pieces had mysteriously vanished. One could easily surmise that its remains had been discreetly disposed of. She shrugged nonchalantly and felt in her pocket for another phone. Who doesn't possess one or two phones these days? The grand drama did not keep Ran waiting long. By midday the following day, Pei Ming intercepted her at the entrance of the cafeteria. This hour, it could be said to be the most bustling place in the school. Without exception, Ran, Pei Ming stepped forward, blocking her path. A good dog does not obstruct the way. He remained unmoved. Zhao Yi interjected, didn't you hear? A good dog does not obstruct the way. Pei Ming shot a chilling glare at Zhao Yi, who was startled into silence. Shifting his gaze back to Ren Ran, his expression morphed into one of despair and indignation, resembling a pitiful figure betrayed by his girlfriend. Ren Ran, I just want to understand. If you don't like me, why do you seek me out every day bringing me treats and gifts? Is it amusing to toy with me? The last sentence erupted from him in a shout. The already crowded cafeteria turned its attention toward them. Drawn by his outburst, Pei Ming was a prominent figure in the school. News of his bold confession, followed by rejection and disciplinary action, had spread like wildfire. The crowd of onlookers swelled, many abandoning their meals to witness the unfolding spectacle, some even clutching their trays, eating while observing the drama. As the crowd grew, Zhao Yi's concern surfaced, and she cautiously tugged at Ren Ran's sleeve. Ren Ran shook her head in response, signaling that she was untroubled in her previous life. He had placed the blame squarely upon her in front of the entire faculty and student body from the podium. In this life, he had chosen the cafeteria to stage a similar performance with so many witnesses. It was an opportune moment for him to clear his name, yet sometimes such circumstances could also lead to one's own downfall. Numerous girls enamored with Pei Ming upon hearing his words, found their allegiances swiftly shifting in his favor. Indeed, if she did not harbor feelings for Pei Ming, given his looks and family background, would he have dared to confess so boldly? Was it possible that Pei Ming had been played by Ren Ran? Did she perhaps know that the director of education was coming and thus spoke so, fearing repercussions? If that were the case, it was rather unkind of her. It was akin to roasting Pei Ming on a spit, an act deserving of condemnation. Isn't it laughable that confessions are always mutual? According to your logic, a confession guarantees success. Should I then confess to Pei Ming? If he declines, would that mean he is toying with me? After all these years of education, one would expect a modicum of sense. Chapter 7. The Taoist news he dares to say such things. It must be true, right? That's hard to say. Voices of agreement, rebuttal, and skepticism intertwined. Ren Ran scoffed, Pei Ming, I see your shamelessness and lack of responsibility. Today I have witnessed it firsthand. She had no intention of engaging in further idle chatter. If she delayed too long, the teachers would arrive, leaving her no time to present a complete performance. You and Suli conspired, believing that by destroying my phone, you could create a situation with no witnesses? As she spoke, she retrieved an identical phone from her pocket and flashed a smile at him and the crowd surrounding Suli. Both Pei Ming and Suli's expressions changed dramatically. Classmates, let us witness the shamelessness of our dear classmate Pei Ming. Ren Ran raised her phone high, prepared to unveil the meticulously organized voice messages, chat screenshots, and the recent spectacle featuring Suli on the rooftop. All packaged for public viewing. I have already uploaded the chat content to the campus network. You all may download it. One by one, the students pulled out their phones to log into the campus network, quickly locating the latest post, and within mere moments a cacophony of gasps erupted. How shameless! Goodness, Suli's outrageous antics on the rooftop were simply astounding. This pair of scoundrels is truly revolting. How could such despicable individuals exist in our school? Pei Ming seemed intent on deflecting blame onto Ren Ran to cleanse himself of guilt. Such behavior was utterly repulsive. One had to wonder, did he truly have feelings for Ren Ran? Or was he merely self-serving? Fortunately, Ren Ran had prepared backups. Without them, clearing her name would have been impossible. Pei Ming, accustomed to being the favored child of fortune, was now experiencing an unprecedented wave of hostility, unable to withstand the ridicule and scorn from all sides. He pushed through the crowd and fled in disgrace, with Suli trailing behind him. The friends who had previously surrounded her now distanced themselves, fearing the fallout as one of the parties involved departed. The crowd dispersed as well. Zhao Yi gave Ren Ran a thumbs up. Impressive. I was worried they might ensnare you. Whatever the case, I owe you my gratitude for the warning. You're too kind. As Ren Ran had anticipated, the rumors that had once befallen her in her previous life were now heaped upon the two of them. Pei Ming promptly took a leave of absence, while Suli could only confront the disdain and insults from all around by herself. Ren Ran did not conceal this matter from her parents or grandparents. The Pei and Ren families had some business dealings. While their relationship was not particularly deep, they were familiar enough to recognize each other. How outrageous! My daughter's reputation was nearly destroyed by him. Ren Suya was furious. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Kong Liqui quickly intervened. Dear, do not be hasty. I will contact Mr. Pei to ascertain their stance, and then we can decide how to proceed. His son has trampled all over our daughter's dignity. You can still endure this? Ren Suya glared at him. That is not my intention. If you want to stand up for our daughter, I'll summon my father. Wait, I can handle this. Ran watched her father evade responsibility with a cold smile. Just then guests arrived, the Pei father and son. Upon entering, Pei's father wielded a whip. Followed by Pei Ming, who was bare-chested Kong Lao's sister-in-law. I have come today to apologize. It is my failure to educate my son properly, allowing him to act so recklessly today. I have brought him for you to deal with as you see fit. Pei's father shoved Pei Ming forward. Pei Ming's face was contorted in discomfort, yet he dared not defy his father, lowering his head in silence. Observing Pei Ming's predicament, Ran Suya's anger subsided significantly. Punishing him is certainly out of the question. With the show of contrition, Pei's father had indeed extended a significant gesture. Ran wished to retaliate but knew better. It would only expose her own motives. To demonstrate sincerity, Pei's father personally dealt a few harsh blows to Pei Ming's back, leaving red marks in their wake. Ran Suya's ire diminished further upon witnessing this. In the exchange between the two families, Pei's father presented Ran with a set of jewelry valued at over $1 million, effectively concluding the matter. While Pei Ming had to endure this humiliation, Su Li did not escape unscathed either. Sometimes the emotional toll of rumors can be more tormenting than physical harm. Within just a few days, Su Li's complexion visibly darkened, and her spirit waned out. On Friday, Ran received a message from Su Zhaoyin. I have found him. As soon as classes ended that evening, Ran hurried to the 007 detective agency. Su Zhaoyin appeared as disheveled as ever, sporting a wild hairstyle and prominent dark circles under his eyes, a testament to his relentless pursuit of the 5,000 yuan bonus. Take a look at this. Su Zhaoyin placed a dossier before her. He then indulged in instant noodles. Slurping loudly, she examined the photograph of a young Taoist and confirmed he was the individual she had been seeking. Where is he now? Taiha mounted as Su Zhaoyin slurped a few more mouthfuls of noodles and produced a note with his contact information. Ran dialed the number, but no one answered. After several attempts yielded no response, she sent a text explaining her purpose. Su Zhaoyin finished the last of his noodles, wiped his mouth contentedly, and said, Boss, about the fee. Ran scanned the payment. Upon seeing the amount received, Su Zhaoyin beamed, his gaze toward Ran becoming increasingly gentle. Financial boss, if you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. My services extend beyond locating people. I can also roleplay, act as a decoy, clean, or serve as a bodyguard. Your services are quite extensive. One must earn a living. There's no shame in making money. As she exited the agency and stepped onto the street, she encountered a familiar face at Su Li with a grim expression. Spotted her. Ran had no intention of engaging, standing by the roadside to call for a ride when she caught sight of Pei Ming's family car parked nearby, and Pei Ming stepped out. Raising an eyebrow, Ran pivoted on her toes and approached Su Li. What do you want? Seeing her approach, Su Li's demeanor shifted to one of caution. What could you possibly do to me in broad daylight? After a moment's reflection, Su Li realized she had overreacted and glared at Ran with resentment. Ran closed the distance, placing a hand on Su Li's shoulder. When Su Li attempted to shake it off, Ran's voice turned icy. Don't move. Su Li, considering the years of camaraderie between us, do you wish to escape your current predicament? Su Li froze, allowing Ran's hand to rest on her shoulder. Hope flickering in her eyes. Will you help me? What's the issue? Su Li remained guarded, though her expression softened. Are you doing this voluntarily? Or is Pei Ming coercing you? Su Li's eyes darted. Pei Ming is pressuring me. I don't want this, but she lowered her head. Ran's gaze drifted past her, landing on the figure concealed behind the sidewalk trees. With a slight smile, she gently patted her shoulder and raised her voice a notch, reassuring her, do not worry, once this storm passes, I will provide you with proof. Thank you for your help in this matter. Without you, my success would have been unattainable. Su Li was taken aback, utterly perplexed. While she comprehended the initial part, the latter half eluded her understanding. Before she could voice her confusion, Ran waved goodbye and walked away. What in the world? Su Li muttered under her breath. Pei Ming, hidden behind the trees, heard the last sentence clearly, and rage surged within him as he clenched his fists. That wretched person, he exclaimed, turning to leave. He could not reach the Ren family, but could he not handle a mere Su Li? He had never been so schemed against before, especially by someone he had never deemed worthy of consideration. A mere sycophant. Su Li waited at the CF for Pei Ming for quite some time. Yet he never arrived. She called him several times, but each attempt went unanswered. As the CF was about to close, she left in disappointment, reasoning that he must have been preoccupied and forgotten her. With her head bowed, she walked forward when suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from the side, forcefully pulling her into a nearby alley. Before she could utter a cry, a large hand covered her mouth. Terrified, she struggled. Yet the strength of a girl could not contend with that of an adult male. A cloth was shoved into her mouth, and she was pinned to the ground as a group began to pummel her. She whimpered in pain. Passers-by glanced over briefly before hurriedly moving on, too fearful to intervene. 20 minutes later, the group departed, leaving Suli barely conscious as she slipped into unconsciousness. A single thought consumed her mind. It must be that scoundrel Run-Ran. Chapter 8. Seeking compensation. Dingling. Run-Ran stepped into the classroom just in time for the morning self-study session, where everyone was engrossed in revision, solidifying their knowledge. Run-Ran was more diligent than anyone. Having been away from school for over a decade, she had nearly forgotten everything from high school. With less than a year until the college entrance examination, she was determined to avoid any regrets that in her previous life. She had suffered from depression, which hindered her studies, resulting in a dismal performance on the exam, falling short of even the third-tier universities. This had always been a lingering regret. This time she aimed to gain admission to a reputable institution, hoping to bring joy to her mother and grandfather. The class bell rang. The once quiet classroom erupted into chatter. Zhaoyi rushed to her side, pulling out a nearby chair. Run-Ran, did Suli not come today? Do you know why? Why? She thought to herself, already aware but unable to disclose the truth. She had not anticipated Pei Ming's swift and ruthless actions. Suli had been genuinely devoted to him, yet he had not even bothered to inquire before sending someone to severely injure her. How ruthless! She must have made some enemies outside, her deskmate remarked. Just then, a middle-aged couple appeared at the classroom door. Scanning the room. Who is Run-Ran? The students, puzzled, instinctively looked towards her. The couple noticed and followed their gaze to Run-Ran. After a moment of reflection, she recalled who they were, Suli's parents. During her time as the daughter of the Run family, she had never met Suli's parents. Suli never brought her home, let alone introduced her to her family. It wasn't until her own family fell apart that she encountered them on the street while rummaging through plastic bottles, where they had thrown a mineral water bottle at her. Suli sat in the back seat of their car, enjoying the spectacle of her embarrassment. Suli had even introduced her parents, stating that she was her high school classmate. She could never forget the words spoken by Sue's parents that day. You're the young lady who used to follow our Lily around in high school. How is it that you are now reduced to scavenging for garbage? How pitiful. Since you were kind to our Lily in the past, here's $20 for you. Sue's mother had tossed a 20-on bill out the car window, indifferent to Run-Ran's mortified expression, relishing the feeling of stepping on someone once admired. You needn't thank us too profusely. This is only right. Take the money and treat yourself to a good meal. Sue's father had advised Suli in the back seat. In the future, avoid associating with such impoverished folks. Once you get entangled with them, it's hard to shake them off. Suli, with a sweet smile, replied, Dad, I understand that I would never want to be associated with someone so filthy. The memories of the past were abruptly interrupted by Sue's mother's piercing voice. You wretched creature. You hired someone to cripple my daughter. Return my daughter's life. Sue's mother lunged at Run-Ran like a ferocious beast. Run-Ran reacted swiftly, standing up and retreating. Such a malicious mind at such a young age. I'll have you sent to prison. Sue's mother shouted in fury, her menacing expression frightening several students as the class bell rang. The onlookers outside reluctantly dispersed. Teachers rushed in, restraining Suli's parents and attempting to placate them. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, please don't panic. Let us discuss this calmly. Zhao, the teacher, sweat beading on his forehead, urged. Impulsiveness is the devil. Sue's mother retorted, what is there to discuss? This little bastard had someone cripple my daughter. How do you educate your students to produce such a venomous individual? She bears responsibility, and your school cannot escape culpability. Her tirade left the teachers who had intervened looking rather grim. Zhao, refusing to argue with a parent, patiently reassured them, if indeed Run-Ran has done something wrong, our school will not condone it. This is not the place for discussions. Let us move elsewhere. Just as Sue's mother was about to speak, Sue's father interrupted her. Fine, let's listen to the teacher. He spoke calmly. Zhao sighed in relief, grateful that at least one of the couple could communicate reasonably. Run-Ran, please accompany the teachers. The rest of the students, continue your self-study. An uproar of dissatisfaction erupted. Teacher Zhao shot a fierce glare at the rowdy students and led the concerned parties away. Once in the office, Sue's mother attempted to claw at Run-Ran, but Run-Ran quickly ducked behind Teacher Zhao. Zhao nearly had his face scratched by Sue's mother, his expression darkening as other teachers restrained her. Hold on, let us hear what the teachers have to say first. As soon as Sue's father spoke, Sue's mother quieted down, and the teachers breathed a sigh of relief. My daughter was beaten yesterday, and now her arms and legs have been ruined. The doctor says that even if she heals, she will be left with a limp and her hands will never be as nimble as before. Her life is essentially ruined. How could I, as a mother, not feel enraged? Sue's mother wept bitterly. The teachers in the office, upon hearing this, understood her anguish, and their previous grievances against her behavior faded as compassion filled their hearts. Pointing at Ran, Sue's mother continued, "My daughter is well liked at school. The only person she has offended is her. Lily told me that after encountering her, she was attacked. This little vixen must have harbored resentment and plotted revenge. Do you have any evidence?" Ran crossed her arms defiantly. My daughter's words are evidence. She is the victim. She heard those people report to you, and you cannot escape culpability. This moment, Sue's father chimed in. You are responsible for Lily's medical expenses, emotional damages, and future losses. If you do not wish to face imprisonment, compensate us 50 million, and we will issue a letter of understanding to absolve you of any prison time. If you refuse, we will report this to the police. Teacher Zhao turned to Ran. In light of these developments, please have your parents come to the school. On my way here, I already informed my mother. She will arrive shortly. Teacher Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Ran continued, I also reported this to the police. What? Teacher Zhao was taken aback. The other teachers were equally stunned, while Sue's couple looked on in shock. What do you mean? Sue's mother questioned, her eyes wide. Chapter 9. Groundless claims. I reported you to the police. No need to thank me. Ran smiled, exuding an air reminiscent of someone who has long since let go of past glories. Aren't you afraid of being arrested? Afraid? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I fear? The police coming is fortuitous. It will clear my name. Oh, by the way, regarding your attempt to extort 50 million from me for defamation, I will let the police handle that too. Sue's mother stammered, flustered by her audacity. Ran Suya arrived at the scene almost simultaneously with the police. Having learned of the situation on her way, she rushed into the office, immediately scanning for her daughter. Upon confirming that Ran was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Sue's mother, seeing a parent present, began to voice her grievances incessantly. You must be Ran's mother. Your daughter had someone cripple my daughter. Pay us 50 million and we will drop the matter. Otherwise your daughter will face imprisonment. Your daughter was attacked. Why is it assumed to be my daughter's doing? Do you have any evidence? Lacking evidence, you are defaming my daughter and tarnishing her reputation. Sue's mother, realizing they were denying the accusations, grew frantic. Their concern for their daughter's plight was overshadowed by their desire for compensation. Upon receiving word of the incident the previous night, they had rushed to the hospital with the intent of extortion, fueled by the knowledge that the perpetrator was a wealthy family's daughter. After confirming the situation with their daughter, they eagerly came to demand money. They were determined to secure this money, believing that even if Ran had not directly harmed her, she was undoubtedly involved. In any case, she would not evade responsibility. As the two parties were about to confront each other, the police officer inquired, Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? The Sue couple exchanged a glance, awkwardly smiling. Officer, here's the situation. We lack physical evidence, but my daughter distinctly heard the assailant reporting to her. Therefore, this matter cannot be mistaken. She was not present at the scene, merely overheard the assailant's report, correct? Indeed, Sue's mother affirmed with a nod. Apart from this, do you possess any other evidence? Is this not sufficient? The officer tactfully replied, Are there any additional pieces of evidence that could corroborate your claims? No. Sue's mother felt discomfort at the officer's line of questioning. Officer, what do you mean by that? Is this not enough proof? The officer endeavored to maintain a smile. Madam, the evidence you present fails to establish any connection to classmate Ran. Sue's mother was incensed. Why does my daughter not accuse anyone else but her? Who would randomly point fingers without reason? Indeed, that would be you. Ran interjected. You simply think our family is wealthy and wish to extort money from us. Officer, they approached us demanding 50 million. When their daughter was assaulted, they did not even report it to the police. Any reasonable parent would act otherwise. You insolent girl, how dare you speak such slander? Truly a poorly raised child, Sue's mother retorted. Reaching to scratch her. A quick-witted police officer intervened. Madam Sue, please speak respectfully and refrain from violence, the officer admonished sternly. Are you biased in their favor? Are you officers afraid of offending the affluent? Sue's father, noticing the officer's expressions darken, quickly interjected with a placating smile. My wife spoke out of turn. That was not her intention. She is simply upset seeing our daughter in such a state. Please do not hold it against her. He added, just a few days ago, my daughter had a conflict with her, creating a grudge. She had ample motive. Not to mention my daughter overheard the instigator's identity. One of the officers made a call to have Suli taken to the hospital for a statement. You mean your daughter distinctly heard the individual who assaulted her reporting to you? Ran asked. Yes. What method did they use to report? A phone call? Or something else? Of course it was a phone call. When did this occur? The two stumbled over their words, entirely unclear. According to protocol, the burden of proof lies with the claimant. Ran handed her phone to the officer, stating, "I will clear my name to avoid being unjustly accused. It can be quite bothersome. Since last night I have not received a single call. This can be verified with the telecom company where records will confirm my statement." "How do we know you possess only this one phone?" Sue's father countered. Ran scoffed, "Given the current system of real name registration for phone numbers, a visit to the telecom company will yield all communication records linked to my name. This is something the police are well aware of. They had just contacted the telecom company when one officer received a call from a colleague. This matter does not concern you." Sue's mother disagreed vehemently. "How can it not concern her? How are you conducting your investigation? Are you covering for her?" Sue's father maintained a stern demeanor. Sue's mother advanced to scratch Ran again. However, Ran grasped her mother's hand, and they both retreated behind the officers. Suya stood in stunned silence for several seconds. As an elegant and cultured woman, she had never encountered such a raucous individual. Observing the officer's anger, Sue's father restrained his wife. The officers finally seized the opportunity to speak. An hour ago, a video surfaced online. Someone inadvertently captured footage of your daughter being brutally beaten, which drew the attention of the cybersecurity center. They initiated an investigation and identified the assailant. The perpetrator has just been apprehended, and we have obtained the information of the individual who hired them. The Sue couple was utterly bewildered. They had not intended for anyone else to be apprehended. They merely sought to extort money from this wealthy heiress. Observing the couple's glum expressions, the officer furrowed his brow slightly. Ran curiously asked, "Who is the individual who hired the assailant?" Although she had her suspicions, she felt compelled to inquire. "It is a student from your school named Pei Ming." The teachers were taken aback. Ran turned to the Sue couple. "Uncle and aunt, do not worry. Sue Lee's medical expenses and compensation will be taken care of." "What do you mean by that? Are you not aware? Pei Ming is the son of the CEO of Hongli Group." Ran replied innocently. Chapter 10. Taiha Mountain. The Sue couple's eyes gleamed with avarice, their greed unabashed. "Oh dear daughter, I truly apologize for wronging you. Aunt, your apologies are of no consequence to me." Ran addressed the police officer. "Officer, this couple has come to the school to tarnish my reputation and extort 50 million from me. Such a considerable sum warrants at least a few years of imprisonment." The Sue couple was left speechless. "How can you be so malicious? Your wife has attempted to strike me multiple times. For that alone, I cannot let this slide." Ran feigned anger. Sue's father retaliated by slapping Sue's mother across the face. This unexpected act stunned everyone present. None could have anticipated Sue's father would act so swiftly and decisively. Ultimately, the incident had not caused any tangible harm. It had remained a minor issue. The police would likely only compel an apology from the other party, as it constituted a civil dispute rather than a criminal matter. Ran merely intended to intimidate them. Teachers, both officers are astute individuals. They will encourage her not to pursue their accountability. Ran acquiesced, wanting merely to witness the unfolding drama. Given the couple's combative nature, they could easily provoke Pei Ming on the shaded paths of the campus. Ran Suya lightly flicked her daughter's forehead. "Why did you not inform me of such a significant event right away?" "Mom, I was wrong. I will tell you everything that happens from now on." Ran Suya scrutinized her daughter closely, unsure if it was her imagination, but her daughter seemed to have matured and could now stand on her own. "Mom, you must also not conceal anything from me in the future," Ran preemptively cautioned. "All right." She had already viewed the video. Upon seeing Pei Ming approach Su Li yesterday, she had intended to sow discord between the two. But Pei Ming had provided her with an unexpected surprise. After separating from Su Li, she hastily instructed Su Xiaoyin to follow Su Li, wishing to uncover what schemes they were concocting together, so she could prepare herself accordingly. Ultimately, Su Xiaoyin sent her the video. She had instructed Su Xiaoyin to release the video through others with one objective in mind, to counter Pei Ming. As the saying goes, if one strikes a card, one should respond in kind. If he played a hand, she must play one too to honor their painstaking efforts. The Su couple did not disappoint Ran. When the Pei family refused to provide the compensation they desired, the couple stormed to Pei's company, causing a commotion that attracted significant attention online. The Pei family responded swiftly, working to suppress the online chatter. The Su couple proved relentless, refusing to let go of their demands, entirely disregarding their daughter in the hospital. They refused to pay the hospital, resulting in Su Li being discharged. The couple brazenly dragged her to Pei's company, inviting onlookers to witness the spectacle. Su Li felt utterly despondent. Desperate to stop her parents but unable to sway them, who had succumbed to their obsession with money, the Pei family, exasperated by the couple's antics, begrudgingly paid $5 million to rid themselves of the persistent pair. Following this incident, the Su and Pei families became notorious in Haishur. Both Pei Ming and Su Li achieved fame in Haishur. Without the disruption caused by Pei Ming and Su Li, Ren Ran could have focused on her studies. Her grandparents' greatest wish in this lifetime had been to see her attend university, yet they had not lived to witness it. She vowed not to let them down in this life and aspired to make them proud. While studying, Ren Ran never neglected another matter. Though these days had been peaceful, she understood that tranquility was merely superficial. Until she unmasked the puppet master behind the scenes, she would find no rest. Ren Ran, where are you planning to go during the short holiday? Perhaps to the seaside. What about you? My mother is taking me to Xinjiang. Xinjiang is wonderful, it is truly beautiful there, Ren Ran remarked with a smile. Upon exiting the campus, she spotted her mother's car parked outside and after parting ways with Zhao Yi climbed in. Ren Ran glanced at her mother, acutely aware that her mother seemed preoccupied. Mom, have you been feeling tired lately? I haven't been sleeping well. Her mother did not wish to elaborate, and Ren Ran refrained from pressing further. She knew that when her mother was ready to open up, she would after a certain point. Disappointment accumulates and love can dissipate. This truth she understood. Ran Suya chuckled lightly. All right, I will transfer it to you shortly, just don't tell your father, or he will accuse me of spoiling you. That I won't say a word. The following day, Ren Ran did not head to the seaside but instead accompanied Su Zhao into Taiha Mountain. In recent days, she had been attempting to reach a young Taoist for a conversation but had been unable to connect. Su Zhaoyin inquired through others and received the same result. The individual was untraceable. They agreed to use the short holiday to directly seek the person at Taiha Mountain. Taiha Mountain is a sacred site of Taoism and a renowned 5 scenic area. They arrived at the foot of Taiha Mountain in the afternoon, planning to stay the night before embarking on their journey the next day. The Taiha Mountain scenic area is vast, and they were not venturing into the tourist zone but rather an uncharted territory rarely visited, where only practitioners and ascetics would tread. Su Zhaoyin clarified the route in advance. The two would need 2 days in the mountains to reach the secluded place where the young Taoist practiced. Equipped with wilderness survival gear, they entered Taiha Mountain from the tourist area, then veered onto a sparsely populated path, delving into uncharted territory. Upon entering the dense forest, they were met with untouched natural beauty. Yet the path beneath their feet proved treacherous. Guided by the compass, they pressed forward along an indistinct trail to prevent getting lost and encountering unforeseen mishaps. They marked their way frequently. After 2 days, the two arrived, disheveled, at the earthen hut where the young Taoist resided. They called out for a long time without receiving a response, but the danger of searching deeper into the mountains was too great. The forest harbored wild beasts, and their unfamiliarity with the terrain made it easy to become lost. The supplies they carried would suffice for 5 days, and with frugality, they could extend it to 7. After a discussion, they decided to pitch a tent outside the earthen hut. Waiting for his appearance during the day, they ventured out but dared not stray far. On the first day, there were no results. On the second day, still no results. By the third day, their patience was wearing thin. If he did not show today, they would have to descend the mountain tomorrow. They kept watch from day to night. Yet the anticipated figure never materialized. Shadows flickered in the firelight, casting dim reflections on their faces. Why must you find him? Su Zhaoyin inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Chapter 11. The Talk of Destiny. Help. A voice cried out that Su Zhaoyin was taken aback. Clearly not expecting such an answer, he surveyed her from head to toe, noting her robust health, unable to discern anything amiss. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice from behind startled them both into a jump. A tall figure emerged slowly from the darkness, the firelight fading the shadows surrounding him. In the feeble illumination, they could vaguely discern his youthful, serene features, with his hair neatly tied up. You are Taoist Qingxian, Ren Ran said as she stood. Qingxian regarded the pair, noting that while many adventurers frequented Taiha Mountain, these two did not fit that mold. Are you looking for me? Ren Ran nodded, affirming, yes, we have been waiting for you for 3 days. Su Zhaoyin spoke up. Qingxuan's calm gaze swept over them before he stepped towards his dwelling, opening the door and lighting a candle. Come in. They followed him inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, with lighting that was primitive. The simplicity of a decade-old life was, to them, a form of cultivation. Qingxuan's attention fell on Ren Ran. I'm going out for a smoke, Su Zhaoyin said. Turning to leave the room, I would like to ask you to calculate my fortune. Ren Ran ventured. Qingxian, his expression stern, carefully examined her features and birth date. Ren Ran recited her birth details. Qingxian's fingers deftly calculated, his gaze fixed on her countenance. After a long pause, he muttered, "Strange. Please wait, I shall calculate again." Qing Xian murmured incantations, his brows knitting tighter. How can this be? It was his first attempt at fortune-telling, yet the result contradicted her appearance. Her fate was noble, yet her visage hinted at a lurking malevolence, subtle, but enough to capture his attention. Such a manifestation of malevolence was seldom perceived by ordinary cultivators, but as a disciple of orthodox Taoism, he possessed unique methods to glimpse the unseen, rendering him incredulous. A person with such a noble fate could not possibly exude malevolent energy. Had he made an error since his emergence, he had maintained a facade of a transcendent sage, yet now, his heart raced with unease. Soon beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Runran noticed Qingshuan's demeanor had shifted and tentatively suggested, "Taoist Qingxian, could it be that the fortunes indicated by my birth details and my appearance are in stark contrast?" Qingshuan's eyes widened in surprise, his sage-like demeanor crumbling. "You know?" Indeed, the other party had already taken action. Runran's heart sank, recalling the misfortunes of her past life, a chill creeping up from her soles. Who could it be? "Before coming here, I encountered a master who informed me that my fate might have been swapped. He mentioned you and your master. Only you can assist me." This statement bore a semblance of truth mixed with deception. Qingxian lightly tapped his forehead, regretting his earlier oversight. The act of exchanging fates was exceedingly rare. Even he had not perceived it at first glance. With newfound clarity, Qingxian shed his self-doubt regarding his skills. "Please wait." He rose and retrieved a tortoise shell and several ancient coins from a cabinet. Dropping the coins into the shell and pouring them out, he repeated this 3 times. "Your fate has indeed been swapped by celestial forces, but fortunately, it is still in its infancy. Is there a method to break it?" "Wait a moment." Qingxian again rose, moving to the adjacent room and rummaging through the bookshelf. Finally, he unearthed an old tome from the top of a wooden box. Dusting it off and bringing it to the oil lamp to scrutinize, Runran waited in silence. After a while, Qingxian found a passage concerning fate swapping within the text, and after thorough reading, sighed in exasperation. "This is complicated. Taoist Qingxian, did you find a way to break it?" At this moment, that was Runran's primary concern. This was a matter concerning the lives of her entire family. The misfortune stemming from the fate swap had led to the ruin of the Run family. You could prevent your mother from taking sleeping pills and perishing, but who knows if fate will present other calamities that lead her down another path to death. Each field has its expertise. Profound matters must rely on professionals. Simply relying on the insights of one who has been reborn carries a high risk of repeating past mistakes. To have the chance to relive life once more is already a blessing from the heavens. How could I dare to squander it or take it lightly? Qingshuan's expression turned apologetic. The method of breaking it is not specified in the book. I recall my master mentioning it. He would likely know how to resolve it. Please, Taoist, contact your master to help me through this ordeal, Runran earnestly implored. Qingxian awkwardly chuckled. Well, my master is currently traveling. I have no idea where he is. Call him. Runran pressed. My master is not fond of high-tech devices. He believes they corrupt the mind and hinder cultivation. Runran. Noticing her disheartened expression, Qingxian quickly reassured her. Do not panic, do not worry. The dark arts of fate swapping are not easily accomplished. Your fate is ordained by heaven, and you have celestial protection. Doubt lingered in Runran's heart, yet she remained silent, allowing him to continue. Unless your personal fortune declines, factors that can influence a person's fortune can stem from external circumstances, as well as tools or charms for assistance. External factors. Qingxian pondered and simplified his explanation, providing a straightforward example. People often say that one's appearance reflects the heart, yet features are not immutable. Some individuals may possess gentle looks in youth, but through life's trials and tribulations, when faced with constant adversity, their mindset shifts, and their countenance reflects inner turmoil and resentment. Conversely, those with less favorable appearances in youth may find their demeanor transformed under positive influences, resulting in a change in features. Runran understood this well, recalling a neighbor from her childhood. A gentle and refined woman transformed into a harsh and domineering figure following her husband's bankruptcy and subsequent suicide, leaving her to bear a mountain of debt. Qingxian continued, to alter your fate is no easy task. First, they need to diminish your fortune, creating various troubles around you that lead to misfortune and consequently affect your mindset. When you become burdened with distress or harbor resentment, your fortune will weaken. Secondly, they will employ sinister tools that affect your aura, further eroding your luck. The two methods complement each other, ensnaring you in a web of thorns they have meticulously arranged. Once your fortune diminishes to a certain extent, they will then perform their dark arts to completely swap your fate. If I am not mistaken, they have likely begun their machinations. Chapter 12. Meticulous schemes. You might want to reflect carefully. Have there been any recent occurrences around you that could alter your mindset or ensnare you in a quagmire, rendering escape impossible? Qingxian suggested. A tremor ran through Runran's heart. Even without Qingshuan's prompting, she understood clearly. It had all begun when Pei Ming boldly confessed his feelings, when he publicly defamed her before the entire school. The depression, the tragic deaths of her grandparents in a car accident, her father's infidelity, the intrusion of a mistress, her mother's suicide by sleeping pills, and being cast out by Kong Li, each event had commenced from that moment. The misfortunes of her past life had begun on that very day. The first step was to ruin her reputation, plunging her into despair. The second step came with the sudden loss of her grandparents, leaving her and her mother to grieve. The double blow left them both emotionally drained. The third step unveiled her father's betrayal, shattering the facade of happiness and subjecting the two already grieving women to further anguish. The fourth step was her mother's death, leaving her utterly alone, consumed by hatred and sorrow. The fifth step saw her father heartlessly abandon her, seizing all the Ren family's wealth, reducing her from a favored daughter to a victim of everyone's scorn. The fall from grace was so steep that no ordinary person could withstand it, let alone friends and family who never ceased to ridicule and oppress her. Reflecting on the trajectory of her previous life, Ren felt a chill envelop her. Hidden in the shadows were hands that had meticulously orchestrated each move, systematically dismantling her spirit and casting her into an abyss of suffering, exhaustion, and humiliation. Initially, I believed that Pei Ming simply wished to extricate himself from the situation. However, it has become evident that matters are far more complex than I had imagined. Pei Ming and Su Li are interconnected, forming a pivotal part of the equation. Her return to life has inadvertently disrupted their initial plans. The unseen orchestrators will undoubtedly continue their machinations. Ren recounted her experiences at school, omitting any mention of subsequent events, as they had not yet transpired. The truth of her reincarnation could not be divulged to outsiders. Qingxian nodded, acknowledging having disrupted their designs. The architect will surely not relent. Qingxian Taoist, I implore you to step forward. Well, Qingxian hesitated. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, we are fated to meet. Since our paths have crossed, I shall take responsibility for this matter. Thank you, Ren replied, elated. In her previous life, Qingxian was known for his steadfast integrity, and it seemed he remained unchanged in this lifetime. Seeking his assistance was undoubtedly a wise decision. Ren arranged for Qingxian to reside in a spacious 500-square-meter apartment in the city center, a generous gift from her grandfather for her 18th birthday. Before returning, she requested the cleaning staff to tidy the apartment and asked the property management to prepare daily necessities. Ensuring that Qingxian could move in seamlessly upon returning home, Ren did not find her mother and, after inquiring with the housekeeper, learned that her mother was upstairs. Mom, she called, pushing open the door to find her mother hurriedly placing an object into a drawer. What is that? Nothing. With keen observation, Ren discerned that the object was lipstick. If she was not mistaken, it was the very lipstick she had left beneath the passenger seat of her father's car. Since her mother remained silent, Ren feigned ignorance, knowing that her mother would eventually come to terms with it. Ren, did you upset your mother? I did not, Ren retorted, her expression one of indignation. Dad, please do not wrongfully accuse me. Suddenly, Kong Liji felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, only to discover that his wife had delivered a fierce punch. Dear, what is the matter? Follow me, Ren commanded as she stood and walked toward the study. Kong Liji, perplexed, followed her upstairs. Once inside, Ren fixed him with a piercing gaze. What troubles you, dear? She asked. In a serious tone. Ren continued, Liji, how have I treated you over the years? Well, he replied. If one day you no longer love me, please have the decency to tell me directly. You'll not allow me to remain a fool. If you would. For the first time, Kong Liji witnessed Ren grave demeanor, which sent an inexplicable wave of anxiety through him. He stepped closer, attempting to grasp her hand, but she deftly evaded him. How could I possibly not love you? He protested. Have you heard something troubling? He inquired, sensing a tension in the air. Ren regarded him, disappointment flickering in her eyes. No, I merely witnessed the situation of Mrs. Lin, and it saddened me. The couple was currently embroiled in a rather unpleasant divorce. Hearing her words, Kong Liji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mrs. Lin is Mrs. Lin. I am myself. I am not like them. Liji, you truly will not betray me? I swear to the heavens, if I betray you, may I meet a wretched end. To affirm his fidelity, Kong Liji raised his hand in an oath. He embraced her, but as Ren inhaled his familiar scent, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. The distinct fragrance of another woman lingered on his shirt. The idea that he might have held another woman filled her with revulsion. She forcefully pushed him away. You will sleep outside tonight. Dear, what is wrong now? Kong Liji attempted to embrace her again, only to be rebuffed that I am fed up. I do not wish to see any male at this moment. Very well, I shall leave. Please do not be upset. I would hate for you to become ill, as that would pain me. Kong Liji wore a look of indulgence, tolerating his wife's unreasonable outburst. The following day, Ren Ran observed her father emerge from the guest room next door, and she understood that it seemed her presence had indeed made an impact on him that in the past, her mother would never have sent her father away to sleep elsewhere. Now this positive development indicated a gradual erosion of her mother's trust in him. When that trust finally shattered, it would signal the moment of her mother's rebirth. During the morning break, Qing Xian sought her out. The two sat beneath a tree on the hillside of the campus as she produced the amulet her aunt had previously gifted her. Taoist, could you examine this amulet for any issues? Since those individuals had intruded upon her life, it was certain that the talismans affecting her fortune were also nearby. Without locating this object, how could she find peace? Qing Xian scrutinized it closely. Breaking the amulet open to reveal a hollow interior containing a yellow talisman, he lifted it to examine closely, occasionally bringing it to his nose. Noting a faint metallic scent of blood, this talisman had been inscribed with the blood of the wronged. Inherently imbued with resentment. Chapter 13. Borrowing money from my aunt. This sort of object, if worn for an extended period, could bring misfortune upon its bearer. Those with lighter destinies are prone to illness. So it is, Ren Ran thought, already suspecting this. Now confirmed, she felt only a chill in her heart. Who gave this to you? My aunt. They traveled to Thailand and inquired about my family's birth details to procure this protective amulet. You should allow me to inspect the other amulets as well. Ren Ran nodded, as she had intended to do just that. After school, she opted not to stay for evening study sessions and instead took a car to the mountainside villa where her grandparents resided. The elderly couple was delighted by her visit and had Aunt Wang prepare a sumptuous meal. After spending some time chatting with her grandparents, she broached the topic of the protective amulets. She devised a pretext to take the amulets from them upon returning home. Her first action was to present all of the amulets to Qing Xian. He meticulously dismantled each one, finding that they all contained a piece of talisman paper. To Ren Ran's eye, the talismans seemed nearly identical, leaving her uncertain of their contents. What do you think? All these talismans are inscribed with the blood of the wronged. Ren Ran's expression darkened at in her previous life. Her grandparents had perished in a tragic car accident. She wondered whether these objects were a contributing factor or whether they had been cursed by them. Either way, such items were inherently malevolent. What about your father's? Qing Xian inquired, looking at the 3 amulets before him. His is at the company. It is inconvenient to retrieve it at the moment. She had not yet had the opportunity to obtain it. If this matter proved unrelated to him, she could easily take it. However, if there was a connection, she feared alerting the culprits. Who provided you with these objects? My aunt. Ren Ran recounted the origins of the amulets in detail. Given the current circumstances, combined with the trajectory from her past life, everything aligned perfectly. How should we handle these items? I will redraw some protective talismans to replace these. To the untrained eye, they will appear indistinguishable. Unless the orchestrators are involved. Qing Xian stated confidently. Thank you. Qing Xian retrieved talisman paper and red pigment from his bag and began to inscribe the protective talismans. From the moment he set pen to paper, Ren Ran could sense an invisible pressure emanating from him. As he worked on the second talisman, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Despite the fluidity of his strokes, he appeared to be straining. By the time he finished the third talisman, his complexion had grown pale. When the final stroke was completed, Qing Xian resembled someone who had just completed a grueling marathon, drenched in sweat. Phew, he exhaled, releasing a breath of relief as he handed 4 protective talismans to her. You should place them properly, thank you, Taoist. Qing Xian waved dismissively, indicating it was a minor matter. After school, Ren Ran visited her grandparents' mountainside villa once more. The elderly couple was thrilled to see her again. Knowing you would come, Aunt Wang specially prepared black bone chicken soup to nourish you, her grandmother said, glancing at her granddaughter with concern. How are your studies? Her grandfather inquired. Not too bad, you old man. Why do you ask about her studies? You are putting pressure on the child, her grandmother scolded him. Her grandfather quickly capitulated, refraining from further protest. Ren Ran watched the elderly couple bicker playfully. Her heart warmed after finishing her soup. Her grandmother prepared a second bowl, but Ren Ran declined. Grandma, I am already full. She then produced the amulet. Grandpa, Grandma, I have this for you. Her grandfather accepted it, glancing at her with concern. Is there something wrong with this? Just as Ren Ran was about to respond, the doorbell rang, followed by Aunt Wang's voice from the entryway. Sir, madam, Miss Shuyun has arrived. Upon hearing the name Ren Shuyun, Ren Ran's expression darkened slightly and no time, her aunt and her family entered the room, presenting gifts to Aunt Wang and greeting everyone with smiles. Uncle, Auntie. When Ren Shuyun spotted Ren Ran, her face lit up with surprise. Oh, Ren Ran is here too. She glanced around and asked sister brother-in-law didn't come. They are not here. Grandma Ren invited the three to sit. Aunt Wang served tea and Ren Shuyun turned to her daughter Suing. Xiaoying, you have been saying that there are some things you do not understand. Fortunately, your sister Ran Ran is here. Let her teach you. Su Ying's eyes flickered with impatience, but when she looked up, her gaze was bright with a smile. Sister, let's go outside to talk. Saying this, she took Ren Ran's arm. Ren Ran regarded her younger sister, who was a year her junior, with a smile that did not reach her eyes. She recalled their last encounter at a CAF, where she had poured a scalding cup of coffee over Su Ying's head, tossed a few hundred yuan on the table, and left without a backward glance. The disdain and disgust etched in her memory were vivid. Ren Ran slowly pried her sister's hand away. Her voice flat. No. I'm here to accompany Grandpa and Grandma. To date I have barely settled into this seat. And Auntie is already unwilling to see me. Her words almost implied, your presence means I must leave. Do you think you are worthy? Taken aback, Ren Shuyun quickly apologized with a smile. Oh, Auntie did not consider this thoroughly. The hands resting upon her knees involuntarily clenched tighter. Grandfather inquired, Shuyun, have you come for a specific purpose today? This incident had transpired in her previous life as well. Back then she was not present, and only learned of it through the occasional conversations between her mother and father afterward. It was said that her uncle was in debt, but it was evident that the couple had made poor investments, leading to their financial ruin. That if they did not repay their debts soon, the bank would seize their chain restaurant. As for the interest, it was merely a pleasant fade. Out of respect for the deceased younger brother, her grandparents had shown considerable leniency towards the couple, having wiped their behinds countless times. Yet how did they repay such kindness? They had the audacity to include harmful items within the amulets they were gifted. The phrase a grain of kindness is met with a grain of enmity rang true in this context. A family with such treacherous hearts did not deserve the sacrifices made by her grandparents. Before grandfather could speak again, Ren Ran interjected. Aunt, which temple did you visit in Thailand to obtain the amulet last time? A friend of mine plans to travel to Thailand and wishes to acquire an amulet as well. Chapter 14. A reminder to grandfather that I apologize for the trouble, Aunt. By the way, the amulet must be carried with you at all times, correct? Indeed, that is the only way to ensure safety, Ren Shuyun replied with a smile. My friend wishes to take a look, but I haven't brought my amulet with me. Could I borrow yours for a photograph? Ren Shuyun was momentarily taken aback, as she was not wearing such an item. Noticing her silence, Ren Ran smiled. Aunt, you wouldn't be so stingy as to refuse me, would you? Haha, how could I? She replied awkwardly. Su Zhengyang, sensing his wife's discomfort, produced an amulet from his pocket, saying, Here, take mine. Thank you, uncle. Ren Ran said as she took the amulet and departed. Just as she stood up, Ren Shuyun elbowed her daughter Suing, who reluctantly rose to follow her. Aware of Su Ying's presence behind her, Ren Ran chose to ignore it, proceeding directly to the restroom where she closed the door. She began to dismantle the amulet, only to discover that it was solid and could not be opened, unlike theirs. She took out her phone to capture the moment. Upon exiting the restroom, she noticed Suing standing nearby, completely disregarding her existence while pretending to be on a phone call. Did you see the photo I sent you? It looks like this, so be careful not to confuse it. Okay, no problem. That'll be all. Ren Ran ended the call and stood before Suing, handing her the amulet with a smile, saying, Here, once you're done, please pass it along to your father. Suing nodded. Aren't you going to the restroom? Ren Ran inquired with a smile. Observing her motionless stance, Su Ying's lips twitched a few times before she unwillingly entered the restroom. Su Zhengyang, adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor, said, Uncle, we're short by 50 million. It's not an insignificant amount. Hearing this, Ren Ran felt a surge of frustration. If it's not a small sum, why come to borrow it? The thought of that money going to waste only exacerbated her irritation, and she was about to speak when suddenly, her grandmother grasped her hand, gently patting the back of it. Understanding her grandmother's intent, Ren Ran obediently fell silent. Uncle, I truly must trouble you with this matter, Su Zhengyang continued. Ren Shuyun and her husband quickly assented, engaging in trivial conversation for some time before finally taking their leave. Once they were gone, her grandparents turned their attention to her. Her grandmother placed the amulet on the table. Recognizing her intentions, her grandparents picked up the amulet and carefully opened it, revealing a talisman inside. What is this? Her grandmother squinted her eyes to examine the talisman. Ren recounted the events surrounding the amulet, noting that the previous talisman had been entirely replaced. I asked Aunt for the amulet to see if it contained the same items. This was to ascertain their innocence. Uncle's amulet is solid, entirely different from ours. Fearing her grandparents might not believe her, Ren produced the pre-recorded photos and videos, presenting them before the elderly couple. Sometimes, mere words are insufficient for belief. Only by placing evidence before their eyes can one ensure credibility. Her grandmother sighed. What could they possibly gain from this? Ultimately, it boils down to seeking wealth through harm. Ren reassured her grandmother, gently holding her hand. Please do not let their treachery wound you. We have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with their insatiable greed and lack of gratitude. Her grandmother gently patted her hand, stating, Our Ranan has truly grown. Grandfather, when do you plan to retire? Ren inquired. Her grandfather raised an eyebrow, smiling at her. Do you wish to take over for me? Indeed, Ren candidly admitted. Grandfather must hold the fort until I am ready to assume command. Your grandmother is going to prepare something for us, he said, leading her and his wife into the study, closing the door behind them. Is there trouble at home? Her grandfather, ever astute despite his age, had quickly grasped the situation. In her previous life, had her grandparents still been alive, her father, no matter how formidable, would never have been able to usurp control of the company. While she could not divulge the events of her past life, she could certainly discuss the present circumstances. Grandfather, I must ask you not to become angry or upset, Ren urged, concerned for his health. Fearing his temper might affect him adversely, her grandfather chuckled. My dear girl, what storms has your grandfather not weathered? You need not worry. Taking a deep breath, Ren lowered her voice, imbued with a hint of fatigue and sorrow. Father has been unfaithful. The smile on her grandfather's face vanished, his expression turning grave. I have even seen the mistress's daughter. She calls him father. Her age is similar to mine. In just 2 brief statements, a vast amount of information was conveyed. To cheat shortly after marriage, and to have never been faithful, was an overwhelming revelation. Her grandfather, already disdainful of Kong Liji, could hardly maintain his composure upon hearing such news. Does your mother know? This is the instinct of parents. Their first concern is always for their children. She should have some inkling, Ren conservatively reported. The conglomerate was established by her grandfather and had flourished under his stewardship. She could not allow her father to seize control, transforming the Ren family's legacy into the property of the Kong family, and the Ruan mother-daughter duo. In her past life, Ruan Ling had entered the entertainment industry under the guise of being the daughter of Yaxing Group, establishing an image of a wealthy and beautiful figure, garnering countless fans. While she reveled in luxury, the true daughter of Yaxing Group, Ren rummaged through trash bins for bottles. This time around, even if the Yaxing Group were to be handed over to outsiders, it would not fall into her father's hands or be claimed by the Ruan family. Observing his granddaughter, her grandfather recognized her journey from infancy to now, where she bore the weight of her parents' troubles, a clear sign that she had matured. The company will be entrusted to you. I shall safeguard it, he assured her. With those words, Ren felt a sense of relief. Her grandfather would not gradually cede power to her father. That night, Ren stayed in the hillside villa. In the master bedroom, her grandparents took their health supplements and leaned against the headboard. What did Ranan say to you? Ren Hongru removed his reading glasses and held his wife's hand. Liji has been unfaithful. He has a child with the mistress, of similar age to Ranan. This implied that Kong Liji had strayed before marrying their daughter. What a scoundrel! The elderly lady exclaimed in fury. Do not be angry. We mustn't let Ranan worry. Seeing her partner remain calm, Mrs. Ren was perplexed. Ren Hongru held her hand, gently patting it. Ranan is more accomplished than her mother. Knowing of her father's actions, she has not acted impulsively. She understands how to protect us, focusing on the long term rather than the immediate. This situation, if not addressed, leaves ample room for maneuvering. However, should it be exposed, it would not only ruin Rensuya but also tarnish the Ren family's reputation. Chapter 15. Their acquaintance. Ultimately, it is the mothers who are at a loss. Otherwise, such matters would not burden a child. Mrs. Ren felt pity for her daughter's misfortune in choosing the wrong partner. But her heart ached even more for Rani and Dio. Not let the news of Liji's infidelity spread. I will have someone investigate discreetly. Although she had gleaned a fair amount of information, some matters needed clarification for future planning. They struggled to sleep, as did the couple Ren Shiyun. Uncle was somewhat reluctant this time. Su Jingyang, filled with worry, suggested if it comes to it, you should speak with your mother. She will certainly give Uncle face. Ren Shiyun nodded. Encourage your daughter to spend more time with Ranan, he added. Understood, Ren Shiyun replied, feeling agitated. Unable to sleep, she ventured to her daughter's room. Shuang, why haven't you been hanging out with Renan lately? Mom, I don't like her. I detest her lofty demeanor. You are also a daughter of the Ren family. Why can't you be like Renan? From her earliest memories, people had surrounded Renan, flattering her. Though she too was a child of the Ren family, her maternal surname led everyone to overlook her, often comparing her to Renan in terms of academics, talent, appearance and family background. She could never measure up in the eyes of others. She was merely Renan's antithesis, a hapless child. Meanwhile, the little princess of Yaxing group, Renan, was hailed as an exemplary figure. She truly loathed Renan. Shuang, how can you be so ignorant as you grow older? The family is facing difficulties. You should maintain a good relationship with Renan. In the future, she may be able to assist our family, as Yaxing will inevitably fall into her hands. Seeing her mother about to launch into a lengthy lecture, Suing apathetically replied, Fine, I understand. I'll invite her out for shopping tomorrow. That's better, Renxian said affectionately, patting her head. It's late. Stop playing on your phone and get some rest. At midday, Renran received an invitation from Suing to go shopping over the weekend. Initially, she had no intention of attending, but recalling what Taoist Qingxian had said about confirming someone's identity through their birth date and time, she reconsidered. Various signs indicated that her aunt's family was the most suspicious, yet to exercise caution, she felt it was necessary to obtain the other party's birth information in order to thoroughly resolve matters of fate. Thus, she agreed to Su Ying's invitation. On Saturday, Renran deliberately cleared her afternoon schedule. Typically, she would arrive 15 minutes early, while Suing often arrived late, with excuses that were always bizarre. Previously, she had not perceived anything amiss, but after reflecting on it, she realized it was intentional. This time, however, Renran chose not to arrive early, nor did she show up on time. As she strolled leisurely down the street, indulging in ice cream, she ignored the third vibration of her phone without needing to look. She knew it was Suing pressing her for a response. Finishing the last bite of her ice cream, she ambled toward the agreed meeting spot. Suddenly she halted, her gaze fixated on a familiar silhouette, Pei Ming. A person she would recognize even in ashes. Her eyes drifted past Pei Ming to Suing, who appeared to be in a heated argument with him, both oblivious to her approach. As she drew closer, she could overhear their conversation. I've done so much for you, and now you tell me you want to break up? Pei Ming's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on her. Suing crossed her arms defiantly. Did I ask you to seduce Renran? Have you succeeded? Suing, one cannot be so shameless, Pei Ming retorted, the harshness of his words surprising even himself. Shameless? Wasn't it you who volunteered to help me? Now that you've botched it, you blame me? Suing was both infuriated and aggrieved. Pei Ming, unwilling to continue the quarrel, took a deep breath and with a composed countenance asked, Are you sure you won't come abroad with me? Due to that incident, he had been cast out by his family and exiled overseas. Abandoned by his family and parents, and now rejected by his girlfriend, he felt like a fool for allowing himself to be reduced to this state for the sake of a woman. It was his failure to discern the true nature of people that led him to this downfall. He accepted his fate. He acknowledged his youthful ignorance. Very well, Pei Ming's gaze bore into Suing. Our connection ends here. The kindness of the past has been repaid today. Let us no longer keep in touch. At his resolute declaration, Suing felt a sudden pang of panic, and as she opened her mouth to interject, a clear voice rang out, shouting that Suing looked up, her gaze crossing over Pei Ming to meet Renran's. A flicker of alarm crossed Su Ying's eyes, and she signaled Pei Ming to leave quickly. Pei Ming also recognized the voice, and upon seeing her face turn pale, despite his disappointment in her, he chose to preserve the last shred of dignity between them and walked away. Renran approached. Watching Pei Ming's retreating figure, a sense of familiarity washing over her. He seemed vaguely reminiscent of Pei Ming from their class. You must be mistaken. He's just someone asking for directions, Suing hurriedly explained. Is that so? Renran smiled slightly, appreciating Su Ying's clumsy performance, though she found it quite believable that it's common for people to resemble one another, especially from behind. I've seen Pei Ming. How could I not recognize him? Suing, eager to change the subject, quickly remarked, Renran, you're late. Did something happen on your way here? Indeed, I encountered something, Renran replied. What was it? Suing pulled her toward the LB luxury goods store. On the way, I came across a fortune teller who seemed quite accurate. I had intended to consult him, but I realized our meeting time had arrived. So, here I am, hurrying over. Renran wore a look of regret. Suing smiled, let us go back after this. All right. The LB luxury goods store was a place they frequented, and the salespeople were familiar with both of them. Initially, Suing remained close to Renran, but soon became captivated by new arrivals and followed a sales associate. Noticing Renran's lack of enthusiasm, the sales assistant quietly retreated after serving tea and snacks, choosing not to intrude. Half an hour later, Su Ying's sales assistant was already carrying several bags. Sister, do you think this one looks good? Indeed, Renran replied, smiling, I think it's quite lovely. And this one? Renran glanced over, offering a perfunctory nod. My sister has good taste. All the bags she picks are beautiful and high spirits. Su Ying turned to the sales associate and instructed, wrap all these up. The sales assistant swiftly packaged all 5 bags. Miss Su, your total comes to $1.09 million. All right, she turned to Renran, who was engrossed in her phone on a nearby bench, and noticing she was oblivious to their transactions, called out, Sister. Upon hearing this, Renran raised her head and stood up. As she did, Su Ying naturally made way for her to sit and wait for the payment. However, Renran walked straight toward the exit. Su Ying froze, exclaiming, Sister, you haven't paid yet. Chapter 16. She is not she. The sales associate, as customary, prepared to hand over the card reader. Then hurry up and pay it. Su Ying was once again taken aback. Sister, I've run out of my allowance for this month. Can you cover me this time? Xiaoying, my allowance is even less than yours. Su Ying gritted her teeth, acutely aware of the unusual glares directed at them from those around, feeling both humiliated and angry but refraining from lashing out at her sister. Taking small steps forward, she affectionately draped her arm around Renran's. Sister, didn't great uncle give you a card? You can use that one. That their grandfather, knowing her allowance was meager, had thoughtfully prepared a supplementary card for her. Renran seldom used that card as she had little desire for luxury goods. Her low desire for consumption was likely a trait of her character. Once while shopping with Su Ying, she found herself short on cash. In her past life, she had never been concerned about such matters because they were family, close sisters. She had always been generous with her loved ones. But in this life, she would not allow a single cent to be taken from her. The money she had lent before needed to be settled. She would require repayment for everything. I don't need that card anymore. I've returned it to grandfather. You returned it? Su Ying's voice involuntarily rose, her expression and tone suggesting that someone had snatched away her card. Realizing her outburst, she quickly added, I'm just surprised. Renran, slightly impatient, urged, hurry up and pay. Once you're done, we can go to the next store. Oh, you didn't bring any money when you went out? Buying so much without any cash? Renran questioned, her expression one of confusion. This question echoed the thoughts of the sales associates, and it left Su Ying blushing in embarrassment. Feeling cornered at that moment, Su Ying felt an intense urge to eliminate Renran. The sales associate quietly inquired, Miss Su, do you still want these? The question felt like a resounding slap, causing her face to burn with both pain and shame. Yes, I do. She grabbed her phone and stepped into a corner. Mom, Renran bought over 1.2 million worth of bags, but she is short on cash and she is asking me to lend her some. What the one? Shiyun muttered, reluctantly saying, I've transferred the money to you. To secure the 50 million. She had no choice but to endure the pain of paying this million first. You can't catch a wolf without the child. As she hung up, the notification of the bank transfer arrived. The sales associate beamed as she accepted the card. Renran observed her demeanor, suspecting the money had likely been obtained deceitfully from her aunt. From what she knew of Wen Shiyun, she would not willingly part with such sums for her daughter. Xiaoying, you have money in your card, yet you pretend to be poor. After we go to Louis Vuitton, you'll be paying. Hearing this, Su Ying's face turned pale, all arrogance evaporating. Where would I find money? I just borrowed a little, and now it's all spent. Su Ying dared not refuse, steeling herself. All right. As they left LB, watched by the sales associate, Su Ying noticed Renran heading toward Louis Vuitton and quickly devised a plausible reason. Sister, where was that fortune teller you mentioned earlier? Look at that, the fish has bitten the hook. Renran pretended to ponder. I think it was around the Olympic Sports Center. Then let us go there. No hurry, let us shop a bit first, then head over to. Su Ying felt anxious but could not show it. Sister, these fortune-telling booths are quite mobile. I'm worried if we go too late, they might leave. You are so interested. You've sacrificed your time for me, how can I keep you from going? I also want to see if that fortune teller is accurate. After some coaxing, Renran reluctantly agreed. All right then. Su Ying sighed in relief. Outside the mall, in a small plaza, after much effort, Renran led Su Ying to the fortune-telling booth. Qingxian, dressed in a Taoist robe, donned dark sunglasses, a fake mustache adorning his lips, and his hair dyed in a temporary streak of white. Upon seeing the two approach, Qingxian feigned an air of mystery. I can see that you two young ladies are here for fortune-telling. Taoist, you truly possess remarkable skills, Renran replied with a smile. Su Ying was left speechless. If they weren't here to seek a fortune, what did they want? Just a con artist. And Renran, that foolish girl, actually believed him. What a waste of her academic prowess. Humph, all that knowledge went to waste. Renran turned to Su Ying. Sister, the Taoist truly has genuine skills. You're the younger sister. You should go first. Suing was about to decline, but remembering she had dragged Renran here, she nodded in agreement. Are you here to inquire about romance or studies, or perhaps your life's fortune? My fortune? Please provide your birth date and time, Qingxian said. Stroking his fake beard, Suing recited her birth date and time. Qingxian raised her hand and began to calculate. After a while she spoke, Miss, your destiny is quite remarkable. Filled with wealth and honor, Su Ying's expression shifted from indifference to a gradual smile, her heart swelling with pride. People are fond of hearing sweet words, even if they know they are fabrications. An hour later, Renran parted ways with Su Ying. Once she left, Qingxian approached Renran's side. It is not her. Before coming, Renran had an inkling of this. Although her fate may not surpass yours, it is still commendable. The fate that has been exchanged with you must be exceedingly poor. Therefore, that person cannot be her. If it is not her, then who could it be? A face involuntarily surfaced in Renran's mind, a visit she could never forget in this lifetime. She must verify it. Yaxing Group. Renran often played here in her childhood. As she grew older, her visits became less frequent, yet the staff still recognized her. She breezed through to the general manager's office. Today is the weekend, and Kong Liji is at home accompanying Ren Suya. Leaving the office empty, she retrieved the key she had prepared in advance from her pocket and began to search. Small objects like amulets would certainly not be placed on the shelves but rather tucked away in some drawer. Sure enough, she found it with little difficulty in the bottom drawer on the left. She discovered the amulet. After examining it closely for a moment, she squeezed it. The amulet was solid, identical to that of her aunt's family. This indicates that only theirs is problematic. Ran. Mom, where is Dad right now? Chapter 17. Testing Yuan's mother. Your father is in the kitchen making juice. Are you looking for him for something? No, it's nothing. Mom, I have a question for you. Was the amulet that Auntie gave us personally handed to you? Ran inquired. Is it the same with the amulet from Grandpa and Grandma? Yes. Ran Suya replied, puzzled. What's the matter? It's nothing. She hurriedly ended the call and stood at the entrance of the building. Despite the blazing sun outside, she felt an unshakable chill enveloping her, a cold that penetrated to the bone, accompanied by a fine, painful sting. Why must it be him? Although she harbored suspicions, deep down she still wished he was not the mastermind. After all, he is her biological father. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet he has crossed that line. Ran discarded the last shred of hope from her heart, her gaze turning calm. So calm it bordered on indifference. The life she had in the past, she would consider returning to him. In this lifetime, he would no longer be her father. In the apartment, Qingxian poured her a cup of hot tea. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qingxian seemed to sense something, though neither spoke of it explicitly. They both understood. Qingxian, I need you to do me a favor. Speak. My father has an illegitimate daughter named Kong Lian. The person who exchanged fates with me is most likely her. I would like to ask you to check if that individual living in her community is indeed her. To resolve the matter of fate exchange, it is essential to find both parties involved and their respective birth dates. No problem. After leaving the apartment, Ran placed an order with Su Zhao, investigating the birth dates of Yuan Fengru and Kong Lian. It is always prudent to prepare double. Everything at home remained as usual, but upon closer inspection there were subtle differences. Yet the three main characters in the household continued as before, until that layer of thin paper was torn apart. Everyone was merely performing. Kong Liji had been acting for over 20 years, day in and day out, deceiving everyone. Her mother was similarly acting, and the day she could no longer maintain that facade would be the day she completely removed that man from her heart. Ran too was acting. Without having made full preparations, without resolving her greatest troubles, she had no choice but to play along. She feared that the other side might retaliate desperately, fearing her mother and grandparents might once again repeat their past mistakes. Opportunities to start anew are rare. Should they fail again, there may not be another chance. Thus, even though she harbored hatred in her heart, even though she wished to consume those individuals alive, she had to endure. A good hunter must persevere through solitude. In this regard, her father, Kong Liji, was exceptional. He had endured humiliation for over 20 years to devour Yaxing Group. Compared to him, what right did she have to complain? This is a game of strategy between hunter and prey. In the end, who is the hunter and who is the prey depends entirely on who emerges victorious. And the renowned high-end community of Qinghe Bay. A fortune-telling booth had recently appeared at the entrance. Initially, the community security would drive them away, but the fortune-teller's skills soon won them over. Not only did he impress the security guards, but he also captivated the property manager, who treated the fortune-teller as an esteemed guest. Under the property manager's subtle promotion, word spread that a famous fortune-teller had arrived in the area. Especially after the fortune-teller accurately recounted the pasts of several affluent ladies in the community, His reputation soared. Driven by curiosity, a mother and daughter approached. What happened? Little Yuan, you don't know. Our community has welcomed a great master. His fortune-telling is incredibly accurate. Do you want to give it a try? A kind-hearted aunt inquired. Upon hearing about fortune-telling, Yuan Fengru immediately lost interest. Qingxian had already noticed the mother and daughter, dispatching the current individual before shifting his gaze towards them. Today, he would select the final fated individual. Master, choose me. Choose me, choose me. Qingxuan's gaze locked onto Kong Lian. Little girl, would you like to have your fortune told? All eyes turned to Kong Lian. While the mother and daughter were still in a daze, the enthusiastic aunt had already pushed Kong Lian in front of Qingxian. The child looked overjoyed as Qingxian observed her features up close. He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an inexplicable oddity, a feeling that was all too familiar. Suddenly, he thought of Renran. This aura. He had detected it faintly on Renran as well, that if one did not pay close attention, it could easily be overlooked. It seems the individual with whom the fate was exchanged is most likely her. Little girl, what is your birth date? A puzzled aunt asked. Little Yuan, weren't you a firm believer in this before? The slap in the face came swiftly like a tornado, leaving Yuan Fengru's emotions in disarray. Her expression darkening. Yet the flicker of unusual color was but a fleeting moment. Having been deceived too many times, she had lost her faith. Yuan Fengru explained. Oh, I've become skeptical after being tricked so much. Ah, but you've met the right person this time. This master is truly remarkable. Every reading is spot on, the aunt enthusiastically introduced. Surrounding individuals chimed in, affirming the truth of her words. Deep within Yuan Fengru's eyes flashed a hint of impatience. Though it did not show on her face, in a gentle tone, she replied, now we advocate for going with the flow. All things are predestined and should not be forced. The more she resisted, the more it indicated something was amiss. Qingxian was already 99% certain that the person was indeed her. Upon seeing her insistence, bystanders felt it was a pity. Master, since she doesn't want it, why not choose me? A clever aunt began to promote herself. Qingxian shook his head. I only read for those with fate. Since the fated individual is unwilling, we shall end it here for today. Upon returning home, Yuan Fengru immediately warned her daughter, from now on, keep your distance from fortune-tellers. Mom, I understand. It's good that you understand. Better safe than sorry. The matter of exchanging fates is quite rare. But one cannot rule out the possibility that someone might catch on to it. Until the fate is completely exchanged, we must act cautiously. I understand. Kong Lian naturally grasped her mother's good intentions. Since the age of 10, when she learned of her poor fate, her mother began seeking out masters and sages, eventually finding a true expert after much searching, which led to the opportunity for a fate exchange. Chapter 18. Kong Lian transfers schools. Regarding Pei Ming, she had managed to avoid falling into the pit. Relying on others is never as reliable, hence your mother is arranging for your school transfer. Yuan Fengru issued the command directly. Kong Lian obediently nodded, harboring silent resentment that useless suing wasted so much of her time, giving her advice both overtly and covertly, only to end up failing to inflict even a hair's worth of damage on Renran. Instead, losing the peace that was Pei Ming. As for your studies, put them aside for now. Once you're at the first high school, your only task is to isolate her and make her despised by everyone. Only when the Ren family falls can your father be with us, and we can enter high society, with you becoming the little princess of Yaxing Group. Yuan Fengru lovingly stroked her daughter's head. Mom, I understand. Kong Lian embraced her mother, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Her mother was clearly her father's beloved, and they had loved each other first, yet that woman wielding power and influence had cut in, preventing their family of 3 from reuniting. Even without the matter of fate, she would ensure that the eldest daughter of the Ren family was trampled underfoot. Not for any other reason, but for her parents. For her fractured childhood, Renran and her mother should pay for it. Qingjian, after taking a sip of water, Qingxian finally spoke. It is indeed her. She carries a scent reminiscent of yours. How to describe it? It is the scent of being bound by fate. Renran was not at all surprised by this outcome. To exchange fates, we must find a way to extract each other's birth dates from them. Only after obtaining the birth dates can we proceed to the next step. Qingxian, recalling the other party's wariness, added, they are very cautious and will not fall for it. From my observations today, the mother and daughter will certainly not easily divulge their birth dates. Such private matters as birth dates are known only to family. The birth date must be precise. Even a 1-minute discrepancy can lead to drastically different fates. I have already sent others to acquire her birth date. Taoist, have you managed to contact your master? The final sentence is indeed crucial. When the matter was mentioned, Qingxian displayed an awkward expression, stammering, well, My master's phone is turned off. It probably hasn't he been turned on since he left. He added, whenever he thinks of me, he will surely call. What if he never thinks of you? Renran wanted to say, but after some contemplation she decided against it, not wanting to discourage the young master Qingxian. Do you have a photo of your master? If all else fails, she would have to spend a fortune to hire someone. This period, though equally long, is certainly preferable to doing nothing at all. Yes. Renran received the photo, which depicted an elderly man with a long beard, clad in a tattered Taoist robe. His wise gaze, devoid of ostentation, exuded an aura of ethereal grace. Does your master have any particular destination while wandering? Or has he mentioned where he might be headed? Wandering means to travel whimsically, without a definite destination. This is precisely the problem of lacking a goal, Renran thought, her eyes brightening as she looked at him with anticipation. Renran was momentarily dazed. Winky face, well, that diminishes the chances of finding him. One should not assume that possessing a photograph makes locating someone easy. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be so many fugitives. Even the official surveillance system struggled to find individuals amidst the vast sea of humanity, let alone the private agencies she has enlisted. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, one must spend money and seek help. The next day, Renran attended school as usual. Just after the morning self-study period, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with someone in TOWS. The newcomer stepped inside. A chorus of gasps erupted from the students. Wow, she is so beautiful. Her skin is flawless. Is she a transfer student? The students below murmured, their curious gazes scrutinizing the figure at the podium, clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading down, a small dimple gracing her lips, her fair skin and serene demeanor elevating her otherwise unremarkable features to beauty. One must admit that presentation is vital. Amidst the uniformly plain high school students, the sudden appearance of such a distinctive figure is inevitably striking. Renran observed Kong Lian at the podium with a calm gaze. She has finally arrived, earlier than in the previous life this time. She was not ensnared, compelling her to come ahead of schedule. In her previous life, Kong Lian had transferred to the school at the end of the term, during which she was wounded by slander, becoming silent and reclusive, overly sensitive to the voices of the outside world. Upon her transfer, she greeted everyone with warmth, endearing herself to the entire class, and even winning over students from other classes. Everyone deemed her beautiful and kind-hearted. Remarkably, she garnered universal affection in just 2 weeks. Even those who did not like her would not express it in her presence. As a person of beauty and kindness, she naturally would not isolate someone deemed a lickspittle by others. She would approach her, often initiating conversation. When others mocked her behind her back, she would defend her. When attempts were made to ostracize her, she would step in and offer companionship. When warned against getting too close to her for fear of being tainted by her reputation, she would resolutely stand in front of her, sheltering her beneath her wings. At that time, Renran was wary of Kong Lian. No, more accurately, she was wary of everyone. Even after such efforts, she still could not let her guard down and accept her. It was only during an outing organized by the school, a spring excursion into the mountains, that their fate intertwined. Unfortunately, they encountered a flash flood, and while the teachers organized a retreat, no one came to inform her. In that urgent situation, Kong Lian, disregarding the danger, came to her aid alone. They found themselves trapped in the mountains, nearly losing their lives. Such bravery is rare, even among men. One could say that Kong Lian was taking a gamble that if successful, she would earn Renran's trust. If not, it could spell disaster. Kong Lian had inherited the tenacity of her parents. Kong Li Ji and Ruanfeng It was precisely due to this act of salvation that Renran gradually lowered her defenses, accepting her as a friend. From that day forth, their relationship flourished and Renran became increasingly cheerful. Upon seeing her daughter's improved spirits, her mother expressed gratitude to Kong Lian, often buying her clothes and bags, treating her exceptionally well. Chapter 19. The scholar persona. Kong Lian was like a dormant viper, capable of delivering a venomous bite at the most critical moment, inflicting unbearable pain for that single strike. She had been rehearsing her role for over half a year. Just before the college entrance examination, an incident involving the young lady of the Yaxing group bullying an orphan was exposed. She had been present, yet she tearfully claimed to everyone that she intervened and even suffered a beating herself, revealing her injuries on camera. The shocking scars and the video of the bullying, coupled with her classmates recounting her heroic deeds, led everyone to conclude that she was a spoiled, arrogant individual with malicious intent. As a result, the Yaxing group faced repercussions. The onslaught of online bullying further struck at her already fragile psyche. For an ordinary person facing such torment, the consequences could range from mild depression to severe suicidal tendencies. Not to mention, her mental state was already precarious. That blow nearly cost her life had it not been for her mother. She might not have endured. The horrors of online violence can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. Outsiders perceive the phrase online bullying as merely 4 simple words, unaware that these words can kill without a trace. In her previous life, she believed that the animosity between them stemmed from the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. However, it seems far more complicated. At that time, she likely reveled in the pleasure of targeting and destroying her. For a mistress to trample upon the legitimate child, there is an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and pride for those who dwell in the shadows. In her previous life, the nurturing environment of her family, her father's deliberate facade of care and protection, rendered her innocent and oblivious to the world. They ensnared both her and her mother, leaving them like glaring targets easily discernible, especially with Kong Li-ji scheming in the background, providing cover for their deceptions. In this life, they stood on equal footing. She was aware of her circumstances and understood hers, eager to see who would emerge victorious. Standing at the podium, Kong Lian cast an indifferent glance over the class, scrutinizing Ren with a composed demeanor. The confidence radiating from her, along with the inherited beauty of Ren Suya, unsettled her greatly. Why was it that both were daughters of the same father, yet she was the hidden illegitimate child? Why was she the heiress of the Yaxing group while she was not? Such unfairness rendered Ren exceedingly irksome to her. Kong Lian, please introduce yourself. With a charming dimple, Kong Lian flashed a sweet smile at her classmates. Hello everyone, my name is Kong Lian. The Kong from the esteemed Kong family, and Lian which signifies grace and elegance. Over the next year we will navigate the challenges of the college entrance examination together. I excel in foreign languages, so if anyone has questions, feel free to approach me. Let us strive together and work hard. The male students below erupted in admiration, while the female students giggled softly. The atmosphere in the classroom was vibrant in the otherwise monotonous and tense atmosphere of their senior year. Her arrival was akin to a stone thrown into a placid lake, creating ripples. The homeroom teacher glanced at a tall boy and instructed, Ding Chong, you sit at the back. Kong Lian, you can take Ding Chong's seat. Ding Chong grumbled in discontent. Teacher, why me? Before the teacher could respond, Kong Lian promptly interjected, Zhao Lao, sure, it's fine that I can sit at the back. Ding Chong can keep his original seat. Ding Chong, taken aback by her words, felt a twinge of shyness and scratched his head. I'm tall. I'll sit at the back. Really, it's unnecessary, Kong Lian replied gently, her clear eyes smiling at him. Ding Chong's face flushed as he quickly moved his belongings. Ultimately, Kong Lian settled into Ding Chong's seat, which was directly behind Runran's. All right, let us begin class. Runran lifted her head to gaze at the podium, ignoring the intense gaze directed at her from behind, which she knew all too well belonged to whom. After class, a throng of students surrounded Kong Lian. Kong Lian, why did you transfer at this time? It is known that transferring schools during this period is a significant taboo. Without a pressing reason, no one would willingly switch schools in their senior year. Kong Lian hesitated before adding, the principal invited me. The crowd collectively responded with an understanding. It appeared their class had welcomed a scholar. The principal would only extend such an invitation to 2 types of individuals, those who would boost the school's academic success or those vying for the top score in the college entrance examination. Only these 2 categories were worthy of the principal's attention. A sense of admiration filled the students' gazes as they regarded Kong Lian. Where did you study before? High City International Middle School. Kong Lian replied with poise. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. High City International Middle School was renowned as an elite institution, attended exclusively by 2 types of students, exceptionally gifted scholars and the offspring of the wealthy or influential. They couldn't help but scrutinize Kong Lian's attire, which was clearly expensive. Without a doubt, she was both a privileged offspring and a scholar. A beautiful, kind-hearted scholar from a wealthy background. Such a persona was undeniably captivating. Throughout, Renran listened intently, readily discerning the underlying implications. With just a few sentences, Kong Lian had flawlessly constructed an impressive persona, one that commanded admiration. The first step was executed with remarkable steadiness and perfection. Renran mentally noted. Throughout the entire morning, she remained inactive. Kong Lian followed her desk partner and several other girls to the cafeteria, while Runran and Zhao Yi trailed behind. Zhao Yi, eyeing her back, remarked curiously, the principal actually invited her. She must have some skills. I wonder how her grades are. As she spoke, she glanced at Runran, who was winking at her playfully. Dear, your rival has arrived. Do you have the confidence to defeat her? Runran consistently ranked among the top 3 in her class and within the top 10 of her grade. Meanwhile, Guotungwen, who was walking ahead, overheard and scoffed, remarking to her companion, the principal has specially invited Kong Lian to come. Which indicates what? It suggests that our cohort is lacking and must rely on outsiders. Although she did not voice this criticism directly in front of them, it was unmistakably a veiled jab. Ever since their first year of high school, Guotungwen had been at odds with Renran. Renran believed she had not wronged Gua, yet the latter seemed to harbor an inexplicable disdain for her. Zhao Yi, never one to shy away from confrontation, opined that in this day and age, those who insult others often end up ensnared themselves. Such individuals are either foolish, malicious, or a combination of both. Renran acknowledged Zhao Yi with a thumbs up. Chapter 20. A duel at West Point. Leading the way, Kong Lian kept her ears attuned to the commotion behind her, subtly glancing at Guotungwen out of the corner of her eye. Committing her to memory throughout that day, Kong Lian exuded the charm of a gentle princess emerging from a castle, effortlessly winning over many, including Guotungwen. The speed at which she recognized Gua as a rival and swiftly sought to win her over was impressive. After school, Renran shouldered her backpack and exited with Zhao Yi and others. As they reached the school gate, they noticed a luxurious car parked at the curb, with a dapper, silver-haired butler bowing respectfully to Kong Lian. Mississippi Wangshu, Kong Lian called out, turning to her newly acquainted friends, "See you all tomorrow." The students had never witnessed such a display. They had only seen similar scenes on television. Encountering it in real life brought a blend of awe and trepidation akin to that of a country bumpkin entering the city. "See you tomorrow," they waved as Kong Lian entered the car, which then drove off. She deliberately rolled down the window to wave goodbye, showcasing her social graces, almost as if her demeanor read, "I am the daughter of a wealthy family." This display left the naive high schoolers in utter astonishment. Even Zhao Yi gasped in amazement, her gaze towards Kong Lian shifting from casual to contemplative, now tinged with respect. She truly was the daughter of a prominent family. Were it not for Renran's awareness of her background, she might have been easily deceived by Kong Lian's ostentatious display. A daughter of a wealthy family. Renran chuckled softly. Zhao Yi glanced at her, sensing a peculiar nuance in her expression. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Renran, do you have some news?" Renran replied cryptically, "Spoiling the plot would ruin the fun. You must uncover it for yourself, savor the experience." The show had yet to commence, and the stage should not be dismantled prematurely, lest she betray the grievances of her past life where she was duped and betrayed. Zhao Yi understood instantly. "Oh, I see." The following day, everyone rushed to school, and just as Renran placed her backpack down, Kong Lian entered the classroom under the gaze of her peers, carrying a large bag of goodies. She sought assistance from her deskmate to distribute exquisitely crafted pastries to the students. Each confection was a visual delight. "Wow, these pastries are beautiful," someone exclaimed. "They truly resemble works of art." "Kong Lian, where did you get these pastries? They look fantastic." This remark revealed her extraordinary background, suggesting that her family could afford a pastry chef. Renran did not look at the speaker, but absorbed the information with a smirk gracing her lips. Indeed, she was never idle. On the first day, she crafted her persona, leveraging the principal's endorsement to deter others from crossing her. On the second day, she further entrenched her rich and beautiful image, using small favors to win over her classmates and garner goodwill. Today's actions were a masterstroke, serving multiple purposes, anchoring her position and winning hearts. Kong Lian approached Renran, placing a pastry on her desk. "Renran." Renran looked up, feigning unrecognition, offering a polite smile. "Thank you. If anything is amiss, please let me know." Kong Lian sweetly replied. "Of course." Kong Lian seemed poised to say more, but Guotungwen interrupted, pulling her aside, anxious that the two might grow too close and become friends. "Kong Lian, your pastries are delightful. I heard that pastry chefs, like cooks, have different levels. What level is your family's pastry chef?" "I'm not quite sure. I don't pay much attention to such trivial matters," she said with a gentle tone. The term trivial was aptly chosen, Renran mused internally. Kong Lian then shifted the conversation. "I heard from our housekeeper that he used to work exclusively in a 5-star hotel." Zhao Yi took a bite and remarked, "This flavor seems so familiar." Turning to Renran, she added, "Renran, the pastries your family brought before had the same taste." Guotungwen chimed in with a smile. "That must be because Renran bought them from a 5-star hotel. After all, not everyone can afford a chef from such an establishment." Her words nearly implied that Renran is lying. It was no wonder they thought this way. The reasoning was simple. Renran was not clad in designer brands, wearing only bespoke attire. She showed little interest in luxury items and did not flaunt wealth. Moreover, she commuted to school independently from head to toe. There were no signs of affluence, and no one knew she was the little princess of the Yaxing group. This situation stemmed partly from her own reluctance to display her status, partly from the guidance of Kong Liji, and partly to ensure her own safety. In her previous life, her classmates only discovered her identity after the scandal of her abuse of children in an orphanage surfaced online. Kong Lian was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. She had requested her father to hire a pastry chef to prepare a batch of sweets, only to find out that it was Renran's family's chef. Kong Lian felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Renran noticed something amiss? That would certainly spell trouble. Instinctively, she glanced at Renran and before Renran could speak, quickly remedied her earlier comment. Wow, Renran's mother's culinary skills are truly remarkable. If my mother were that talented, I'd be so fortunate. I envy you. This statement deftly deflected Guotongwen's mockery while simultaneously complimenting Renran's mother. The power of language was indeed formidable. Renran understood her intent and recognized the desire to gloss over the matter. However, why should she acquiesce to her? She took a bite, and the taste was indistinguishable from those crafted by her family's pastry chef. If not identical, then certainly very similar indeed. The flavor is precisely what my family's pastry chef produces, she remarked nonchalantly, placing the pastry down. The weight of her words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Your family also has a pastry chef? Guotongwen questioned again incredulously. Are you deliberately trying to provoke Renran? That would be unwise. Kong Lian inwardly cursed Guotongwen, wishing she could silence her. Renran paid Guotongwen no heed. Her focus fixed on Kong Lian. A pastry chef capable of crafting desserts on par with Peter Chow must surely be a renowned master. Peter Chow had long desired to reconnect with an old friend. It seemed that wish might soon be fulfilled. Could you inquire for Uncle Peter Chow? Who is the chef in your family? Confidently stating her family's pastry chef's name, her calm demeanor rendered Guotongwen's earlier comments ludicrous. Someone quickly researched Peter Chow's credentials. Wow, Peter Chow is among the top 10 pastry chefs in the World Pastry Cup competition. The way the crowd regarded Renran shifted dramatically, their expressions now tinged with curiosity, envy and skepticism. Hearing Renran utter the very word she dreaded most only deepened Kong Lian's animosity towards Guotongwen. That fool. Chapter 21. The daughter of a mistress. Had it not been for her awareness of Guotongwen's jealousy towards Renran, Kong Lian would have suspected the latter's intentions were deliberate. Whether it was the impact of Renran's words from the previous day or her newfound understanding of micro-expressions, Kong Lian felt a sense of guilt emanating from her that if her suspicions were correct, it would certainly add an interesting twist. Zhao wore a smile, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Is Renran's family really that wealthy? Why was I unaware of this before? It's hard to believe Renran comes from affluence. I always thought Renran's background was decent. Just look at the things she uses. Though they lack logos, they exude quality, clearly expensive. The saying online captured the essence perfectly. True wealthy individuals are understated. Only nouveau riche flaunt their wealth. Zhao Yi's words held a deeper meaning. Most classmates were oblivious, but a few caught the subtext. Exactly. The less you have, the more you feel the need to show off. The oblivious students, munching on Kong Lian's pastries, engaged in seemingly innocent chatter. Oblivious to the underlying tensions, Kong Lian felt her hands clench into fists involuntarily, despite knowing the others were not intentionally targeting her. It still stung, akin to being pricked by a needle. Watching the focus of her classmates shift from her to Renran felt like donning another's garments, leaving her feeling like a mere accessory. Thus commenced the first exchange between Renran and Kong Lian. Kong Lian was knocked out. Guotongwen, unwilling to let the spotlight remain on Renran, interjected, Wow Renran, I had no idea your family was this wealthy. You must not consider us friends. Kong Lian raised an eyebrow. This foolish girl was sharper than she appeared, deliberately digging for information. Zhao Yi chuckled and boldly spoke on Renran's behalf. If Renran were to respond, it might seem like boasting to those unaware that if she remained silent, that too would be a mistake. Whoever possessed the most persuasive voice held the advantage. The group nodded in understanding. Someone curiously inquired, Renran, what business does your family engage in? Kong Lian's peripheral vision remained focused on Renran, keenly observing the fleeting expressions of jealousy and resentment that crossed her face. Wow, wow, wow! A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd, their astonishment palpable. The Yaxing Group is a renowned publicly listed company in Haishur, one of the most notable enterprises in the region. How could they not be surprised by the presence of such a wealthy individual? Renran turned her gaze towards Kong Lian and inquired, What business is your family involved in? The attention of her classmates shifted entirely to Kong Lian. My family is from another province, Kong Lian replied, wary of revealing that she hailed from Haishur, a fact too easily disproved, especially with Renran present. Stating that she was from her own province carried similar risks. Saying she was from another province felt like the safest option. Is it Shandong? A curious classmate asked. No, Kong Lian shook her head, deliberately avoiding specifics. What does your family do? Renran pressed on relentlessly. Kong Lian nearly bit her lip in frustration, managing to squeeze out, "My family owns numerous enterprises, but I'm not quite sure what they specifically do." "What is the name of your company? You must know that," Zhao Yi interjected. Finally, someone else had taken the initiative to ask, saving Renran some breath. Kong Lian felt as though she were being forced to the edge of a cliff. She reacted swiftly and blurted out a name. "My father's name is Kong Mingcheng." The name Kong Mingcheng was unfamiliar to most of the students present, but not to Renran. Kong Mingcheng was the chairman of Haishan Group, a top 100 enterprise specializing in industrial ventures, a long-established company. The classmates quickly dug up information about Kong Mingcheng. "Wow, so Kong Lian is the daughter of Haishan Group," they exclaimed. "Our class truly harbors hidden talents." Kong Lian smiled, reveling in the envious glances directed her way. Zhao Yi, somewhat taken aback, instinctively turned to Renran, noticing her lips curling into a smirk, that angle, that subtle expression bore an air of mockery. Let's observe this matter further." Indeed, Renran's innocent and wide-eyed curiosity broke the tension as she innocently asked, "Does Uncle Kong have a daughter? I've never heard of her before." In an instant, the smile on Kong Lian's face froze. The classmates, who had just moments ago looked at her with admiration, now regarded her with confusion and scrutiny. At that moment, Kong Lian felt her composure nearly shatter. Just then, the class bell rang, signaling the end of their conversation. Kong Lian inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had escaped a calamity. Did she sense something amiss? Throughout the class, Kong Lian observed Renran's reactions, finding nothing out of the ordinary. It seemed her worries were unfounded. At noon, a throng of students surged toward the cafeteria. This was a rare moment of respite for everyone, and naturally a prime opportunity for gossip. Kong Lian walked to the cafeteria, laughing and chatting with several classmates, while those ahead remained oblivious to the whispers behind them. "Do you think Kong Lian is Kong Mingcheng's daughter?" someone ventured. They were inclined to believe Renran's words over Kong Lian's, naturally favoring the former. After all, they had shared 2 years of schooling. While not bonded by life and death, there was still a degree of familiarity that set them apart from the new transfer student. Kong Lian didn't seem like someone who would lie. Indeed, she has luxury cars picking her up, a dedicated butler, and even a pastry chef from a 5-star hotel. These are experiences beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Besides, she has no reason to deceive us. There's nothing to gain from it. This sentiment found agreement among many. Thus, only one possibility remained: she must be the illegitimate daughter of someone, a mistress's child. Someone chuckled, "Wow." Several gasped in realization. Suddenly everything that had puzzled them fell into place. "I thought it odd that she, an outsider and the daughter of Haishan Group, would forsake her home province to come to Haishur. It simply didn't add up that if she's an illegitimate child, then it all makes sense, and no wonder Renran didn't recognize her. She'd never heard of Kong Mingcheng having a daughter." Chapter 22. Mutual scheming. Who would have imagined she was the child of a mistress? Not necessarily a mistress. She could be the daughter of a 4th or 5th mistress, someone speculated. They had initially thought she was a refined young lady, only to discover she was an unacknowledged daughter. Kong Lian and her companions heard every word clearly. The classmates beside her discreetly glanced at Kong Lian, their eyes filled with skepticism and curiosity. Kong Lian struggled to maintain her smile, her heart brimming with resentment toward these individuals. But her deepest ire was directed at Renran. Were it not for her, the carefully crafted image of a mysterious heiress would not have suffered such a significant blow, nor become tainted. It was evident that the two of them were destined to be adversaries. "My father has protected me well. It's only natural that the outside world remains unaware that in this era, with so many nefarious individuals, one must exercise caution. Who would have thought such a blunder would arise?" Kong Lian feigned nonchalance, then casually remarked, "Such matters are subjective." The classmates beside her kept their thoughts to themselves. Guotongguan stepped forward to offer her support. "I believe you. What illegitimate child would dare to be so ostentatious?" Just like Renran, she didn't even know she was the daughter of Yaxing Group before, likely for safety reasons. After all, incidents of kidnapping wealthy businessmen and their children are all too common. Caution is never unwarranted. Kong Lian's gaze softened toward Guotongguan, finding her increasingly agreeable. The others nodded in agreement. The flawless facade of a wealthy second-generation heir had ultimately developed a fractured eye in the upscale Qinghe Bay neighborhood. Kong Lian flung her backpack onto the sofa in frustration, her demeanor radiating a palpable gloom that made it evident to those nearby that she was decidedly unhappy. Ruan Fengru emerged from the kitchen, carrying a glass of juice and a platter of fruit. "What happened at school?" she inquired, settling beside her daughter. Kong Lian recounted the events, her anger escalating with each word. "Mom, if it weren't for her remarks, my carefully constructed perfect image wouldn't have crumbled." The mother-daughter duo, regardless of age, Both evoked feelings of disgust in her. Kong Lian's face contorted with irritation. Ruan Fengru allowed her to vent without rushing to console her. Once Kong Lian had expressed her frustrations and grown weary, Ruan Fengru spoke calmly. Do you think it's entirely her fault? Under her mother's steady gaze, Kong Lian gradually regained her composure. No, I should have been more thorough in my considerations. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a commendable first step. The true fear lies in those who are aware of their wrongs yet refuse to admit them. Such individuals often achieve nothing and lead lives riddled with failure. Had I anticipated all potential loopholes while crafting this persona and addressed them, I wouldn't have found myself entangled in scandal due to her mere words. Noticing her daughter's downcast spirit, Ruan Fengru gently patted her shoulder. Having experienced one failure, you will not tread the same path again. Lian, remember, there is no such thing as a flawless plan, but as long as your imperfect plan can fulfill its purpose before being exposed, it suffices. Do you understand? I understand, she nodded. What do you plan to do next? She recognized that her mother was both testing and educating her, imparting wisdom. Ruan Fengru shook her head, changed direction. Ruan Fengru's encouraging gaze illuminated the path for Kong Lian. Win hearts. Ruan Fengru smiled. You finally grasped it. Your focus should not solely be on crafting an image. The purpose of building that image is to facilitate the gathering of allies, to consolidate everyone into your camp, and when the time is ripe, isolate Renran along with them. Kong Lian nodded, narrowly avoiding a dead end thanks to her mother's guidance, preventing her from straying further down the wrong path. Now you should comprehend what you need to do. Yes, I understand. A smile returned to Kong Lian's face as the mother and daughter plotted their strategies. Renran too was preoccupied. One must not cease the application of eye drops. Auntie, please prepare a fruit platter for me. Of course, Mississippi, initially unaccustomed to the intensity, but the hardships of her past life had honed her character. She calmed her thoughts and swiftly entered a state of study, after completing the second practice exam. There was a knock at the door, and Ren Suya entered the room. An important partner has arrived unexpectedly, she briefly mentioned. How is your study going? It's going well. Ren Suya glanced at the stack of papers on her daughter's desk, feeling a pang of sympathy. Studying is important, but your health is even more so. Don't heed what your grandfather says about needing to get into a prestigious school. She gently tousled her daughter's hair. Mom, do you remember Kong Mingcheng, Uncle Kong? Of course, how could I forget? Why do you ask? Does Uncle Kong have a daughter? No. He only has 2 sons. You've met them both. Then that's strange. A new girl transferred to our class claiming to be Uncle Kong's daughter. Ren Suya immediately thought of the possibility of an illegitimate child. Don't speak of such things lightly. Did I understand? She replied cautiously. But this girl is rather extravagant, arriving in luxury cars and reportedly receiving an allowance of 500,000 each month. Ren Suya pinched her daughter's nose playfully. Is money running low? Understanding her mother's misunderstanding, she chose not to clarify. Everything she did was intended to create a facade for her father, ensuring that when the truth came to light, today's words would serve as poison, enabling her mother to completely sever ties with him. Not at all. I just find the disparity between people to be so stark. 5,000 versus 500,000, there lies a tenfold difference. That new transfer student certainly knows how to navigate social dynamics, even going so far as to bake treats for the entire class. The pastry she brought tasted remarkably similar to those made by Uncle Peter Chow. I almost thought Uncle Peter was moonlighting as a delivery driver. Chapter 23. Was it directed towards her? Ran Suya had not immediately contemplated the previous words, but the final statement compelled her to reflect deeply. Ran, suddenly calling out her daughter's name. The words that were about to escape her lips were abruptly halted when she met her daughter's clear gaze. After a brief pause, Ran Suya rose to her feet. Reminding, don't stay up too late and make sure to rest. Alright. As the door closed behind her, Ran turned to face the now closed door. Mom, it hurts to have dreams shattered, but ultimately acceptance is necessary. She understood her mother's state of mind. Having experienced a similar situation in her past life, madam, it's nothing serious. I shall take my leave to rest. Aunt Lee, where is Peter Chow? I don't know. Mr. Peter Chow was called away by Sir yesterday. Should I call him? No need. You go rest. Very well, madam. You should also retire early. In the expansive villa, only a single light was illuminated, casting a dim glow that rendered the figure on the sofa indistinct. Dear, why are you sitting here? He approached her, instinctively wrapping an arm around her waist, only to be evaded by the person opposite him. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Kong Liqui inquired with concern, Dear, what's wrong? Is something amiss? Ran Suya gazed silently at Kong Liqui, her eyes reflecting an unexplainable unease that unsettled him. He sighed in relief, Chastising himself for being upset over such a trivial matter, I will ensure my secretary does not overschedule my work in the future, allowing me more time to spend with you and our daughter. With that, he leaned down, planting a kiss on her forehead. Ran Suya ascended the stairs, while Kong Liqui sighed helplessly and followed her. This night promised to be one of sleeplessness. Tomorrow he would have Fengru remedy his fatigue. Ding Ling Ling Dai in the 3rd year of high school, there were no physical education classes, but today the homeroom teacher had deliberately excused the gym teacher, claiming illness to alleviate their tense emotions. On the playground, the gym teacher, being considerate, organized the male students for basketball and the female students for volleyball, or allowed free activities. The students who had been engrossed in their studies erupted into cheers upon hearing the gym teacher's sagacious arrangements. Zhaoyi pulled Ren to play badminton, insisting that one could study at any time, and they must not miss this rare opportunity to unwind. A startled scream shattered the joyful atmosphere. All eyes turned to Tanjia, the class monitor. What happened? Tanjia appeared anxious, revealing that the money in her bag had vanished, including over 2,000 yuan in class funds. Call the homeroom teacher and review the surveillance footage. The class leader, Mao Zhan, quickly assessed the situation. Ran instinctively glanced at Kong Lian, and upon seeing her barely contained desire for theatrics, she formed a judgment in her mind. Homeroom teacher Zhao hurried over upon hearing of the stolen class funds, though not panic. Zhao called the security office to retrieve the surveillance footage. The security office soon responded, stating that the cameras had malfunctioned the day before and had not yet been repaired. They had intended to fix it over the weekend when classes were not in session. Now finding the culprit would be exceedingly difficult. Kong Lian asked, were there any outsiders on campus today? No, Tanjia replied. Then it must be someone from within the school. During class hours, most students were engaged in lessons. Thus, anyone with knowledge of the money's existence must be familiar with it. Her words ignited a flurry of whispers among the class. Could it be? Are you implying there's a thief among us? Tanjia's analysis seems accurate. Surely it couldn't be a staff member who came to steal. But that's not impossible. I suspect the issue lies within our class. Our class had a physical education period for free activities that we could apply the process of elimination. Exactly. Why complicate matters? Let us have everyone search themselves and that should suffice. The class buzzed with discussion. Zhao teacher, shall we search? Mao Zhan suggested. I agree. It's best to clarify things sooner rather than later. I concur that I am completely innocent. I also agree. The chorus of agreement grew louder at this moment. Even those who were reluctant dared not voice their dissent, fearing they would appear suspicious. Seeing the majority in favor, Zhao teacher inquired, is there anyone opposed? If so, we shall pursue another method. That if there are any, please raise your hand. The classroom fell silent with no one voicing an objection. Since there is no opposition, let us proceed with the search. Zhao teacher, Tanjia, and Mao Zhan took turns checking each student's bags and drawers. Ran, seated by the window, would be checked last as the inspection began from the hallway side. She stood with her hands in her pockets, awaiting the outcome, utterly unfazed. What is this? Guotongwen exclaimed, staring at the numerous 100 yuan bills that had unexpectedly surfaced in her bag. Looking utterly bewildered, Guotongwen, are these your funds? Zhao teacher inquired. I marked these bills, she pointed out, holding up a red note. Every 100 yuan bill collected from each student has my mark on the back to prevent receiving counterfeit money. A few nearby students leaned in for a closer look, confirming that indeed, names had been inscribed on the back of the 100 yuan bills. It's true. Oh my, I never expected Guotongwen to be this kind of person. Her academic performance was commendable, yet her character appeared woefully lacking. Guotongwen's eyes reddened with tears. It's not me. It's not me. I don't know how this money ended up in my bag. Someone scoffed. If it's not you, then who could it be? Exactly. The money was found in your bag. Ran was momentarily taken aback. She had thought the focus was on her, but it had unexpectedly shifted to Guotongwen. This twist caught her completely off guard. Chapter 24. She is a saint. Her gaze shifted toward Kong Lian, her eyes narrowing slightly. No, it cannot be that simple. There must be something I have overlooked. Based on her understanding of Kong Lian, she would never target Guotongwen without reason. She must have ulterior motives for orchestrating this incident. Regardless of Kong Lian's intentions, the ultimate outcome was directed at her. The act of stealing, Guotongwen herself, the malicious nature of the theft, how could it serve to retaliate against her? An answer loomed on the horizon. A classmate seemed to have an epiphany. Speaking up, Zhao teacher, during PE class I saw Guotongwen enter the teaching building. Yes, she did leave. I also saw her go to the teaching building. With these testimonies, her guilt was practically sealed. I didn't steal. It wasn't me. No matter how Guotongwen protested, No one believed her, as they were more inclined to trust their own observations. Ren Ran noted Kong Lian's upward motion, and before she could speak, she interjected, "I believe her." Her sudden declaration left Kong Lian's words caught in her throat, and all eyes turned towards her in astonishment. Facing the incredulous gazes of her classmates, Ren Ran reiterated, "I firmly believe that Guotongwen did not steal the money." Guotongwen stared at her in disbelief. Zhaoyi gasped, nearly dropping her jaw. What on earth is Ren Ran doing, defending Guotongwen at such a time? It was widely known that Guotongwen and Ren Ran were not on good terms, while they had never physically fought. Minor conflicts had occurred in such a moment. Those with good relationships were hesitant to speak up, yet it was the one with whom she had a poor relationship who voiced support, which carried more weight. Especially since it was Ren Ran. Kong Lian was flabbergasted, staring at her in shock. What is happening? Why is she speaking up for Guotongwen? Goodness! Is Ren Ran a foolish saint? Their relationship is poor, and yet she defends the other. It's utterly absurd. The thought of Ren Ran stealing her thunder ignited a furious fire within Kong Lian. Tan Jia spoke up. What evidence do you have to prove that money does not belong to her? This question echoed the sentiments of the entire class, including Guotongwen, who was equally puzzled. It is quite simple. Call the police and retrieve fingerprints. Ren Ran stepped forward, casting a glance at the bills, stating, since the incident, Guotongwen has not touched this money. The individuals who handled it would likely have left complete fingerprints, which would be 3 people. Tan Jia Zhao teacher, and the person who framed Guotongwen. Mao Zhen raised a doubt. Many people have handled the bills. There are bound to be numerous fingerprints on them. For such a sum, the police typically do not invest substantial human resources. This was indeed true. A minute ago, I checked the situation regarding fingerprints on banknotes. If the environment is cool and dry, they can remain for a long time. If hot and humid, not for long. Complete fingerprints only remain on paper for a few hours, while incomplete ones can last for years. Ren Ran articulated her thoughts clearly. We are in the south, and the current temperature is high. Other people's fingerprints will not last long. The class funds were submitted over a month ago, so this method is viable. As for the police's reluctance to assist, fearing resource allocation, that can be resolved. The Yaxing Group has a pharmaceutical company. I can arrange for specialists to extract the fingerprints. The crowd was left dumbfounded. In such a brief span of time, she had already considered the follow-up. Perhaps some may think this is making a mountain out of a molehill, but in my view, this matter is of great severity. This is not merely a case of theft. It constitutes framing and slandering another, which is extremely serious. Should we fail to restore Guotongwen's reputation today, she will bear the disgrace of being labeled a thief. This not only tarnishes her honor but also inflicts deep emotional wounds upon her soul. With the slightest misstep, she could succumb to depression. Uncovering the puppeteer behind this scheme is not solely for the benefit of Guotongwen, but for each one of us present here. Imagine having a venomous individual, akin to a lurking serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Who knows what further misdeeds she may commit, and who her next target might be? What initially seemed like a mere incident of theft has, through Ren Ran's words, escalated to a perilous level. Some nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ren Ran was correct. It is imperative to identify the mastermind. Indeed, we cannot allow her to hide among us, for who can predict who the next unfortunate victim will be? Let us report this to the authorities. Ren Ran, if the police do not collect fingerprints, we must rely on you. Teacher Zhao observed the fervent students and felt a twinge of headache. He looked at Ren Ran. His heart a tumult of emotions. How had he not realized before that this girl had such a silver tongue? Kong Lian was on the verge of being driven mad by Ren Ran. This person was exceedingly difficult to deal with. Teacher Zhao turned to Guotongwen and inquired, "What about you?" Guotongwen replied, "Teacher Zhao, I want to report this to the police. That I demand that they restore my innocence. That I did not steal. I simply did not. That I have no idea who harbors such malice to frame me. But whoever it is, I will unearth them and demand answers." Her gaze was resolute. Ren Ran's words had instilled within her a profound sense of confidence, and she was genuinely grateful to her. Reflecting on the past, when she had always been outshone by Ren Ran's academic prowess, she had harbored resentment towards her. Yet, in the moment of her vilification, Ren Ran had cast aside past grievances to speak on her behalf. She felt both touched and remorseful, wishing she could travel back in time to give her former self a couple of hard slaps. Ren Ran's composure and magnanimity were qualities she could not hope to rival. She found herself in complete admiration of Ren Ran. Tan Jia's expression flickered. Was it truly necessary to involve the police? If we do, it will undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the school, and our class may. Ren Ran stepped forward to support Guotongwen's determination, and this display convinced everyone present. Zhaoyi spoke up. Yes, we should proceed with an investigation. We must uncover the shadowy figure behind this. Kong Lian watched the unfolding situation with a mix of anger and urgency. According to her original plan, when Guotongwen was under scrutiny, she would step in to defend her while providing technological support. Once the evidence was in her hands, she could easily reveal that Renran's fingerprints were on it. She had no animosity towards Renran and had no reason to frame her. People would inevitably think that Renran was retaliating against Guotongwen. Given their prior conflicts, she had ample motive. With Guotongwen's temperament, she would undoubtedly harbor intense hatred towards Renran while simultaneously feeling grateful. This strategy would effectively accomplish 3 objectives. She could win the hearts of others, allowing them to perceive her goodness, while simultaneously tarnishing Renran's reputation, painting her as narrow-minded, and ultimately turning Guotongwen into a weapon for her own use. Any future plans could easily be delegated to Guotongwen, allowing her to reap the benefits. Chapter 25. Exploitation and counter-exploitation. Such a flawless scheme was unexpectedly thwarted by Renran, who had previously been at odds with Guotongwen. While she was not surprised by the support from others, Renran's backing was entirely unexpected and perplexing. She was confident that Renran was unaware of her machinations. The only explanation was that Renran, in her naivety, had taken on a role akin to a saint. For someone with whom she had conflicts, not to take advantage of the situation was already showing remarkable restraint. To then lend assistance was undoubtedly an act of altruism. She had not been defeated by her plan but had faltered due to Renran's saintly disposition. This realization left her at a loss for how to express her frustration, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Out of the corner of her eye, Renran noticed the slight distortion of Kong Lian's smile and understood that she was on the right path. Previously, she had merely speculated that perhaps her fingerprints would be found on the currency, which Kong Lian would use to frame her, thereby casting doubt on her character and isolating her. Therefore, she had decided to take the initiative, ensuring that the evidence was firmly in her control. Whether or not her fingerprints were present was something she would determine. As for how Kong Lian would acquire her fingerprints, with a father like Kong Liji, it would be a piece of cake. Renran glanced at Teacher Zhao's hesitant expression, then shifted her gaze across Tanjia, Kong Lian, and Guotongwen, and a plan began to take shape. Teacher Zhao, Renran proposed, to avoid tarnishing the school's reputation and to prevent causing unnecessary distress to our peers, let us refrain from involving the police for now. However, we can still look into the mastermind behind this. Here she expressed a hope that this individual would think twice in the future. Should similar incidents occur again, they would be the first to suspect her. Teacher Zhao deemed this approach the most prudent. With the upcoming college entrance examinations, stirring up too much trouble would be detrimental to their studies, and it would also afford that child a chance at redemption. Agreed, he nodded in affirmation. With the teacher's support, no one else objected. Guotongwen interjected, I am the victim, and I have the right to know. Very well, Renran replied, nodding. Thus, the matter was settled. Kong Lian felt no panic, for there were no fingerprints of hers on the evidence. She had nothing to fear, only frustration at her plan being thwarted once again. As for whether Renran might cast blame upon her, she had no concerns. After all, there was no enmity between them. Their paths had rarely crossed. Given Renran's disposition, she would not engage in wrongful accusations. This notion reassured her. While all the students believed this matter had been resolved, for Renran it was just the beginning. During the afternoon break, Zhaoyi pulled Renran towards the snack shop, chattering incessantly with questions. What made you suddenly decide to help Guotongwen? If I were you, I would have simply kept my distance. Not to mention speaking up for her. What a dream! I must say, I truly admire your composure and magnanimity. Zhaoyi raised a thumb in commendation. In truth, many were taken aback by her actions. Feeling undeserving of the praise, Renran replied with a smile, I am not as noble as you think. Zhaoyi took her words as modesty. Upon reaching the entrance of the teaching building, Guotongwen stood before them, locking her gaze on Renran. Can we have a word? After she departed, the two moved towards a nearby greenbelt. What is it? Guotongwen began. I want to apologize and thank you. I am sorry for targeting you previously. I was envious of you. Before your arrival, I was the top girl in class, but ever since you came, I felt overshadowed. My resentment led me to act against you. Here, I sincerely apologize for my past actions. I was narrow-minded and petty. With that, she bowed deeply, her demeanor genuinely contrite. There is no need for such formality. It was merely some verbal sparring and hardly compares to the issues with the Ruan family or Kong Liji. If we were to harbor hatred for everything, life would be exceedingly dark. Her magnanimity only served to highlight the growing chasm between them, making her past self seem like a mere jester. Thank you for speaking up for me today. Had it not been for your righteous words, I would have been ensnared in a web of slander under such rumors. I could not guarantee my mindset would remain stable, and my grades would surely plummet. Ren felt a profound sense of gratitude for her kindness. I merely spoke the truth. You need not take it to heart. Regardless of how she expressed it, Guotongwen would remember this debt of gratitude. Nearby, Kong Lian watched the scene unfold, her heart aching, her breath becoming labored. The one who should have been receiving Guotongwen's thanks was her. Once again, she had unwittingly crafted a gown for someone else, and that someone was Ren. Beside her, Xia noticed Kong Lian's pallor and asked with concern, Kong Lian, are you feeling unwell? You should take care of yourself. Yes. This time she had not anticipated Ren's altruism. Next time luck would not be on her side. Ren, we shall see how this unfolds. During the weekend, Ren was working on her practice book. Just as she completed the mathematics exercises, her phone began to vibrate. A message from Su Xiaoyin appeared. What is going on? What is the price range? Ren understood the situation well. Su Xiaoyin favored such perceptive clients. Money was a trivial matter, to no need to pay, right? Ren teased. Su Xiaoyin replied, I was merely being polite. He cleared his throat. It's not much. Just give me 10,000 and we're good. All right, go ahead. The person investigating your father is your mother, Su Xiaoyin stated, then mused internally about how interesting this family was. The relationships within a wealthy family were so intricate that ordinary people could hardly fathom them. Thank you. I will transfer the payment shortly. No need for politeness. My friend mentioned he has been searching for a long time without finding any evidence of your father's infidelity, nor even a suspected party. Most of the secretaries around him are male, and the majority of the executive office staff are also male. Even if there are females, they are all married with children. Chapter 26. Creating trouble. As Su Xiaoyin spoke, he expressed admiration for such a devoted husband and father. A rarity in the world. I have also yet to discover any abnormal behavior from your father. Su Xiaoyin couldn't help but offer a cautionary reminder. Miss Ran, the greatest danger within families lies in misunderstandings. It is best to resolve any misunderstandings as soon as possible. To be candid, it is indeed one of the solutions. Observe, even these private detectives have failed to uncover any evidence of her father's infidelity. Despite their relentless scrutiny, they cannot find a single clue. This demonstrates how meticulous and thorough her father is in his dealings, leaving no room for error. It is no wonder that throughout her life, both she and her mother were caught completely off guard. It is baffling that her grandparents remained oblivious to the fact that their esteemed son-in-law harbored ulterior motives until their dying days. Uncle Su, I kindly ask you to continue monitoring my father. Should anything arise, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. Su Zhao is perplexed, wondering how this child has come to confront her own father. Isn't it better that her father is not unfaithful? Adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, Su Zhao complied. After ending the call, he found himself devoid of the motivation to continue his work. Nevertheless, today's events were not devoid of merit. At the very least, it illuminated the trust crisis her mother harbors towards her father. She is beginning to awaken, no longer ensnared in the idyllic reverie spun by him. Her ability to confront the issue signifies that she has taken a step forward. The final step requires her to bolster her mother. If her father can restrain himself and refrain from seeking out the Ruan family, then let the Ruan family seek him out instead. As for Ruan Fengru, she cannot claim to know her completely, but she is aware that Ruan is a person of great endurance, perhaps even more so than her father. She vividly recalls how, in her past life, Ruan used the assets of the Ren family to thrive in the financial sector, earning a reputation as a powerful woman in the media. While part of her success was indeed due to the Ren family's resources, it cannot be denied that she possesses considerable strength in her own right. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to establish herself in that realm. For the time being, Ruan Fengru is not her focus. There is only one target that is both accessible and most suitable: Kong Lian. She descended the stairs and found her father, Kong Liji. Father, your 18th wedding anniversary is approaching. Have you considered what surprise you might give to mother? Kong Liji set aside the scissors in his hand and trimmed the branches of the bonsai. Your mother does not appreciate extravagant displays. What she cherishes most are the dishes I prepare. Ren chuckled coldly inwardly. In the past, hearing such words made her believe that the love between her parents was exceedingly sweet, and she envied her mother for having such a devoted husband. However, after experiencing her previous life, she has come to realize that he does not truly love her mother. Rather, he is simply unwilling to spend unnecessary money on her. With just a few simple dishes, he can placate her mother. Meanwhile, he lavishes expensive jewelry worth millions upon his illegitimate daughter and buys her a house. If he were to spend money on her mother, How would he afford to maintain his mistress and her daughter? Naturally, he would be frugal with them, cloaking his actions in the guise of love, making it appear as though his affection is priceless. Her lack of desire for luxury and her indifference towards material possessions did not affect her in the past. Gifts are meant to convey sentiment, a notion that Renran agrees with. But when you brandish the banner of sentiment and love while simultaneously refusing to spend on her, all to save for his illegitimate daughter, that is what she cannot abide. Even more repulsive is the fact that he does not love her, nor does he love her mother. If he had even a fraction of love for her, he would not have personally cast her into the abyss in her previous life, coldly watching her struggle in the mire. Father, are you preparing to cook for mother again? Is there a problem? Noting his daughter's disdain, Kong Liji replied with a smile, it is rare to find what your mother likes. How does this involve Chairman Lin and his wife again? Last time my wife gave me the cold shoulder over this matter. Why can't it just be laid to rest? What have you heard? Mobile transfer. Renran would not let this slide. Kong Liji, resigned, took out his phone and transferred 5,000 to her. Upon seeing the 5,000, Renran felt contemptuous. She had heard Kong Lian mention that her father would casually transfer her several tens of thousands as pocket money each time. 5,000 compared to 50,000 is fixed pocket money. A few thousand compared to tens of thousands is casual spending money. Indeed, love and lack thereof can be vividly illustrated through financial means. Not enough. Kong Liji transferred another sum, still 5,000 at this time. Renran decided to take what she had and not press further. Prolonging it would attract his attention. Lowering her voice, she said, a few days ago, Aunt Wang spoke to Mother, and I just happened to overhear. Truly just overheard. Did I know you just happened to overhear? Kong Liji replied, his gaze urging her to continue. Aunt Wang remarked that men are not to be trusted. Love and affection are mere illusions. She said that a man unwilling to spend money on a woman is merely pretending. If a man truly loves a woman, he would spend $9 out of $10 he earns on her. Conversely, if he does not love her, even earning $1 million, he might hesitate to spend $100 on her. Kong Liji's eyes flickered with discomfort. Does your mother believe such nonsense? Renran scoffed inwardly. She does not. Kong Liji's expression relaxed immediately. Your Aunt Wang is currently facing difficulties in life. Words spoken in times of despair often carry negative energy. Remind your mother not to get too entangled with her, lest she unwittingly influence her mood. Father, I haven't finished yet. All right, continue. Mother does not believe it, but there remains a knot in her heart. Just a few days ago she asked me, do you love her? Did mother ever ask such things before? Renran retorted. Kong Liji instantly recalled that Ren Suya had posed a similar question. Chairman Lin's ex-wife is indeed a troublemaker. Psychologically speaking, this indicates that mother lacks security. If you continue on the same path as before, merely preparing a meal will not suffice. In a few days, Wanbod will be holding an auction. I've heard there is a set of rubies. If you bid on them to present to mother, along with some red wine and the meal you prepare, would she still be plagued by insecurity? Renran placed her hand gently on his shoulder. Father, whether you can provide mother with sufficient security depends on you. Chapter 27. Jewelry worth billions. With her understanding of Kong Lian, she knows that she absolutely cannot resist. She has dug a pit for her father. But the bait is still insufficient to inflict real pain. In her previous life, Wanbot indeed auctioned a set of rubies that fetched 18 million. Compared to the value of that set of rubies, it has already appreciated by 5%. She aims to empty her father's pockets, and this set of jewels alone does not suffice. Therefore, she arrived at the hillside villa that evening. Grandfather, grandmother, may I borrow a set of jewelry? Ren Hongru was somewhat taken aback. Ranran, why do you suddenly want this? I have my reasons. Elaborate, please. Meeting her grandfather's wise gaze, Runran hesitated repeatedly before revealing her intentions. Ranran, you. Ren Hongru grasped his wife's hand, silencing her impending words. Very well, after school tomorrow, come and collect it. Good. The elderly couple did not invite her to stay, and once she departed, the somber expressions on their faces revealed their heavy hearts. Old man, do you not feel that Ranran has changed? She has become remarkably matured. It feels as if one moment she was an innocent little princess, and in the blink of an eye, she has transformed into someone seasoned by the trials of society. She has grown up. Overnight, she has matured. Such transformations occur in many people, often triggered by encountering life's greatest challenges. Overcoming such obstacles leads to sudden growth. Her father's infidelity and the existence of an illegitimate daughter merely a few months, her junior, undoubtedly represent a significant hurdle in her life. This is a good thing. In truth, there is one thing her grandmother did not articulate. Just moments ago, She sensed her granddaughter's coldness and resentment towards her father. That is what astonished her the most. Her grandmother knows her granddaughter's character well. Mere infidelity would not evoke such feelings. It is evident that her father must have committed even more egregious acts to incite this response. The next day, Ran arrived at the hillside villa as promised. Her grandmother personally handed her a set of jewelry worth 80 million. This set of jewelry is for you, Ran. There is no need to return it to me. Her grandmother gently stroked her hand. Her eyes filled with compassion. Grandfather has also prepared a gift for you. The study door was knocked upon. Come in. A professionally clad woman with her hair neatly styled entered the study. Director Ran, Madam Mississippi Gowing greeted each of them in turn. Please sit. Gowing took a seat on the opposite sofa. Ran Hongru addressed Ran. This is Gowing, she will be your assistant from now on. Handling all your affairs. Ran's eyes widened slightly. Ran Hongru turned to Gowing, instructing her to manage all of Ran's matters. Remember all? Gowing was surprised, yet she did not object as she left the hillside villa. A new presence accompanied Ran. Gowing observed the young lady beside her. If her memory served her right, this girl was merely a junior in high school, according to the personnel structure of Yaxing Group. Once the chairman retires, it would be Kong Liji who inherits. Surely not this child, however. The chairman's decision to assign her to the young lady's side was intriguing. Ran noticed the confusion in her new assistant's eyes but chose not to explain. In time she would come to understand. Now I have a task for you. Do you see that bag beside you? Inside is a set of jewelry valued at 80 million. I need you to ensure this set is included in the auction items before the Wanbot auction. This presents a challenge, but it is not insurmountable. Gowing confidently accepted the task, saying, all right. This item must end up in Kong Liji's hands and must exceed the market price. That poses a greater challenge. However, what surprised her most was the young lady's reference to Kong Liji, not as father, but by his cold name coupled with the chairman's actions and the young lady's demeanor. Gowing sensed a shift in the undercurrents of the corporation. A change in leadership is imminent. No problem. Once Miss Ran Ruan ascends to the position of chairperson Ran, her status will undoubtedly rise correspondingly, which is advantageous for her. The first task assigned by Miss Ran Ruan was executed with great diligence by Gowing, who managed to accomplish everything with remarkable finesse, even exceeding expectations. As soon as Ran Ruan finished her class and retrieved her phone to check messages, she discovered a recent update from Gowing sent just 5 minutes prior. Kong Liji had purchased the exquisite jewelry set gifted to her by her grandmother for a staggering 98 million, alongside a set of rubies valued at 18 million from a previous lifetime. However, while the previous transaction was concluded at 18 million, this time under Ran Ruan's deliberate manipulation, he paid an additional 5 million to secure that set of jewels. Ran Ruan once again issued commands to Gowing. Upon reading the message, Gowing couldn't help but furrow her brow. Promote this matter, publicize it extravagantly. For a moment Gowing was perplexed, but it did not hinder her actions. By evening, while Ran Ruan was dining with Zhao Yi and a few others in the cafeteria, she was met with exclamations of astonishment, accompanied by numerous curious glances directed toward her. A classmate approached her, exclaiming, Ran Ruan, your father purchased a set of jewelry worth over 100 million this afternoon, along with a set of rubies valued at 23 million. 98 million, rounded up, naturally amounts to over 100 million. The media often opts for such simple titles. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi swiftly pulled out her phone to check, and her reaction was one of awe. Ran Ruan, your father is extravagantly wealthy. Ran Ruan smiled and revealed, my parents' wedding anniversary is coming up. This must be a gift from him to my mother. How romantic. It's like a scene from a fairy tale romance, reminiscent of a domineering CEO and his sweet wife. I envy your mother. Someone remarked. That extravagant jewelry set is undoubtedly for your mother, but what about the rubies? Surely they are not for you. Another inquired. Absolutely, Zhao Yi responded with a chuckle. Sitting not far away, Kong Lian listened to the surrounding discussions, her mood plummeting. Kong Liji was her father. She yearned to announce this to everyone, yet she could neither do so nor dare to. What nonsense about a fairy tale romance. Her father harbored no affection for that pair of women. Everything was a fade. There was no way that jewelry would be gifted to that malicious woman. It was certainly intended for her mother. That vile woman did not deserve such opulence. Chapter 28. A hidden loss. The assistant pushed open the door to the general manager's office. Mr. Kong, there is something I need to report to you. The 2 sets of jewelry you purchased this afternoon at Wanbao have sparked considerable buzz online. The assistant handed over the trending news page for his review. After reading it, a surge of anger welled up within Kong Liji. Who leaked this? The assistant was taken aback, not expecting such a strong reaction from the general manager. This isn't negative news. In fact, it benefits the company. Find a way to retract it. Kong Li-ji was seething with frustration. This report undoubtedly disrupted all his plans. He had intended to give the set of rubies worth over 20 million to Ren Suya, while the jewelry set valued at over 90 million was meant to be a means to facilitate foreign relations and discreetly transfer funds to Ruan Fengru. With this report out, executing his plan would now entail significant risk. Ren Ruan cheerfully remarked, "Thank you, Dad." Kong Li-ji was momentarily taken aback, pushing his daughter away. "What are you thanking me for?" "Dad, please don't hide it from me. I already know. You bought 2 sets of jewelry at the auction point. One is for Mom, and the other is for me, right? My classmates are all aware." Noticing her father's subtly changing expression, Ren Ruan continued unabated. "Dad, you've never given me such an expensive gift before." That last remark struck him like a blow, swiftly pulling him from his fury. Kong Li-ji, suppressing his discomfort, smiled and replied, "The rubies are for you." "Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best." From within, Ren Suya's voice called out urgently, "What are you two chatting about at the door? Come in quickly." The two entered the room in good spirits, and Ren Ruan whispered, "Mom saw the news today and seems to be in a great mood. Shouldn't you compliment me?" "You little rascal." Kong Li-ji gently tapped her forehead, a look of affection on his face. Ren Ruan chuckled that in recent days, Ren Ruan had been basking in glory among her classmates, as everyone was aware of her father's lavish expenditure on jewelry worth over 100 million for both her and her mother. This situation was a result of Ren Ruan's indulgence. Each day, she observed Kong Lian's changing demeanor, noting how her expression grew increasingly troubled, and she calculated that it was time to deliver the final blow. This opportunity arose with Guotongwen. Emerging from Teacher Zhao's office, Ren Ruan immediately spotted Guotongwen waiting at the door. "Has the investigation result come out?" Guotongwen had been anxious about this matter. Ren Ruan nodded. She glanced around, realizing this wasn't the right place to discuss it. "Let us talk elsewhere." Guotongwen nodded in agreement. The two made their way to a small grove behind the teaching building. "Who is it?" Ren Ruan pondered for a moment. "You might find it hard to believe when I tell you the result that I believe you," Guotongwen asserted firmly. "From the complete fingerprints we retrieved, there are only 2 individuals. Aside from the 2 banknotes handled by Teacher Zhao, the remaining bills only bore Tanjia's complete fingerprints." "What does that mean?" Guotongwen was momentarily stunned. "Perhaps the person who framed you was wearing gloves, leaving only Tanjia's fingerprints," Ren Ruan explained. "Do you think that's possible?" Guotongwen scoffed. She recalled Tanjia's words when the matter of calling the police was mentioned, and a cold smile spread across her face. Ren Ruan shrugged. "That's hard to say. Aside from Teacher Zhao, the fact that only Tanjia's fingerprints were retrieved was the truth. She had not lied in either her account to the teacher or to Guotongwen." She refrained from mentioning Kong Lian. While dragging Kong Lian into this mess might yield short-term satisfaction, in the grand scheme of her plans, such trivial gains were not worth her actions. "Have you offended Tanjia?" Ren Ruan asked curiously. "Absolutely not," Guotongwen denied vehemently. "Then that's strange." Not only was Ren Ruan puzzled, but she too felt perplexed. Tanjia and she were not particularly close, yet it didn't seem likely she would go so far as to frame her. Ren Ruan continued, "A person wouldn't act without reason. There must be some motive behind it. Just like in dramas, she might be trying to achieve something by framing you, or perhaps she was instructed by someone else." Guotongwen nodded repeatedly, absorbing this information. "I'll go confront Tanjia for clarity." Ren Ruan stopped her. "Don't act impulsively. If you must inquire, do so discreetly. Teacher Zhao wishes to avoid escalating this matter. He wants to give the other party a chance to amend their ways. However, I doubt you'll uncover much. After all, having only her fingerprints isn't enough to convict her. If you want to find out who it is, you'll need." Guotongwen understood her implication. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to coax it out." During the lunch break, Ren Ruan observed Guotongwen calling Tanjia aside in the same grove from the morning. The atmosphere was now fraught with tension, devoid of the previous harmony. "What do you need?" Tanjia feigned calmness. Guotongwen smiled at her. "Tanjia, I haven't offended you, have I?" "No, I haven't wronged you. So why would you want to put me in a perilous position?" Her expression turned cold. Tanjia's heart raced. "What do you mean? Are you still being obstinate at this point? Do you find this amusing?" "I don't understand what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Tanjia attempted to walk away, but Guotongwen would not grant her that opportunity, gripping her arm with such force that it nearly toppled her. "You think you can leave before we clarify this? Let go of me." Tanjia struggled but could not break free, halting in her tracks, her expression filled with fury. "What do you want from me?" "I want to know what you intend to do. The results have come in." Don't you have anything to say to me? Why did you frame me? I didn't. She attempted to walk away again. But this time Guotungwen did not stop her. Instead, she spoke softly from behind. If you dare leave, I'll turn around and inform everyone about this. I'll ensure you cannot remain in this school. Even if you transfer, I'll follow you to your new school and publicize your glorious deeds. Tanjia spun around abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. You think that just because you say it, people will believe you? Do you have any evidence? Evidence? You needn't worry about that. What you do, can't I do as well? Guotungwen crossed her arms confidently. You're in first year. Don't blame me for going all out. I, Guotungwen, always keep my word. That if you don't believe me, let us just wait and see. You. I didn't do anything. I just find you unpleasant. This statement undeniably indicated that she had someone backing her. Guotungwen laughed. Tanjia, don't underestimate everyone. If I can guess it, do you think others can't? What do you mean? Tanjia finally panicked. Chapter 29. Used as a tool. Now as they toy with Tanjia, her true nature is laid bare. The schemes and intrigues of the past years were not for naught. If you dare to offend that person, how could you think you could avoid crossing us? Since you have already guessed, why do you continue to inquire? Tanjia furrowed her brow. I want you to admit it in your own words. Tanjia felt exasperated by her and, in a moment of frustration, retorted. Since you already know it was her instigating, do you really believe you can outsmart her? Just look at how clever she is, remaining in the shadows while you take the lead. She is someone who commands respect. What gives you the audacity to confront her? Guotungwen was taken aback. She had assumed the instigator was Pei Ming or Su Li, but from Tanjia's tone and the content of her words, it became clear that the true instigator was someone else entirely, someone who could rival Ren Ran, and that person could only be Kong Lienda, so it was her. Guotungwen suddenly understood. You tricked me. Tanjia, realizing what had happened, felt a rush of anger and urgency. She thought they were all aware, and that was why she dared to speak so boldly. Even if Kong Lian knew, it would not be her fault. Yet now she realized she had been deceived, foolishly revealing everything. It is not I who deceived you, but rather your own insecurities. Not everyone possesses such high psychological resilience. Guotungwen, I kindly ask you not to speak of this matter. We are both mere pawns in their game. There is no need for us to engage in a mutually destructive battle for their sake. Although she was unclear about Kong Lian's specific reasons for targeting Ren Ran, the underlying motives were likely similar. They belonged to the same social strata, so it was only natural to compare themselves to each other, not to mention that Ren Ran had previously said something that could easily offend others, leading to resentment. She offered me 100,000 yuan. I can share half with you. This matter has not caused you any loss, and you would still receive 50,000 yuan. What's not to like? Tanjia reasoned with both logic and emotion. 100,000 yuan is a substantial sum for a high school student. Even many working adults might not have that much in their pockets. Tanjia. Her silence seemed to indicate acceptance, and no one can escape the allure of money. Where are you going? Seeing her about to leave, Tanjia was taken aback and hurriedly called out. Guotungwen turned to Tanjia and said, I won't tell her, but I also don't need your money. Tanjia stood there, staring blankly at her departing figure. Upon returning to the classroom, Guotungwen instinctively glanced at Ren Ran, who was focused on her problems with her head down. Does she know? Or does she not? After a tumultuous afternoon, Guotungwen could no longer resist and approached Ren Ran and Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi glanced at her but said nothing. Do you know who the person hiding behind is? Yes. Ren Ran nodded honestly without any concealment. You want to use me to deal with Kong Lian, don't you? Whether it is using or cooperating depends on how you perceive it. What do you want me to do? No need to worry, it is nothing illegal. You just need to frequently compare my parents to hers in front of Kong Lian. Is it really that simple? Guotungwen was astonished. Of course, unless you wish to engage in something more complex? Ren Ran looked at her with amusement. Fine. Are you not afraid I will use you as a pawn? Ren Ran asked. Guotungwen shook her head, willingly allowing herself to be used by you. At least you are more honest than she is. One is passive, and the other is active. There is a significant difference between the two. Not to mention that the moment Kong Lian dragged her down, they had already become foes. Now it was merely a collaboration with someone who could counter her to teach her a lesson, not exploitation but rather mutual benefit. It must be said, Guotungwen is a master of subtle sarcasm. Whenever she compares herself to Kong Lian, her skillful yet unintentional flattery and belittling is truly remarkable. Kong Lian's demeanor grew worse with each passing day, until eventually, upon seeing Guotungwen's lips move, she would turn and leave without a word. Ren Ran was certain that Kong Lian could not withstand this for long before taking action. Ren Ran assigned the third task to Gao Ying. Investigate this woman and gather all relevant information about her, including her assets and significant expenditures over the past decade, detailed as possible. Remember to be cautious and not let her notice. Ren Ran sent the information about Ruan Fengru to Gao Ying's phone. Gao Ying briefly perused the target's details. Although she was unclear about this latest mission's intent, she was certain that Ren Ran had a follow-up plan. This was akin to the previous two tasks. During the first task, she had not seen through it to be why the second task, she had grasped Ren Ran's true intentions. Ren Ran calculated each of her steps meticulously, discreetly siphoning her father's private funds into her own pocket without spending a dime. Every move she made was well planned, with the earlier stages executed by her without Kong's awareness. For that reason alone, Gao Ying could not afford to underestimate this high school student. On Sunday afternoon, as Ren Ran worked on her exercises, her phone on the table vibrated slightly. Su Xiaoyin sent a message. Kong Liji is shopping with a mother and daughter at the mall in Hangzhou. On the other end, Su Xiaoyin felt conflicted sending this message, his heart filled with a sense of guilt. He had almost missed a significant matter. He had previously thought Kong Liji was a good father and husband, but now, seeing him embracing another woman while a girl beside him called him dad, the scene of the three of them appearing so harmonious made Su Xiaoyin want to slap himself. Keep a close watch, share your location. After sending the message to Su Xiaoyin, Ren Ran found her mother, who was arranging flowers in the courtyard. Mom, where did Dad go? For a moment, Ren Ran felt a pang of cruelty, personally shattering this peace. The reluctance flickered in her heart but was quickly overtaken by reason and reality. Mom, I found a restaurant. Let's go there for dinner tonight. It's on me. Ren Suya looked up. I'll call your dad to see if he is free. Chapter 30. Witnessing infidelity ever since the private investigator she hired had provided results, Ren Suya's attitude towards her husband had improved. Ren Ran did not intervene. The phone was quickly answered. Wife, what's up? Inside the Hangzhou Mall, as Kong Liji called out wife, Kong Lian perked up her ears to eavesdrop. Upon hearing his words, she pouted, casting a pitiful glance at her father. Understanding, Ren Suya nodded. All right. Take care of yourself. Don't push too hard. Yes, I will. After ending the call, Ren Ran was not surprised by the outcome. His agreement would have truly been unexpected. Fine, I'll go with you. Ren Ran summoned Gao Ying, instructing her to drive. The journey from Haishur to Hangzhou would take just over 2 hours. When Gao Ying saw the location sent by Ren Ran, she was somewhat taken aback. After exiting the city and entering the highway, Ren Suya expressed her surprise. Ren Ran, where is this restaurant you found? In Hangzhou. What kind of restaurant would require you to travel so far for dinner? You still have school tomorrow, Ren Suya considered her. Mom, this meal is more meaningful than school. What exactly are you planning? She smiled without answering. After passing the toll booth and entering Hangzhou, it was around 5 in the afternoon. According to the location provided by Su Xiaoyin, it was a private dining restaurant. Ren Suya looked at the well-decorated venue before her. Finding nothing particularly special about it, Su Xiaoyin saw his employer arrive and intended to approach. But upon noticing the person accompanying her, he silently halted his steps and sent her a message. Your dad and the others went in just a few minutes ago. Reservations are required inside. So I cannot enter. I am unsure which private room they are in. Ren Suya instinctively started to walk inside, but Ren Ran remained still, turning to Gao Ying. Sister Ying, could you please help us pack a meal? A balanced mix of meat and vegetables, clean and hygienic will suffice. Ren Ran surveyed the surroundings and led her mother to the entrance of a nearby shop, guiding her to sit on a bench. This position allowed them to observe the private dining restaurant clearly. Behind them, Su Xiaoyin was seated on another bench. They exchanged knowing glances, silently understanding each other. Ren Suya genuinely could not comprehend what her daughter was up to. Gao Ying brought over the food, and the three of them sat down to eat the inexpensive takeout. It was Ren Suya's first time eating such fast food. Ran Ran, is this what you consider good food? Ren Suya asked, somewhat incredulously. Yes. Ren Ran nodded. Mom, these dishes are delicious. They have a homey flavor. Ren Suya watched her daughter devour the food. In that moment, she felt as though she was outdone by her child. She took a few bites, finding the flavors a bit strong and the seasoning excessive, but seeing her daughter enjoy it, she adapted after a moment. The three of them quietly continued their meal. After finishing the takeout, Ren Suya noticed Ren Ran still lingering, following her gaze towards the private dining restaurant across the street. Ran Ran, are you hiding something from me? Mom, how many types of emotions do people experience in their lives? Ren Suya deeply regarded her daughter for a moment before replying. Familial love, romantic love, friendship, teacher-student bonds, and so on. Among these emotions, which do you think is the most indispensable? Ren Suya suppressed her curiosity, pondering briefly. Familial love. Subsequently, Ran Ran recounted some allegorical stories, and even the most oblivious person would grasp what was about to unfold as he inside. The he was unmistakable. Ran Ran nodded at that moment. A family of 3 exited the private dining restaurant. The middle-aged man and woman intimately linking arms, while the girl beside them chattered away. To an outsider, this scene would undoubtedly appear as that of a blissful family. Only those involved knew the hidden truths. Ran Suya watched as her husband and Ruan Fengru shared affectionate moments, and her recently healed heart felt a fresh wound. Kong Li Ji, with great tenderness, opened the car door for Ruan Fengru and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her cheek before she entered the vehicle. The sweet ambience surrounding them was enough to evoke envy in anyone who witnessed their affectionate bond. Once the trio settled into the car, they swiftly departed from the scene. Unbeknownst to them, a group of onlookers had been privy to their loving family dynamics throughout the entire episode. Upon seeing Kong Zong alongside another woman, Gowing felt no surprise. Rather, she was filled with a sense of vindication. Her understanding deepened further upon encountering Ruan Fengru, as she realized that the young lady she had been tasked with investigating was indeed not an ordinary person. Throughout her inquiries, she had also detected unusual commercial undercurrents, intricately linked to the headquarters of the conglomerate. Noticing her mother's slight tremor, Ran Ran embraced her, resting her head on her shoulder, and whispered softly, "Mom, did you see the girl beside him?" Ran Suya was already aware. She is a transfer student in our class this year, named Kong Lian. She claims her father is Kong Mingcheng, and she receives a monthly allowance of 500,000. Her father frequently gifts her jewelry and handbags, and she is chauffeured in luxury cars daily. As she recounted this, Ran Suya was reminded of her daughter's previous words, echoing clearly in her mind with tear-filled, reddened eyes. Ran Suya gazed at her daughter. A love child received in luxury. Her own daughter traveled by bus every day. A love child, with a monthly allowance of 500,000. Her daughter only had 50,000. A love child, frequently adorned with jewelry and handbags. What nonsense could justify her indulgence? What reasoning could explain this disparity? Why should the privileges of a love child surpass those of her own daughter? She was the true heiress of the Ren family. Not that illegitimate child. She had thought her husband cherished her, yet he treated their daughter so harshly, cloaked in the guise of sweet nothings, feeding them poison wrapped in glittering candy paper. Suddenly, Ran Suya pushed Ran Ran away, hastily rising to her feet and staggering to a nearby tree, where she leaned against the trunk, retching violently. Seeing her mother in such distress broke Ran Ran's heart. Had she been too cruel? Yet, the thought of her mother's impending fate quelled her compassion. Chapter 31. The truth of love. Ran Ran approached, gently patting her mother's back to soothe her. Ran Suya remained silent, patiently waiting for her mother to regain her composure. Some burdens she could not bear on her behalf. Only her mother could confront them. She had faith that her mother would emerge from this turmoil. Half an hour later, the two found themselves seated in a CAF. In the corner, Ran Suya's complexion was pale, her once bright eyes now dulled. Observing her mother's state, Ran Ran felt a pang of sorrow. "Mom, are you all right?" Ran Suya looked at her daughter, noticing the worry in her eyes. Suddenly she smiled, but as tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, a bitter smile creased her lips. "Ran Ran, I am inadequate. I am sorry, my dear, for the grievances you must endure." Ran Ran grasped her hand firmly. "Mom, I am not aggrieved." The understanding in her daughter's eyes twisted Ran Suya's heart. "When did you find out?" 2 months ago. "Why didn't you?" "The traces of other women on your father's clothes. The lipstick in his car, were they your doing?" That Kong Li Ji would take his mistress and love child shopping in another province spoke volumes of his caution. Such a meticulous man would not leave obvious traces. "Why is that? Your grandparents know?" Ran Suya glanced at Gowing, who stood watch outside. Ran Ran nodded. A bitter smile graced Ran Suya's lips. Her daughter had to bear the burden of her inadequacies. Once, her parents had warned her that he was not a worthy man, yet she had stubbornly refused to heed their counsel. Ran Ran touched her bag, uncertain whether to share its contents. Today's revelations were a crushing blow for her mother, and she feared it might overwhelm her. Ran Suya noticed her daughter's hesitation. "If there's something to say, just say it. Don't worry, I can handle it. I am not as fragile as you think. I in her past life. The sudden passing of her grandparents and her father's successive infidelities had left her exhausted and heartbroken, leading her down a path of despair. This time, with her grandparents still alive and her own forewarnings, she would not tread the same path again. Resolute, Ran Ran placed the documents on the table. They contained details about Ruan Fengru and her father, though much remained uninvestigated. Taking the papers into her hands, Ran Suya perused them, her expression growing colder and her complexion increasingly ashen. The documents detailed the truth of what she had perceived as love. This information had been procured by Gaoing from her grandparents. After Rensuya had alerted them, they had begun investigating her husband, leading to the discovery of his mistress. The investigation revealed a financial trail that piqued her grandfather's interest. Since the second year of Rensuya's marriage, Ruan Fengaryu had been remitting annual payments to a specific account, with amounts ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000 to someone of her grandfather's status. Such sums were trivial. Most would overlook them, but her grandfather, ever astute, initiated an inquiry into the account's owner, which took little effort to uncover. Those who could be bought with money were inherently weak against it from this individual. They learned that the heroic rescue that had united her parents was a ruse, a trap to ensnare Rensuya. Kong Liji and Ruan Fengaryu had enlisted a thug to harass her, leading to her father's dramatic entrance as the hero, after which he sustained injuries. Grateful for his kindness, Rensuya frequently visited him in the hospital, leading to their eventual union. Ruan Fengaryu and Rensuya were from the same academic lineage. She deliberately approached Rensuya to learn her preferences, which she then relayed to Rensuya's father, who sculpted himself into the ideal man to meet her expectations. Over time, Rensuya found her father's worldview aligned with her own, and his demeanor brought her immense comfort that a Navi girl, untouched by the betrayal of men, soon fell victim to the web of deceit spun around her. Mistaking illusion for love, her mother had once investigated Kong Liji. But at that time, the thug had yet to entangle them, preventing any leads from emerging. Had they discovered this connection, they would never have permitted her marriage. That if not for Rensuya's unexpected pregnancy, her grandparents would have resisted any compromise. Witnessing her father's and Ruan Fengaryu's machinations, Ren could not help but reflect on the incident that had led to her mother's pregnancy, an event that was likely orchestrated by them. Rensuya's face had turned ghastly pale. Mom. Ren approached, worry etched on her face. You still have me, and your parents. We all love you. She gently patted her mother's back, attempting to calm her. Half an hour later, Rensuya's emotions had stabilized somewhat, though her complexion remained poor. Ran, they are all deceivers, indeed, all deceivers, not merely deceivers, they are akin to butchers. The car veered in a new direction, heading towards the mountainside villa. Upon seeing her elderly parents, Rensuya's tears flowed uncontrollably. Her grandmother stepped forward to embrace her, gently patting her back. Do not fear. You still have us. And Ran, regardless of her age, in her parents' eyes, she would forever be their little princess. He deceived me so terribly, Mom. I despise him. That I should have listened to you. That I was wrong, profoundly wrong. Why did they treat me this way? Her grandmother wiped away her tears, and her grandfather, wanting to intervene, hesitated, choosing instead to stand beside Ran as they watched the two women weep. An hour later, both Rensuya and her grandmother had finally ceased their crying. Their spirits somewhat lifted, though all four family members bore ashen faces. You have faced little hardship in your life. Now experiencing some adversity will serve as a lesson, Ren Hongru said solemnly. Rensuya did not retort. Accepting his words, Ren Hongru turned to Ran, his gaze inquisitive as if he wished to inquire about something but faltered. Please, ask whatever you wish, Ran urged, suspecting her grandfather's inquiry. Chapter 32. Rebirth. Ran, how did you come to know all this? Had it not been for his granddaughter's timely warning, he would have remained ensnared by this predatory wolf. It was no small feat for a person to maintain such a faade for over 2 decades. Gradually lowering their defenses, he was in awe of her caution and restraint. How had his granddaughter perceived the truth? Some statements might deceive a Navi mother, but to fool her grandfather was another matter entirely. Ran had never considered deceiving them. She had refrained from discussing her rebirth, as it was an extraordinary claim. Even if she revealed it, they might not believe her, and when doubt began to creep in, she would present the full truth, making it more credible. Gazing at the 3 most important individuals in her life, Ran spoke softly, each word deliberate. What I am about to reveal will surpass your understanding. Yet every word is the truth. That I have been reborn. Her grandparents' pupils dilated, and her mother's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly convinced she was hallucinating. That I in my previous life, I was ensnared by Pei Ming's treachery, leading to my ruin and subsequent battle with depression. In the spring of the following year, my grandparents will suffer a car accident. By that time, my father will have taken control of the conglomerate, and soon after, he will bring his mistress and love child home. Unable to accept this, my mother will confront him, leading to violence. The following night, she will swallow a bottle of sleeping pills, leaving us forever. I felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and resorted to engaging in a physical altercation with them. However, in the end, I was ruthlessly beaten by him and unceremoniously expelled from the villa. The Yaxing group, once belonging to the Ren family, had swiftly transformed into the possession of Kong Liji. Ruanfengru and her daughter leveraged the Yaxing group to establish themselves as formidable women in the financial realm. Their daughter, Kong Lian, ventured into the entertainment industry, becoming the envy of many as the esteemed daughter of the Yaxing group. As for me, I, devoid of any means, was left to seek refuge beneath a bridge, scavenging for food from garbage bins or resorting to begging when hunger struck. At this juncture, my grandfather, grandmother, and mother wore expressions of deep distress, with tears cascading down my mother's cheeks. They refrained from interrupting her. Listening in silence. It was only when my grandfather's secretary, Qin Quan, found me and provided me with some funds, securing me a place to stay in a rental in the city, that I began to regain my footing. He retrieved my identification and helped me secure a job. Subsequently, I relied on my own efforts to interview with various companies each time. Listening to her recount the misfortunes of her life, even those who had not lived through her experiences could not help but break into a cold sweat. That day, upon leaving the hospital with the late-stage gastric cancer diagnosis, I encountered a Taoist priest who offered me a free fortune reading. He revealed that I was destined for a life of privilege. But someone had tampered with my fate, exchanging my noble destiny for that of a cursed one. I had thought I had encountered a turning point, only to be met with an out-of-control vehicle that struck me down. As her words hung in the air, Ran Suya could no longer contain herself and embraced her tightly. My Ran, my daughter. My grandfather's demeanor remained composed, yet his clenched fists trembled slightly, clearly indicating his agitation. From her account, coupled with her gestures, it became evident what roles those individuals had played in this ordeal. Could it be that your father exchanged your fate with that of the illegitimate daughter? Ran Suya inquired. Ran nodded, affirming yes. The more I suffer, the more wretched my existence becomes, the better their lives will be, and only then can my fate be thoroughly exchanged. Even without further elaboration, this single statement revealed that her past existence was far more tragic than they could have imagined. Beast! Ran Hongru forcefully hurled the teacup in his hand, venting his pent-up fury. His wife hurriedly approached, soothingly patting the old man's back, urging him to remain calm for the sake of his health. Though she spoke thus, her heart brimmed with loathing for Kong Liji. Ran Suya's voice trembled as she lamented, "You are also his daughter. How could he treat you so cruelly? Even a beast would not harm its own offspring." "He is even more ruthless than a beast," Ran Hongru scoffed derisively. "From the moment I met you, he has been scheming. The daughter you bore is merely a pawn in his game. Would such a man show compassion for a tool? He would only seek to exploit the tool's benefits to the fullest." Having discerned Kong Liji's predatory ambitions, I was not at all surprised by his treatment of Ran, while it aligned with his callous nature. The reality still left me unable to remain composed. The daughter and granddaughter he had cherished so dearly were subjected to such torment and abuse. He must have wished to rend him into 1,000 pieces. In the past life, the Ran family suffered greatly, devoured whole by this vile wolf, who built his empire upon the blood and flesh of the Ran family, reveling in the fruits of victory stained with their blood. My grandmother interjected, asking, "Has your aunt's family colluded with them?" She recalled the talisman and the words of her granddaughter. Ran recounted how Suing was acquainted with Pei Ming and detailed the misdeeds Pei Ming had committed against her at school. She also elaborated on how her aunt's family had thrived in the previous generation. While she lacked concrete evidence to prove that her aunt's family had conspired with Kong Liji's, the signs were undeniable. In their endeavor to crush the Ran family, her aunt's family was certainly not innocent. As for the exact nature of their involvement, she had yet to uncover. "Your dear niece's family is no saint either," my grandmother huffed. The last time Ren Shiyun's family sought a loan, Ran had interfered, resulting in Ran Hongru finding an excuse not to lend them money. That couple had directly invited their sister-in-law to borrow funds, and out of respect for her and his deceased brother, Ran Hongru had considered loaning them a portion of his private funds. In light of recent events, however, such a gesture seemed unnecessary. "They are all a pack of ungrateful wretches," my grandmother scolded in anger. This time it was my grandfather who comforted my grandmother, urging her not to let her anger affect her health. "Regarding your fate," Ran elaborated on the Taoist priest Qing Xian and his master's wanderings. "Such matters are best left to professionals. Arrange a time to meet with that priest. I wish to speak with him." "Very well, father. Expel him from the company." The mere thought of how he treated her daughter was intolerable to Ran Suya. Recalling the hardships her daughter endured in the past life, the previous feelings of resentment and betrayal transformed entirely into hatred. "Foolishness," Ran Hongru muttered under his breath. Ran Suya felt a pang of grievance at her father's reproach. Ran grasped her mother's hand, softly explaining, "Mother, you should have realized that they have been scheming to approach you from the very beginning. Their sole objective is the Yaxing group." Chapter 33, Intricate machinations. He had been entrenched in the company for years, undoubtedly cultivating numerous loyal followers. Until we have extracted all his people from the company, we must not act rashly. Once we corner him, no one can predict what kind of madness he might unleash. This matter requires a gradual approach. At this point, Ran sighed, reflecting. For so many years, he has meticulously crafted the image of a good husband, a good son-in-law, and a good father in front of us, my grandparents and outsiders. Even if we were to disclose his infidelity, few would believe it. Moreover, infidelity is far too commonplace in this circle. As for what kind of character my daughter possesses, she knows best. Such a kind and innocent child has been driven to this extent by them. Ran Hongru nodded in agreement, casting a disapproving glance at his daughter. You truly ought to learn from Ran. As a mother, you are woefully inadequate, even inferior to Ran. Suya lowered her head, obediently accepting the reprimand. My grandmother observed the interaction between the two women. She felt assured about her granddaughter but harbored concerns about her daughter. It is often said that a mother knows her daughter best. She was well aware of her daughter's shortcomings. In the presence of a cunning fox like Kong Liji, her daughter, who could not conceal her thoughts, would be prone to revealing her intentions. With them watching over her, they could provide cover. Ran Hongru nodded, stating, the branch office requires manpower. I will arrange for him to be transferred. It is best for you two to avoid frequent encounters. Ren Suya possessed no sense of autonomy. She simply complied with whatever her parents instructed. Whatever her daughter suggested, she would follow. Call him now and say you injured your leg. I will have you stay here, my grandmother suggested. Ren Suya was about to make the call when Ran stopped her. Allow me to handle it. Meanwhile, the Kong Liji family had just finished their meal, enjoying a boat ride, and disembarked at 11 o'clock at night. Father, shall we stay here tonight? Kong Lian coaxed sweetly. Ruan Fengru's eyes reflected anticipation. Just as he was about to agree, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Ran, what's wrong? Mother is injured. Kong Lian seemed a bit reluctant, but a glance from her mother silenced her protests. Ruan Fengru stepped forward, tenderly adjusting his clothing, and gently urged, you go on, don't keep her waiting. All right. Kong Liji leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead before hurrying off. The two women watched him depart. Their expressions varied. Ruan Fengru tilted her head, noticing her daughter's discontent. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Mother, are you truly content? Why should they live in the shadows like rats? Why should that mother-daughter duo be able to summon father with just a phone call? She felt a profound sense of injustice. Ruan Fengru remained unperturbed, her voice calm. Even if you feel unjust, you must stifle it. Wait until the day you tarnish her reputation and make her restless. That shall be our moment to rise. Until then, endure your grievances and do not jeopardize your father's interests. Understood? My dear girl, I understand. Hearing the veiled threat in her mother's words, Kong Lian shrank her neck and obediently acquiesced. When Kong Liji arrived at the hillside villa, it was already past midnight. My grandparents had retired for the night, and Ran had been waiting for him. Ran, how is your mother? Kong Liji inquired with concern. The doctor has seen her. It's a ligament sprain. Nothing serious. She just needs to rest. Father, don't worry too much. Noticing his intention to stay, Ran quickly added, Mother is already asleep. You should sleep in the guest room, you child. Kong Liji gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Mother hates pain. If you wake her now, she won't be able to sleep due to the pain, and you wouldn't want that, would you? All right, I understand. Kong Liji replied with an affectionate smile. Ultimately, Ran insisted on ushering him away, feeling uneasy about leaving them alone together. She believed her mother would eventually grow accustomed to acting alongside this man. With her grandmother keeping watch during the day, and her grandfather nearby, there was no need for Ran to fret. The next day, Ran arrived at school in her grandfather's Rolls-Royce Phantom, drawing the attention of many as she disembarked. Among them was Kong Lian and her companions. That a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Indeed it is. Wow, that's a luxury car worth millions. As Kong Lian overheard the conversations around her, irritation brewed within her. Watching Ran glide into school like a little princess, under the gaze of many, her eyes narrowed slightly. You won't be able to bask in glory for long. Soon, all of this will belong to me. Kong Lian entered the classroom with a smile, accompanied by her companions. Just as Ran settled into her seat, Zhaoyi leaned in beside her, eagerly brandishing her phone to show her a post from the campus network. Take a look at this post. It is truly audacious. The post, anonymously published the previous evening, insinuated that next week's monthly exam would likely see Kong Lian, the newly transferred student, claiming the top spot in the grade. The wording was subtle enough. stopping just short of declaring her the unequivocal first. Do you think this post was authored by her? Uncertainty tsk, arriving here with the intent to seize the top position. How bold. Zhao seemed to harbor a particular disdain for Kong Lian. Finding her insincere after all, she was a guest invited by the principal, so achieving first place was hardly remarkable. Ran chuckled dismissively as the two conversed. A commotion erupted from the back of the classroom. Guotongwen and Tan Zhao were embroiled in a heated argument, their voices loud enough to capture the attention of the entire class. Guotongwen, just because Ran defended you last time, you don't have to support her at every turn. How have I supported her? I merely spoke the truth. Tan Zhao, infuriated, retorted, fine, let's put aside previous matters and focus on our current discussion. That I said Kong Lian could become the top of our class, the top of the grade, and you are there being sarcastic. Are you implying she can't while Ran can? What did I say? I merely question your certainty. Did I say something wrong? Or do you have insider information that the top student has already been predetermined? The moment Guotongwen uttered those words, a collective gasp echoed around them. Such remarks should not be thrown about lightly, someone cautioned. Enraged, Tan Zhao shot back, you are simply being unreasonable. The fact is, Ran cannot compare to Kong Lian. We shall see who is right. When did I ever claim Ran was the top student? Humph, why the sudden reluctance to compete? You used to elevate one while belittling the other. Why the change now? It seems you too acknowledge that Ran is inferior to Kong Lian. Tan Zhao's sarcasm cut deep, declaring that comparison should be based on grades, not superficial attributes like jewelry or parental status. If the grades are lacking, what use is there? Those who had maintained a good relationship with Kong Lian began to stir, recalling how Guotongwen had consistently undermined and subtly mocked Kong Lian, who had chosen to overlook such provocations and urged others to do the same. Now, with an opportunity finally at hand, they felt compelled to stand up for Kong Lian, especially since she had often treated them generously with gifts and lavish meals. Indeed. Let's have Kong Lian and Ran wager. Whoever emerges as the top student will treat the entire class to a weekend getaway. The mere mention of a weekend trip ignited excitement among the students. Haha, that's a splendid idea. However, Huxia, a close follower of Kong Lian, was not in agreement. Oh, so now you are afraid of certain defeat, is that it? Previously boasting, now confronted with the reality of competition, she was backing down. How cowardly. Kong Lian stood quietly, her gaze directed at Ran, wearing a smile. When their eyes met, Ran's lips curled into a disingenuous smile in return. Zhao attempted to interject, but felt a weight on her shoulder, and Ran's voice reached her ears. It's just a competition. I agree, but it ultimately hinges on Kong Lian. Ran deftly passed the ball back to her as the gazes of their peers bore down on her. Kong Lian sighed softly, reflecting that as classmates, they ought to support one another rather than engage in rivalry. Kong Lian, given what everyone is saying, if you don't dare to accept, it might appear as though you feel guilty and fear the competition. Your reluctance will only be perceived as weakness. Kong Lian seemed swayed by their words. Feeling somewhat conflicted after glancing at Ran and the others, she reluctantly acquiesced. All right, regardless of whether I win or lose. I hope it won't affect our friendship. Her voice was gentle, and she looked at Ran with a warm smile. As for showing off, who cannot do that? Ran nodded in agreement. You are right. Whether you win or I win, I will cover the travel expenses for the weekend. The other classmates beamed with smiles, many appreciating her generosity. Ran, impressive. A male student exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Ji Qing, another of Kong Lian's followers, noticed Ran gaining the upper hand and voiced her discontent, sensing defeat and preparing for the worst. Zhao Yi's temper flared. Ji Qing, did you eat something foul this morning? Your mouth is so foul. Ji Qing was no pushover either. Knowing she had Kong Lian to back her up, she felt emboldened, believing that pleasing Kong Lian would yield future benefits. I am merely stating facts. Is free speech not allowed nowadays? Ran remained unfazed, smiling at Ji Qing. Since you've said it, fine. Whoever loses will treat the classmates. It's not that I am unwilling, it's simply that public opinion is daunting. Alas, I was initially considering arranging a high-standard 5-star trip for everyone. She feigned a look of regret. It's all right. We all understand. The classmates nodded in agreement, realizing that irrespective of the outcome, they would enjoy a free outing. As the wager went public, Guotongwen realized she had been used as a pawn, unwittingly dragging Ran into this predicament. Seeing Ran's stance, she quickly rectified. Ran, rest assured that if Kong Lian loses, her proposed travel standards will be no less than your 5-star ones. After all, she's the daughter of the Haixiang group. She won't be stingy. Ran cast a glance at Guotongwen, acknowledging her cleverness. Zhao Yi chimed in, of course. The daughter of Haixiang group is not ordinary. With a smile, Kong Lian noticed the eager expressions of her classmates and declared, if I lose, I will treat everyone to a 2-day vacation at Mingshan Island. I will cover all expenses. She turned her gaze to Ran Ran. A 2-day trip to Mingshan Island. The thought of the final bill made Kong Lian unable to suppress her delight. Those two fools, thinking they were digging a pit for her, were unknowingly preparing one for Ran Ran. A seemingly absurd wager began to spread like wildfire throughout the grade, even reaching the lower grades. The bet between Kong Lian and Ran Ran gained notoriety, and anticipation grew among the students, with many from neighboring classes coming to observe the two wealthy heiresses in their gamble. The notorious academic underachiever, Fu Yan, leaned against the classroom door with his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips. So it's these two betting? He queried. His companion nodded. Yes, it's them. Hey, you two heiresses, what's the fun in treating just your class to a 2-day trip? If you're going to treat, it should be the whole grade. That's thrilling. Fu Yan contemplated suggesting the entire school, but thought better of it. There was no need. Other passing senior students halted in their tracks, their eyes fixed eagerly on Ran Ran and Kong Lian. Both Ran Ran and Kong Lian were taken aback. The classmates stood frozen in surprise, all staring intently at Fu Yan. Miss Ran, Miss Kong, would you be willing? Oh, come on, she's a daughter of a publicly listed company. What's there to hesitate about treating the entire grade? You underestimate them. If they agreed, everyone would benefit. Mingshan Island, renowned as a 5-star tourist destination, was located just outside the city, a mere half-hour ferry ride away. It boasted the world's largest water park and the most exquisite aquarium, offering comprehensive accommodations and activities, albeit at a steep cost, averaging 5,000 yuan per person. Each class contained roughly 40 students, with 5 classes in the grade. At a minimum average of 5,000 yuan per person, the total would approach 1 million. Ran Ran smiled. I have no objections. The students from neighboring classes erupted in laughter, their eyes shining with anticipation as they looked at Kong Lian. Feeling the pressure, Kong Lian shrugged nonchalantly. I'm fine with it too. Fu Yan's follower gave him a thumbs up. Boss, you're amazing. Many began to regard Fu Yan more favorably, appreciating his efforts to secure benefits for the entire grade. The news quickly spread throughout the grade and even the entire school. After this competition, whether Ran Ran or Kong Lian, both became well-known figures within the school. Whosoever lost would undoubtedly face immense embarrassment. Zhaoyi elbowed Ran Ran. Are you serious? Agreeing to this means over 1 million is at stake. Of course. Zhaoyi wanted to continue the conversation but then thought better of it, saying, I won't interrupt your studies. Focus on your preparation. I don't expect you to be first in the grade. Just be sure to surpass Kong Lian. She patted Ran Ran on the shoulder. You can do it. In her previous life, Kong Lian had consistently performed well academically, often ranking within the top 3, occasionally securing the top position. Her current boldness in making such a spectacle indicated her confidence in maintaining that standing. As for Ran Ran's confidence in defeating Kong Lian, she certainly had it. Her greatest asset was her rebirth. Although memories of past monthly exams had faded over the years, this particular exam featured questions from the Z province's college entrance examination 5 years prior, which were notably challenging, thus leaving a lasting impression on her. Once upon a time, her academic performance was regarded as admirable by outsiders, and she herself believed it sufficient to gain admission into her desired university. Thus, she did not exert her utmost effort, maintaining a remarkably relaxed state of study. She had long awaited the arrival of Kong Lian, eager to shatter the pride she took in her academic achievements. In her previous life, even though she possessed the capability to surpass her, each time she witnessed Kong Lian's concern for grades and rankings, she never dared to showcase her superiority. In those moments, she was likely fearful of losing this friendship. She aspired to establish herself in school through the persona of a wealthy and academically gifted individual, seeking to win the hearts of her peers. Yet she found herself unable to do so. She aimed to dismantle everything that Kong Lian held dear. Just as she emerged from the restroom, the bell signaling the start of class rang, and she found herself blocked by someone. Is there something you need? Ran Ran inquired, gazing at Tanjia. Tanjia spoke. You should be cautious of Kong Lian. With this brief warning, she hurried away. Watching Tanjia's retreating figure, Ran Ran smiled. Cautious of Kong Lian. Indeed, she had every reason to be wary. In her past life, Kong Lian had stolen her destiny, reveling in the life of a victor that was originally meant for her. How could she afford to be careless? This Tanjia was quite intriguing. Spending the weekend at the mountainside villa to review her studies, Aunt Wang knocked on her door. Miss, a teacher Lin is looking for you. He claims to be your English teacher. Teacher Lin. Ran Ran was somewhat taken aback. After a brief contemplation, she replied, Please let him in. Standing at the foot of the mountainside villa, Lin Wenshan's eyes were filled with envy. This place was not easily attainable, even with wealth. Upon receiving notification, the security dispatched a vehicle to escort Lin Wenshan up. Throughout the journey, Lin Wenshan's gaze wandered, unable to suppress his astonishment at the beauty of the surroundings. Upon reaching the villa, a designated person awaited him, guiding him to the reception room. "Teacher Lin, please take a seat," Ran said, cradling a cup of tea as she gestured for him to sit. Upon seeing familiar faces, Lin Wenshan's earlier reserve dissipated significantly. After Aunt Wang served tea and snacks, Ran inquired, "Did Teacher Lin come to discuss something?" Lin Wenshan glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before speaking. "I am aware of the bet you made with Kong Lian." Ran listened quietly, awaiting further details. Do you wish to win? This wager had transcended mere monetary loss. It was a matter of pride. The entire school was watching, and the loser would face embarrassment. Who would willingly contemplate defeat? With a smile, Ran replied, "I have a way for you to win." "Teacher Lin, are you suggesting?" Ran's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Wenshan smiled, "I can provide you with the questions for the upcoming monthly exam. You only need to offer me a certain reward." "How much do you want?" Ran queried. Hearing her straightforwardness, Lin Wenshan felt a surge of delight. 3 million. Ran shook her head. "That's too high. It's not worth it." He gritted his teeth. 2 million. Ran continued to shake her head. 1,500,000. "This is the lowest I can go. Compared to Kong Lian, your chances of winning against her are slim. Rather than losing both face and money, it is better to invest this sum in me. At least you can preserve your dignity and make a significant impression. This 1,500,000 is truly worthwhile." "Agreed?" Lin Wenshan's smile brightened significantly. "However, I will need a post-dated check. It can only be cashed after the exam results are announced." "Teacher Lin, what do you say?" Lin Wenshan pondered for a moment. "All right, I still trust Ran. I will go upstairs to retrieve the check." "Very well. 10 minutes later, Ran descended, handing him a pristine check. Lin Wenshan scrutinized it closely, ensuring its authenticity before presenting her with a note detailing the exam questions. "Ran, prepare well and aim for first place." "Thank you for your blessings, Teacher Lin." As she served tea, Lin Wenshan, understanding the unspoken cue, stood up to leave, escorted personally by Aunt Wang. Once he departed, Ran retrieved her phone and dialed the principal's number. "Principal Li, this is Ran. I have something to report to you." Principal Li responded with curiosity. "What is it?" "Just now, Teacher Lin Wenshan visited my home and, leveraging my bet with Kong Lian, extorted 1,500,000 from me in exchange for the exam questions. I fear he may employ the same tactic again, so I suggest we change the questions for this month's exam." Principal Li was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. On Monday, I will present the materials provided by Teacher Lin." After concluding the call with Principal Li, Ran reclined on the sofa, turning off the camera. Meanwhile, atop the Yixing Group building, in the chairman's office, Chapter 36. Relocation from headquarters. The secretary knocked on the chairman's office door. And moments later, she turned to Kong Liji, saying, "Mr. Kong." Kong Liji followed the secretary into the office, where Ren Hongru stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, conversing on the phone. Upon seeing Kong Liji, he gestured for him to take a seat. Kong Liji opted to remain standing, waiting patiently. A minute later, Ren Hongru concluded his call. "Please sit." That moment, the secretary served tea, and after she exited, Ren Hongru finally spoke. "Lig, what are your thoughts on the North City branch?" Kong Liji pondered briefly before responding. "The government provides substantial support to that area. It holds great potential for development." He carefully observed his father-in-law's expression, noting no objection, allowing him to elaborate on the market conditions and national policies, correlating them with the current international market trends. Seeing satisfaction on Ren Hongru's face, Kong Liji became increasingly confident in his explanation. "Have a sip of tea." Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had passed, and Kong Liji felt parched. Taking a sip of tea. "Lig, you have been married to Suya for 19 years, haven't you?" "Indeed, Renzong. Let us drop the formalities when we're alone. Of course. Dad," Kong Liji replied naturally. "Lig, I'm getting older. My energy is not what it used to be." Ren Hongru sighed, reflecting on the passage of time. "Dad, you are still young." Ren Hongru chuckled, waving his hand. "From now on, I expect you to take more responsibility for both major and minor affairs within the group." Kong Liji understood this message all too well. He restrained his excitement, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I still have much to learn under your guidance, Dad." Ren Hongru nodded in approval. "I have been watching your performance in the company over the years. I haven't forgotten. The branch needs someone to take charge." Kong Liji's heart sank. This meant he was being dispatched. Once distanced from headquarters, there would be matters he could hardly influence. Before he could voice his objections, Ran Hongru continued, the branch concerns the company's direction for the next decade. I do not trust anyone else for this task. You will guard that side for me. Dad, North City is so far from Haishur. If I go, what about Suya and the others? Ren Hongru waved his hand, interrupting him. Last week, I discussed your appointment to the board with several directors. Upon hearing this, Kong Liji's spirits lifted. He had long been privy to this information from his confidants. The board felt he was still young. Dad is getting older. This company will eventually be handed over to you. But whether it can be smoothly transitioned depends on your capabilities. Do well at the branch, achieve results, and you will earn the board's respect. Your mother and I can then enjoy our twilight years. The implication was clear. Once the branch yielded results, Ren Hongru would retire, and the Yixing group would be entrusted to Kong Liji. The branch's success would serve as a stepping stone to the board. With the stakes laid bare, Kong Liji had no choice but to comply. Although he was not particularly eager to go to the branch, he realized it was a test. Surpassing this trial would mean the Yixing group was his. His years of planning would finally come to fruition. He tempered his excitement and responded earnestly, Dad, I will strive to achieve. Ren Hongru stood up, patting him on the shoulder. Work hard. Don't let me down. That I will endeavor to produce results, so as not to disappoint your investment in me. Ren Hongru nodded in satisfaction. You may go about your business now. Kong Liji exited the chairman's office, exhilarated. Back in his office, he could hardly contain his eagerness to share the good news. He retrieved a spare phone from the depths of his drawer and dialed a number. A gentle female voice answered. Lig Fengru, the old man has finally relented. Our plan is about to succeed, and soon we shall be together forever. Kong Liji attempted to maintain a calm tone, yet his excitement was unmistakable. On the other end, Ruan Fengru shared in his joy. Really? Are we finally going to see the light at the end of the tunnel? I'll send you the address shortly. Come over tonight. All right. For the past few days his wife and daughter had been staying at the mountainside villa, which made Kong Liji incredibly uncomfortable. Each visit to the villa left him feeling out of sorts. Taking advantage of a business trip, he planned to escape to Sioux City for a breath of fresh air. I'll send you the address shortly. Come over tonight. Ruan Fengru shyly agreed. Okay, I'll head over first. In a 5-star hotel in Sioux City, Ruan Fengru donned alluring lingerie. When the doorbell rang, she opened the door barefoot. Upon seeing her clad in a bathrobe, Kong Liji's gaze darkened. He tossed his luggage aside, shut the door, and eagerly kissed her. The monthly examination has arrived as scheduled, and the senior students exhibit no signs of anxiety regarding this assessment. Their attention remains firmly fixated on Runran and Kong Lian. Runran, keep it up, Zhaoyi encourages. Guotongwen joins in, insisting that they must outshine that little green tea. Runran smiles gently, nodding slightly. By a stroke of luck, Runran and Kong Lian find themselves assigned to the same examination room. The format of this exam mimics that of the college entrance examination, with seating arrangements randomized throughout the entire grade. Renran occupies the second row on the left in the third seat, while Kong Lian sits in the second-to-last position of the first row on the right. As the bell rings, all heads bend down in concentration. Kong Lian glances at the person ahead of her, watching her pen fly across the paper, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Upon exiting the examination room, Zhaoyi and Guotongwen approach eagerly. How did it go? This question immediately garners the attention of nearby classmates, many of whom lean in to listen. I perform normally, not exceptionally. Guotongwen expresses concern, fearing that if that little brat Kong Lian triumphs, it would only serve her well. However, recalling the difficulty of the exam questions, she reassures herself that Kong Lian likely fared poorly as well. After 2 consecutive days of testing, the weekend offers Runran a chance to unwind. As for the exam results, they will be disclosed the following week. Until then, speculation abounds as to who will ultimately prevail. Where has old Lin gone? Is teacher Lin ill? Their homeroom teacher, old Zhao, coughs lightly, signaling for quiet. The students below suddenly grasp the situation. Teacher Gao, responsible for teaching senior English, raises no objections. Even if there were dissent, it would be moot. Hearing the concern for Lin Wenshan around her, Kong Lian feels disdain welling up within her. Chapter 37. The exposed recording. On the day of the results announcement, the sun shines brightly. The moment the scores are posted on the bulletin board, Zhaoyi pulls Runran along towards I. By the time they arrive, a crowd has already gathered around the board. Runran and Kong Lian arrive almost simultaneously, and as they do, everyone instinctively parts to create a path. Runran and Kong Lian exchange glances, sharing a smile. If you lose, you must honor your promise, Runran remarks with a grin. Of course, you too. That goes without saying. Together they step forward, their eyes drawn to the very first position on the far left. First place. Lu Boyi. Second place. Runran 3rd place. Konglian. Zhaoyi leaps up excitedly upon seeing the results, exclaiming, "Ah, Runran, you won. You won! Incredible!" She never expected Runran to come out on top. Wasn't it said that Konglian was formidable? How could she perform at this level? We can go to Mingshan Island for a trip now. I wonder if it will be this week or next. Konglian strides over to Runran with poise, saying, "Congratulations." "Same to you," Runran replies courteously. The two engage in polite exchanges devoid of hostility or insults, even smiling at one another. Yet those around them sense an inexplicable tension, as if sparks are flying, crackling in the air. A dissonant voice cuts through the atmosphere. How is this possible? With Runran's level, how could she possibly secure 2nd place? After Ji Qing's outburst, she covers her mouth, glancing apologetically at Runran. "I'm sorry, I was just taken aback. Your usual rankings aren't this high." Before Zhaoyi can retort, Runran interjects, "What level am I at? Is it the level that consistently crushes yours? Or the level that remains within the top 10? Her final remark jolts others back to reality, preventing them from being led astray. Runran has consistently ranked among the top 10, so her rise in the standings is only natural. Is it not permissible for someone to improve? Oh my goodness, after hearing her, I almost thought Runran was in the top 100. Someone quips. An individual who can't even make the top 10 is mocking someone close to it. This world has truly become impatient. A voice from the crowd feigns nonchalance, faced with the onslaught of criticism. Huxia's face turns pale, and she hastily pushes through the crowd to leave. Runran turns to Konglian, asking on behalf of their classmates, "When will you fulfill your promise?" The other students immediately quiet down, straining to hear. Confronted by the eager gazes of her peers, Konglian displays none of the despondency typically associated with a loser. Instead, she beams, "There's no time like the present. Let us do it this weekend." The senior students erupt into cheers. Konglian then announces, "I will charter a cruise ship to take us directly to Mingshan Island. For those 2 days of the weekend, I will reserve Mingshan Island exclusively for our grade. You may indulge in whatever you wish on the island. All expenses will be covered by me." Her words exude grandeur, igniting excitement among the surrounding students. Peers from other grades look on enviously, nearly in tears. Goodness, this woman is intent on bankrupting herself. To reserve Mingshan Island, what a lofty ambition, someone muses. To cover all costs on the island without counting, that starts in the millions. Is she planning to humiliate me and then extract millions from me? Her malice is astonishing. Runran raises her hands, applauding fervently, her gaze fixed on Konglian. "Miss Kong, your boldness deserves applause." Zhaoyi joins in the applause along with others, some even whistling joyfully. Those who previously sought to ridicule Konglian now fall silent, as one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Just as everyone revels in the anticipation of their upcoming weekend getaway to Mingshan Island, an anonymous post quietly surfaces online, exposing allegations of Runran's cheating, accompanied by recorded evidence. Since it is evening, few take notice. However, when Runran arrives at school, the post has not yet gone viral, until the first class concludes, when a scream shatters the silence, igniting the uproar. "What the hell?" someone exclaims from the class. "Ding Chong, what's wrong?" Ding Chong looks at Runran with a complex expression, then glances sympathetically at Konglian. "You all should check the campus website for yourselves." His words spark curiosity, prompting many to stealthily pull out their hidden phones to log onto the campus network. "My! What the heck?" as exclamations of shock ripple through the room. Even those who were previously engrossed in their studies can no longer contain their curiosity, crowding around those with phones to see. Someone plays the recording from the exposed post, revealing Runran's dealings with Lin Wenshan. What a bombshell! I can't believe there was such a scandal behind this competition. This is despicable. I was wondering how Runran could have improved so dramatically. Turns out she was cheating. If we disregard this cheating, Konglian should be in 2nd place. A torrent of insults and malicious voices floods Runran's ears. Zhaoyi and Guotongwen are incredulous, yet the audio unmistakably features Runran's voice alongside teacher Lin's. Deep down, she struggles to accept that she is the sort of person who would engage in such actions. "Do you believe me?" Runran counters. Runran is taken aback. This person continues to surprise her. Guotongwen deliberately raises her voice. "This must be a setup against you. The recording doesn't prove anything. Who knows if it was maliciously edited or if someone impersonated Runran's voice to create a fake recording. With technology being what it is today, it's not difficult to fabricate such audio. All it takes is money and a skilled technician, and it can be done in no time." Zhaoyi chimes in. "Exactly. Who can guarantee that this audio is authentic? I believe in Runran." She turns to the rest of the class, continuing, "After spending over 2 years with Runran, do you really not know what kind of person she is? Kong Lian notices the shift in expressions among several students. Their brows furrowing in concern, she signals to Tan Jia, who promptly steps forward. One can know a person's face but not their heart. One cannot guarantee she isn't that kind of person. Guotongwen glares at her. Tan Jia, don't force me to bring up that incident. Tan Jia's face pales, terrified into silence. Chapter 38. Who says I lost Guotongwen? You are truly imposing, resorting to threats now. Kong Lian's followers quickly join the fray. Renran cheated and Kong Lian benefited, they argue. As supporters of Kong Lian, they naturally seek to protect her interests. This is a reasonable stance. As their positions differ. If you're innocent, why not call Teacher Lin to confront the issue? Have you forgotten? Teacher Lin has family matters to attend to and is no longer here. Ha ha ha, Teacher Lin must have struck it rich and is off enjoying life. The group mocks and jeers. Don't say we don't believe Renran. With Teacher Lin suddenly absent and your sudden rise in grades, combined with this audio, it's enough to raise suspicions. Some people should stop deluding themselves and realize they've been deceived by certain facades. Kong Lian stands up, urging everyone to temper their words. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. There's no need for quarrels. I trust the school will give everyone an explanation. Cheating affects not just me, but everyone. Her light dismissal of the situation casts Renran into opposition with everyone. Suddenly Renran raises her hand, applauding. Well said. What are you being sarcastic about? Renran shrugs, her lips curling up. Am I not supposed to agree? You? What do you mean by you? Haven't your parents or your middle school teachers taught you not to follow the crowd blindly? Aren't you an adult? Don't you possess even a modicum of independent judgment? Renran looks down on the speaker disdainfully. Her words, seemingly directed at one individual, are, in truth, aimed at all present. Kong Lian's heart sank. Could it be that she intended to bribe the principal or find Lin Wenshan? If it were the former, only her father could resolve it. If it were the latter, it was utterly impossible. For Lin Wenshan had long since taken the money she had given him to vacation abroad. How could she possibly leave such a leverage against him within the country? As the bell rang, the quarrel in the classroom was abruptly halted. Teacher Zhao approached, cradling a stack of test papers, announcing today's impromptu test. Pass the papers back, refrain from whispering, and avoid wandering gazes as the lunch bell rang. A throng of students moved uniformly towards the cafeteria, walking in small clusters, chattering animatedly about cheating and the impromptu test. The test was indeed unusual. Yes, in the past only one or two subjects would overlap, but this time it was all of them, which was decidedly abnormal. Even more peculiar was the fact that an impromptu test followed closely on the heels of the monthly exam. I suspect the school is trying to assess Renran's performance. That is a possibility. Renran, Zhaoyi, and Guotongwen strolled through the classroom corridor, occasionally catching glances from passers-by, with their gazes landing on Renran. It must be her. How wealthy she is, extravagantly wagering for a mere bet. Cheating, how shameless. How can she still show her face? A person capable of such acts must possess an audacious demeanor. Listening to these vile remarks, Renran felt as if she were in a dreamlike state. It was just like when she had been framed by Pei Ming. No matter where she went, people pointed and whispered. Their words far more vicious than these. Zhaoyi glared fiercely at those gossiping, casting a worried glance at Renran, only to find her lips curling in a smile, seemingly in high spirits. Renran, are you all right? Zhaoyi inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. I'm fine. Renran replied with a smile. Wait until later. I'll show you a good show. A good show? What kind of show? The two were intrigued. Aren't you hungry? Renran stepped forward, prompting Zhaoyi and Guotongwen to hastily follow as she approached the cafeteria. The whispers and disdainful glances intensified, yet Renran remained unperturbed, having endured such experiences in her previous life. Facing them again felt somewhat different. How dare she still come to the cafeteria? After such an incident, how could she even eat? The senior was attractive, yet her heart was dark. Cheating is utterly disgraceful. Such a person possesses beauty without virtue. I've long said that these rich second-generation individuals are not to be trusted, believing that money allows them to act with impunity. Let us see how she handles this situation. Perhaps her family will simply throw money at Iti in the bustling cafeteria. Renran became the focal point of attention. Wherever she went, all eyes were drawn to her. Zhaoyi, keen-eyed, managed to secure a table for Renran, while she and Guotongwen went to fetch food. Renran had no objections. Kong Lian, Tan Jia, Ji Qing, and Huxia had just collected their meals and were scanning the area for a vacant seat when they spotted the open spot at Renran's table. Tan Jia and the others hesitated, but upon seeing Kong Lian move towards it, they naturally followed. As Kong Lian approached, Renran sensed her ill intentions before she could speak. Renran preemptively silenced them. There are already people here. Find another seat. Kong Lian smiled. Renran, regarding our bet this time you lost. Therefore, the expenses for our trip to Mingshan Island this weekend will be on you. I simply wanted to ask what standards you intend to set. Should we lower them? If so, I can have my people handle it in advance. As she drew near, the attention of those around them converged on this scene. Many pairs of eyes sparkled with excitement, feasting on the unfolding drama as they dined. Typically, students would watch the television dramas playing on the cafeteria's big screen, but today all eyes were riveted on this spectacle. Kong Lian's inquiry instantly piqued the interest of the senior students. They were unwilling to lower their standards. Having high standards is human nature. Renran gazed at her in astonishment. Who told you I lost? This time it was Hu Xia who spoke first. Renran, how can you be so thick-skinned? The facts are laid bare before us. Facts? What facts? Seeing her feigned ignorance, Hu Xia chuckled in exasperation. You a cheating dog, what are you calling facts? You cheated. Your score is void. Kong Lian's score has risen. She is second. You scored 0. Who won? Just because you claim Renran cheated, does that make it true? Were you present during the events? Zhaoyi interjected, carrying her meal. Kong Lian smiled with a hint of exasperation, as if tolerating Renran's unreasonable outburst. With a gentle sigh she said, Renran, do you have any difficulties? If so, I can cover the expenses this time. We're classmates. It's no trouble at all. Before she could finish her grandstanding, Renran kindly reminded her. Wouldn't you like to take a look behind you? Kong Lian was momentarily taken aback, somewhat puzzled. The other onlookers shared her confusion. Everyone turned to follow her pointing finger, gazing towards the large screen at the front of the cafeteria. Chapter 39. A twist of fate. The video displayed a lavish living room, with a soaring ceiling adorned by a crystal chandelier worth millions, where a young girl sat upon a high-end leather sofa. Everyone instantly recognized her. Soon, a young man entered the frame, none other than the absent Lin teacher, whom all the senior students knew. Lin Wenshan and Renran appeared together on screen, and realization dawned upon the crowd regarding the video's contents. Was this a new revelation? It hardly seemed so. The house was too luxurious. Could it belong to Renran's family? With both individuals present, it must be her home. Whispers erupted from all corners, but these soon faded as the clear sound of their conversation echoed through the cafeteria. Their dialogue was unmistakably similar to the audio from the previous revelations. Zhaoyi was taken aback and glanced at Renran, who remained composed, suppressing her own questions and continuing to watch. Their conversation concluded with Lin Wenshan's departure, and just as many assumed the video was coming to an end, it did not conclude as they expected. The young girl in the video dialed the principal's number. Her voice was clear, each word resonating in every ear. Just now Lin Wenshan came to my home and, leveraging my bet with Kong Lian, extorted 150,000 from me using this month's exam questions. Fearing he might repeat the act, I suggested changing the exam questions. This is absolutely true. On Monday, I will present the materials Lin teacher provided me. The video abruptly ended, and silence enveloped the cafeteria for 2 seconds before an eruption of gasps and chatter ensued. No way! The tables have turned. My goodness! I found it strange that the teacher didn't speak with Renran. Turns out they all knew. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Renran didn't cheat. Goodness! What a monumental twist! I apologize for my earlier ignorance. Lady Ren, you are remarkable. Praise surged forth like a tidal wave, and those who had previously been so harsh in their condemnation now found themselves smacked with reality. Zhaoyi and Guotongwen stared wide-eyed, incredulous. This truly was a spectacular show. No wonder she remained so calm. She had nothing to fear. Renran's gaze remained fixed on Kong Lian's reaction, observing her features contorting in dismay, especially as the praises from her peers reached a crescendo, causing her smile to falter and darken. Was this the end? Certainly not. Renran climbed onto a chair and raised her hand, clapping. The audience in the cafeteria ceased their meals, eyes riveted on her, eagerly anticipating what would unfold next. Kong Lian's eyelids twitched violently at this sight. I trust that many of you, after watching this video, have some questions. Not only are you puzzled, but I too share your bewilderment. Initially, I intended to use that 150,000 to eradicate the parasites within the education system, to prevent further pollution of the campus environment. Yet, I never anticipated such delightful surprises would follow. As you all witnessed, the only individuals present at that moment were Lin teacher and myself. Where then did this audio emerge from? Renran left her statement open-ended, allowing them to ponder. Guotongwen, ever quick to speak, chimed in. It must have been Lin teacher who leaked it. How curious that the video surfaced immediately after the results. Renran feigned confusion. What benefit would he gain from releasing this video? Once again, She posed a question. They were high school students, children, yet not fools. Renran's careful build-up and pivotal question hung in the air, the answer evident in everyone's minds. They instinctively turned their gazes towards Kong Lian. Seizing the opportunity to strike at Kong Lian, Guotongwen smirked. In palace intrigue and detective novels, it is said that the one who gains the most from an event is the true puppet master. This statement nearly named Kong Lian outright. In ancient times, it was said, the pure shall cleanse themselves, while the impure shall reveal their own corruption. Yet in this era, that principle seems no longer applicable. Were it not for the surveillance in my home, I would not have been able to extract this video. Even if the school were to come forth to clarify, many would suspect they had been bribed to do so. The one pulling the strings understood this, which is why they dared to act. She calculated everything, save for the fact that my home possessed a surveillance system. This was her miscalculation, but my fortune. Here, I wish to address the individual who targeted me. Renran's gaze shifted towards Kong Lian and her companions, their faces paling noticeably, particularly Kong Lian, whose body swayed precariously as if she might collapse at any moment. With a soft chuckle, she diverted her eyes and addressed the group, saying, those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably meet their downfall. I hope you take heed. Having spoken, her gaze once more fixated on Kong Lian and her companions, but this time solely on Kong Lian. Renran rose from her seat and approached Kong Lian, gently patting her shoulder with a smile. I truly apologize, but the guest must be invited by you. Kong Lian's complexion was exceptionally grim. She fled the cafeteria in a hasty retreat, her steps unsteady, yet the taunts from her peers seemed to follow her like a shadow. I once thought Kong Lian was virtuous, but it turns out she is the most venomous of all. To ruin another's reputation for the sake of a wager is truly malicious. The words she spoke in front of Miss Ran now sound like the finest examples of hypocritical virtue. No, they resemble mere idle chatter. How revolting. Thankfully, Miss Ren's family has surveillance. Otherwise, she would be unable to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. I just thought of something horrifying. If she succeeds, not only will Miss Ren bear the shame of cheating, but she will also have to spend lavishly to invite everyone to Mingshan Island as compensation. That would make her a prime target for exploitation. A victim unable to voice her grievances. Goodness, considering this, the opponent's intentions are exceedingly malicious. My word, if she truly succeeds, I can hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Renran leisurely savored her meal while the two individuals across from her glowed with excitement. Renan, this performance is utterly captivating, Zhao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Guotongwen felt a sense of vindication, finally avenging past grievances. Although she did not orchestrate the events, witnessing Kong Lian's disarray brought her immense satisfaction. The more such dramas, the better. You strike with lethal precision, never holding back. The two gave her a thumbs up, genuinely admiring her. You flatter us too much, my valiant ladies. Chapter 40. Breakdown in tears throughout the afternoon. Kong Lian endured the incessant whispers and pointed fingers of her classmates, striving to maintain her composure while disregarding their contemptuous glances, despite her internal reassurances that the opinions of these inconsequential individuals mattered little. A sense of suffocation and discomfort lingered within her. After school, she did not wait for Hu Xie and the others, hastily leaving the campus. Zhao Yi and her companions watched her retreating figure. Exchanging quiet clicks of their tongues, she probably has no idea how dreadful her appearance is, Guotongwen remarked with a smile. Surely, she has no clue, after an entire afternoon of forcing a smile, that expression is simply laughable. Upon reaching the school gate, Renran entered a car, waving goodbye to the two. Uncle Wang, the driver, noticed her cheerful demeanor and couldn't help but inquire, Miss, you seem quite happy today. Has something delightful occurred? I received praise from the teacher, Renran replied with a smile. With your excellence, such recognition is only fitting. While some rejoiced, others despaired. What's the matter? Ruan Fengru approached, offering her a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Kong Lian flung herself into her mother's embrace. Sobbing loudly, Ruan Fengru patiently waited, allowing her daughter to cry without uttering a single word of comfort. After venting her frustrations and grievances, Kong Lian lifted her head, wiping her tears. Now can we discuss what has transpired? Just days ago I was in high spirits, and today I find myself in this state. She recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. I truly never expected she would inform the principal in advance. I was even more shocked to learn that they have surveillance at home. Why didn't father tell me? Had I known, I wouldn't have suffered such a total defeat. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in her next statement. Mother, I lost. The pit I dug for her, I must now fill myself. What am I to do? The thought of the cost to rent Mingshan Island during the weekend sent Kong Lian into a panic. Simply securing the island for 2 days would cost nearly 10 million. not to mention the expenses for chartering a yacht and all other related costs. Initially, she had set the highest standards in order to ensnare Renran, without haggling over prices, even hinting for the other party to quote higher. Now she had to swallow this bitter fruit herself. Foolish. Kong Lian hung her head, unwilling to argue. The millions required were beyond her family's means, leaving her no choice but to rely on her father's finances. Ruan Fengru rose, saying, "Reflect on this." She entered her study and dialed Kong Liji's private number. She rarely used this number, as he typically initiated contact. "What is it?" Kong Liji's voice came through gently. "Liji, my daughter has made a bet with Renran and lost out. We need 30 million. Had this been before, asking him for 30 million would not have posed an issue. However, ever since the conclusion of the last auction, his personal funds had dwindled significantly, not to mention that in recent days, Rensuya had been using his supplementary card to spoil those two old hags, along with Renran's numerous purchases. The money in his account was nearly depleted, and I currently don't have that much on hand," Kong Liji declined. Ruan Fengru frowned, knowing he had spent considerable amounts on gifts for the mother-daughter duo, but she was certain he still had sufficient funds invested in various securities and funds. Even understanding he could provide the money, he chose not to. Without anger, Ruan Fengru replied, "I'll find a way myself." Her statement only deepened Kong Liji's guilt. Yet, considering his nearly exhausted liquidity, he had to suppress that guilt. "Once I stabilize things here, I'll bring you over for a visit." Delighted by his offer, Ruan Fengru responded, "That sounds wonderful." Sensing her joy, Kong Liji felt satisfied that if he were standing before her, he would see her excitement was merely superficial, not reaching her heart. "Liji, I truly feel for you. Over there, you are under constant surveillance, unable to be yourself for even a moment." Ruan Fengru said with heartfelt concern, "Surveillance? What surveillance?" Kong Liji seized upon this point. Ruan Fengru, surprised, exclaimed, "You didn't know? They installed cameras at home." "What?" Kong Liji's calm demeanor shattered. "Liji, you were unaware. There are cameras over there." Ruan Fengru inquired, astonished. "Tell me more about the situation." Ruan Fengru gently recounted the events between her daughter and Renran, emphasizing the surveillance aspect, and concluded with a sigh, "Liji, do you think they might know something?" Kong Liji narrowed his eyes. "Tell Lian to hold off on any actions until I provide word." "Understood." Kong Liji contemplated the money lost in the scheme. "I'll transfer you 10 million. That's all I can spare right now. The rest is tied up in investments and I can't access it immediately." "Liji, there's no need for such measures. I'll manage. Be good, accept it. You need it." Returning to Haishur, he notified no one, preparing for a surprise attack. Upon reaching the Shishan villa, he found neither Rensuya nor Renran present, only Aunt Li and a few maids in the house. "No, they are still at Mr. Ren's." Aunt Li, puzzled, asked, "Sir, what are you looking for?" "The surveillance I previously placed here." "Surveillance? There's no surveillance here," Aunt Li replied, bewildered. "Sir, where did you put it?" "I'll ask the others if they saw it." "No need, I must have made a mistake." "Could it have been a pinhole camera?" Kong Liji called Ruan Fengru, "Send me that video." "Sure, I'll have Lian send it to you in less than 5 minutes. Kong Liji received the video at first glance. He recognized that it was filmed at the Mid-Mountain Villa, not the Shishan Villa where they currently resided. A mix-up. Kong Liji felt relieved that he hadn't inquired with Rensuya. It was no surprise that the old man had installed surveillance. Their setbacks had clouded his judgment, nearly sabotaging his own plans. Previously, he had thought highly of that clever child. Using her to deal with Renran seemed more than sufficient, but now it appeared that she could not outmaneuver Renran. Those who scheme against others often find themselves outsmarted. How foolish. If he was not foolish, it must be that he inherited his mother's genes. Chapter 41. News of the master confirming that it was all a misunderstanding. Kong Liji feigned taking a document as he left the villa. The Mid-Mountain Villa. Renran received news relayed by Aunt Li, learning that Kong Liji had gone home. "Aunt Li, please rest early. I've arranged for your grandson's transfer." Aunt Li expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mississippi. You too, rest well." The matters concerning Ruan Fengru indeed troubled him. Just as he hung up, a call from Qing Xian came through. "Qing Xian, do you have news about your master?" "Yes. He prays daily to receive news from his master, and today I heard from a friend." Renran felt elated. "Where is he?" As long as the fate is not severed, her heart will remain unsettled. Luck is intangible. When it begins to influence, even if you have done everything perfectly, it can lead to failure. "My friend encountered my master in the Qiandongnan region. He is cultivating in a rural temple there, and I plan to visit him and invite him here." "Good, I'll send Su Zhaoyin with you. You two will look out for each other." Su Zhaoyin was resourceful, and with him around, Qing Xian would not be at a disadvantage. Yes, with good fortune on the horizon, Renran's spirits lifted further as she retrieved a piece of cake from the fridge to reward herself. While everyone presumed that Kong Lian would not attend school the following day, she unexpectedly showed up, adorned in her usual splendid attire. As if nothing around her could possibly affect her, she was indeed resilient. Zhaoyi couldn't help but express her admiration with a few clicks of her tongue. If she doesn't show up, it would only reveal her guilt, Guotongwen pointedly remarked. Haha, that's quite true. Lin Xiaoyi chimed in. Listening to the murmur surrounding her, Kong Lian clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without registering any pain. She could not allow anyone to mock her. Especially that wretched Renran that I can't hear. I can't hear, she silently chanted in her mind, engaging in a self-sustaining form of brainwashing. That on Saturday morning, Renran arrived early at the meeting point. She thought she was the first, only to find several buses already filled with people. Renran, over here, Zhaoyi called out to her. Once on the bus, the students were all smiles, animatedly discussing the activities they would partake in on Mingshan Island. As the investor, Kong Lian made her grand entrance, looking stunning. Following her mother's advice, she planned to win people over. Although she was incurring hidden losses, the money was destined to be spent and should be made worthwhile. With tens of millions at stake, she aimed for everyone to remember her kindness, hoping to offset the troubles brought upon her by Renran. Once all were gathered, several buses transported them to the harbor. Upon boarding the luxurious cruise ship, Kong Lian took to the stage, microphone in hand, her demeanor radiating warmth. As a newcomer to this school, I have much to learn, that if there is anything I do inadequately during this process, please feel free to speak up. That I am quite straightforward and may not always pick up on subtleties. This statement elicited scoffs from many in the audience, who inwardly derided her, yet no one dared to express their disdain aloud at that moment. Today, I am both honored and delighted to have the opportunity to sail and learn alongside all of you. All activities on the island for the next 2 days are fully covered, so please enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to consult the island's personal concierge. Ensure you eat well, drink well, and have fun. Kong Lian observed the expressions of her classmates below. Instead of gratitude, she was met with indifference, as if they assumed her generosity was a given. Chapter 42. The journey to Mingshan Island. A group of ungrateful freeloaders, oblivious to the essence of gratitude. Anger simmered within her, yet she reminded herself not to stoop to the level of these impoverished souls. Huxia, acting as the comedic relief, noticed the lackluster atmosphere and was the first to rise in applause, prompting others to follow suit. Though the clapping was sparse, this only served to infuriate Kong Lian further. This was not applause, but rather a slap in her face. She shot an annoyed glance at Huxia. Such applause was wholly unnecessary. Taking a deep breath, Kong Lian adjusted her mindset. Oh right. I also prepared a gift for everyone. Instantly, all eyes were on her, 90% of them focused intently, seeing the desired effect. She continued without hesitation. I have organized a lottery game for everyone. Each person can scan a QR code to enter the lottery program. The screen will display the participants' avatars, and when I press the button, whoever's avatar the system lands on will win. The prize is a VIP free experience card for Mingshan Island for an entire year. You can visit the island without spending a penny. Wow, that's fantastic! Someone exclaimed from the crowd. That prize must be mine. Another shouted. Miss Kong is so generous. Miss Kong, you're amazing. Cheering erupted from below. A genuine smile finally graced Kong Lian's face as the atmosphere warmed. The previous awkwardness seemingly forgotten. We will draw 10 lucky winners this time. You may now scan to participate. The QR code projected onto the big screen prompted everyone to whip out their phones to scan. Zhaoyi noticed Renran was not participating. Renran, aren't you scanning? I'm afraid of getting a virus. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyi immediately put her phone down. Guotongwen followed suit, and the students beside them hesitated, unsure whether to scan or not. Mao Zhan, seated behind them, had overheard their exchange and leaned in to inquire quietly. Renran, did you catch wind of something? The surrounding individuals perked up their ears. There was no wind to catch, but caution was never misplaced. After all, Renran's voice trailed off. They all understood instantly. Mao Zhan glanced at the QR code on the stage and then at Renran. Reluctant to forego such a lavish prize, yet ultimately chose to quietly put away his phone. With hundreds of people and only 10 slots, the odds were slim. Never mind, for safety's sake I 1T scan. Kong Lian occasionally checked the screen, noticing Renran's account was absent. She found it regrettable that she hadn't participated. Has everyone scanned? I'll give everyone 5 more minutes. After that we'll begin the draw. 5 minutes passed, yet the number of participants remained insufficient, still lacking over time. As the crowd urged her on, Kong Lian commenced the draw. Once 10 lucky individuals were selected, The cruise ship smoothly docked at the Mingshan Island Visitor Center. A jubilant group disembarked and the island's concierge assisted everyone with their luggage and check-in, providing a thorough introduction to the island's offerings, complete with maps and guides. The attentive service left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Once on the island, Ran joined Zhao and the others for several water activities. When it came time for meals, she approached the personal concierge. I remember their SA service for oceanside gourmet dining. Correct? Indeed. Chapter 43 The luxurious feast then arranged that for me. Additionally, prepare a steak. I only want Kobe beef. And a bottle of Lafite, please. For dessert, serve your hotel's signature dish, the picturesque landscape. We have those items. The concierge smiled and nodded. Ran turned to Zhao and the others. What would you like to eat? Ran, you can order for me. Zhao, unfamiliar with the offerings, preferred to leave such matters to the experts. Guotongwen and Lin Xiaoyi nodded in agreement, as none of them had visited Mingshan Island before. What do you all enjoy eating? I'll take note. I love hot pot, but I also crave seafood. Zhao replied that I adore seafood. Guotongwen added that I enjoy mountain delicacies. Lin Xiaoyi chimed in. Ran nodded knowingly, preparing a full feast of spider crab for her. And for you, I'll order bluefin tuna, blue lobster, and yellowmouth fish. Will that be enough for you? Ran inquired, looking at Guotongwen. Guotongwen, somewhat bewildered, nodded. She had heard of tuna, but blue lobster and yellowmouth fish were unfamiliar to her. Hearing Ran's selections for Guotongwen stirred joyous interest. Can I change my order? Ran chuckled. No need, your spider crab feast sounds quite good, and if you really like it, just add another portion of her dish. Then please add a portion, Zhao said excitedly. When someone's treating, you can't pass up the opportunity. When it came time to order for Lin Xiaoyi, Ran listed an array of mountain delicacies, emphasizing luxury and extravagance as they placed their orders. Mao Zhan and his group happened to be nearby, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the dishes being ordered. We want the exact same thing. The concierge responsible for their group paused for a moment, puzzled by their request. Noticing the concierge's silence, Mao Zhan inquired, is there only one serving of each ingredient on this vast Mingshan Island? I recall that the Mingshan Island Hotel has regulations in place, ensuring multiple portions of such ingredients are prepared. The concierge remained silent, while the concierge attending to Ran responded cheerfully, of course not, that I'll arrange for it immediately. Once aboard the floating dining vessel, as one delectable dish after another was served, Zhao and her companions were left in awe. This is crab meat chawanmashi. This is crab meat salad. This is crab meat sea urchin jelly. This is crab leg tempura. As each dish was presented, Zhao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is this the spider crab feast? Don't just stare. Eat. Ran urged with a smile. I can't. I need to take pictures first. The three of them eagerly documented their opulent lunch, even capturing images of Ran's meal. Lin Xiaoyi couldn't contain her excitement, sharing the exquisite food on her social media. Guotongwen, however, opted to send the photos to their class group. Zhao outdid them all, posting on her social media, the class group, and even the campus network. Classmates enjoying a buffet at the hotel marveled at the delightful array of dishes. Excitement palpable. Wow, is that Australian lobster? Salmon? Are those crystal grapes? So expensive. The lavish spread left many students in awe, prompting them to whip out their phones and snap photos for their social media. Kong Lian, however, remained upstairs, observing the scene below from the private room, a smirk playing on her lips. These unsophisticated bumpkins. I knew they could be easily swayed. The only one difficult to manipulate is Ran. Thankfully, Ran opted for the water dining, and while her choices were extravagant, they remained within her manageable limits. Chapter 44. Prelude to thunderous events. Kong Lian turned to the hotel manager. For the upcoming meals, maintain this standard. A group of naive bumpkins, easily impressed. Understood. The manager acknowledged, receiving reports from the staff below. Miss Kong, several guests wish to place orders. Let them order. It's a trivial matter that doesn't require my attention. Kong Lian waved her hand dismissively. Having spent a substantial amount, she needed to ensure the value of her expenditures. The restaurant manager, having received permission, promptly gave orders. Miss Kong, your meal is ready. Please follow me. Kong Lian followed the manager out. Just then, someone had just sat down with a plate piled high with food when they heard a series of gasps from the neighboring table. What's going on? What's happening? Look at Mao Zhan and Guotongwen's social media posts. Those familiar with them have scrolled through their updates, and classmates, upon seeing the delectable dishes they've shared, have turned red with envy. Goodness! How do they feast so lavishly? Why are their meals so different from ours? Others from different classes have also caught wind of the news through the campus network and, thanks to the sharing by other students in Ran's class, have gradually glimpsed their extravagantly sumptuous food. Boss, take a look. Fu Yan exclaimed while gazing at the images of the food, turning to the others. Do you want to eat? Of course. Fu Yan promptly summoned the private chef, instructing him to prepare a meal that met their standards. The private chef, already given his orders, nodded with a smile. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately. Witnessing this, others rushed to the person in charge, requesting to change their meal options. Some students, seeing their classmates still indulging in the buffet, quickly reminded them, don't take that. There is something much tastier over there. After witnessing the lavish spread, everyone suddenly found the buffet unappealing. Those who were full regretted not being able to eat more, while those who had yet to dine eagerly anticipated their turn. Once everyone was satiated, they began their island adventure. Kong Lian was also pulled along by Hu Xinyue and her companions as they strolled on the island. Miss Kong, where are we headed? Miss Kong. Kong Lian. Everyone they encountered greeted Kong Lian with smiles. She felt the shift in their attitudes, bringing her a sense of comfort. Her mother was right. If one is to spend money, it should be spent wisely. Class monitor Mao Zhan and his group found Ran Ran and quietly inquired, Ran, what are you having for dinner tonight? The expressions on their faces made it clear they had ulterior motives. You're planning to seek advice from Ran. Mao Zhan chuckled, knowing that Ran was well informed and would undoubtedly have insights to share. Ran glanced at Zhao Yi and her companions, who readily expressed their willingness to follow her lead, saying they would adhere to her arrangements. Since they were keen to follow her direction, Ran promptly drafted a menu and sent it to them. Mao Zhan pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the menu, he nearly drooled. Dishes such as lotus pond moonlight, picture of auspicious cranes, and spring scene with Siberian sturgeon caviar, crafted from top-grade Wagyu beef, among others, caught his white eye. In less than 10 minutes the menu spread among the students. Boss, there's a new menu. Fu Yan glanced at it. Looks good, big brother. Are we going to order from this tonight? Fu Yan beckoned the private chef and asked for a copy of the menu. Before the chef left, Fu Yan added, make sure it's not something subpar. Bring what you should have. The chef paused, only able to nod in acknowledgement. The others witnessing this exchange were left bewildered. Boss, what does that mean? Is there really a hierarchy in the menu here? Chapter 45. Something went wrong. Fu Yan shot him a glance. What do you think? Although he had never been to this resort, the disparity between the lunch and dinner menus spoke volumes. My goodness. Isn't this the legendary Inyang menu? Wang Hu glared. What's going on? That Kong family member said everything was at the highest standard. Are they trying to deceive us? Leaning back, Fu Yan interlaced his fingers behind his head. Speaking lazily, that girl is no fool. Wang Hu scoffed. That woman is not transparent in her dealings. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Fu Yan chose not to elaborate further. That evening, many people ordered dishes based on the menu that had circulated from Mao Zhan. Yes, just like this. The server was about to respond affirmatively when they received a notification through their earpiece from the kitchen. None of the ingredients were available. The server smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but the ingredients listed on this menu are all out of stock. You may either choose from the buffet or select other dishes. Several girls let out a collective groan but did not dwell on the issue. What about the menu? You can scan to order. As a few girls scanned to place their orders, one remarked, why don't you have those dishes on your menu? The server was taken aback but explained with a smile. Any dishes that can't be ordered are promptly removed from the menu. The girls nodded, feeling disappointed but saying nothing further. A similar situation arose at another table. What? Why doesn't such a large resort have enough ingredients prepared? These ingredients need to be reserved in advance. The hotel only routinely prepares a dozen or so portions. What does that mean? Were we not promised the highest standards? Wang Hu happened to pass by their table, tossing out a remark. Don't you get it? They just say that. Who really takes it seriously? What's available for us is already quite decent. The server maintained a smile, striving to explain. I apologize for our oversight. We will improve in the future. Such incidents unfolded in various corners of the restaurant, and the question of whether the standards were indeed the highest circulated among the students, each with differing opinions. A few servers in a corner began to vent. Some high school students really have no manners. They know nothing and keep saying the resort is just for show. Don't stoop to their level. They have no idea this is all directed from above, just for them. They don't understand anything at all. If the one paying truly wanted the highest standards, would they be unaware of these matters? It's simply a desire for prestige while trying to save costs. We see through it, but speak out. Let us ensure those students remain uninformed. Ugh, why should we take the blame for the resort? 2 days will pass in no time. I'm not saying the standards are the best, but they're not bad. They're also picky, totally ungrateful. Don't say that. It's normal to want to try something good and fresh. Don't you want to? Humph. The two walked away, but several high school students overheard their entire conversation. Ran and her group were dining at the rooftop restaurant, where sounds of excitement echoed. Guatungwen eagerly pulled out her phone, pointing it at Ran. The restaurant downstairs is bustling. Chapter 46. Rising discontent. What's going on? Everyone knows about the menu we ordered. Why can't we directly order from it tonight? Those who were ahead in line might get some, but those who come later will miss out. Then someone overheard a server complaining that Kong Lian had never prepared the highest standard but rather an ordinary one. They also heard the server speaking disparagingly about them, calling them ungrateful and ignorant bumpkins. Many were furious. Since the teacher had stepped in to maintain order and speak on Kong Lian's behalf, it proved ineffective. Ran certainly wouldn't miss the lively scene, watching the uproar unfold in the group chat. The messages surged rapidly, flooding in at breakneck speed. If you can't deliver what you promise, don't make promises at all. Just be honest with us and we won't complain. How can you toy with us like this? They might think we're easy to fool. You have no idea how the servers talk about us. Oh. Everyone, let us not dwell on it. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Exactly, let us all keep quiet. After all, we didn't spend a single penny. You lot are truly amusing. Someone paid and you're still complaining? Isn't that a bit much? Why did she pay? Don't you know upstairs? She paid because she lost. If we're to be grateful, we should thank Ran. Oh, no gratitude to Kong Lian. I owe it to Ran. They gambled and logically, the spoils of victory should belong to Ran, but she chose to share them with everyone. So the gratitude should go to her, not Kong Lian. Hu Xinyue and her friends were enjoying the best dishes by sticking close to Kong Lian, but now everyone was too upset to eat. Kong Lian had noticed the messages in the group, especially those expressing gratitude towards Ran rather than herself, which made her blood boil. You all eat. Kong Lian stood up. Hu Xinyue wanted to say something but, seeing Kong Lian's grim expression, wisely held her tongue. Kong Lian directly confronted the resort's general manager. Manager Wang, due to your insufficient preparation of ingredients, my reputation has been tarnished. How do you plan to address this? She questioned coldly. Manager Wang smiled obsequiously. Miss Kong, I informed you of the situation beforehand that we can source those ingredients, but since it's urgent, the cost will be higher than usual. You didn't agree because you felt it wasn't worth it. Moreover, you previously stated you only needed enough to placate them. Now you come to blame them. That's unreasonable. I'm here to resolve the issue, not to question you. We can source from other suppliers and hotels, but the price will be higher than previously discussed. When can we have them? By tomorrow noon, everyone will be able to enjoy a proper meal. Fine, then arrange it. Understood. Manager Wang smiled in response. Kong Lian added, you need to explain to everyone that the insufficient ingredient preparation was due to your hotel's lack of foresight. Do you understand what needs to be done? Understood. Kong Lian left satisfied. After she departed, the door at the back opened, and Ran walked out, taking a seat on the sofa. Manager Wang respectfully addressed her. Mississippi, you've truly been put through a lot. Manager Wang said with a smile. This is all part of my duty. Chapter 47. Remedies are futile. If it weren't for Gao Ying's reminder, she would have been oblivious to the fact that Mingshan Island was owned by her grandmother's close friend. Her grandmother holds shares in it, and now that those shares are in her possession, it essentially makes her one of the shareholders of Mingshan Island. With the intent of undermining Kong Lian without tarnishing the island's reputation, she found herself in a convoluted predicament. You must be well prepared for this matter to prevent them from turning against you. Ran cautioned. Rest assured, the legal department of the group is not to be trifled with. Not just anyone can take a bite, especially not in this situation. They are thoroughly prepared. After securing what she desired, Ran quietly exited the office. The following day, during lunch, every server dutifully informed them that the ingredients were insufficient the previous day due to their own oversight. However, today, the ingredients had been rushed in overnight from afar, allowing them to eat freely. The hotel took full responsibility, and whether the students believed this reasoning was subjective. At noon, all the students ordered the prepared ingredients and dined with great joy. Kong Lian deliberately arrived at the restaurant, her voice soft and gentle as she explained the previous day's situation to everyone. Some listened attentively, nodding in agreement, while others offered reassurances that they were not concerned, and many kept their heads down, silently eating, pretending not to notice when Kong Lian looked their way. Observing the expressions of those around her, Kong Lian struggled to maintain a smile that appeared somewhat forced. Kong Lian, aren't you eating? Hu Xia inquired as she saw her heading outside. She turned back saying, you all enjoy your meal. I'm quite full and just need some fresh air. All right, Tanjia glanced at Hu Xia. You just eat. Bang. Kong Lian pushed open the door to the general manager's office again, her face flushed with anger, her tone growing colder as she spoke. How did you handle public relations? Why were they not satisfied? Manager Wang remained calm, responding patiently, Miss Kong, please don't be anxious, we have instructed our subordinates to conduct a survey, and I believe we will soon have an answer. If the dissatisfaction stems from our hotel, we will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that their dissatisfaction lies with me rather than your hotel? Miss Kong, please calm down. Anger won't solve anything. Without even glancing at the tea he offered, Kong Lian declared, I assure you, if I am not satisfied this time, you can forget about any future payments from me. The smile on Manager Wang's face faded slightly as he said, if that is your stance, then there is no need for further discussion. I will have the legal department communicate with you. Are you threatening me? Manager Wang replied with a forced smile, no, you misunderstand. The subsequent matters you mentioned are beyond my purview. This business is entirely handled by the legal department. Kong Lian, being merely a young girl in her teens, found herself at a disadvantage against these seasoned professionals. After being stifled by Manager Wang, her frustration only grew. Mom. Her voice choked, nearly in tears as the situation not progressing well. Yes, Kong Lian recounted the events, concluding in anger, it's all because of that wretched Ren. That if it weren't for the menu she provided, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Mom, I clash with her. Chapter 48. Losing big for the small. Mom, what should I do? Only a few people owe me favors while the majority are skeptical, with many attributing the success to Ren. Mom, why are you silent? What do you want me to say about your foolishness or your pettiness? I told you before, when spending money one must commit fully. Yet, to save a little, you left room for manipulation. Ruan Fengru suddenly realized her daughter had faced too few challenges. Take a look at how you've conducted yourself. A perfectly good hand has been played poorly. Ruan Fengru's tone was laced with frustration. Kong Lian had not felt her mother's wrath in many years. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have put myself in a passive position just to save money. Foolish. You lost big for the small. To fill the pit of this gamble, you invested all your savings. That I thought by connecting with people and settling matters, it would help you gain experience, but instead, you proved to be unreliable. That if she didn't resemble me, I would almost suspect she was switched at birth. They not only squandered that money but also became the subject of ridicule, gaining nothing. Mom, what do we do now? How can we turn the situation around? At the dock, a Cullinan was parked by the edge, and an elderly butler stood in front of the car, gazing at the exit. Kong Lian and her group walked ahead, and Hu Xia tugged at her sleeve. Kong Lian, is your family's butler here to pick you up? Oh, has the car changed this time? Tan Jia, more observant than Hu Xia, noticed the difference. Just as Kong Lian was about to deny it, she heard Zhao Yi's voice from behind. That Cullinan is so impressive. I wonder what it feels like to ride in it. I can take you for a ride. The four of them walked past Hu Xia and Tan Jia towards the Cullinan. Realizing her mistake, Hu Xia glanced timidly at Kong Lian, relieved to see she was not angry. Coincidentally, the nanny car arranged by Ruan Fengru was parked right next to the Cullinan. Miss Kong, the driver called out warmly upon seeing Kong Lian. She looked at the Lexus nanny car, worth over 2 million, but it paled in comparison to the Cullinan. All right, goodbye. The group waved as they bid her farewell. As soon as Kong Lian sat in the car, her expression darkened, especially upon seeing the others happily entering the Cullinan. Frustrated, she shouted at the driver, drive. The driver, taken aback, was unsure what had upset her, but adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, he remained silent and drove away. A few minutes later, the Cullinan passed by their vehicle, and through the partially lowered window, she thought she saw Ren smile at her, a smile that seemed laced with provocation, if not mockery. Chapter 49. Overindulgence in Qinghe Bay. Kong Lian stood with her head bowed, unable to meet her mother's gaze. Ruan Fengru casually arranged flowers, the atmosphere thick with tension. Please sit. Kong Lian cautiously took a seat across from her, watching as her mother ruthlessly snipped off a blooming flower, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Have you thought about your next steps? I have. Speak. After several failed attempts, her reputation began to suffer. Those surrounding her were merely seeking to benefit from her, people she could exploit. But their value paled in comparison to the reputation and worth of others. I plan to surpass her academically. With my grades, I will undoubtedly excel. Ruan Fengru nodded in agreement. Seeing her mother's approval, Kong Lian sighed with relief. Continue. Kong Lian hesitated, lost in thought, and after a while timidly admitted, Mom, I can't think of anything. Ruan Fengru set down the scissors, her lips lightly uttering two words, overindulgence. Kong Lian froze, taking a moment to grasp her mother's intent. The enemy is strong and you are weak. Charging blindly forward will only lead to failure. Present yourself as weak, elevate your opponent, and then crush them with absolute superiority. The reputation and honors they have accumulated will be transferred entirely to you. Remember, she is your stepping stone. The higher the stepping stone status, the more bountiful the fruits you will reap. As Ruan Fengru spoke, Kong Lian's eyes widened in admiration, her gaze filled with reverence. Ruan Fengru grasped her hand, stating that whether she could seize the final victory would depend on her ability to put her adversary beneath her feet. Mom knows you are intelligent. My daughter will not disappoint me. Right. In terms of academics, Kong Lian felt confident. During the last monthly exam, she had merely performed adequately without exerting herself fully. If she put in her utmost effort, first place would undoubtedly be hers. Don't worry, Mom, this time I will succeed. Ruan Fengru nodded in satisfaction. I have secured you a spot in the math competition. Seize this opportunity and do not let me down again. Alright, Mom, I will go do the practice problems. Go ahead. Sitting at her desk, Kong Lian retrieved the math competition exercises, her eyes resolute. Ran, this time I will definitely put you beneath my feet. With that, she focused intently on her work. I in the hillside villa area. Ran stepped out of the car and received a call from Su Zhaoyin. Miss Ren, we have arrived in Qiandongnan. Have you found the person? Su Zhaoyin paused before saying, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Ran halted her steps, asking, what is the bad news? When we reached that temple, Master Tai Su had already set off on his pilgrimage half a month ago. Ran. Feeling somewhat distressed. What is the good news? Chapter 50. No questions asked, the esteemed Taoist Master Tai Su left behind the address for the next destination. Where might that be? Ran felt a sense of uncertainty, caught between moving forward and retreating. The Tibetan region. As for his current whereabouts, we remain in the dark. Our plan is to wait on the Tibetan side. Ran discerned the deep-seated helplessness in their voices. Perhaps this was simply fate. She inhaled deeply, attempting to adjust her mindset. Has Master S phone not been activated yet? Continue to follow him. I am uneasy about him being alone. She could not bear to leave Qingxian by himself in the Tibetan region. She truly feared that if Master could not be found, he too would be lost. Is there enough money? Yes. After concluding the call with Su Zhaoyin, Ran could not help but rub her temples. Who were you speaking with? Suddenly, her father's voice startled her, causing her to jump and drop her phone. What's wrong? Kong Liji looked at her with suspicion. Seeing him crouch down to pick up her phone, Ran quickly bent down and snatched it up before he could. She took the initiative to ask, Dad, do you know that people can scare others to death? Are you up to something that weighs on your conscience given how scared you look? Kong Liji teased. This remark made Ran's heart race, yet she pouted her lips in displeasure, glaring at him. Dad, you're playing the victim here. I'm telling Mom so she can decide for me. Little ancestor, is it so wrong for your dad to make a mistake? Kong Liji chuckled, begging for mercy. As they conversed, they made their way inside. Dad is too busy and didn't he have time to bring anything? You must not love me anymore. Ran huffed, leaving him behind as she ascended to the second floor. You child! Rensuya stepped forward to take the briefcase from him. Why does she suddenly want a gift? She never used to be like this, Kong Liji questioned, puzzled. When did my daughter learn to compare? This is not a good habit. Kong Liji furrowed his brow, thinking he needed to talk to her about this, to correct such poor behavior. Rensuya felt a pang in her heart, empathizing with her daughter and mourning her own years of dedication. Correct what? Her voice involuntarily carried an edge of anger, which she struggled to contain. Kong Liji halted, looking at her in surprise. Wife, what's wrong? You don't ask for context, yet you immediately assume our daughter is at fault. Do you truly see her as so incapable? Rensuya stared intensely at the man she had loved for over 20 years. In that moment, he felt like a stranger, as if she had never truly known him. Had she encountered such situations before? And why had she never noticed anything amiss? Kong Liji was taken aback, reaching out to grasp her hand, only to have it forcefully pushed away. Wife, I was wrong. He began to plead, lowering himself. I did not consider the situation thoroughly and failed to inquire about what happened. Please do not be angry. It pains me to see you upset. If you are distressed, you may strike me. Just do not let your anger harm yourself. Chapter 51. Participation in the Olympiad. Kong Liji comforted his wife, observing her gradually calm down, and he released a long sigh. Dear, what exactly occurred? At this point, she intentionally paused her voice, fixating her gaze upon him. Scrutinizing his expression, Kong Liji maintained a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting the continuation. On his face, there was not a hint of recognition that the person to be discussed had any connection to him. nor was there even a slight fluctuation in his emotions. What is it? He pressed. He was somewhat aware of the actions of Ruan Fengru and her daughter, though not in detail. He understood the general premise surrounding the bet. And then? Ran was fortunate enough to win. However, it seems that the girl harbors a grudge against her. Throughout her years at school, Ran had always been unharmed, but since this girl arrived, she has been stirring up trouble, seemingly targeting Ran at every turn. Now everyone is watching the two of them. Tell me, as her father, how can you not assist your daughter and instead lecture her? Are you fulfilling your role? I was wrong. Please spare me. Previously, when you traveled for work without bringing gifts, I did not hold it against you, but from now on you must bring gifts, and they must be the finest, so she is not outdone. That I do not want my precious daughter to suffer at school. Rensuya sternly warned. Yes, I will definitely bring the best for our daughter. What is the best? Old Lady Ren entered the living room. Kong Liji immediately exclaimed, Mom, how have you been lately? Is your leg still painful? Old Lady Ren smiled. It no longer hurts. You work hard outside. Be sure to take care of yourself. I will. The three chatted downstairs while Ran was upstairs working on practice problems. Her phone on the table vibrated. It was a call from her homeroom teacher, old Zhao Laosher. Ran, the city is holding an Olympiad competition. Are you interested in participating? Just as Ran was about to decline, she suddenly recalled something. In her previous life, Kong Lian had participated in the Olympiad and won the city-level championship, subsequently representing High City in the provincial competition, where she secured third place. Ultimately, she represented the province in the National Olympiad, but her journey ended there. Nonetheless, her remarkable achievements along the way had allowed her to stand out among her peers. However, two rather intriguing incidents occurred during this process. The first incident involved a super student, the champion contender, who fell ill from food poisoning the day before the city competition, resulting in a poor performance and missing out on subsequent contests. The second incident involved 3 seed players from the neighboring city who were involved in a car accident on their way, sustaining various degrees of injuries. One made it to the finals, but the other 2 did not qualify. The first incident circulated only within a small circle, with few aware of it. The second incident was known to only a handful of people in High City. She was so well informed because her mother had accompanied her to the hospital for depression treatment and happened to encounter the trio involved in the accident. How could she let any event that threatened to overshadow her brilliance pass by unnoticed? Chapter 52. The eve of the competition. Zhao Laosher, which students from our school are participating in this competition? Ran inquired. You, Kong Lian, Lu Boi and Fu Yan, the 4 of you. Fu Yan. Ran was taken aback. Zhao Laosher understood her surprise and chuckled. Fu Yan may not excel in much, but he is exceptionally gifted in mathematics. His specialization is rather pronounced. That if he could achieve average performance in other subjects, he would be directly accepted. Oh, I see. Regarding Fu Yan, Ran had limited knowledge. Most of what she heard revolved around who confessed to him or who he had beaten, with no mention of his academic performance. Upon returning to school, the news that Ran and Kong Lian would both participate in the Olympiad spread throughout the class. Guotongguan grabbed her hand. Ran, I believe in you. You must crush her. Zhao Yi glanced at Kong Lian, sensing something different about her today, though she could not tell if it was merely her imagination. Do you all feel that Kong Lian seems to have changed? No, she is the same as always, just acting strangely, Guotongguan remarked dismissively. Ran observed her. Indeed, there were notable changes. She had become quiet, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding discussions, focusing intently on her studies, a stark contrast to her previous lively demeanor. Lu Boi approached the entrance of Class 2. Ran, Kong Lian, the teacher is looking for you. Kong Lian closed her practice book, stood up and walked outside with Ran following suit. The 3 of them arrived at the office of the senior teacher. Fu Yan had arrived earlier than the 3. The vice principal looked at the 4 and solemnly instructed, You 4 will represent the school in this city Olympiad competition. Please showcase your best abilities to bring honor to the school and to yourselves. In the coming days, Zhao Laosher will be responsible for leading you, preparing you for the competition during evening study hours in this classroom. Understood, the 4 replied in unison. I in the training classroom. Aside from Fu Yan, the other 3 diligently worked on practice problems. Fu Yan, however, appeared nonchalant. Should one assume he performed poorly, they would be gravely mistaken. Only Fu Yan managed to solve the final complex problem. After grading the 4 papers, Zhao Laosher announced to them, The 3 of you looked towards Fu Yan. He maintained his casual demeanor, as if he had accomplished something trivial. Fu Yan, could you share your thought process for solving the last problem? Fu Yan furrowed his brow slightly, lazily standing up. As he began to explain, the lethargy faded from his face, revealing a serious and earnest expression. His voice clear and pleasant to hear. Did you understand? Fu Yan asked before sitting back down, exuding an air that suggested if you did not comprehend, do not bother him. Lu Boi remarked, the concepts you used to solve that problem are from university-level courses. What year are you in, Fu Yan? He had self-studied up to first-year university material, while second-year coursework had just begun second year. Fu Yan casually replied. Lu Boi's gaze changed. Previously, he had looked down on Fu Yan, but now he regarded him with admiration. Ran too admired this unassuming math prodigy. On the eve of the competition, old Zhao took the four to the venue. Lu Boi handed her a bottle of water. Ran accepted it, saying thank you. Just as she was about to twist off the cap, she asked, Lu Boi, did you buy this water? How much was it? I'll reimburse you. It's not from me. Kong Lian treated us. Ran immediately turned her attention to the water bottles held by Lu Boi and Fu Yan. Chapter 53. An upset stomach. Fu Yan noticed her gaze and lowered his eyes to the bottle in his hand. The cap had already been opened and he had taken a sip. Not just him, but Lu Boi had also drunk from it. How much did it cost? Ran inquired, looking at Kong Lian. Kong Lian waved her hand, saying, There's no need for courtesy among classmates. Then I shall not be polite. Ran halted her hand, which was twisting the bottle. See if in her previous life, only Kong Lian had qualified for the competition. As for whether Fu Yan was among them, she remained uncertain. If Fu Yan had indeed participated with his capabilities, it would have been improbable for Kong Lian to secure a victory. She found it hard to believe that there was nothing amiss. Throughout the training days, she had kept a close watch on Kong Lian, who had remained quiet, showing no signs of mischief. Just moments ago, while she had briefly stepped away to use the restroom, Kong Lian had seized the opportunity. Teacher Zhao approached with a sign, distributing it to the four participants. They were allowed to enter the venue. Ran walked behind, side by side with Fu Yan. She retrieved a pill from her pocket, nudged his arm with her elbow, and offered it to him. Fu Yan glanced at the pill resting in her palm. She lowered her voice, saying, if you feel unwell, take one. Fu Yan did not move, and just as she assumed he would ignore her, he took the pill. She retrieved another one, signaling him with her eyes. Fu Yan accepted the pill and quietly slipped it into Lu Yibo's hand as he stood beside him. What's this? For preventing discomfort. Thanks. Lu Yibo felt he wouldn't need it. Kong Lian turned her head to look back, only to see Ran standing in front of the two boys. The four of them were positioned in different corners of the room. Lu Yibo and Kong Lian occupied the front row. Fu Yan was in the middle, while she sat in the far right corner of the last row, the most secluded spot, yet able to observe the entire scene. Once the exam papers were distributed, Ran focused solely on her answers. Halfway through, she twisted her neck and stretched, casting her gaze towards Fu Yan and Lu Yibo's direction. She caught sight of Fu Yan clutching his stomach, then glanced to the other side where Lu Yibo showed no reaction. It seemed she was indeed planning to eliminate Fu Yan. Between Lu Yibo and Fu Yan, naturally, Fu Yan posed the greater threat. Of course, it was also possible that if both of them fell ill simultaneously, it would raise suspicion. Perhaps she had been staring too long at the front. As the invigilator approached her desk and lightly tapped on its surface twice, after answering all the questions, Ran meticulously checked her work, confirming its accuracy before finally putting down her pen. Ding ling ling. As the bell rang, everyone ceased writing, and the exam papers were collected by the invigilator. Once the papers were gathered, the students were permitted to rise and leave the classroom. Teacher Zhao hurried over, asking, how did it go? What's wrong? He wondered, glancing at Fu Yan's departing figure with concern. Lu Yibo frowned. Could it be an upset stomach? Teacher Zhao quickly made his way towards the restroom, followed by the three of them. Ran kept her peripheral vision trained on Kong Lian's every move. Noticing the gleam of delight in her eyes, her suspicion was confirmed. Kong Lian had indeed made her move. 20 minutes later, Fu Yan emerged from the restroom. Fu Yan, how do you feel? Before Kong Lian could express her doubts, her gaze shifted back to Ran. Chapter 54. The rising wind. Old Zhao observed Fu Yan's pallor with worry. Concerned about his performance yet hesitant to voice his concerns, keeping them bottled up, Kong Lian, however, mentioned that her family had come to pick her up, thus parting ways with the group. My family's car has arrived. Ran chimed in. Old Zhao glanced at Fu Yan and Lu Yibo. Fu Yan turned to Ran, stating, I'll go with you. Ran shrugged nonchalantly, let us go. Inside the car, Fu Yan's deep, cool gaze fixed intently on her. How did you come to prepare these items? Why did you think I would need them? Ran replied, I have always believed in being prepared for the worst, often envisioning the most unfavorable outcomes. As for the latter question, perhaps I know a certain someone all too well. Isn't it said that the ones who know you best are often your adversaries? Fu Yan's eyes darkened. You are more intriguing than I anticipated. Likewise, she replied. Fu Yan's expression brightened. Raising an eyebrow, this time, I owe you a favor. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. The difficulties I face might not be solvable by you. Fu Yan chuckled lightly. Why not give it a try to find out? I hope it won't come to that. Ren Ran deftly shifted the topic. Where do you live? Fu Yan provided an address, a modestly upscale community in High City, not particularly renowned. My promise is always valid. Ren Ran waved at him as the car began to move. The distance between them widening. Fu Yan quietly watched the vehicle disappear from view before turning to walk towards the adjacent community, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Help me look into someone. High City No. 1 High School Class 3 Kong Lian. Ran, how did you do? Not bad, Lin Xiaoyi whispered. Everyone in the class is speculating who will emerge victorious, you or her. Who has the upper hand? Of course it's you. Not only in the class but the entire school is talking about how impressive you are, the strongest among the 4 competitors this year, bound to win the championship. Some have even begun betting on spicy strips, with many placing their bets on your victory. Previously, someone had the audacity to claim they were invited by the principal, yet now their monthly exam results fall short of yours and Louis Bo's. Guo Tongwen seized the opportunity to ridicule Kong Lian, her disdain for her utterly evident. When did this happen? Ren Ran frowned at it's been circulating since you all began competing, came the reply. Where is this information coming from? Ren Ran logged into the campus website, tracing it back to the initial instigator of the rumor, jotting down their ID and saving a screenshot of the post. She exited the classroom and stepped into a secluded corner to call Gaoing. Keep an eye on all news concerning me on campus. Gaoing accepted the task without hesitation. Ren Ran hung up, hoping this was merely a case of overreacting. Chapter 55. Truthful confession. In the evening, Fu Yan leaned against the entrance of Class 2 Senior 3, calling out to Ren Ran, hey. Lin Xiaoyi nudged Ren Ran with her elbow, causing her to look up in confusion. At her prompting, she glanced towards the figure at the entrance. What's up? Fu Yan replied tersely. Ren Ran stood up and followed him outside. What is it? Follow me, he instructed curtly, striding ahead without caring whether she was trailing behind. They made their way to a secluded storage area behind the school, nearing a dilapidated room that had housed discarded physical education materials. Fu Yan pushed open the rickety wooden door. Ren Ran hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The room was in disarray, filled with various outdated sports equipment, but the most striking feature was the 3 individuals inside. One boy, covered in acne, was being held captive by 2 disinterested students, visibly terrified. What do you want? The boy shouted at Fu Yan. What are you planning to do? Fu Yan casually pulled over a chair, sitting leisurely with his legs crossed. Let us hear what good deeds you've been up to lately. What have I done? The boy's gaze darted nervously. One of the boys holding him lightly slapped his face. His tone cold. Kid, if you hadn't done anything wrong, would we be here? Fu Laoda's giving you a chance. Do you believe that if we hand over the evidence to the police, you'll face severe consequences? You'd best come clean and not waste our time. I swear I haven't done anything. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Fu Yan turned to Lu Yu. Lu Yu understood and delivered a punch to the acne-riddled boy's abdomen, causing his face to flush painfully. This is the last time I'm asking you to tell you. You raised his fist again. The boy, frightened, confessed, I just praised Ren Ran on the school gossip forum. What's wrong with that? Just praise. Yeah, you can check it out. The boy feigned ignorance despite knowing better. Ren Ran stepped forward and waved her hand. Lu Yu and the others exchanged glances with Fu Yan, who nodded, releasing their grip. The freed acne-ridden boy didn't dare flee, cautiously watching as Ren Ran approached. Let me guess, you don't genuinely think I'm impressive, nor do you sincerely wish to praise me. You were instructed to do this, weren't you? The boy remained silent. Was it Kong Lian who sent you, or perhaps her relatives or friends? The boy still refused to speak. If you don't admit it, that's fine. I will have professionals investigate your recent activities and easily obtain surveillance footage of your transactions. Why then, you won't have any tears left to cry. Given that we are both alumni, I'm offering you one last chance. It's up to you to seize it. Ren Ran crossed her arms, looking down at him, exerting pressure without saying a word. Want to take a gamble? Think it over. The acne-riddled boy hesitated, his expression shifting repeatedly until he ultimately chose to confess he couldn't afford to gamble. He wouldn't risk his future, nor that of his family. If he lost, it would be over. I'll tell you. A few days ago, a stranger approached me, giving me money to mindlessly praise you on the campus forum. Chapter 56. Fu Yan is not simple. I thought about it. It's just praise, not anything bad, so I agreed. The person gave me 30,000 yuan, and I can hand over all of it to you. Please let me go. The acne-riddled boy pleaded desperately. Where did you meet? Was the payment cash or a transfer? What did the person look like? In a small alley near my house it was cash. The person wore a cap, a mask and sunglasses so I didn't see their face clearly. However, he is not a local and stands approximately around 175 centimeters tall. That is all I know. That he timidly gazes at Ran, but as for anything else, I truly did nothing except post on the forum to guide everyone's attention towards you. As for why that post gained such rapid popularity and garnered so much agreement, he is entirely unaware. In truth, it is not ignorance, but rather a feigned ignorance. This seemingly complimentary behavior is, in fact, an act of flattery that could lead to one's downfall. He senses that something is amiss but would never admit to his awareness. Ran remains indifferent to whether he possesses a conscience. In the face of money, even a biological father can obliterate his sense of morality, let alone someone inconsequential. Today's events are to remain confidential. As for the money, keep it for yourself. In the future, if the other party requests something from you, you may agree, but only on the condition that you inform me first. Can you manage that? He nods repeatedly. Let him go. Fu Yan waves his hand, and the acne-ridden boy scurries away. Luu and the others, displaying keen insight, follow suit, leaving only Ran and Fu Yan in the room. How did you know? A coincidence. While investigating Kong Lian, I fortuitously encountered him. Out of curiosity, I did a little digging and was unexpectedly rewarded. Here, this is for you. Fu Yan places a document before her. A token of gratitude. Ran unwraps it to find information regarding Kong Lian and Ruan Fengru. A cursory glance leaves her astounded. In such a brief span, they have managed to uncover so much about the mother and daughter, including details regarding Kong Liji. Ran cannot help but reassess the youth before her. Who exactly is he? It is hardly a token of gratitude. Fu Yan rises, saying, I leave to you. Don't let me down. I want. Fu Yan smiles and waves at her, departing with a flourish. That evening, Gowing delivers the investigation results to her. A quick glance reveals it to be nearly identical to the information Fu Yan provided. Noticing the little Miss' unchanging demeanor, Gowing inquires, Little Miss, do you need me to handle anything? The person behind this has deliberately spread such rumors, but their intentions are nefarious. When the Little Miss achieves success, others will deem it a matter of course. Should she face defeat, they will brand her as merely a figurehead, and the backlash will be even greater. No need. She is fully aware of the schemes those two women are concocting. Why not stage a counterplay? Keep a close watch on Ruan Fengru and her daughter. According to the trajectory of the past, it is impossible for Kong Lian to sabotage the contestants along the way. Only Ruan Fengru or Kong Liji could accomplish that. Kong Liji is in the northern city, so the likelihood is slim. Understood. The post regarding Ran's excellence continues to soar, and within a few days Ran ascends to become the affluent, academically gifted belle of High City No. 1 High School. Had it not been for her intervention, this title would have belonged to Kong Lian. A week later, the results of the mathematics competition are announced. Wow! Zhaoyi exclaims upon seeing the list. A crowd gathers to check, each person widening their eyes in astonishment. My goodness. Chapter 57. Advancement list released. High City will select 5 contestants to represent the city in the provincial competition, with High City No. 1 directly securing 4 of the spots, shattering the school's previous record. Impressive. Look at the rankings. Fu Yan is actually in first place, Ran in second, followed by a student from number 2 high school, with the 4th position going to Lu Bo-yi and Kong Lian trailing at the very end. Kong Lian is surprisingly in last place. Wasn't she said to be incredibly talented? Is this her true level? Do you think her claim of being invited by the principal was false? That's hard to say. Oh, don't judge her too harshly. Perhaps she is merely vain and wishes to embellish her reputation. Zhaoyi remarks with a smile. Guotongwen is taken aback, exclaiming, Oh my, I was just about to pull out my 40-meter-long sword. Fu Yan's first-place finish is genuinely unexpected. I heard from old Zhao that he is quite adept in mathematics. Our Ran is even more impressive, excelling in all subjects. She is well-rounded, developing in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, and aesthetics. Even after advancing, no one still holds her in high regard. Kong Lian, the Thailander, is bound to be unsuccessful in the provincial competition. Fu Yan and Ran, however, stand a good chance of reaching the finals. Huxia Jiqing and Tan Jia surround Kong Lian to offer congratulations, but the surrounding murmurs render their accolades somewhat desolate. Kong Lian? You must strive to surpass her in the provincial competition. Let us see how she remains arrogant then. Kong Lian smiles, saying it's all right. What others say is beyond my control. I have a clear conscience. Kong Lian, you are truly kind-hearted. If it were me, I would have confronted them head-on. Huxia flatters. Very well, you carry on. The group discreetly departs. Kong Lian bows her head and resumes her practice questions. her previously gentle and smiling eyes now glinting with a peculiar light. Humph, revel in your triumph while you can. Enjoy your moment of pride. Soon enough there will be no opportunities left for such. Guotungwen glances at Kong Lian, noticing her quiet concentration on her work, which strikes her as odd. She nudges Zhaoyi. Don't you think Kong Lian seems a bit different? Zhaoyi looks over but sees nothing unusual. What's different? Renran also glances and perceives the change. She is too quiet, I know. She is preparing to surpass you in the next monthly exam, Guotungwen exclaims, feeling she has discovered the truth. Zhaoyi nods in agreement. While this assertion cannot be entirely dismissed, it is not wholly accurate either. It is only partially true. Renran, quickly tackle your practice problems, we won't disturb you. Make sure you don't fall behind her. The individuals surrounding Renran are shooed away by Zhaoyi and Guotungwen. The provincial competition will commence 3 days earlier in the provincial capital, allowing participants to acclimate to the venue for better performance. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Renran only notices Kong Lian and Louis Bo, but Fu Yan is nowhere to be seen. The teacher leading the group is still Old Zhao. As soon as Old Zhao arrives, he glances at the three and motions for them to board the bus. Teacher Zhao, where is Fu Yan? Chapter 58. Hooking the big fish. Fu Yan has family matters to attend to and cannot participate in the competition. His spot has been given to a student from number 3 high school. Louis Bo expresses regret, saying what a pity. With Fu Yan's abilities, he would surely advance and secure a spot in the finals. Old Zhao feels a similar sense of regret but acknowledges the unfortunate circumstances. Of the three, only Renran has a hopeful chance of advancing. The other two are somewhat precarious. Several promising candidates have emerged from the selection process across various counties and cities. Let us go. The trio arrives at the hotel, and due to sufficient funding from the school, each is assigned their own room. Kong Lian enters her room and closes the door, seemingly reluctant to engage with them further. Just as Louis Bo opens his door, he hears Renran call out. Louis Bo. He looks at her in confusion. Renran approaches, asking, do you take this math competition seriously? Of course, Louis Bo replies. Puzzled as to why such a question needs to be asked. With the competition approaching, you should be mindful of your diet. Avoid eating food or drinking water offered by others. Remember, this applies to everyone. What's the matter? Reflecting on Fu Yan's previous mishap with food, she wishes to remind him. Don't worry. I'll take good care of myself, Louis Bo assures her with a smile. Alright then, get some rest. You too. Back in her room, she dials Gao Ying's number. Is there any news on your end? Little miss, the contestants you mention are all safe and sound. Safe and sound? That's strange. According to the past trajectory, a super talented genius from the neighboring city and his teammates were involved in a car accident this afternoon. It's already evening, yet there's been no word. Have Ruan Fengru and her daughter altered their strategy? Or has something delayed them? Continue to monitor the situation. Increase the number of personnel watching Ruan Fengru, paying extra attention to the individuals she interacts with or places she visits in the coming days. Understood. Late at night, Renran is awakened by the ringing of her phone. It is Gao Ying calling. She turns on the bedside lamp, asking what has happened. The contestants from Diyuan City have suffered food poisoning and are being sent to the hospital. In the past, it was a car accident. This time it's poisoning. Go on. After 3 to 5 days, the examination period will have passed. According to information from the police, the food served at that restaurant was not contaminated. The problematic food was brought by the students themselves. I've dispatched someone to investigate the student who brought food from home. Good job. Gao Ying continues her report. Additionally, Ruan Fengru's secretary is staying in the same hotel as you. That secretary visited room 1808, which is the accommodation for this math competition, as General Lin. This becomes intriguing. Whether such an event occurred in the past is unknown to her, but this time, whatever their intentions, they will not succeed. This is a big fish. We must keep a tight line to prevent it from getting away. Understood. Is there enough working capital? Ample. The funds provided by Director Ren are sufficient for the little miss to indulge for a decade or so. If it falls short, be sure to inform me. Chapter 59. Unexpected developments. The next day, Renran heads to the hotel restaurant for breakfast when Louis Bo rushes over. Renran, have you heard? The 5 contestants from Diyuan City have collectively suffered food poisoning and will withdraw from the competition. How did they suddenly get poisoned? Didn't their teacher remind them not to eat indiscriminately? Of course they were reminded. I have heard that the food was brought by one of the contestants themselves. Who could have anticipated the risk of poisoning? Louis Bo patted his chest with a sense of dread, advising caution over the next few days, urging everyone not to consume anything from outside. Indeed, Renran nodded in agreement. News of the poisoning incident involving the 5 contestants from Diyuan City spread rapidly within their circle. Old Zhao, apprehensive, refrained from allowing them to dine alone at the buffet, overseeing their meals daily and strictly forbidding them from venturing out, fearful they might encounter unsanitary food. 3 days later, Old Zhao escorted the trio into the competition venue, all in good health. Following this round of competition, the national finals would take place in December in the capital, with the results revealing whether they would secure an entry ticket in a week's time. During the wait for the competition results, discussions of rivalry intensified, particularly favoring Ren Ran while disparaging Kong Lian. The two had gained notoriety for their century bet, making headlines within the school. A week passed swiftly, and Zhao Laosher entered the classroom with a joyful expression. "What good news do you have, old classmate?" Someone teased. Is it the results of the math competition? Did Ren Ran advance? In response to the students' enthusiasm, Zhao Laosher, unperturbed, raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the classroom settled, he announced, "The results of the math competition have been released." Everyone gazed at him with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the results. Kong Lian instinctively clenched her fists, casting a furtive glance at Ren Ran. Ren Ran remained composed, quietly awaiting the outcome. "This time our school has secured a spot and achieved first place for the finals," Old Zhao teased, holding suspense in his tone, causing much anxiety among the students. "Who is it? Old classmate? Is it Ren Ran?" Lin Xiaoyi elbowed Ren Ran, preemptively congratulating her. Many students' gazes shifted toward Ren Ran. Under the pressure of their urging, Zhao Laosher finally revealed, "This time the provincial champion is Kong Lian." "What?" The room erupted in shock. Students exchanged glances between Ren Ran and Kong Lian. Kong Lian wore a smile, her eyes darting toward Ren Ran, eager to witness her dismay, yet found nothing but calmness on her face. "Humph! Keep pretending." Someone could not help but exclaim, "Old classmate, are you sure? How could it be Kong Lian?" One of Kong Lian's followers, Ji Qing, interjected, "What's impossible about it? Last competition Kong Lian was unwell. Even in that condition, she still secured a spot, which speaks volumes about her capability. Why wasn't it mentioned earlier?" Someone murmured. Another follower, Hu Xie, chimed in, "Kong Lian is not just a name without substance. What's there to discuss? If we were to speak up, one might accuse her of making excuses for her lower ranking. Kong Lian, is this just like what they say online? Keeping a low profile while working hard? Only to amaze everyone." A student jested. Chapter 60. The unveiling. Kong Lian merely smiled slightly. After class, the news of Kong Lian winning the math competition spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Previously, it was said that Ren Ran would secure the entry ticket, yet it turned out to be Kong Lian. Not only did Ren Ran fail to win the championship, but she was also eliminated, completely brushed aside. Who was it that claimed she was formidable? This was nothing but deceit. Those who boasted about Ren Ran might well be her paid sycophants. Ha ha ha. Kong Lian, Ji Qing, Hu Xie and Tan Jia strolled along, listening to the chatter around them. Kong Lian, who had been harboring resentment, finally experienced what it felt like to lift her spirits high. The sincerity of her smile deepened. The higher they had praised Ren Ran before, the harder the fall now seemed. Ren Ran, Zhaoyi, Guotongguan and Lin Xiaoyi were also heading toward the cafeteria, naturally catching snippets of the discussions. "Ran Ran, don't take it to heart. Failure is the mother of success. Yes, let us strive harder next time. No one is perfect, everyone has their off days." The three took turns to comfort her. Ren Ran smiled nonchalantly, responding, "Don't worry, I'm not troubled by this." Ahead of them, Kong Lian's group overheard her words, prompting a few to stifle their laughter. Suddenly, Kong Lian halted, turning to face Ren Ran. "I'm glad you can think that way. Ren Ran, I truly feared you wouldn't handle it well. Just keep working hard. I believe you can do it, cheer up." Her voice was soft and gentle, her face adorned with a sweet signature smile. Although she was smiling, that very smile made Zhao Yi and the others want to strike her. Misinterpreting their reaction as frustration aimed at her, she joyfully twirled away, leaving with her companions that green tea. "The tea's aroma is suffocating. I thought one was enough of a nuisance, but I didn't expect there to be another expert here." Lin Xiaoyi clucked her tongue. "What are you saying?" Guotongguan glared, giving her a light kick in discontent. In the afternoon, Zhao Yi hurried into the classroom, leaning toward Ren Ran to whisper, "I just heard from the head of the academic affairs office. Next week, during the school anniversary celebration, Kong Lian will represent the students on stage." The mention of the school anniversary triggered memories for Ren Ran, reminding her of her previous life and that past. During the school anniversary, a skit was performed by the second-year students, adapted from her pursuit of Pei Ming. That performance had reopened her healing wounds, mercilessly sprinkling salt upon them. Afterward, when she sought accountability, the other party had been exceedingly arrogant. At that time, Kong Lian had stepped forward to criticize the other party, nearly escalating into a brawl, only to be diffused by teacher intervention. Yet, within half a month, the families of those who performed in the skit began to encounter difficulties, with one parent tragically dying in a car accident. Rumors circulated that Ren's parents were retaliating against them, using their connections to create trouble, further fueling speculation about her family's alleged underworld ties. As a result, Ren faced increasing ostracism from those around her. While they dared not offend her, the isolation and neglect inflicted invisible psychological harm. It was akin to a hidden dagger, exacerbating her depression. Ultimately, when her relationship with Kong Lian deteriorated, Ren realized that the skit had been meticulously orchestrated by Kong Lian, designed to socially execute her once more, aggravating her condition and deepening the animosity and isolation she faced while simultaneously drawing her closer to Kong Lian, aiming to garner her favor. "Miss, everything has been arranged. We are ready to unveil." Gao had been closely monitoring the happenings at the school, fully aware of the young lady's precarious situation. "No rush. Let us wait a little longer." Ren's voice was calm and cold. "What do you think about presenting her with a gift at the anniversary?" Gao Ying's lips curled into a smile. "This gift will surely surprise her." Chapter 61. The $1 Million Watch. Lian, you are truly amazing. Being chosen to speak as a student representative is phenomenal. I heard a television station will be present, and the school has invited several young entrepreneurs who graduated from here. Lian representing all the students speaks volumes about her capabilities. She will undoubtedly become a remarkable entrepreneur. Kong Lian quietly absorbed the flattery around her, maintaining a subtle smile that exuded a comfortable aura of humility. In contrast to her lively atmosphere, Ren's side felt considerably subdued. After the morning study session, Kong Lian arrived fashionably late, radiating brilliance. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a person shining in joyous times. "Kong Lian, what is that on your wrist?" Huxia observed keenly, spotting the watch on her wrist. Ren glanced over, unable to discern the details clearly but recognizing it as a Patek Philippe diamond watch, valued at no less than 2 million. Such was the generosity of her father, bestowing extravagant gifts upon his illegitimate daughter without a second thought. In comparison, her own circumstances felt painfully frugal, aware of his hidden wealth. She now realized that the gifts he presented to Kong Lian far exceeded her expectations. "I must not allow him to take her away. I need to devise a plan to make him relinquish all that wealth." At this moment, Kong Lian remained oblivious to the fact that her deliberate display would plant a time bomb for her father. "I just looked it up online. This watch costs over 2 million. Upon hearing the price, the once distracted students lifted their heads to gaze at the watch on Kong Lian's wrist. "Oh my goodness, that's like wearing a house on your wrist. Over 2 million for just this watch." Huxia exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Can I touch it?" Kong Lian promptly removed it and handed it to her. "You can try it on." Huxia was ecstatic, carefully accepting the watch. "Isn't it beautiful?" She beamed at her peers, flaunting it. Given the price tag, it couldn't help but appear stunning. Zhao could hardly bear to witness Kong Lian's smug demeanor, her eyes pained by the sight. "It's just a watch. What is there to brag about?" Guotongguan nodded in agreement. "Next time, Ran should wear an even more expensive one." Before Ran could respond, Lin Xiaoyi interjected with a smile. "If Ran were to wear one, it would seem unoriginal, and people would say she is merely following the trend." Lin Xiaoyi's comment echoed her true feelings. Wearing a watch like that meant little. She had many of that caliber in her mother's room. As Huxia paraded the watch, she deliberately strolled toward Ran, extending her arm and asking Lin Xiaoyi, "Does it look good?" This inquiry is clearly directed at Ran, not Lin Xiaoyi. Ran is on the verge of laughter, her smile already gracing the corners of her lips, but as she notices a mark on the side of the watch, a fleeting trace catches her eye, so swift that she doubts her own vision. Chapter 62. The missing watch. Ran suppresses the impulse to grasp her hand and pushes aside the doubts swirling in her mind. She ascends directly to her mother's dressing room, opens one of the drawers and begins to rummage through it. Yet the watch remains elusive. Continuing her search through other drawers, she finds an array of exquisite watches and jewelry, but none of them are the one she seeks. She dials Rensuya's number. "Mom, what is the password to your safe?" Although Rensuya feels puzzled, she hesitates not and promptly divulges the password. Upon opening the safe, it is still absent. "Mom, I recall you having a diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe watch, and I accidentally scratched it. Do you remember that watch?" Initially, Rensuya hadn't thought of it, but upon her reminder, it immediately springs to mind. Yes, what about it? Do you know where it is? It's in the drawer, you should search carefully. I have already checked every drawer, and it is nowhere to be found. Ran surveys the dressing room once more. But the watch is indeed missing. How could this be? Suya, perplexed, pauses before suddenly recalling, oh, I remember now. Your father took that watch to give to a client, and I recall him saying that the client was very fond of it. So he decided to cater to their preferences. As she speaks, Suya's voice diminishes, gradually realizing something. Ran, could it be that the watch is in the possession of that mother-daughter pair? Yes, she wore it to school. And upon seeing that scratch, I wanted to confirm. All right, that's just splendid. The fury in her mother's voice is unmistakable, prompting Ran to hastily reassure her, Mom, do not be angry. It is merely a watch. Not worth the trouble. We will ensure they pay for it dearly. No, I will make them pay double. Understood. Ran retrieves some fruit from the refrigerator, prepares a glass of juice for her mother, and carries the freshly squeezed beverage upstairs. Mom. Suya turns around, noticing the redness around her mother's eyes, realizing she is once again saddened by Kong Liji's betrayal. Mom, everything will be all right. Suya embraces her daughter, saying, Ran, I am not upset for him. Rather, it is for myself that I feel unworthy, for the sacrifices I made over 20 years. I understand she is acutely aware that this feeling cannot be easily reconciled. After all, in her past life, she too struggled to accept her father's betrayal of the family, his lack of love for them. The bond of over 20 years of a mother's love and her own years of father-daughter affection cannot simply be discarded. If it were that easy, it would imply a lack of human emotion. When disappointment accumulates, it gradually erodes love and past affections, and once that erosion is complete, it becomes impossible for it to inflict even the slightest wound. The experiences of her previous life have sufficiently dulled her father-daughter bond over the years, and the various indignities she endured have transformed familial affection into animosity towards him. She harbors only hatred, devoid of any familial connection. After comforting her mother, Ran pushes open her grandfather's study. Ran Hongru beckons her to sit, pouring her a cup of tea. Chapter 63, Misappropriation of Assets. Grandfather, I just recalled something we overlooked. Ran Hongru remained silent, gesturing for her to continue. I remember that after he joined the company, he frequently gave gifts to others to secure his position. I suspect he was using the guise of gift-giving to transfer assets. Perhaps at first he was genuinely giving gifts, but whether that continued to be the case is questionable. Ran Hongru smiles, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he retrieves a document from his drawer and hands it to her, urging her to take a look. As Ran accepts it and begins to read, her pupils widen in shock, and she looks up at her grandfather. This document arrived in my hands just half an hour ago. After thoroughly reviewing it, her blood pressure rises in anger, but she quickly reins it in. How greedy can one be? Just as she suspected at the outset, Kong Liji was merely compliant, afraid to make any moves. After all, her grandfather had been closely monitoring him. Even with several hundred chances, he would not dare to defy openly. Only after her grandfather began to trust and accept him did he start to cautiously transfer assets. From an initial amount of several $100,000 to millions, even tens of millions in company resources. Just this alone is enough to land him in prison for several years. The serpent's body has fully emerged, but one must be wary of its final strike. Until its venom is entirely eradicated, one must not act impulsively. He is not worth mourning, but you are of immeasurable value. It is better to take more time than to allow him even a sliver of opportunity to resist. Ran Hongru speaks earnestly. Understood. Ran takes his words to heart. Remember, no matter how much hatred or pain you feel, you must endure. A small moment of impatience can disrupt a grand plan. Yes, grandfather, please rest. Do not work too late. I will take care. Exiting the study, Ran breathes a sigh of relief, knowing her grandfather is more astute than she, which brings her comfort. The anniversary celebration of Haishur No. 1 High School arrives as anticipated by the students, with a line of spirited young pioneers standing at the entrance, while vehicles come and go incessantly. Upon reaching the entrance of the teaching building, she spots Kong Lian, elegantly attired and basking in the limelight. Kong Lian stands on the steps, looking down at her with a smile, a smug expression that seems to place her beneath her. Ran approaches. Kong Lian, your father values this occasion greatly. He must surely attend, right? My dad is busy with work and has no time. Besides, it's merely a speech representing all the students. I've often been on stage since childhood. So my dad is quite accustomed to it. A blatant display of arrogance. Ran gazes at her in astonishment. Your father has come to Haishur. You didn't know? Instantly, Kong Lian's complexion pales, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Suddenly Ren Ran burst into laughter. Haha, I was just joking. You are so easy to tease. Chapter 64. The show begins. Kong Lian's expression shifts between hues of blue and white, clearly infuriated. Zhao Yi chimes in, are you afraid your father will come? Or are you guilty knowing he definitely won't? Lin Xiaoyi adds, alas, the treatment of illegitimate daughters cannot compare to that of legitimate ones. After all, the illegitimate ones are meant to be hidden away. The four of them take turns jabbing at her, inciting her anger until her face contorts, her gaze at them laced with venom. Lin Xiaoyi's last remark pierces her heart like a dagger. It is the very thing she despises and cares about the most. Hucs steps forward. You all are going too far. Show some decency. Ji Qing supports her claim. Observing how these individuals refrain from countering the issue of being an illegitimate daughter or confronting their slander directly speaks volumes. In truth, everyone understands her standing. It is merely unspoken. Kong Lian realizes this as well, choosing to ignore them and departing instead. Hucia and the others promptly follow, while Lin Xiaoyi and her group dare to scowl at her. They do not have the courage to do the same to Kong Lian. This is not merely out of fear due to the gift she has given them. Rather, it is because their parents' careers have been advanced through Kong Lian's assistance, with some parents' jobs directly reliant on her. Their family's livelihood hinges on Kong Lian, and they have unwittingly transformed from mere followers into unconditionally loyal sycophants. In the grand auditorium of the school, the front rows are occupied by school leaders and outstanding graduates, while teachers sit behind them with students arranged by class. Ren Ran's class is seated in the middle, towards the front. Zhao Yi and her friends sit alongside her in the prime viewing location. The opening remarks are the same as ever, causing the students below to grow drowsy. When will this end? I can hardly wait to see the performances, Guotungguan mutters in dissatisfaction. Not for a while yet. That little green tea, Kong Lian, hasn't he even taken the stage? Once her speech is finished, we should be nearing the start. Oh dear. That means we still have to wait at least half an hour. I can't endure half an hour. Just be patient. Zhao Yi glances over, noticing Ren Ran's keen interest. Ren Ran, why do you seem so enthusiastic about the speech? Actually, speeches can be quite interesting. What she truly wants to convey is that the upcoming speech will be captivating. She hopes the senior won't ramble on too long. I trust the senior understands us. The younger students below eagerly await Kong Lian's appearance as Kong Lian stands on stage, feeling the multitude of eyes fixated on her. She straightens her posture, approaches the podium, adjusts the microphone, and with an air of unwavering confidence declares, respected leaders, teachers and dear classmates, greetings. I am Kong Lian from Class 3, and today I am honored to stand here, not just representing myself but our entire class. Suddenly, the microphone goes silent, her voice vanishing from the speakers. Kong Lian's expression momentarily falters. What is happening? Chapter 65. The inside story unveiled. The students below exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the sudden silence. It seems the microphone has malfunctioned. The microphone must be broken. The students and teachers responsible backstage rushed to retrieve a spare microphone, preparing to replace the faulty one. They had yet to take action when a voice emanated from the speakers, but it was not the voice of Kong Lian. President Lin, I only need to take a glance at the test paper for this mathematics competition. I won't take it with me, nor will I take a photograph. I shall offer you 5 million. This deal guarantees you profit without loss. There are 5 entry tickets. Losing one will not affect the finals in the slightest. Are you truly not considering it? Among the participants there are 2 individuals named, censored, and I hope you can find a way to eliminate them. The other party provided me with a sum of money before I allowed them to consume that food. I did not poison it. Only those with sensitive stomachs experienced mild diarrhea. I assure you, there was no poisoning involved. Principal Li's expression darkened in the audience, while Kong Lian on stage felt as if her mind had exploded, leaving her stunned and at a loss. My goodness, were those recent dialogues about the truth of this mathematics competition? It must be that I heard that several contestants from the neighboring Dune city suffered food poisoning, aligning with the recording just played. So when they mention buying someone, it must be. All eyes turned toward the somber-faced Kong Lian on stage. Zhao Yi kept muttering what the heck, as the realization dawned that this little green tea's math competition championship was bought? I thought so. How could someone perform so poorly earlier and suddenly become the champion in the qualifying round? The math championship is a sham. Ren Ran didn't qualify. Could it be that someone sabotaged her? I found it odd when I saw Kong Lian advance while Ren Ran did not. It turns out there was such a backstory. Kong Lian felt as if she were being stripped bare under the gazes of the audience, exposed in public humiliation and indignation. Wishing she could find a crevice to hide in, she wanted to flee, but her feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, rendering her immobile. A classmate stepped forward to replace the microphone, and the dialogue from the speaker ceased. Kong Lian, you may continue your speech. Kong Lian smiled faintly, believing her smile was appropriate, but to others it appeared stiff and unappealing. Taking a few deep breaths, she resumed her unfinished speech. What should have been a fluent and confident delivery was now stuttered amidst the incessant scorn from the audience. The more anxious she became, the less control she had over her words. Finally, having finished reading her speech, she disregarded everything else and hurried off the stage. The host quickly ascended to continue with the next segment as Kong Lian reached the backstage. She was met with the inquisitive gazes of everyone, each gaze piercing like needles, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Just as she prepared to leave, 2 uniformed police officers approached the backstage. May I ask who is Kong Lian? Everyone turned in unison to look at Kong Lian, and those preparing to perform instinctively paused to witness the commotion. Kong Lian felt utterly exposed under their scrutiny. I am. Chapter 66. Under investigation, one of the police officers spoke. Kong Lian, there's no need to be anxious. We would merely like to ask you a few questions. All right. Kong Lian followed the 2 officers away. As soon as she left, the backstage erupted into chaos, with everyone hastily pulling out their phones to share the news with their classmates and the auditorium. Numerous phones chimed with notifications, and students eagerly pulled out their devices to share the information with those nearby. Ran received the news almost immediately. Ran, Kong Lian, that little green tea, has been taken away by the police. The moment the news broke, she was whisked away. Ran received a phone call, and after ending the conversation stood up to leave the auditorium. Where are you going? Zhao Yi inquired. I have something to attend to. Exiting the auditorium, Ran spotted LV Bowie and teacher Zhao by the entrance. Did you receive the notice as well? Yes. The 3 made their way toward the police station. What's going on, teacher Zhao? LV Bowie asked. I'm not entirely sure. You all heard that recording. Every school representative and participating student received it. Why didn't I receive it? LV Bowie checked his phone and exclaimed, Oh! I really did have it. Upon arriving at the police station, they gradually pieced together the events from the information disclosed by other participants. An hour earlier, all contestants had received the recording, and someone had publicly reported the irregularities in this mathematics competition, leading to a confrontation with the organizers, resulting in everyone being taken away. They were merely undergoing routine questioning, aimed at identifying the individual who released the audio. Ran was questioned alone by a policewoman, from whom she heard the original recording, which included one of the censored names, hers. Has anyone approached you recently? No. Do you know why they would want to disqualify you? If I had to guess, it would be because another student and I posed too great a threat, and they were wary. The policewoman chuckled. If they obtained the questions, why would they still fear you? I cannot say for certain. You genuinely cannot think of anyone you may have offended? She hesitated before shaking her head. It can't possibly be her. Who? I cannot say. Such matters shouldn't be spoken of lightly. We're just chatting casually. You needn't worry too much, the female officer assured gently. My classmate, Kong Lian, she has a strong competitive spirit. Everyone at school has been saying I had a greater likelihood of advancing while she did not. Perhaps such rumors have unsettled her. 10 minutes later, after Ran concluded her questioning, she exited the police station. That evening, she received word that the results of this mathematics competition would be nullified, and a retest would be conducted. This time, the person in charge would be sent from the capital, and the method of questioning would also differ. Meanwhile, Kong Lian, personally escorted by the police, was not released until after nightfall. Upon stepping out of the station, she saw her mother's car waiting outside. Kong Lian hesitated to approach but ultimately steeled herself. The window slowly rolled down, and Ruan Fengru did not even glance at her. Her voice icy, get in the car. The interior was eerily silent, amplifying her anxiety and causing her palms to sweat. Chapter 67. The legendary Shanshuyan slap. Her cheek instantly flushed red. She dared not retaliate, nor plead for mercy. Useless. Ruan Fengru fumed. Kong Lian longed to argue that this was not her fault. It was her subordinates who mishandled matters, allowing others to exploit the situation. I have already secured your position. But if you wish to completely absolve yourself, you must achieve first place in the retest. Remember, it is imperative. Should she fail to secure first place, even in the absence of evidence proving that President Lin was bribed, she would still face slander. Kong Lian's heart trembled. Achieving first place in the mathematics competition, especially with several formidable opponents present, seemed nearly impossible. Previously, they had all been eliminated, and she had only claimed victory due to having access to the questions. But now, all of them remained, making it exceedingly difficult for her to attain the championship. Mom, I doubt you must succeed. Regardless, I have already hired a tutor for you. Before the competition commences, you will remain at home to train. Ruan Fengru's gaze bore into her, failing to achieve the championship. You know the consequences. Kong Lian shuddered slightly. Mom. Ruan Fengru ignored her and left. Back in her room, she felt utterly wronged, pulling out her phone to dial her father's number. Ring after ring, no one answered. If it had been Ran calling, he would surely have picked up. The mere thought of this possibility swelled her with feelings of grievance, embarrassment, resentment, and jealousy, a tumultuous mix of emotions. Ran, it's all your fault. Why don't you just die? She hurled the cushion in her hands against the opposite wall. Since the school's anniversary celebration, Kong Lian had not returned to school. The rumors surrounding her had only intensified, especially in her absence, solidifying the perception that she was the mastermind behind the scenes, and that the championship had been bought. 5 days later, the mathematics competition was to be re-held. This time, everyone was exceedingly cautious, reluctant to venture outside or eat anything indiscriminately. On the day of the competition, the contestants who had advanced last time wore grim expressions. After all, they were the prime suspects among the 5. Kong Lian's suspicion ranked the highest. The moment she appeared, she instantly attracted countless gazes. She is the one from Haishur. The champion is her. How could she be the champion after ranking so low last time? It's simply unimaginable. If I had to wager, the schemer behind this is likely her. Shua, she is looking over. Stop talking. What is there to fear? She had the audacity to act. Does she fear our words? As the bell rang, silence fell over everyone. Former provincial mathematics champion Yen Kailang, along with the winners from the past 2 national competitions, made their entrance, including the legendary figure in the mathematics realm, Shen Shuyan. Someone recognized him. Wow, why is Shen Shuyan here? My heavens, I can't believe I'm seeing the living Shen Shuyan at a legend. It's the legendary Shen Shuyan. The organizers' teachers maintained order, and once everyone quieted down, they announced, this time the major questions will be presented by these esteemed guests. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The excitement from moments ago transformed into wails of despair. Seriously? Is this really happening? Let the esteemed Shen Shuyan pose formidable questions for me. Is this not a deliberate challenge? International competitions are not this ruthless, are they? I am doomed. They are all prodigies from the previous editions, and having them set the questions is tantamount to sealing my fate. Chapter 68. The results of the competition. The clamor grew increasingly boisterous. Silence. The questioning is about to commence. The previous provincial mathematics Olympiad champion beamed as he projected the problems onto the large screen. Shortly thereafter, another national champion followed suit, casting his questions onto the screen. Finally, it was Shen Shuyan's turn. He calmly displayed his problems on the screen. Ran, upon viewing the questions posed by Shen Shuyan, felt a surge of astonishment in her heart, for she had encountered them in her past life. While rummaging through a trash bin, she had once stumbled upon a mathematics problem-solving booklet and had been puzzled as to why someone would discard it. As Ran marveled at the complexity of the question, others inwardly lamented its difficulty. Even the other 2 champions, upon seeing Shen Shuyan's problem, nearly fell to their knees in awe. Once the questions were presented, the 3 champions nonchalantly exited the examination hall. Shen Shuyan, you are utterly merciless. Yen Kailang remarked, not just merciless. It is as if you have left no path for my junior peers to tread. Faced with the jests of his 2 friends, Shen Shuyan replied impassively, since this is a talent selection, if one cannot solve such problems, it is better for them to leave early. This is ultimately for their own good. Sparing them the futility of wasting time on this, the other 2 exchanged glances and fell silent. After the examination concluded, Ran felt relatively satisfied. Upon exiting the examination hall, her gaze fell upon Kong Lian, who appeared pale. Unlike her usual demeanor, Kong Lian did not approach with casual banter but turned to leave. In the classroom where the papers were being graded, a group of teachers reviewed the exam sheets. Noting numerous perfect scores on the fundamental questions, for the latter 3 challenging problems, many managed to answer 2 correctly, yet not a single individual had solved Shen Shuyan's question. This candidate shows promise. Too bad they fell just short on the final question, one teacher lamented. The other grading teachers echoed similar sentiments as Shen Shuyan. The appointed overseer overheard their reflections. He remained unfazed. Suddenly, a teacher exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness! Someone has solved Teacher Shen's question." Curiosity piqued, everyone rushed over to witness. While others were still reveling in the excitement of someone having solved a question, one grading teacher discerned an intriguing detail. "Teacher Shen, the methodology employed by the student who solved the problem mirrors your own precisely. Last, Shan Xian reacted. His interest peaked. He rose and approached the gathered crowd upon his arrival. The other teachers parted to make way. He picked up the sheet in question, raising an eyebrow, and his dark, ink-like eyes revealed a flicker of emotion as he glanced at the signature section, where the name Ren Ran was inscribed in elegant script. Ren Ran, he muttered, savoring the name. At Heisher No. 1 High School, the students of Class 3 were particularly exhilarated, or rather, the entire grade was anticipating a singular event, the announcement of the results of the Provincial Mathematics Olympiad. I am eager to know whether Kong Lian will claim the top spot once again. If she does, then the one who cheated previously must not be her. Needless to say, it is rumored that the one orchestrating and setting the questions is the mathematical genius Shan Xian. Anyone with an interest in academics, particularly in mathematics, has undoubtedly heard of his illustrious name. Many mathematics teachers utilize him as a source of inspiration for their students. He is a legendary figure. When Teacher Zhao entered the classroom, all eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with anticipation. His gaze swept over Ren Ran and Kong Lian. Teacher Zhao, the results of the Olympiad are out, right? What are the outcomes? Ding Chong inquired earnestly. Teacher Zhao adjusted his glasses. Yes, the results are in. Chapter 69. The champion's shallow victory. Kong Lian's hands trembled uncontrollably as she struggled to maintain a smile. Ren Ran, on the other hand, remained composed. Having faced elimination previously, even if she were to be eliminated again, she would not be subjected to criticism. I understand that everyone is concerned about the results of this examination, Teacher Zhao began, but I must stress that regardless of the outcome, I hope students refrain from making hasty judgments or disparaging their peers based on a single result. The Provincial Mathematics Olympiad champion is Ren Ran. Zhao immediately inquired. Teacher, what about Kong Lian? What was her rank? Yes. Did she qualify for the next round? Guotongguan chimed in. Teacher Zhao sighed. Kong Lian did not qualify for the national finals this time. He only mentioned that she did not qualify, without disclosing her exact rank, deeming it unnecessary. In truth, announcing results should ideally involve calling the participating students privately to relay the information. Yet the vice principal had insisted on making the announcement in front of the entire class, under the pretense of fostering class cohesion and a sense of belonging to the school. These reasons seemed utterly trivial to him, yet he had no choice but to comply with the vice principal's directives. At that moment, news of the Olympiad rankings had already surfaced online. Wow. Ding Chong whistled. I see the list of qualifiers. As soon as he spoke, many understood, and numerous students discreetly checked their phones. Upon reviewing the results, shock rippled through the crowd as they turned their gazes toward Kong Lian. What? She only placed 7th. Is the previous championship perhaps inflated? From 1st to 7th is quite a dramatic drop. Do you find this shocking? Ren Ran, who was previously eliminated, has now become the champion. This is even more intriguing. Could it be that one of the qualifiers is Ren Ran herself? Given these results, it is highly likely. I've heard that the mastermind behind this has yet to be identified. Who do you think this mastermind might be? Surely it must be someone who benefited last time, Guotongguan declared loudly, her voice resonating clearly throughout the classroom. The glances directed at Kong Lian made her feel as though she were seated on pins and needles. Huxia interjected. Re-examination offers a chance for those who were eliminated. It is a relaxed opportunity that if one succeeds, great. If not, there is no loss. However, for those who have already qualified, the pressure is double, and an unbalanced mindset will undoubtedly affect their performance. As Huxia spoke, Kong Lian's expression visibly improved. Ji Qing added, there are others who did not qualify. Kong Lian is not alone in this. Let South not place all the blame on her. Zhao chuckled softly. Why, haven't I seen the other 3 qualifiers struggling with their mindset? This indicates something. It shows they possess genuine skills. Even if they face a few more rounds, they can still secure their positions. Conversely, certain individuals' championships appear to be inflated to the extent of extending to the Pacific Ocean. Exactly. The other individual who didn't qualify was ranked 6th, merely dropping back 1 position. Teacher Zhao surveyed the classroom, which resembled a bustling marketplace, his expression darkening. Quiet. Chapter 70. Altering strategies. Teacher Zhao turned his gaze toward the instigator, Ding Chong. Ding Chong, hand over your phone. Teacher, I don't have a phone. Teacher Zhao was not lenient with him and approached his desk, retrieving the phone tucked within the pages of a book. And you lot, produce your phones. Anyone targeted by Teacher Zhao, whether willing or not, obediently surrendered their phones. Following Teacher Zhao's diversion, discussions regarding Kong Lian momentarily ceased, students returned to their studies, and the atmosphere settled into a semblance of normalcy. However, once classes concluded, the rumors and whispers continued to circulate not only within Class 3 but throughout the entire grade and among the faculty. Kong Lian had once again gained notoriety in such a disgraceful manner. "Mom," she timidly called as she entered the house. Ruan Fengru did not look up, focused on cooking bird's nest soup. "Go and drink it." "Okay." She uneasily consumed the soup, glancing at her mother intermittently, her heart filled with trepidation. After 5 minutes, Ruan Fengru spoke. "Have you finished?" "Yes." Before Ruan Fengru could speak, Kong Lian quickly admitted, "Mom, I was wrong. My unstable mindset led to this defeat. I promise I won't let it happen again." Noticing her daughter's fear, Ruan Fengru softened her tone. "This is not your fault. I failed to make adequate arrangements. While it is natural for youth to falter." Ruan Fengru, with her sharp intellect, was even more capable than her husband. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not achieve success. Kong Lian pondered a possible explanation. "Mom, her luck is too formidable. I feel that no matter what we do, we cannot succeed." Not only had they failed, but Kong Lian's reputation had also plummeted to such an unfortunate state. Ruan Fengru had also come to the same conclusion that if her daughter's fortune had completely swapped with Ren Ran's, then they would no longer need to live in subservience. Ruan Fengru, rather than feeling disheartened, grew increasingly resolute in her determination to seize Ren Ran's fate. "You make a valid point. Tomorrow I will consult that expert to find a remedy for this situation. As long as her fortune does not diminish, our actions will be hindered at every turn. Rest well and strive to surpass her in the next monthly examination." Understood. With her mother refraining from chastisement, Kong Lian let out a sigh of relief. The following day, Ruan Fengru dialed the expert's number, but the call went unanswered. "Blocked?" Before Ruan Fengru could voice her thoughts, a deep voice on the other end articulated 3 words that underscored their awkward predicament. "Master, the other party's fortune is exceedingly strong. No matter what we do, they always manage to turn misfortune into good luck. Have the talismans been placed?" "They have been." The other end of the line fell into silence, and Ruan Fengru dared not speak. "In a few days, I will send over a few more sheets of talisman paper. You must find a way to place these sheets in their private quarters, like their bedroom. If you can have them carry the talisman paper with them, the effect will be even better." "Thank you, Master." Ruan Fengru expressed her gratitude repeatedly, "and I will transfer the payment to you shortly." The voice on the other end responded coolly, then hung up the phone. Instead of feeling anger, Ruan Fengru promptly transferred 5 million to the other party's account. Chapter 71. 2 pairs of mothers and daughters on the weekend. Ren Suya dragged Ren Ran out of the house. After studying every day, one could easily become dull-witted. "Come on, today Mom will take you out shopping." Ren Ran looked at her mother with exasperation. It was clear that her mother wished for her to accompany her on a shopping spree. "All right, fine." The driver took them to the famous shopping district in Haishur. Upon entering the mall, Ren Suya led her to the stores they frequented. As soon as the salespeople spotted her, they greeted her warmly. "Madam Ran, welcome." After they settled down, the server immediately brought her favorite tea and snacks, along with a bouquet of blue roses that she adored. "What new arrivals do you have this quarter?" "Yes, there are a few pieces particularly suited for you." Ren Suya waved her hand. "Today, I am not the main character. It is my daughter. Please select some clothes suitable for her." Just as she finished speaking, she seemed to recall something. "Forget it. Let's stick to the usual routine. Let her try on all the new arrivals this quarter and choose for herself." Understood. One by one, the fitting models emerged from the back, showcasing the garments on their bodies, presenting a 360-degree view. As a guest, one could call a halt at any moment to focus on specific areas. "Ran, what do you think of this dress?" Ren Ran shook her head. "The logo is too large. It's not good. A logo that is overly prominent may delight those who buy clothes to show off, but for Ren Ran, who preferred a more understated style, an overly conspicuous logo was the greatest flaw." Knowing her daughter's preferences, Ren Suya instructed the salespeople, "No need to show anything with a large logo." "All right." The salespeople immediately complied. Ren Ran felt no enthusiasm for the clothes, thinking that shopping was a waste of time. She would rather tackle a few more practice papers. Just as she was feeling bored, a white dress adorned with tiny floral patterns, simple yet stylish, caught her eye. "This one is nice." Seeing her daughter finally interested, Ren Suya decided to purchase all the items in size S from this series. The salesperson replied with a smile, "Very well." Ren Ran shook her head. "How many colors does this dress come in?" 3 colors, yellow, pink and white. 3 in size S, and 1 in size L. The L is yellow. Meanwhile, in a neighboring VIP room, Ruan Fengru and her daughter were also selecting clothes, having just chosen the same dress. "Let's go with this one." Just as the salesperson was about to fetch it, they were informed that the last few size S dresses had been completely bought by Madame Ran. The salesperson approached Ruan Fengru. Madame Ruan, there are no size S dresses left in the store. We will need to transfer stock from other locations, which will take a day. Once the clothes arrive, I will have them delivered to you. No stock. What are you showing us? Kong Lian, already in a foul mood, retorted. The salesperson could only explain Madame Ran and her daughter just came in and took all the sizes. Upon hearing the names of Ren Ran and her mother, Kong Lian's displeasure intensified. This mother-daughter pair was clearly out to sabotage them. A flicker of a dark glimmer passed through Ruan Fengru's eyes as she smiled. Is it the esteemed Ms. Ren Suya? Indeed. Are they still in the store? Yes, that I am an old friend of Suya from university. Please ask her if she has a moment. I would love to catch up. Chapter 72. Hidden agendas. The salesperson acknowledged and relayed the message to Ren Suya's colleague. The colleague approached Ren Suya, bent down and whispered, Madame Ran, a friend wishes to meet you. Who? Ms. Ruan Fengru. Upon hearing this name, both mother and daughter exchanged glances. Please step outside for a moment. Of course. The salesperson left the room. Ran, why do you think she suddenly wants to see me? Ren Suya instinctively asked her daughter. Mom, regardless of her intentions, treat this as your first meeting. Ruan Fengru is not someone to be underestimated. A woman's thoughts can be more intricate than a man's. So, when the time comes, act as if you are meeting an old friend for the first time. Ren Suya nodded repeatedly but worried about revealing their connection. Perhaps we should reconsider. Ren Ran shook her head. Mom, if you refuse now, it will raise her suspicions. You were close back in university, and after all these years without contact, it would seem odd not to meet her. What she didn't say was that she sensed Ruan Fengru was even more formidable than her father. A brief meeting will suffice. I will find a suitable moment to pull you away. All right. Meanwhile, Ruan Fengru and her daughter had also dismissed the salesperson, leaving just the two of them. Mom, why do you suddenly want to see them? Ruan Fengru, sensing her daughter's confusion, felt a twinge of exasperation at her lack of understanding. Previously you took the wrong path. Huh? Kong Lian asked, puzzled. Becoming close friends with Ren Ran will give you more opportunities to act. Do you understand? Kong Lian nodded. This time you must seize the opportunity and aim to eliminate her in one fell swoop. First, get close to her, then make your move. After they had conspired, they received word from the salesperson, who led them into the VIP room. As soon as they entered, the luxurious surroundings starkly contrasted with their previous VIP room's simplicity. Ruan Fengru maintained her composed demeanor, but the flash of jealousy on Kong Lian's face was unmistakable. Though it was fleeting, it was still noticed by Ren Suya, and her daughter, Kong Lian, being younger, was not as deft as her mother. Fengru, is that really you? When I heard the salesperson mention your name, I thought I had misheard. Ren Suya joyfully approached and embraced Ruan Fengru. Ren Ran observed her mother's reaction with a mixture of amusement and irritation. She had worried her mother might struggle with the encounter, only to see her bring such excitement. What a needless worry. Suya, this is my daughter Lian Lian. Lian Lian, greet Aunt Ran. Aunt Ran, Kong Lian dutifully greeted. Ren Suya's eyes sparkled with warmth as she inspected Kong Lian from head to toe. It was indeed her first time examining her husband's illegitimate daughter up close. She suppressed her disgust and smiled. You are quite beautiful, Fengru. I can't believe your daughter has grown so much. Ran, come here. Ren Ran approached with a smile, her gaze fixed on Ruan Fengru, the concealed hatred within her simmering, though she made every effort to restrain it. Chapter 73. A clash of wills. To outsiders, it appeared as though they were meeting for the first time. Yet only Ren Ran knew the truth of their long-standing acquaintance, one that had bred a deep-seated animosity within her, a desire to rend flesh, drink blood, and crush bones. That if Kong Liji were a wolf, she was the venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike and inflict unbearable pain. That it was she who had uncovered her mother's existence from others, deliberately approached her, and then manipulated her boyfriend, Kong Liji, into setting a grand scheme into motion. In the past, she had approached Ruan Fengru, seeking clarity on her motives. What vendetta lay behind such calculated machinations that had brought ruin upon their family? At that time, Ruan Fengru had looked down upon her from her lofty position, speaking with the air of a victor. I merely wished to see what it felt like to trample on those who consider themselves above others, to toy with them. You young people often say, why should your decade of hard study be worth less than someone else's 3 generations of effort? Well, look at me, I have achieved it. The Ren family? I shall gladly accept it. Ruan Fengru knelt down, gently patting her face. Little girl, if there is a next life, remember to use your brain more. You were given a good family background, yet you squander it. You and that love-struck mother of yours should step aside and let those with capability take charge. Do you agree with me? In her eyes, both she and her mother were sheltered blossoms, utterly naive and easily manipulated. Her mother had been toyed with by both her and her father, while she had been deceived and led astray by the father she thought loved her. Only when they had gained complete control did their true, ugly natures emerge. So this is the child of you and that senior. I can't believe how much you've grown. Ruan Fengru gazed at her with feigned affection. As she spoke, she produced a box from her bag and handed it to Ran Ran. Your mother and I are good friends. It's our first meeting, so I haven't prepared anything special. Please don't be offended. Ran Ran glanced at Rensuya, and upon receiving her affirmation, she accepted the gift with a polite, "Thank you. We are all family. There's no need to be formal with Auntie. If you want anything, just let me know." Ruan Fengru's fervent enthusiasm made her seem like a doting mother to her. Rensuya turned to Kong Lian and said, "Choose whatever you like, my dear." She beckoned a sales assistant to bring the catalog, allowing her to peruse at her leisure. Upon seeing the multitude of jewels in the catalog, Kong Lian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she struggled to contain her impulse, ultimately opting for a modest, yet elegant bracelet valued at 50,000 yuan. "Select more," urged Rensuya with a grand gesture. "No, thank you," replied Kong Lian softly, her demeanor exuding the charm of an amiable young lady. "How old are you this year?" Rensuya inquired. "18, Kong Lian responded. Rensuya exclaimed in delight, "Oh, you're the same age as our Ran Ran. Which month were you born in?" "March," she replied. "That makes you 2 months older than our Ran Ran." As soon as Rensuya finished speaking, she seemed to recall something, casting a mildly surprised glance at Ruan Fengru. Chapter 74. Words that pierce the heart. "Fengru, you suddenly went abroad back then and didn't have the chance to attend our wedding. Was it because you were pregnant?" Rensuya, appearing rather naive, bluntly probed into her personal matters. Ruan Fengru maintained a composed expression, concealing her anger beneath an awkward smile. "Who is the father of the child? Is it that boyfriend you had before?" Rensuya pressed eagerly, her concern apparent. "Are you two married now? Does he treat you well? If he doesn't, I can help you." Ran Ran listened to her mother's incessant questioning. Stifling a laugh but struggling to contain herself, Kong Lian, feeling her mother being insulted, was furious yet hesitant to act. "Suya, this isn't the place for such discussions. Let's go to the club next door and have a proper gathering," Ruan Fengru suggested, wishing to steer the conversation away from her private matters. "All right," Rensuya nodded enthusiastically. The two families proceeded to the adjacent club, where the manager promptly greeted them upon their arrival. "Madam Ren, welcome. Shall we go to your usual private room?" "Yes," she replied. The manager guided the group into the room. Once seated, Rensuya handed the menu to Ruan Fengru and her daughter. "What would you like to eat?" "Order as you wish." Ruan Fengru requested a pot of green tea while Kong Lian ordered a serving of milk. Observing their choices, Rensuya chuckled. "Fengru, you're still the same, always trying to save me money. Manager Wang, please serve the usual and also bring 2 small bowls of bird's nest for them." Once the waitstaff delivered the order, the room was left with 2 pairs of mothers and daughters, each lost in their own thoughts. "Fengru, is your husband Qin Xiao?" Rensuya continued to pursue her earlier line of questioning. Before Ruan Fengru could respond, Ran Ran nudged her. "Mom." Rensuya looked at her daughter with confusion. "What's wrong?" Ran Ran was on the verge of applauding her mother's performance. "Mom, that person is my classmate, Kong Lian." She pointed to the girl sitting beside Ruan Fengru. Rensuya was taken aback, gazing at the 2 mothers and daughters. "Fengru, you." She nearly uttered the word mistress but managed to restrain herself. The shock on her face, however, conveyed more than mere words could express. Ruan Fengru felt a twinge of embarrassment but held her composure, while Kong Lian could no longer endure, her expression darkening as she shot a cold glare at Rensuya. Seemingly oblivious to the tension, Rensuya stepped forward, grasping Ruan Fengru's hand with feigned concern. "Fengru, what truly happened before? How did you end up with Kong Mingcheng? He's quite a bit older than us, and his wife is no easy person to deal with. You must have suffered all these years. I know you're not that kind of person. What transpired back then?" With an unyielding determination to uncover the truth, Rensuya pressed on. Chapter 75. A desire for friendship. Ruan Fengru, feeling melancholic, lowered her head, her voice sorrowful. "Back then, while I was working and studying abroad, I encountered him inebriated one night, and he took advantage of me. Afterward, when he sobered up, he apologized and gave me some money. 2 months later, I discovered I was pregnant. My mind was in turmoil, and all I could think about was finding him. He insisted that I keep the child. Our relationship is not what you might think. I was merely the woman who bore his child. He merely provides for me, and fortunately, he treats Lian well. You know how formidable his wife is, so I dared not let her know about Lian. It was a means of protection for her. I refrained from contacting you all these years, fearing you would look down on me, fearing you would find it embarrassing to have a friend like me. I was simply too timid to confront my past and chose to remain hidden abroad. Suya, I hope you can keep this a secret. Please don't let others know." Before Rensuya could respond, Ran interjected, Aunt Ruan, your daughter is quite the prominent figure at school. I fear the news might spread regardless. Ruan Fengru was taken aback. Turning to Kong Lian, is what Ran said true? Mom, I got smack. Ruan Fengru struck her daughter across the face. Rensuya and Ran watched with great interest, torn between wanting to intervene and maintaining the ruse. Fengru, what are you doing? Rensuya exclaimed that she's utterly disappointing. Ran quickly joined in the persuasion. Aunt Ruan, Kong Lian is exceptional. Her academic performance is always at the top. That if she doesn't take pride in that, how will she face her classmates? If I were the daughter of Kong Mingcheng, I would also want to boast. Aunt Ruan, please don't blame Kong Lian. Their attempts at persuasion bore little fruit. It's only natural for a child to love their father. What child wouldn't adore their father unless he is a terrible person? Kong Mingcheng is a good father. It's only human for Lian to speak of him outside. With their continuous encouragement, Ruan Fengru's expression finally softened. Ran, Auntie can see that you are a capable child. Since Lian just transferred to a new school, she may not understand many things. Auntie hopes you can look after her. Ran smiled in response. Aunt Ruan, don't worry. Since you and my mom are friends, I will naturally be friends with Kong Lian and take good care of her at school. In her previous life, Kong Lian had to exert great effort to accept her as a friend, ultimately leading to a fatal blow. In this life, she had avoided misfortune, but her paths were blocked at every turn, resulting in a rivalry. Now they intended to walk the same path for a lifetime, aiming to build rapport and lower defenses before striking decisively. They understood that even if Kong Lian began to ingratiate herself, she would not be welcomed, thus seeking to create intersections through their mothers. Unfortunately, their calculations were flawed. No, that's not right. Ruan Fengru could not simply emerge so readily. In her previous life, she only stepped into the limelight after her grandparents passed away. This time she was too swift to come forth, merely to connect with Rensuya and pave the way for Kong Lian. The answer was evidently more complex. She must have deeper intentions, but what they were eluded her for now. After all, the current circumstances diverged entirely from her past life. Chapter 76. Interrogation. Although she could not decipher Ruan Fengru's next move, she understood one thing. The other party harbored ill intentions. For now, it would be best to remain unchanged in the face of change. Ruan Fengru, upon hearing Ran's promise, expressed her delight. Lian, you must spend more time with Ran in the future. She then turned to Rensuya. Suya, it is truly wonderful that our friendship can extend to the next generation. I hope we can maintain this bond for a long time. Indeed, Rensuya replied, suppressing the discomfort within her, smiling amiably. The two reminisced about their college days while Kong Lian and Ran listened obediently, observing their lively conversation. An hour later, they parted reluctantly. Mom, does that woman lack common sense? Can't she speak properly? Kong Lian grumbled, having wanted to retort several times. Each of her comments was so unpleasant. She failed to notice Ruan Fengru's expression darkening considerably. The sight of Rensuya's naive demeanor, as if she were above it all, irked her to no end. Since Kong Li and Rensuya's marriage, she had not experienced such a disparity for a long time, and seeing Rensuya today reignited feelings of inferiority and jealousy deep within her. Mom, when will Dad be able to take us out in the open? She was utterly tired of living in the shadows. If you can't speak wisely, then be silent. The cold tone of her mother startled Kong Lian into silence, her mouth closing timidly. On the other side, Rensuya and her daughter were similarly discussing the two of them. Ran, what do you think her intentions are? I'm not sure, but it is very likely she wishes to follow the same old path, befriending me, and once I trust her, delivering a fatal blow that disrupts my peace of mind. That is one possibility. They must have other motives, yet I cannot discern what they are at this moment. Rensuya was not adept at these intrigues but understood one thing. The mother-daughter duo certainly harbored ill intentions. Mom, if she approaches you in the future, you must be cautious and never fall into her trap. Understood. When meeting her, it is best to choose a familiar place that is populated. Ran reiterated her caution. Mother will protect herself well. What do you intend to do? Kong Liji's countenance darkened, exuding an ominous aura. Did I not instruct you that until the acquisition of Yaxing Group is secured, you are absolutely forbidden from appearing before her? Ruan Fengru felt wronged, silently enduring his wrath. After a lengthy tirade, Kong Liji demanded, if you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I will arrange for you to go abroad. Father, there is a reason for mother's actions. Kong Lian could not bear to see her father chastise her mother and spoke up in defense. You may leave. Kong Liji's cold gaze fell upon her. Kong Lian wished to say more, but upon noticing her mother's subtle signal, she could only comply and exit. Once the two were in the study, With the door securely shut, he asked, "Speak, what is your reasoning?" He settled into the leather armchair, coldly observing the woman before him. "I in the face of Yaxing Group, anyone who obstructs him must step aside." Including his childhood friend Ruan Fengru. "Liji, have you ever pondered why Lian consistently traps Ren Ran, yet always manages to turn misfortune into fortune?" Chapter 77. Covertly demanding money. Before undertaking any endeavor, a comprehensive consideration is paramount. As a mother, you ought to safeguard her interests. Allowing a teenage girl to make her own decisions is akin to frivolously squandering decades of our hard work. Kong Liji spoke in a chilling tone. He had long harbored dissatisfaction regarding the matters concerning the two women. Ruan Fengru, upon hearing such words, felt a chill in her heart, though it was not unexpected throughout their recent interactions. She had distinctly sensed Kong Liji's discontent towards her. Rather than argue about this matter, she calmly replied, "I consulted the master a few days ago, and he provided me with two reasons. Firstly, Runran's fortune is exceedingly strong, allowing her to consistently navigate through peril unscathed. Secondly, the talisman placed within the Buddhist amulet has failed to take effect. The amulet they presumably do not carry on their person. The two reasons mentioned are interdependent. Neither can be disregarded. A person with great fortune is destined to be favored by the heavens, a favored child of the divine, who can turn misfortune into fortune at every turn. For those of us with lesser fortunes, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ensnare them in a trap. Even if one momentarily succeeds, it will swiftly be resolved thereafter. The talisman has not exerted its influence, failing to disrupt her fortune. Thus it is imperative to focus on the talisman. Only when the talisman proves effective, and with their further assistance, can they gradually dismantle her destiny and effect a significant change. The mere thought of Renran's exceptional luck fuels her desire to exchange her fate with that of her daughter. Only then can their family ascend to greatness, transcending social strata to become the elite. Kong Liji's expression softened, likely grasping her intent. "What do you plan to do?" Ruan Fengru stepped forward, retrieving a box from the drawer. Opening the wooden box revealed 4 talismans. Upon seeing the talismans, Kong Liji's pupils constricted slightly, his mind racing to deduce her intentions. "You wish for me to deliver these talismans into their hands?" Ruan Fengru shook her head. She understood his character too well. He would never take such a risk. The last time she had him replace something had already been his greatest concession. It was utterly impossible to expect him to act again. Therefore, how could she possibly subject herself to such a futile endeavor? "Share your plan." Ruan Fengru leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Soon it will be old Master Ren's birthday. As the son-in-law, should you not join your wife and children in offering blessings to the elderly couple? This time you need do nothing but take them to the temple. I will handle everything else. You will not need to lift a finger." Indeed, he showed no inclination to get involved. Ruan Fengru sighed softly. "I have just met her, and if I bring people along, I fear she may not believe me. You are her confidant. You hold an advantage over me." He grasped her hand, gently caressing it. "I trust in your abilities. Should you encounter any other difficulties, feel free to mention them." This was precisely the phrase she had been waiting for. The last time he had covered for their daughter, he had exhausted all his funds. Now, in order to orchestrate her plans, "The money that I will transfer 5 million to you. 5 million. Such a paltry sum." Ruan Fengru felt disappointed, yet wore a smile, naturally wrapping her arms around his neck, affectionately saying, "Thank you, my dear husband." Chapter 78. Deliberate flattery. "This time success is imperative. It shall be so." "Liji, how are things on your end?" When it came to work-related matters, Kong Liji's mood brightened. He embraced her, his hand absent-mindedly stroking her smooth, delicate back. He had secured a project with CM Group in the UK, and once the contract was officially signed, the performance of the branch office would surpass that of all other subsidiaries within Yaxing Group. Ruan Fengru was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Does that mean you can gain entry into the board of directors, and Yaxing Group will be entrusted to you?" "Yes," Kong Liji affirmed with a nod, his expression brimming with pride. Once the contract is signed, he would smoothly enter the board of directors, and once on the board, he could finally deal with those 2 old-timers. His progress was proceeding smoothly, with the sole exception being Ruan Fengru's situation. You need to pay attention to this side. Kong Liji was also concerned. What if she did not succeed in undermining her fortune? He worried she might retaliate. "I will," Ruan Fengru assured him with a firm nod. He believed his plans were flawless. However, unbeknownst to him, there were individuals monitoring him in secret, reporting all his movements to Ran Hongru. Ran Hongru reviewed the information transmitted by his subordinates, scrutinizing Kong Liji's activities within the branch office. Secretary Qin Quan spoke up. Director Ran, Manager Kong is negotiating that business deal, and the other party remains unaware. Should we? If they sign the contract, Kong Liji will be doomed at no need, just keep an eye on him. Qin Quan understood the response, realizing that this son-in-law had been completely abandoned by the chairman, rendering him devoid of any value. That fellow was likely still reveling in the thought of soon entering the board of directors, taking charge of Yaxing Group. Alas, his dreams were destined to shatter soon enough. At Heisher No. 1 Middle School, Kong Lian approached Ren Ran, bearing a gift box, a smile adorning her face. Ran Ran, this is a gift from my mother for you. Please see if you like it, if not, I can relay it to my mother. The familiarity of her demeanor left Zhao Yi and others dumbfounded, and the other students were equally taken aback. Since the incident at Ming Mountain Island, while they had not formally severed ties, it was an unspoken understanding that they were at odds. Kong Lian's current posture piqued everyone's curiosity about their relationship. Ren Ran understood that her reputation was tarnished. She sought to mend relations to cleanse her image and perhaps become friends, only to later betray her. You can tell your mother that I quite like it. In school, let us maintain the status quo, keeping our distances. If they wish to make friends, she must concede. Why should she not? Kong Lian felt a bit awkward, leaving the gift behind as she turned to depart. As soon as she left, Zhao Yi eagerly inquired what was that about. Mao Zhan, Ding Chong and others perked up their ears to listen, and even Kong Lian's little followers were eavesdropping. What could there be? You see how it is. I am not familiar with her mother. We have only met once. Ren Ran replied casually. This time she had to restrain herself. She must accomplish what her mother had instructed. Her father would soon succeed, and she could not be a hindrance. When the lunch bell rang, Kong Lian left her little followers behind and hurried to Ren Ran's side. Chapter 79. Perseverance. Ran Ran, shall we go to the cafeteria together? Ren Ran raised an eyebrow at her. It appeared she had entirely disregarded her previous words. In her past life, it had been the same. No matter how coldly she treated her, she continued to pursue her own path. The difference now was that as she clung to Ren Ran like a sticky plaster, no one around would mock her for being oblivious or come to her aid, affording her the opportunity to curry favor. Zhao Yi directly wrapped her arm around Ren Ran's, apologizing, our dear Ran Ran has prior engagements. You should seek companionship elsewhere. Shi and Guotongguan flanked Ren Ran, leaving no room for Kong Lian. Lin Xiaoyi scoffed lightly at her before following suit. Kong Lian watched their departing figures, her expression one of hurt. Xia hurried to console her. Lian, there's no need to feel this way. It is her loss if she chooses not to befriend you. Do not say that. A few days ago, I discovered that my mother and her mother were the best of friends in university. After graduation, my mother moved abroad, and they lost contact. My mother hopes that I can become good friends with her, just like they were. Even though she does not like me, I still want to give it a try. I see, you have no significant enmity between you. If you communicate sincerely, you can surely resolve past grievances and continue the friendship of the previous generation. Tan Jia encouraged her with confidence. In the cafeteria, Kong Lian filled her tray with food, scanning the crowd for Ren Ran. Upon spotting her, she approached, dragging her tray along. The long bench could seat 6 people. Apart from Ren Ran and her 4 companions, 2 spots remained vacant. May I sit here? Kong Lian inquired. Ren Ran, wanting to ignore her, was about to refuse when Fu Yan appeared out of nowhere and plopped down right beside Ren Ran. Wang Hu called out to her, make some room. With his robust physique, he nudged Kong Lian aside, taking the last empty seat beside the leader, leaving Kong Lian standing in the aisle, tray in hand, feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. The second attempt at reconciliation had once again met with failure. Fu Yan turned to Ren Ran. What's her situation? Is she trying to forge a sisterly bond? Are you willing? Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. The woman before us is certainly no pushover, though the young lady in front of me is also not to be underestimated. She appears displeased. Well, that's good. After speaking, Fu Yan fell silent, concentrating on his meal. Zhao Yi and the others exchanged glances, surveying Ren Ran and Fu Yan, puzzled as to when their relationship had become so amicable. After the evening self-study session, Kong Lian once again approached like a persistent adhesive. No, I have a car to take me, she stated. Kong Lian jogged to catch up, noticing that Ren Ran was ignoring her completely, suppressing the hatred simmering beneath her eyes. She hurried ahead and blocked Ren Ran's path. Ren Ran, I wish to speak with you. Ren Ran halted, her gaze calmly fixed on Kong Lian. Would it not be better to maintain the status quo? The driver had already opened the car door, and without offering Kong Lian a chance to respond, Ren Ran entered the vehicle. The following day, Kong Lian arrived with breakfast, placing it on Ren Ran's desk as soon as she entered the classroom. I know you have grievances against me, but this is something my mother insisted I bring to you. She woke up early this morning to prepare it. Kong Lian's voice was loud enough for those in the classroom eager for gossip to hear clearly. Please thank Auntie for me, I have already had breakfast, Ren Ran replied, inquiring of Mao Zhan. Class monitor, have you eaten yet? This is for you. Chapter 80. I do not lie, truly, Mao Zhan gratefully accepted, saying thank you. No need to thank me. You should express your gratitude to Kong Lian's mother. She turned to Kong Lian, I cannot eat it, and it would be a shame to waste Auntie's intentions, that I shall give it to a classmate in need. Auntie won't be upset, will she? Although she felt uncomfortable inside, it was Kong Lian's right to do as she pleased, especially since she needed to maintain a good relationship with her deity Noon. Kong Lian attempted to approach again, only to be blocked once more in the cafeteria. Kong Lian kept her eyes on Ren Ran. Seeing her stand up and set her chopsticks down, she commanded, Shiyu, help me take care of the tray. Ren Ran, I wish to speak with you alone. Very well, Zhao and the others exchanged glances before leaving first. The two walked towards a secluded grove at the back of the campus. A quiet spot perfect for conversation. Speak, what is it? Ren Ran, I understand that our previous encounters have sown discord between us. In truth, the wager we made was never our intention. Ultimately, we harbor no deep-seated enmity towards one another. I wish to transform our conflict into friendship. Noticing Ren Ran's indifference, Kong Lian remained unperturbed and continued, Your mother and my mother are good friends. I too hope that we can become friends. To be frank, when I learned that you are the heiress of Yaxing Group, I felt a pang of jealousy. Jealous that you can freely present yourself in public while I, due to my background, cannot openly declare myself as the daughter of Haishang Group. Perhaps it was this jealousy, or perhaps a bruised ego, that spurred me to overshadow you when the wager was proposed. As for the incident with Teacher Lin, I swear it was not my doing. Although I wished to win against you, I would never resort to such underhanded tactics. These words, a mixture of truth and deception, are crafted to inspire trust. Ren Ran, I wish to reintroduce myself. I am Kong Lian. My father is Kong Mingcheng. I have just turned 18, previously living abroad before moving back to the country this year to attend Haishernau. One high school. I have few friends here and limited hobbies. Even if we do not become friends in the future, I hope we can act as good sisters in front of our mothers. My mother is of great importance to me, a mentor in my life, and I do not wish to disappoint her. I hope you can understand and empathize. She extended her hand, her words sincere and her gaze clear and earnest. Had it not been for her previous deceit and the torment she had endured, Ren Ran might have genuinely believed her fabrications. As Ren Ran looked at the delicate hand before her, memories of her own rough hands, rummaging through trash bins stained with filth, surfaced. I do not like deceit. If you find it inconvenient to speak with Aunt Ruan, I shall clarify matters with her myself. To me a friend is a friend, with no room for falsehoods. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. Damn it! Kong Lian cursed internally. Despite her subservience, she still refused to relent. Just then a flowerpot fell from above. Watch out! Chapter 81. The invitation. Kong Lian instinctively pushed Ren Ran aside, positioning her body to shield her. They both tumbled onto the grass, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the fall. The flowerpot shattered, ceramic shards and soil scattering about. Ren Ran rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt and dust. Thank you, Kong Lian said. She raised her hand to interrupt. No need to thank me. You saved me. And I saved you. We are even now. You owe me nothing and I owe you nothing. She was aware of Kong Lian's underlying calculations that if Kong Lian saved her, as the benefactor, it would be awkward to maintain their previous coldness, inevitably leading to a rekindling of their past dynamic. Conversely, if she saved Kong Lian, the latter could use the debt of gratitude as an excuse to remain by her side. Now that they had saved each other, they stood on equal ground, with no debts owed. Kong Lian glared at Ren Ran's departing figure, kicking a nearby flower in frustration. Does she truly think I desire her friendship? At the hillside villa. Mom, what's the matter? Ren Ran inquired. In the afternoon, Ruan Fengru had summoned her for a meeting, wanting her to accompany her to a temple in the neighboring city. She had insinuated that the temple was very effective. What do you think she intends to do? After some contemplation, Ren Ran replied, they have made numerous attempts, none of which have succeeded, so they must be growing anxious. She recalled what the Taoist priest Qing Xian had said about the prerequisites for changing one's fate. Mom, do you remember the talismans placed inside the amulet? Ren Suya nodded. Their repeated failures must have alerted them to the ineffectiveness of the talismans this time. Inviting you to accompany her to pray at the temple is likely an attempt to entice you into seeking a safety talisman together. The talisman you acquire will surely be the one she has meticulously prepared for us. Ren Suya was furious. How can one person be so wicked? Some individuals are inherently malevolent, born with a bad seed. Ren Ran was not cynical but had simply witnessed too much in her life. What should we do? When did she invite you? Ran devised a plan that would both temporarily placate the other while also turning the tables on her. This Friday. Mom, you should arrange to meet her this weekend and I will accompany you. Ran, what are you planning? An eye for an eye. This time Rensuya took the initiative to suggest going out together over the weekend. In Ruan Fengru's eyes, this plan had already succeeded by 50%. She would not directly ask her to seek a safety talisman. Instead, she would let her do so of her own volition. As the weekend approached, Ruan Fengru arrived at the hillside villa's entrance as promised, with Rensuya having informed her in advance, their vehicle driving straight up the mountain. During the drive, she observed the environment of the hillside villa area with envy, but more so with a sense of possessiveness. Upon arriving at the door of Building 22, someone came to help her park, and a maid led her inside, suppressing her desire to look around. She maintained a level gaze, entering the villa with an expression that conveyed indifference to her surroundings. Chapter 82. The second plan. Good morning, Aunt Ruan, Ran greeted, holding a cup of hot milk as she walked past. Good morning, Ran, I will head upstairs now, you may sit for a while. All right. Just as Ran took a couple of steps, she suddenly halted and turned to Ruan Fengru. Aunt Ruan, where are you planning to go? Just out for a stroll to have fun. Ran stood on the second floor, watching her mother and Ruan Fengru get into their car and drive away. Once they left, she and Gaoing followed closely behind. Is everything in place? All arrangements have been made. Ruan Fengru likely remained unaware that her every move had been under surveillance. Even with everything prepared, Ran still felt uneasy about her mother. After discerning the other's intentions, Ran reached out to Su Xiaoyin, but she had been unable to reach him until just before bed last night, unsure if the two had ventured into a no-service area. Once more, she attempted to contact Su Xiaoyin, but the phone remained unreachable while Qing Xian had simply turned off his phone. What on earth are these two doing? Could they be in trouble? A sense of worry crept into Ran. She sent another message to Su Xiaoyin, hoping they would contact her at the first opportunity after reading it. The vehicle departed Haishur, heading towards the ancient village in the neighboring Hangzhou city, their destination a bustling ancient temple located behind the village atop a high mountain. This temple, built during the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, boasts a history of 400 to 500 years. Most visitors come here seeking blessings. Ran perused the detailed information Gaoing had provided about the temple and the residing abbot. Ruan Fengru had yet to hand over the talisman to the abbot. It should still be with her. Once she presents it to the abbot, the individuals I have arranged will execute the switch without delay. Have the people I instructed you to find taken their positions? At the foot of the mountain, we will disguise ourselves as tourists upon our arrival, blending in seamlessly to avoid drawing attention. Ran nodded, evidently satisfied. Having someone assist with all the arrangements undoubtedly yields greater efficiency. Yet one cannot overlook the exceptional capabilities of Gaoing, whose monthly salary exceeds 100,000, proving her worth. The vehicle halted at the base of the mountain, while Rensuya and her companion had already ascended. Miss, shall we proceed? Let us wait here, going up would be too conspicuous and could expose our intentions. Gaoing, equipped with an earpiece, coordinated with those stationed on the mountain, ensuring real-time updates on the events unfolding above. Miss, it seems Ruan Fengru does not intend to hand over the talisman. You truly are remarkable, Mississippi, whether by intuition or foresight. You've encountered this situation perfectly. Regardless, it merits commendation. Initiate the second plan, Ran stated calmly. Understood. Gaoing contacted the second team at this moment. Atop the mountain, Ruan Fengru and Rensuya had already lit incense and were preparing to draw lots. A host, wielding a selfie stick, approached the camera while introducing the scene to the audience. As he moved closer to Ruan Fengru, he inadvertently jostled her. Be careful. A person behind her steadied her with a bag, preventing her from falling down. In the process of helping her up, a hand brushed against her pocket, swiftly retrieving an item and concealing it in their sleeve with such speed that an average person would remain completely unaware. Chapter 83. Substitution. Miss, the item has been secured. Gaoing presented the photograph taken by the other party. Perhaps due to psychological reasons, Ran felt a wave of discomfort upon seeing the unfolded talisman. Have someone replicate this talisman. Once completed, hand the new one to her. The original can be replaced later. Understood. The talisman artist had already prepared, awaiting the original. The team below worked swiftly to recreate the talisman, achieving a level of authenticity that was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Under Ruan Fengru's subtle cue, Rensuya followed suit in seeking a peace talisman. Auntie, I truly apologize for bumping into you earlier. I've brought you some water as a gesture of goodwill. Ruan Fengru waved her hand dismissively. No need, it was unintentional on your part. You pushed, I pushed back. After this exchange, it was evident that neither Ruan Fengru nor Rensuya was aware of the underlying dynamics. Meanwhile, Renran remained in the RV at the foot of the mountain, orchestrating the entire operation. Ding ding dong. The ringtone signaled an incoming call from Su Xiaoyin. Where are you? Su Xiaoyin's voice brimmed with excitement over the phone. Miss Ren, I have wonderful news. We have located Master Tai Su. I apologize for the earlier lack of signal. We were in an uninhabited area. As soon as I regained service and received your message, I called immediately to ask Master Tai Su near you. Yes, that I showed him the photo of the talisman you sent. Master Tai Su remarked that it is an extremely sinister 5 ghosts ghostly life talisman that long-term use can lead to lethargy, spiritual decline, and diminished fortune. Such a talisman is rare and not something just anyone can draw. The fact that the other party possesses it indicates significant investment. Is there any way for the master to ascertain who provided them with the talisman? The presence of such individuals left Renran feeling unsettled. No, but he advised that you need not worry. The signal was abruptly cut off simultaneously. After Rensuya finished seeking her peace talisman, Ruan Fengru discreetly swapped the talisman. Little did she realize that the talisman now in her possession was one intended to cause harm. Before they descended the mountain, Renran's vehicle had already departed, waiting at a distant fork in the road until their vehicle passed before continuing to follow. Place the talisman within this necklace. See it won't get lost this way. Rensuya personally adorned Ruan Fengru with the necklace, admiring it with delight. Fengru, this necklace truly suits you. She then retrieved a similar, yet more delicate necklace from the box. This one is for Lian, perfect for holding the peace talisman, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Chapter 84. Speak of the devil and he appears. Suya, that's unnecessary. You've given one to me and Lian. What about you and Ran? Rensuya gently patted her hand, addressing her affectionately. Do not worry, I have more. Look, it's a complete set that we sisters can wear matching series. What do you think? You truly are thoughtful. That it was quite fortuitous. I initially intended to place a photo inside, but it's perfect for the peace talisman now. Rensuya replied with a smile. Ran silently commended her mother in her heart if they wished to please her and her sister. Then this necklace, along with the peace talisman, would need to be worn daily. Ran. Aunt Ran called sweetly. Ran, this is the peace talisman your mother had sought for you. Try it on. Mom, didn't my aunt get us peace talismans from Thailand already? Ran replied, looking puzzled. You didn't like that amulet, refusing to wear it. Ruan Fengru listened intently, and upon hearing their discussion about the amulet, her heart sank. No wonder her fortune remained unaffected. Had she known, she would have sent the peace talisman in the name of Kong Liji. It was a pity to have lost those specially crafted talismans for them. Ran opened the mechanism on the necklace, glimpsed the talisman inside, and quickly closed it again. This is rather nice. Mom, please put it on me. Ruan Fengru watched as Rensuya personally fastened the talisman around Renran's neck, her heart brimming with excitement. This time it's a certainty. Satisfied, Ruan Fengru departed the hillside villa area. Once she left, Rensuya collapsed onto the sofa, feeling fatigued from maintaining her faade. Mom, just bear with it a little longer. It will soon come to an end. Her grandfather had begun wrapping things up, having identified who among them were Kong Liji's people, and everything had been clarified. Now, they awaited the conclusion to confront them, sending them to their rightful place at a tea school. Kong Lian wore a necklace from the same series, attempting to get closer, yet Ran remained unyielding, adhering to her previous attitude and ignoring her. No matter how much she tried to ingratiate herself, Ran refused to engage. Her persistence garnered respect from Guotungwen and the others. Tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday banquet. Would you like to join us? Ran inquired, glancing at Zhao Yi and the others. Their eyes lit up at the prospect. Can we really attend such an event? Of course. During the weekend, Ren Hongru's birthday celebration was held at a different estate in the outskirts, drawing notable figures from high city to offer their congratulations. Ran led her friends, and they felt as though they had stepped into a grand garden, marveling at everything around them. Ruan Fengru attended the banquet alongside Kong Lian, presenting themselves as Rensuya's close friends and their daughters. Ruan Fengru instructed Kong Lian to engage with Ran, leaving her no choice but to comply. While they were conversing, they were abruptly interrupted, souring the atmosphere. Ran gazed at the unwelcome interruption, suddenly smiling as she asked, Kong Lian, how long has it been since you last saw your father? Not long. Not long. That must mean quite a while then. Coincidentally, Uncle Kong is here today. Why don't you go over to him instead of gravitating towards me? Is Kong Mingcheng also here? Kong Lian was taken aback. She needed to inform her mother immediately. Don't speak of the devil, Ran exclaimed, her gaze brightening as she looked towards the back. Chapter 85. Kong Lian in panic. Kong Lian's body froze momentarily. Her mind blank. Kong Mingqing had arrived. What should she do? Renran kept a watchful eye on Kong Lian's every move, noting her pale expression with a smirk. Zhao Yi and the others followed her gaze, scanning the crowd but failing to identify Kong Mingqing. Where is he? Which one? Guotunguen inquired curiously. Perhaps you should ask Kong Lian. Renran smiled at her. Kong Lian's lips twitched, unwilling to turn around, as she did not recognize Kong Mingqing either, having only seen his photograph. Kong Lian, which one is your father? Lin Xiaoyi probed. Yes, which one? The others echoed. Previously they had only known about Haishang Group from the news but had never actually seen what the chairman looked like. This time they were genuinely curious rather than mocking. Under the intense scrutiny of the group, Kong Lian reluctantly turned her head to scan the crowd, searching yet hesitating to find him. Which one? Zhao Yi urged. Yes, which one? Lin Xiaoyi echoed. Guotunguen bluntly remarked, Kong Lian, you can't be serious, surely you can recognize your own father. Renran, an outsider, can identify him at a glance, yet you've been searching for ages without success. You, as his daughter, seem more like a counterfeit. The words were spoken innocently, but they struck a nerve. Kong Lian's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of anger and urgency, as she longed to explain, yet the words caught in her throat. She feared they might lead Kong Mingqing to her or worse, expose her. The consequences would be dire. Kong Lian scanned the surroundings, genuinely failing to spot Kong Mingqing. Renran found her demeanor amusing, likening her to a frightened clown, panicked and trying to hide. Just as she was about to speak, Kong Lian interjected, my dad isn't here. Renran raised an eyebrow, oh really? Let me take a look. Oh dear, I must have misjudged. Kong Lian Song, exhaling deeply, felt a surge of fury rising within him. That wretched woman must be doing this on purpose. Uncle Kong should be on his way here. Would you care to accompany me to greet him? Renran extended the invitation without hesitation. Kong Lian rose, declaring, no need, I shall go alone. She dared not linger in that place, fearful that once Kong Mingqing arrived, her fabrications would be laid bare. At that moment, Kong Lian's retreating figure resembled someone fleeing in panic. Did she truly believe that by evading the initial confrontation, she could escape the inevitable reckoning? Once matters were resolved with her grandfather, she could act freely, beginning to deal with that little green tea. Should her identity as an illegitimate daughter be exposed, it would directly cause Kong Li's downfall. Furthermore, Kong Mingqing would not be coming today. He was on a business trip in Europe, and it was his assistant who had arrived bearing gifts. After intimidating Kong Lian, she would not dare to be repulsive in front of her. Suddenly, a small commotion erupted in the venue, drawing the attention of many towards the center. What had transpired? Renran stood up and walked in that direction, and before she could get close, she heard her aunt, with a flushed face and slurred speech, shouting, Uncle, how could you treat us this way? When my father died, you were supposed to look after us, yet you merely stood by and watched us suffer without lending a hand. Chapter 86. Over a million. Kong Li quickly instructed the attendants to assist her down. Madame Su, you are intoxicated. Please escort her away. The address of Madame Su ignited Ren Shiyun's anger. Why was she referred to as Madame Su and not Madame Ran? She pushed the attendants aside, declaring, I won't leave. I am not drunk. Ran observed her aunt's drunken antics with a solemn expression. Today was her grandfather's birthday celebration, and her aunt's deliberate disruption was clearly intended to ruin their day. They had shown them some leniency, yet they would not reciprocate. Ran approached her aunt and addressed her formally, emphasizing the Tang Intongi particularly. Previously, she had called her little aunt to appear affectionate, but now she would address her appropriately. Have you fed your conscience to the dogs while uttering those words? All eyes turned towards Ran. Before Ren Shiyun could respond, Ran began enumerating the facts. 80% of the capital for the hotel your husband opened came from grandfather, and now it has all vanished. Subsequently, you pleaded with grandfather to help your husband establish a chain restaurant. When your husband's brother got into trouble, you sought grandfather's aid. Each time you were short on funds, you turned to grandfather. Each time you claimed it was a loan, yet you only ever came to collect money, never to repay it. Grandfather built his fortune from scratch, never relying on your uncle. Despite his repeated assistance, you not only failed to express gratitude but instead took his generosity for granted. That I am telling you, grandfather owes your family nothing, let alone your uncle's family. That if you want money, earn it with your own abilities rather than repeatedly demanding it here. I previously did not understand the phrase a grain of rice brings grace, a bushel brings resentment, but today I have witnessed it firsthand. To openly voice such grievances in this setting was not the most prudent course of action. Yet Ran was unwilling to be subtle any longer or to indulge her aunt's family. The aunt's family frequently flaunted their association with Yaxing Group, leveraging it to gain undue advantages, and many had granted them favors out of respect for the group. Today, she intended to sever ties with her aunt's family in front of the upper echelons of Haishur. After Yaxing Group was no longer in the picture, she would see how they would continue to wield their influence. Ran Shuyun was taken aback, her expression shifting from drunkenness to clarity as she momentarily forgot to maintain her faade, her entire being confronted with disbelief. She had anticipated that her uncle's family would not dare to escalate matters, as they usually preferred to keep the peace. However, this time, things had gone awry. Pointing a finger at Ran Shuyun stammered, You. Her gaze shifted to Ran Suya and her husband. Are you just going to let a younger generation insult me like this? Is this your upbringing? I may be the younger generation, but as the elder, you must behave like one in order for me to show you respect. Kongli interjected. Ran, hold your tongue. Ran Shuyun suddenly recalled something. Don't act as if we are the ones always demanding. What about the time you took over $1 million from us? Why don't you mention that? What over $1 million? Ran was momentarily at a loss. To you, $1 million may seem insignificant, but to us it is no small amount. You cannot only remember how much we borrowed, why don't you talk about how much you took from us? The moment those words were spoken, they undermined everything Ran had previously asserted. Chapter 87. Expelled. Her gaze firmly landed on Suing. What did Aunt say? You can't just claim things without evidence, can you? This girl truly had to see the consequences before she would comprehend. She pulled Suing from the crowd, demanding, Speak. What happened that day? Elaborate. Suing stammered, unable to respond. You foolish girl, what are you still hesitating for? They have no regard for our familial bond, and you still concern yourself with their feelings. Have you ever thought about whether they ever considered you? Ran Shuyun urged her uncooperative daughter. Aunt, please don't pressure Xiaoying. She is young and lacks the audacity to lie brazenly. This comment elevated Suing while simultaneously belittling her. With her daughter failing to rise to the occasion, Ran Shuyun had to take matters into her own hands. In October, when you had no money to buy a bag, you took $1.2 million from me. Ran glanced at Suing, who was now staring down at her feet, too ashamed to raise her head. She did not wish to waste more words with her aunt and merely clarified the situation that day. $1.2 million. Ha! I did not take that $1.2 million. Your daughter spent $1.09 million to purchase 5 LB handbags. If you doubt it, we can retrieve the surveillance footage from the LB store. If you do not believe me, I can call the manager of that store right now to clarify what transpired. Ran Suya added, My daughter is more than capable of affording $1 million handbag. As for your daughter, do you want us to enumerate all the items she has taken from us? They could easily account for enough to purchase not just 5 handbags but an entire truckload. By bringing this matter to light, they thoroughly disgusted everyone involved. Ran Hongru and several business tycoons were in the reception room on the second floor when they heard the commotion and ceased their conversations. Descending the stairs upon seeing Ran Hongru, Ran Shuyun rushed over, feigning distress. Uncle, are you just going to let them bully me? Ran Hongru regarded his niece, then cast a glance at her husband, who was hiding behind her. This niece had yet to realize that she was being used as a pawn, with all the blame falling on her. If they were expelled today, their family would be completely severed from any ties to Yaxing Group. Even if they claimed to be related to Yaxing Group in the future, others would no longer regard them with favor. Su Zhengyang sensed the gravity of the situation and finally stepped forward. Uncle, please don't be angry. We genuinely came here. Show them out. Ran Hongru interrupted, issuing his decree without allowing him to finish. His disdain for them stemmed not just from past grievances but also from their audacity in embarrassing the Ran family in such an important setting. The attendants were already prepared. Upon receiving the order, they promptly escorted the 3 out of the estate. Ran Shuyun attempted to resist, but upon meeting her uncle's cold gaze, she quickly subdued herself, aware that continuing to make a scene could lead to far worse consequences. Once the trio was removed, Ran Hongru apologized to the guests, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had ever occurred. They had mistakenly believed that causing a ruckus would force the Ran family to compromise for the sake of face. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. Chapter 88. Overconfident in the study on the second floor, Ran Hongru looked at Kong Li. You did not handle the situation well just now. His bluntness made Kong Li's heart quiver. This was clearly dissatisfaction directed at him. Father, she is Suya's sister. I didn't dare. What is there to fear? How can I trust you to take over the company if you act this way? Father, I was wrong. I will not make the same mistake again. Later, I will announce your takeover of Yaxing Group. Kong Li was overjoyed, his face lighting up with delight as he exclaimed, Thank you, Father. Do well. Do not let me down. I will. Emerging from the study, Kong Li radiated confidence. walking with a buoyant step and smiling genuinely at everyone he encountered. Many noticed his unusual demeanor and began to tease him. "President Kong, have you encountered some good fortune?" "Nothing special, just my father's birthday today. I am in high spirits." Those who had caught wind of the news approached him with drinks, congratulating him in advance. "President Kong, congratulations." "Not yet. It's still too early to say, do not be coy. Yaxing Group will soon be in your hands," as everyone spoke. Kong Li felt a sense of comfort within, yet he did not dare to relax. Maintaining a humble demeanor, "My father is still young. I wish to learn from him for a few more years. President Kong is truly modest," everyone replied with smiles. Ran Ran stood on the balcony of the second floor. Observing her father, who appeared completely at ease and in his element, a smirk playing on her lips as she let out a derisive laugh, she turned her gaze towards Kong Lien and her mother, both of whom wore expressions of excitement, especially Kong Lien, whose exhilaration seemed almost boundless, while her mother maintained a more reserved demeanor. She descended the stairs and approached the mother-daughter duo. "Kong Lien, are you particularly happy today? Have you seen your father?" A cold smile flickered within Kong Lien's heart. "Ran Ran, laugh all you want now. Soon enough that smile will fade." Ran Ran replied with a knowing tone, then swiftly turned her attention to Ruan Fengru, saying, "Aunt Ruan, please excuse any shortcomings in today's hospitality. The banquet has been splendid." Ruan Fengru remarked, "You're being excessively modest, Ran Ran." After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, she stood to take her leave. Once she departed, Kong Lien unreservedly scoffed. Ruan Fengru, in an unusually good mood, did not admonish her but instead chuckled, reminding her to maintain her image. "I know," she replied, playfully wrapping her arms around her mother's. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Kong Liqui's assistant hurried over, his face marked with urgency. "Mr. Kong," the assistant interrupted Kong Liqui's conversation with several executives. Visibly flustered, Kong Liqui, feeling displeased, excused himself from the conversation with a brief apology. The two made their way to an upstairs guest room, pushing open one of the doors and closing it behind them. "What has happened?" The assistant, disregarding Kong Liqui's annoyance, exclaimed. "Mr. Kong, have you seen the latest news from Britain?" He handed his phone to Kong Liqui, the screen displaying a financial news article in English. Upon finishing the article, Kong Liqui's pupils constricted in shock. "Have you managed to contact them?" The assistant shook his head. "As soon as I saw the news, I tried reaching the person in charge, but I couldn't get through. The number appears to be disconnected. Mr. Kong, we may have been deceived." Kong Liqui felt as if struck by lightning, his mind momentarily blank. Impossible. Chapter 89. The torment of Kong Liqui. He had clearly dispatched someone to investigate. How could this situation arise? What is the status of Donglin's companies? He had trusted that company due to their partnership with Donglin. The assistant, equally alarmed, had immediately looked into the circumstances of several Donglin companies upon learning of the situation, and the findings filled him with dread. Just days before the incident, Donglin had withdrawn all funds, intending to breach the contract and pursue legal action. The other two companies were similarly ensnared, facing dire circumstances like theirs. Should this news reach that old fellow, today's handover would undoubtedly be thwarted. If they could just conceal this matter until today's events concluded, even if they later discovered the truth, based on his understanding of that old man, he would surely safeguard his own interests. "Does Director Ren know?" The assistant inquired. "No, and let us keep it that way," Kong Liqui replied. The assistant hesitated. His shake of the head indicated his own ignorance, not that of Director Ren. Just as he opened his mouth to clarify, Kong Liqui commanded, "Your immediate task is to prevent any reporters from approaching. Under no circumstances should they be allowed today." The company had also issued a gag order. In essence, they should delay as long as possible. Emerging from the guest room on the second floor, Kong Liqui's earlier satisfaction had evaporated. He continued to engage jovially with the guests, as if nothing had transpired. They all awaited the moment when Ren Hongru would formally hand over the reins of Yaxing Group to Kong Liqui. However, as time passed, it became evident that Ren Hongru had ascended to the second floor and had not yet returned. Kong Liqui's anxiety grew, his gaze frequently darting towards the upstairs. The banquet was drawing to a close. Why had Director Ren not made the announcement? Indeed. Is there something amiss? Someone speculated. That seems unlikely. This event has been meticulously arranged, not to mention Director Ren has always held Mr. Kong in high regard. True enough, Mr. Kong has performed admirably at Yaxing Group over the years. Kong Liqui, acutely aware of the murmurs among the guests, felt a rising urgency within. He could not inquire directly, so he turned his gaze towards his wife, approaching her side to gently suggest, "Suya, do you think you should go upstairs to check on Dad?" Suya, seemingly oblivious to his underlying concern, smiled and replied, Dad is surely busy upstairs. He'll come down when he's done. There's no need to worry. That phrase, don't worry, left ambiguous whether she meant to reassure him about the situation or about Ran Hongru's well-being. The guests continued to wait. For what, it was self-evident. Suya could clearly sense his agitation, yet even with her understanding, she chose to feign innocence, insisting, rest assured, Dad knows what he is doing. You know his temperament well. Before Kong Liqui could respond, she added, you should attend to the guests. Don't linger by my side and make us the subject of gossip. Kong Liqui swallowed the frustration rising within him, feeling tormented as he fought the urge to ascend the stairs. Just as he was on the verge of breaking, Ran Hongru finally appeared. Chapter 90. Kong Liqui's disappointment. The moment Ran Hongru stepped onto the stage, all eyes turned to him. Kong Liqui instinctively checked his attire, confirming everything was in order as he prepared for the most pivotal moment of his life. Ran Hongru took the stage, offering a smile as he exchanged pleasantries with the crowd. As he neared the conclusion of his remarks, he shifted the topic. Today, I am here to announce something significant. Kong Liqui held his breath, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Among the guests, aside from Kong Liqui, it was Kong Lian and her mother who were equally electrified. All guests smiled, eagerly awaiting the announcement regarding the handover of Yaxing Group. Ran and Suya stood together, their peripheral vision keenly focused on Kong Liqui, anticipating the momentous occasion. Yaxing Group will be collaborating with Taoist Group to develop the Li Dao Bay project. A collective gasp filled the room. They were not shocked that Kong Liqui had not taken control of Yaxing Group. Rather, they were astonished that Yaxing Group had unexpectedly partnered with Taoist Group for the Li Dao Bay project. Whispers of this project had circulated for some time, but nothing had ever materialized, merely rumors. Now these two colossal enterprises had quietly joined forces, leaving many present entrepreneurs bewildered. After announcing, Ran Hongru descended the stage without taking Kong Liqui along, instead holding Ran's hand as he mingled with various dignitaries. Congratulations, Mr. Ran. If there are any promising projects in the future, do include my brother. Director Ran has quietly accomplished something monumental. Ran Hongru engaged in subtle conversation with the surrounding executives, showing no signs of arrogance over this development. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten about Kong Liqui's anticipated leadership of Yaxing Group. The guests, astute as they were, likely sensed a change in circumstances, especially given that Ran Hongru had not invited Kong Liqui to accompany him, opting instead to hold Ran's hand. Kong Liqui's smile became rigid, and he inhaled deeply several times to suppress his bitterness and anger, forcing a smile back onto his face. In the background, Ruan Fengru and her daughter shared in the profound disappointment, unable to come to terms with the situation. The latter, under her mother's piercing gaze, wisely fell silent. Have you forgotten what I told you? In places where one ought not to speak, remain silent. Kong Lian recalled this admonition, her heart trembling. As the banquet concluded, the Ran family bid farewell to each guest in turn. Ran, it's quite late. You should get some rest, Kong Liqui gently suggested. All right. Suya pretended not to notice, engrossed in removing her jewelry. Observing her indifference, Kong Liqui felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. She was always like this, self-absorbed, never as attentive as Fengru, whose every thought and concern were directed towards him. She would immediately notice any irregularities and offer comfort, were it not for Yaxing Group. He truly would not wish to remain with such a woman. Dear, didn't Dad say he would hand over Yaxing Group to me? Why hasn't he mentioned it today? Chapter 91. The disparity. Suya regarded him with disdain, turning to face him. Did Dad say he would transfer Yaxing Group to you today? I was unaware. When did this happen? Is that really the focus? Kong Liqui suppressed his impatience, maintaining a patient demeanor as he softly replied. He mentioned it in the study on the second floor. Fearing she might miss the crux of the matter, he added, do you think Dad has suddenly changed his mind because I've not done well enough? Or did someone say something to him? Darling, haven't you always felt overwhelmed by work and dreamed of traveling the world with me? Why the sudden enthusiasm for work? If you take on Dad's responsibilities, our global adventure will be indefinitely postponed. Suya's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. He quickly reassured her. Once Ran finds a capable husband, we can enjoy our travels just like Mom and Dad. Now that they are older, especially Dad, I've seen him. I wish to help them enjoy their twilight years. You're so thoughtful, my love. What nonsense. That is simply what I should do. Kong Liqui gently massaged her shoulders, his thoughts lingering on how suddenly Dad had changed his mind, causing him concern. Suya furrowed her brows. Darling, please don't fret. I will clarify this matter with Dad. He has only one daughter, and while I may not excel in business, I still rely on you, so you are destined to bear the burden. I don't mind the burden. As long as you and Ran Ran can live as peaceful and joyous little princesses. Just as Kong Liqui sought to advance further, Suya promptly brushed his hand away. Not convenient. The three-word response brought a sigh of relief deep within Kong Liqui. On the following day, Kong Liji proceeded to the headquarters of Yaxing Group. As he walked, the employees he encountered hurriedly averted their gazes, their greetings devoid of the warmth they once conveyed, leaving him with an unsettling sense of estrangement. He could not discern whether this was merely his own illusion or a genuine shift in their demeanor. The idea that, after only a brief tenure at the branch office, the headquarters staff had changed so drastically was difficult for him to accept. This alteration gnawed at his heart with a sense of foreboding. The chairman was engaged in a meeting, and Kong Liji took a moment to collect himself. Qin Quan's assistant escorted him to a nearby lounge. An inexplicable wave of irritation surged within him, prompting him to loosen his collar for a semblance of comfort. The door to the chairman's office swung open, and several company executives emerged, nodding slightly in acknowledgement upon spotting Kong Liji. After their departure, Qin Quan personally ushered him into the office. "Please have a seat." Kong Liji understood that this old man was already aware of the matter at hand. "Dad, I've disappointed you," he preemptively confessed. Ren Hongru exhibited no surprise at his admission. "When did you find out?" "Only after the banquet concluded," Kong Liji replied. "I did not wish to ruin your spirits on your birthday." Ren Hongru did not expose his lie, merely nodding in acknowledgement that as for the North City branch, you need not remain there any longer. A tightness gripped Kong Liji's chest, accompanied by a flicker of hope. Chapter 92. Expulsion from the company. He had no desire to linger in that dismal place. Ran Hongru noticed the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, his wise gaze softened by a gentle smile. The branch's situation had displeased several board members. Before Kong Liji could mount a defense, Ran Hongru swiftly interjected. "There is something you must first examine." He retrieved a document from his drawer and placed it before him. Kong Liji, perplexed, opened the file, and with each page he turned, his expression soured, the color draining from his face as beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Meanwhile, Ran Hongru leisurely sipped his tea. His mind occupied with Ruan Ruan's recounting of past grievances. He had seized everything belonging to the Ran family, casting Ruan Ruan aside to fend for herself, subjecting her to untold suffering. He relished in Kong Liji's fear. However, it paled in comparison to the torment Ruan Ruan had endured. Today's dread would mark the beginning of his retribution. Kong Liji set down the document. "Dad, I was wrong. I intended to buy jewelry for Suya and was momentarily blinded by impulse, which led me to accept that money. As for the bags gifted to customers, I had no idea they were counterfeit." "Enough," Ren Hongru raised a hand, halting his explanation. "I did not summon you here to discuss the rights and wrongs of this matter. Given that it has reached my ears as the head of the group, I must take action. Dad, whatever you decide, I will accept unconditionally. From today onward, you are to set aside all your current work and undertake research in a neighboring province. Once the storm passes, I will reassign you." Hearing this arrangement, Kong Liji's heart seethed with resentment. This was tantamount to being cast out of the company, a fate more distasteful than exile to the frontier. Once a dignified general manager of the group, he was now reduced to a mere researcher in another province. Ran Hongru gently patted his shoulder. "Lig, during this time away, be exceedingly cautious not to leave any incriminating evidence. Although I am a director, I am still constrained by the board. You must understand my predicament." "Dad, I understand." "That is good. Now go." Kong Liji rose respectfully and departed. As he stepped out of the office, a company-wide email announcing the termination of Kong Liji's position circulated swiftly. Clutching his personal belongings, he awaited the elevator. Employees passing by opened their mouths as if to call out to him. But upon reconsideration, they fell silent, casting him furtive glances before hastily departing from the upper floors to the lower ones. Kong Liji was met with an onslaught of strange looks from countless employees. These glares pierced him like daggers, inflicting both pain and humiliation. After years of bearing indignities, he found it intolerable to be ousted for such a trivial matter. He refused to accept this fate. Simultaneously, as the school bell rang, Ran took out her phone and walked towards the classroom exit. "Miss, Director Run has taken action. He has expelled him from the company." Kong Liji's expulsion was merely the first step. The second involved a widespread purge of his associates to identify these individuals and ensure their removal would not incite turmoil within the company. Ren Hongru had prepared meticulously. Otherwise, how could they have thrived for so long? "Miss, when shall we take action?" Gowing was eager to unveil the true nature of the little green tea. Chapter 93. Cautious Inquiry. Gowing had been closely monitoring Kong Mingcheng's schedule, knowing that the little lady would need him for subsequent plans. Without him, the performance would lack perfection. Gowing, reach out to him and invite him to High City No. 1 High School for a lecture. Gowing recognized that the little lady was poised to strike. Understood. I will make contact immediately and finalize the itinerary as long as I can attend the Olympiad competition in the capital first. Entrepreneurs like Kong Ming Chung would not simply accept an invitation. Their schedules were meticulously arranged, and to grant you an audience was a significant courtesy. All right. Aunt Lee, where is the madam? The madam has gone for a spa day with friends. Kong Li Ji pulled out his phone intending to call her, but his hand hesitated as he opened her social media profile. She had just updated her status with a photo from a luxurious spa, featuring herself and Ruan Fengru, both appearing quite pleased. Kong Li Ji, agitated, tore off his tie and retreated to his study, closing the door behind him. He dialed the number of a trusted confidant stationed at headquarters. Pansong, have there been any irregularities within the company lately? Pansong stood up, closing the office door before responding. General Manager Kong, there has been nothing unusual. Everyone is preoccupied with the collaboration with Taoist Group. Has there been any news regarding the collaboration with Taoist Group? Pansong protested. General Manager Kong, that project is being negotiated directly by the chairman. There are fewer than 5 people who know about it. We only learned of it after the chairman made the announcement. Aside from that, has there been any personnel movement within the company? Pansong was his deepest placed chess piece at headquarters. On the surface, they appeared to be rivals, leading everyone to believe they were at odds, while in truth, no one suspected Pansong's loyalty to him. None, however. I have heard rumors that Director Zhao is stirring trouble. He has allied with several board members to pressure the chairman. Director Zhao, you say? That old rascal has been at odds with me since entering the company, always opposing me. Kong Li Ji was not overly concerned about his rivalry with Zhao. What truly troubled him was whether Ren Hongru was orchestrating the affair. If it were merely Zhao's machinations, he would not be overly perturbed. If there are any developments within the company, inform me at once. Certainly. After concluding his call with Pansong, Kong Li Ji reached out to a few more of his contacts, meticulously inquiring about internal affairs, only to conclude that all was calm and devoid of any anomalies. Could it really be just his imagination? He pondered for a moment, arriving at a decision. He exited the study and descended to the wine cellar, retrieving several bottles of strong liquor to drown his sorrows. When Aunt Lee emerged from the kitchen, the potent scent of alcohol wafted through the air, leading her to discover Mr. Kong drowning his sorrows in drink. What is happening? Aunt Lee quickly took out her phone and dialed Ran Suye's number. From Aunt Lee's arrival to her phone call, Kong Li Ji remained acutely aware. She assumed he was intoxicated, but his mind was remarkably clear, confirming that everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. He felt a sense of relief. Chapter 94. Continuing the probe at the spa, Ran Suye hurriedly donned her clothing. Fengru, let us reschedule for another day. All right. When the car arrived at her doorstep, Ran Suye did not exit immediately. Instead, she took a couple of deep breaths to steady her nerves before opening the door and entering the house. Upon stepping inside, she was met with the overwhelming scent of alcohol, causing her to furrow her brow in disgust as she ventured further in, only to find her husband sprawled on the floor inebriated. Lig, what are you doing? She rushed over and snatched the bottle from his grasp. Alcohol, give me the alcohol. When he opened his mouth, the stench of liquor nearly overwhelmed Ran Suye, but she restrained herself, avoiding direct contact, as the odor was truly unbearable. What on earth happened? Kong Li Ji squinted through his drunken haze. Slurring, Suye, I've been expelled from the company by Dad. Am I truly that useless? Expelled? Ran Suye exclaimed in surprise. I'll ask Dad. Don't. He reached out to stop her, but his hand lacked any strength. Ran Suye sensed the insincerity of his feeble gesture and felt disdain. In the past, she would have assumed this was merely a result of his drunkenness, without giving it much thought. However, as the filters of love faded away, the facade was stripped bare, revealing an insincerity that was utterly nauseating under his pleading gaze. Ran Suye dialed Ren Hongru's number. Dad, did you really revoke all of Li Ji's positions? Why would you do such a thing? What did he do wrong to warrant this? Kong Li Ji remained attentively listening, faintly catching Ren Hongru's explanations through the phone. The distance rendered the sounds unclear, but he discerned vague terms such as expedient measures, explanation, and tempering. You truly haven't deceived me? He asked. All right, I understand. As Ran Suye uttered these words, she instinctively cast a glance at Kong Li Ji, before her voice dwindled and she turned away. He quickly feigned ignorance, pretending to be oblivious as he mindlessly sipped his drink. After Ran Suye hung up, her expression was one of hesitation. Kong Li Ji squinted and raised his glass towards her. Wife, join me for a drink. He clearly observed her face, revealing a mixture of reluctance and an unspoken conflict. Realizing that the term tempering he had heard earlier was indeed accurate. I know my father-in-law disapproves. He has always disliked me. Suya, I have endured for your sake. But now, after years of diligent service in the company, never daring to slacken my efforts, and yet the outcome, well, perhaps this is for the best. No need to remain on guard. Ransuya suppressed her disgust as she listened to his insinuations. Once he had finished, she spoke with evident concern. Liji, actually noticing she refrained from voicing her father's intentions. He understood that continuing this argument would be futile. He simply shut his eyes, pretending to sleep from her elevated position. Ransuya gazed down at this repugnant man, wishing she could kick him in the face. Aunt Li, please summon a few people to take the gentleman upstairs. The next day when Kong Liji awoke, he found himself alone. Descending to the ground floor, he noticed Ransuya was absent. Where is my wife? He inquired. Sir, the lady has taken the young miss to the airport. The airport? Seeing his confusion, Aunt Li reminded him, the young miss is participating in the national mathematics competition. He had indeed forgotten about this event. Or rather, it had never registered in his mind. Why didn't you wake me? He hurriedly left. Aunt Li explained, the lady cares for you and wished for you to rest more. She rose early to prepare you a hangover soup. As she presented the soup, Kong Liji intended to refuse but ultimately accepted it, drinking it all in one go. After finishing, a peculiar taste lingered in his mouth, but he dismissed it as Ransuya's poor culinary skills. Grabbing his car keys, he rushed to the garage, driving hastily towards the airport. If his father-in-law discovered he had not seen Ran off, he would likely harbor disappointment towards him given the current uncertainties. Caution was advisable. He hurried along and arrived just as Ran had passed through security. Darling, what brings you here? I wanted to see you off to the capital for the competition. Alas, I was a step too late. Kong Liji lamented. Ran understands your situation. She won't hold it against you. The couple left the airport side by side. Upon disembarking, Ran activated her phone, discovering several unread messages and 2 missed calls. Among the messages were reminders from the capital's tourism bureau, alongside texts from Gaoying and Kong Liji. Noticing the transfer of 50,000 yuan from Kong Liji, she smirked. How generous today. Without hesitation, she accepted the money, casually sending a thank you boss sticker. She texted her mother to confirm her safe arrival and sent a message to Gaoying. As everyone collected their luggage and exited with their supervising teacher, a loud call rang out, over there. The voice was strikingly loud even amidst the bustling airport terminal. Ran and her companions, like other travelers, were drawn towards the sound. A throng rushed towards the number 2 arrival gate. Many brandishing fan signs. Some team members curiously glanced around, wondering if a celebrity had arrived. Given the commotion, it certainly seemed so. Though their curiosity remained unsatisfied as they failed to catch a glimpse of the signs. These competitors were all top students. While their focus was primarily on their studies, many also followed celebrities, and even those who didn't were not entirely ignorant of them. Naturally, this topic piqued their interest. You're mistaken. They're not chasing a celebrity, Yan Kailang interjected. Senior. Everyone greeted. Yan Kailang was the previous provincial champion in mathematics and had represented the national team in international competitions, securing second place in the individual event. This time, the provincial organizers had invited him to provide guidance and share his experience with the participants. Senior, do you know who it is? Let us walk and talk. Yan Kailang replied, as for who she is, you'll find out when you come to the capital for university. There's a term in the entertainment industry for someone like her, a national darling. But she is the true princess of the capital. Wow! The crowd exclaimed, their curiosity ignited as they approached the airport exit. They caught sight of a group of bodyguards ushering a girl, adorned in sunglasses and exuding an air of nobility, towards a stretched Lincoln limousine. Ran gazed curiously at the girl, who appeared to be of similar age and strikingly beautiful. The scene suggested that this capital princess was both affluent and privileged. Let me share one more piece of news. This capital princess will also be competing in the mathematics contest. Meaning you all are her rivals, Yan Kailang continued. Is she formidable? Someone inquired. After a moment's consideration, Yan Kailang responded, indeed am I. The pressure is immense. The group exclaimed. Ran stood by, smiling. Just then the extended Lincoln vehicle departed, and the pursuing fans dispersed. Their own vehicle arrived and everyone boarded. Even inside the car, discussions about her continued to flourish. A classmate couldn't help but remark, some chase after Rome their entire lives, while others are born into it. Such is the disparity among people. The supervising teacher interjected, you are already 1 foot in Rome. With a little more effort you can step fully into it. This competition presents an opportunity for advancement, so let us start from here. Teacher, are you trying to manipulate us? Your tactics are too cliché, we're not falling for it. The group laughed and joked, completely devoid of the pre-competition tension. On the eve of the contest, contestants from across the country gathered in the waiting area, clustering based on their respective teams. Suddenly, the door to the waiting area swung open, and a girl, flanked by admirers, strode in, her chin slightly raised and her gaze dismissive. Her entrance instantly captivated the attention of all competitors, with every eye drawn to her. Who is she? I don't recognize her. Her name is Zhang Jiyu. A local. She holds the title of capital princess. Is that for real? Other contestants, who were less informed, expressed astonishment and curiosity. Absolutely. She hails from an impressive family. Ordinary people cannot afford to offend her. Zhang Jiyu, of course, overheard the chatter around her but remained indifferent, perhaps accustomed to such scrutiny. She scanned the area briefly before making her way towards the central resting zone, where the contestants from Handong province were already seated. As Zhang Jiyu approached, the 5 contestants from Handong froze. Make way! Someone beside Zhang Jiyu called out. The Handong contestants exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they recognized that engaging in conflict with her would be unwise. So they quickly gathered their belongings and departed. This scene furrowed the brows of onlookers, yet no one voiced their discontent. Thank goodness we didn't sit over there. It would have been utterly embarrassing. One remarked, Ran, you saved us by suggesting to sit in the corner. Initially, they had intended to occupy a central position, but Ran's suggestion led them to the corner. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to be ridiculed today. Honestly, they are far too domineering. The Handong people lack backbone. Shu, keep your voices down, don't let them hear. Surrounding contestants whispered among themselves, some disapproving, others indifferent. Regardless of the opinions surrounding her, Zhang Jiyu remained unfazed. Her demeanor and expression suggested she was not someone to be trifled with. Ran formed her judgment about her, deciding to avoid confrontation in the future. In the capital, those bestowed with the title of capital princess were not to be trifled with, and she certainly did not wish to jeopardize her grandfather or Yaxing group. As Shen Xuyan entered the waiting area, all contestants stood, their gazes fixated on him, including Zhang Jiyu, the capital princess. Zhang Jiyu rose and walked towards Shen Xuyan, her earlier haughtiness dissipating as she wore a sweet smile. Brother Yan. Shen Xuyan responded with a cool nod, passing her by as he surveyed the crowd. When his gaze landed on them, it lingered for a couple of seconds. Is everyone clear on the competition procedures and guidelines? Noticing the silence, he continued, you may now enter the venue. Throughout the proceedings, Zhang Jiyu's attention remained fixated on Shen Xuyan, her demeanor resembling that of a devoted fan rather than a competitor. The atmosphere was tense and exhilarating, with everyone on edge, except for Ran and Zhang Jiyu. Zhang Jiyu possessed the confidence and privilege to face the competition with ease. To her, it was merely an inconsequential event. As for Ran, she was laid back. If she succeeded in winning, it would affirm her efforts. If not, it would indicate she still had room for improvement. Moreover, she had no immediate desire to study abroad. Once awarded, there is an overwhelming likelihood that she will participate in competitions abroad. Thus, she is able to maintain a relaxed attitude towards this contest. Once again, Shen Xuyan serves as one of the chief examiners, and as he surveys the venue, he naturally notices Ran's completely eased demeanor. Competitions test not only one's abilities but also one's mindset, which constitutes a significant aspect. A positive mindset can prove pivotal at certain moments, and it is especially essential during major competitions. She is indeed well suited for international contests. Given that she successfully solved that particular problem in the previous competition, she should be able to achieve a commendable rank this time around. Ran can sense Shen Xuyan's gaze upon her, as he has stood by her side long enough to disrupt her focus. Just as she is about to lose her composure, Shen Xuyan finally shifts his position. Throughout the competition, Gao Ying has not reached out to her. As soon as the contest concludes, Gao Ying's call comes in right on time, as if she had been waiting for the precise moment. Miss, do you have any good news? Yes, Gao Ying replies, her voice infused with rare delight. I have successfully arranged for Kong Mingqing to give a lecture at Haisher No. 1 High School. I have also made the necessary arrangements on the school's end. The timing is set for 1 week before the final exams. Excellent. She has complete confidence in Gao Ying's capabilities. The results of the National Mathematics Olympiad are soon released, with Ran placing 6th, just on the cusp of the participation limit. Gazing at this ranking, she feels a wave of disbelief. For the International Mathematical Olympiad, each representative team is permitted 6 participants. As this sheer luck, or, of course, she also considers the possibility that the international team may overlook her, as not all competitors are necessarily the strongest. From what she knows, Fu Yan is quite formidable. If he were to participate in this contest, he would undoubtedly secure the championship. The provincial team leader is elated and hosts a lavish dinner for everyone that evening. After a few drinks, Yan Kailang remarks with a smile, "Not bad, Junior. I look forward to your performance in next year's Olympiad." "Haha, Senior, you jest," she replies. "Do not be modest. Even Yengu thinks highly of you." Upon hearing the term Yengu, everyone turns to him. "Senior, who is this Yengu? Is he?" Yan Kailang does not conceal the truth. "As you may have guessed, it is Shunshuyan Aromai, the Great One." "It must be true," others echo in agreement. Ran merely smiles and remains silent. On the way back, Yan Kailang sidles up to her and quietly inquires, "During the last provincial competition, how did you come up with the solution for that final difficult problem?" Chapter 98, Settling Accounts. Yan Kailang chuckles. "It's no big deal. Your problem-solving approach is identical to that of Yengu." Perhaps fearing she might doubt him, he pulls out his phone to show her a photograph. Ran gazes at the familiar solution notebook, suddenly realizing that the notebook she had found years ago belonged to the great Shen Shiyan. "Now you believe it," he says. How could she not believe it? Her problem-solving methodology was indirectly imparted by him. This is not something she can openly admit. "Naturally, I believe it. I once came across a similar problem-solving method in a book and found it quite intriguing, so I noted it down." This statement is not entirely deceptive. "What?" Yan Kailang exclaims in surprise. "That method is uniquely attributed to Yengu. Could it be that Yengu has inspired others? Which book is it?" Oh no, she hadn't anticipated this twist. She cannot let the great Shen Shiyan bear the burden of plagiarism. No, I misspoke. It was my own idea. Yan Kailang looks at her skeptically, as if she has a penchant for playing the fool. "Haha, I was just teasing you. Actually, I have seen Shenji's solution notebook. I must tell you, do not share this with anyone. You have seen it?" "Yes. Shen Shiyan might not even be aware of this. Just keep it to yourself." Observing his bewildered expression, Ran lets out a sigh of relief. It is only fitting that he is confused. Skepticism is warranted. As soon as she disembarks from the plane, Gao Ying is there to pick her up, with a thick stack of documents placed in the back seat. "Miss, the assets your father has sent to that woman over the years are all detailed here. The properties he acquired overseas in her name are fully listed. Additionally, your father's hidden assets have also been compiled, many of which are held in trust by relatives. Obtaining the necessary proof of ownership for those assets will require some time." Gao Ying's ability to uncover this information so swiftly, particularly regarding overseas assets, is likely due to Ren Hongru's backing, allowing her to access a wealth of resources. As Ran reviews the documents, each figure represents the years her father spent secretly transferring wealth away from her mother. The amounts he provided to that mother-daughter duo feel like stinging slaps to both her and her mother's faces. To her, he is a thoroughly stingy father, while to them, he appears exceedingly generous. Yet would he willingly relinquish all that money? No, she does not accept this. She wants him burdened with debt. A red light. Gao Ying observes the expression on the young lady's face through the rearview mirror and cautiously suggests, "Miss, your father's relatives have taken quite a bit of money over the years. I have not calculated precisely, but it is likely nearing 100 million. Ran is aware that her father often subsidizes her grandparents and extends support to his siblings, including their children. The villa where her grandparents reside, the small villa built in the countryside, and the financial aid to his brothers and sisters all add up significantly. As a child, she never concerned herself with these matters, lacking any real understanding of the specifics, only knowing that whenever something happened, it was Kong Liqui who would handle it. Now, gazing at the flow of bills, Ran feels an unsettling pang in her chest. Alright. These are all marital assets. Chapter 99. It's settled. That's good. We cannot let the Kong family take advantage of this. The disgusting deeds they committed in their previous lives are on par with Kong Lian's. Achieving 6th place in the National Mathematics Olympiad once again places Ran in the spotlight at school. The more attention she garners, the more discomfort Kong Lian feels. The person who should have been in that position is her. Now that her reputation is tarnished, it is all due to Ran. She has stolen her life, her narrative. Ran, you little thief. I will not rest until I see you punished. Ran feels the searing gaze directed at her from behind. She does not need to look to know who it is. The final exams hold great significance for the first and second year students, but for the third year students, while important, they are not the utmost priority. Their primary focus is the college entrance examination. Frequent testing has rendered many students immune to the stress of final exams, making them feel like a routine occurrence. My mom said that if I can place in the top 10 of my grade during this final exam, she will take me to Sanya for the entire winter vacation. Zhaoyi exclaims happily while hugging a stuffed toy. So you'll be celebrating the new year in Sanya? Exactly. Our family usually goes away for the new year. My family just stays here. We do not go anywhere. I am worse off, Guotungwen interjects. Zhaoyi turns to Ran. Ran, where are you going for the new year? I will certainly be vacationing abroad, Guotungwen speculates. Ran smiles. You guessed half right. Sometimes I am in the country, sometimes abroad, but it's not just my family. My father's siblings all come over. A large family gathers, enjoying their food and drinks, simply because they possess wealth and are not short on money, making it seem as though their fortune falls from the sky. As the group engages in conversation, class monitor Mao Zhen walks into the classroom and stands at the podium. Everyone, please quiet down. The previously noisy classroom falls silent. Ding Chong asks class monitor, is there any task to assign? With the final exams approaching, there is not much else to discuss. Mao Zhen replies that it is not a task. Just a notification. Seeing the curiosity among the students, he deliberately builds suspense. What notification? It isn't that we have to return to school early on the 5th day of the new year, is it? Someone speculates, as this rumor has circulated for quite some time, with previous years setting a precedent. Please no. I want a few more days of rest. The students wail that I refuse. Zhao Yi's resistance is palpable. Among all, Ran remains the calmest, for she knows what is coming. After enough suspense, Mao Zhen leisurely states, haha, you guessed wrong. Tomorrow afternoon an important figure will visit our school for inspection and to give us a lecture. The notice has been issued. All third-year students must attend as his words settle. The classroom erupts into a chorus of exclamations. What the heck, Mao Zhen, are you out of your mind? Oh my, you scared me. I thought it was about a holiday. I did not expect this. Chapter 100. Kong Mingqing is coming. Such a trivial matter, and Mao Zhen turned it into a major news event. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Class monitor, who is it? Ding Chong shouts from below. I don't know, the teacher didn't say. Stop teasing us, someone interjects, skeptical. I really don't know. Mao Zhen swears that it must be some outstanding alumnus or perhaps a local leader or CEO. Guotungwen asserts confidently. Not only does Guotungwen think so, but the rest of the class shares the same sentiment, including Kong Lian. After a few exchanges, the students lose interest in the matter, returning to their studies or chatting among themselves, each attending to their own business. Saturday afternoon was meant to be a study session, but now all third-year students have gathered in the school's auditorium. Class 1 of Senior 3 has been assigned to the foremost position, directly behind the chairman's seat. This vantage point provides the clearest view of the stage, yet it is the position most despised by all the students, without exception, the primary reason being its proximity to the leaders and teachers, leaving no room for distraction or mischief. The grand auditorium once again unfolds its familiar triad. The host's opening remarks, followed by the principal's speech, and finally the introduction of the day's protagonist. As the principal's encouraging words draw to a close, he begins to unveil the illustrious guest, Mr. Kong Mingqing, a renowned entrepreneur. As Mr. Kong's name resonates through the hall, astonished expressions emerge among the students, their gazes instinctively drifting towards Class 1. The students in that class simultaneously turn their attention to Kong Lian. A deafening silence envelopes her as her mind races. Why is he here? Meanwhile, Ran observes, a hint of confusion shadowing her features as she notes Kong Lian's unusual reaction. Zhaoyi shares her bewilderment, while Guotungwen nods in agreement, sensing something amiss. Kong Lian's expression does not seem one of joy, but rather a word eludes them. Is it possible that she harbors a strained relationship with her father? Lin Xiaoyi speculates. The oddity of the situation is palpable, not just for her friends but for anyone who can perceive Kong Lian's demeanor. However, beside her, the obliviously exuberant Hu Xie exclaims, Lian, it's your father. He has arrived. The excitement in her voice surpasses even that of the concerned student. Oh my heavens. You've kept this a secret so well. Not a whisper of it escaped. Ji Qing notices Kong Lian's unsettling expression and becomes curious. It seems as though she was unaware of her father's attendance. That look on her face betrays no sign of happiness. Tan Jia's eyes dart between the stage and Kong Lian, then back to Ran, their gazes colliding momentarily before they return to a calm demeanor. Hu Xie glances at the vacant seat in front of them, undoubtedly reserved for Kong Mingqing. Kong Lian, the arrangement of the seats is clearly intended to facilitate your conversation with your father. Hu Xie's remark. Kong Lian suddenly realizes that the empty seat before her must belong to Kong Mingqing. This is disastrous. Once he concludes his speech and descends from the stage, her secret could easily be exposed. No, she must devise a plan. She absolutely must. The more anxious she becomes, the more her mind goes blank. Devoid of ideas. Hu Xie finally notices her distress. Lian, what's wrong? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Kong Lian fabricated an excuse. Her mind was a whirlwind of chaos, unsure of her next move. She instinctively clenched her fists, suddenly aware of the obstruction in her hand. Glancing down, her eyes sparkled with realization. She had to reach out to her mother for help. Surely, her mother would have a solution. She contemplated stepping out to make a phone call, but being positioned in the center made it difficult to exit. Not to mention, the school's leaders were seated right in front of her. Should she rise, all eyes would undoubtedly fixate on her. Yet, even with the knowledge that she would draw attention, she resolved to stand and attempt an escape. If they did not meet face to face, her ruse would remain intact. She could not bear to remain in that spot for another moment. However, as she stood, the principal, seated in the front row, turned to look at Kong Lian. "You are Kong Lian, correct?" "Yes. Please accompany me to the backstage shortly to meet Mr. Kong." Under different circumstances, the principal would never address a student in front of so many, but Kong Lian was different. She was Kong Mingqing's daughter, and the surrounding students and teachers accepted it without question. What could Kong Lian say? She could only muster the courage to reply, "All right." The principal observed her expression, noting the absence of joy, and internally questioned her demeanor before turning back to the stage. Seeing that the principal had shifted his focus, Kong Lian attempted to rise once more, but this time she was caught by someone behind her. "Kong Lian, wait! There's still time to go. Why are you all blocking me?" Kong Lian, half bent over in her seat, glared at Ding Chong. "Did I need to go to the restroom?" She gritted through clenched teeth. Her position was far too conspicuous. Any delay would make it nearly impossible for the people on stage to overlook her. Kong Mingqing's gaze locked onto her. "Excuse me, do you have a problem?" All eyes in the auditorium converged on Kong Lian. Even the school leaders in the front row turned towards her. In that moment, she felt a chilling wave wash over her, her mind buzzing with panic, rendering her thoughts incoherent. The overwhelming sense of fear crashed upon her like a tidal wave, leaving her frozen in place. Kong Mingqing regarded the girl with curiosity, sensing her apparent fear of him, as if he were some monstrous beast poised to devour her. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. "Haha, Kong Lian's expression is priceless. She must have never anticipated her father calling her out. Kong Mingqing is truly relentless, confronting his disobedient daughter in public." The interaction between the father and daughter seemed almost comical to the onlookers. Kong Lian was utterly bewildered, while Kong Mingqing's expression was equally amusing. His brows knitted in confusion. The audience was entertained, as they imagined the internal dialogue of the pair. Kong Lian thought, "Dad, why did you call me out?" To which Kong Mingqing might retort, "I'm delivering a speech. Where do you think you're off to?" The laughter from the crowd was infectious. Most students, viewing the scenario through the lens of father-daughter dynamics, easily slipped into their respective character roles, conjuring humorous narratives in their minds. Kong Lian felt paralyzed in the face of her father's inquiry, her mouth agape, but her throat constricted with anxiety and fear, rendering her speechless. Naturally, Kong Mingqing heard the murmurs from the audience. "Father-daughter, old man, dad, daughter." These words echoed in his ears. Kong Mingqing furrowed his brow, fixating on Kong Lian, baffled by why they would associate a stranger with him. Observing the expressions on the faces of the leaders and piecing together the whispers around him, his gaze darkened. "Student." Kong Mingqing smiled at Kong Lian. "Please, have a seat." Kong Lian yearned to flee, desperate to escape the precarious situation. She needed her mother's guidance. Before she could make a move, students began to heckle from the audience. "Kong Mingqing, you frightened your daughter." "Mr. Kong, your daughter appears fine, but we are the ones in trouble." "Did you come here to see your daughter? Are you here specifically for her?" Three voices rang out from the crowd, laughter bubbling amongst the students, all in jest. While they found it amusing, Kong Lian was terrified. As the situation threatened to unravel, Kong Lian's voice suddenly rose in urgency. "Don't say such things." Her abrupt tone, tinged with panic, left many students bewildered. Some assumed she was defending her father against alleged slander. However, fate had other plans. Kong Mingqing frowned. "Daughter? What daughter? I have no daughter." The crowd erupted in astonishment. "No daughter? That can't be true. Did I mishear? Did he just say he has no daughter?" Questions cascaded through the audience. Is Kong Lian not his daughter? Is he denying his illegitimate child? Speculation began to swirl, with some scoffing at the notion that Kong Mingqing did not want to acknowledge her. Wait a minute. Could it be that Kong Lian deceived us? Perhaps she is not Kong Mingqing's daughter at all. The murmurs surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Kong Lian and striking Kong Mingqing's expression into a dark scowl. Zhao Yi and her friends widened their eyes, especially Zhao Yi, as memories of Ran Ran's cryptic words resurfaced. Words that had previously puzzled her, now suddenly made sense. She instinctively turned to Ran Ran. whose expression was calm, as if she had known all along. Goodness! This girl has kept her secret so well. The greatest shock fell upon those who had always relied on Kong Lian. Huxia could not fathom how Kong Lian could possibly not be Kong Mingqing's daughter. If she were not, then what about the luxurious car rides, the chauffeur, the butler, and the funding for the cruise? Huxia instinctively grasped Kong Lian's sleeve. Lian, why won't your father acknowledge you as his daughter? Ji Qing and Tan Jia, however, were more level-headed, particularly Ji Qing. The thought that Kong Lian might not be a wealthy heiress struck fear in her. She had only dared to act boldly around Kong Lian because of her presumed status as the daughter of a corporate giant. If it turned out that she was not, or worse, not part of the elite at all, then when Ren Ran decided to confront Kong Lian, they would surely be swept away in the aftermath. This is it. She's going to be the end of us. In the heart of Ji Qing, a sense of trepidation enveloped her, compelling her to pray fervently, even if she were not the daughter of Kong Mingqing. Being the illegitimate offspring of another affluent entrepreneur would suffice. Yet, this yearning crumbled beneath the weight of rationality. If she were indeed the illegitimate daughter of another magnate, why would she need to assume the identity of Kong Mingqing's illegitimate child? Clearly, her standing paled in comparison to Ren Ran, whose biological father wielded greater social stature and wealth than that of the Sea Elephant Group. In contrast to Ji Qing's anxiety, Tan Jia felt an undeniable sense of relief. Reveling in her own astuteness, although she had collaborated with Kong Lian, she discreetly maintained her ties with Ren Ran. The memory of previously alerting Ren Ran in secret filled her with self-congratulatory pride. To place all one's eggs in a single basket is a perilous gamble. Just look, by diversifying into two baskets, one ensures safety and immunity from retaliation. Tan Jia cast a sympathetic glance at Ji Qing, pitying her plight while regarding Huxia, the foolish one, who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, shaking her head in dismay at Huxia, noticing that Kong Lian had ignored her, turned to find her expression as pale as a ghost, which startled her. The school leaders seated in the front row were equally bewildered, particularly the vice principal. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Kong Lian the daughter of the Sea Elephant Group? Had he simply ingratiated himself with the wrong person? Many teachers occasionally glanced at Kong Lian, and upon observing her ashen complexion, their emotions grew increasingly complicated. The principal wore a stern expression, recalling his earlier statements with growing unease. Kong Mingqing, standing on the stage amidst the clamor of chaotic discussions, managed to extract the critical information, beginning to grasp the situation at hand. A student named Kong Lian had been publicly declaring herself as his daughter. This was a first for him. He and his wife had known each other since their university days, traversing decades filled with storms and sunshine, their romance evolving into an inseparable familial bond. While the allure of the outside world was captivating, he had never strayed. After years of maintaining a pristine reputation, it was unfathomable to be suddenly accused of misconduct and fathering an illegitimate child. Should this matter reach his wife's ears, he would not escape unscathed. That fierce tigress would surely tear him apart. Clarification was imperative. Kong Mingqing's gaze locked onto Kong Lian, his voice resonating through the microphone, reaching every ear in attendance. Everyone, please settle down. As he began to speak, the students in the auditorium quieted, eager to hear the perspective of the person involved. Chapter 104. You've mistaken your father. To the student who claims to be my daughter, Kong Mingqing, I believe you have mistaken your father. His voice, firm and resonant, echoed throughout the hall, effectively pinning Kong Lian to a metaphorical pillar of shame from which she could not escape. Kong Lian, why have you deceived us? Huxia's voice trembled, her expression one of betrayal and hurt. How disgusting! A fraud! Oh my, what a so-called rich beauty turns out to be a sham. How dare she compare herself to Ren Ran? The audacity! It's no wonder she tried to pass off inferior goods as superior on Mingshan Island. She was merely trying to save face. Oh no, you are mistaken. In my opinion, she never intended to treat anyone. She thought she could deceive Ren Ran, but instead, she fell into her own trap. A cacophony of derision, disdain, and mockery surged from all directions. Overwhelmed by the scornful gazes of her peers, Kong Lian hung her head low. Hastily navigating through the crowd to flee the auditorium following this debacle, Kong Mingqing lost all desire to continue his speech, hastily uttering a few words before departing the stage. The school leaders, feeling somewhat embarrassed, found it hard to maintain their composure, and the head of the teaching staff approached to offer apologies. Kong Mingqing bore no grudge against them. They could not be blamed for this incident. As he exited the venue, Kong Mingqing's secretary approached Ren Ran. Miss Ran, Mr. Kong is waiting for you. Ren Ran turned to Zhao Yi and the others, instructing, you all go ahead. Following the secretary to the faculty parking lot, a business sedan awaited her. The secretary opened the door, and Ren Ran slid into the back seat where Kong Mingcheng was already seated. Uncle Kong, I'm sorry. Ren Ran took the initiative to apologize, acknowledging that her actions had been somewhat inconsiderate. Kong Mingcheng regarded her with a gentle smile. Do you harbor any grievances against that girl? In Kong Mingcheng's presence, it was wise to be forthright, especially since he had been invited by her. If today's turmoil had not clued him in, he would hardly be fit for his position. Ren Ran nodded. This girl is a transfer student. Upon her arrival, she claimed to be your daughter. I found it peculiar when she and her mother informed me and my mother of her status as your illegitimate child, that I should have warned you in advance to prepare you psychologically. Kong Mingcheng chuckled softly. Illegitimate child. As he uttered those words, his gaze upon Ren Ran was laden with meaning. Uncle Kong, my grandfather has an appealing project. I wonder if you would be interested in participating? I will have my assistant send you the project details shortly. This project was initiated after Kong Liji seized power, in collaboration with Ruan Fengru. Perhaps due to the misfortune of usurping her fortune, it had fortuitously positioned them at the forefront, propelling their careers to unprecedented heights. The success of this project had won over the previously discontented board members, thus securing Ruan Fengru's ascent into high society. Since Ren Ran had openly confronted her grandfather, she had no intention of missing out on this opportunity. If her grandfather collaborated with Kong Mingcheng, the combined might of their families could surpass Kong Liji's ambitions, reaping even greater rewards. Kong Mingcheng understood immediately. This was not merely compensation, but a strategic alliance. I won't disturb your studies. When you have the chance, do come visit Handong province. Certainly. After alighting from the car, Ren Ran watched as it drove away. Once it was out of sight, she stretched her limbs comfortably, relishing the pleasant winter sun. Ren Ran. Suddenly, an infuriated voice pierced the air from behind. Ren Ran slowly turned, meeting the gaze of Kong Lian, whose eyes burned with venomous rage. Chapter 105. The accuser becomes the accused. That vengeful glare seemed intent on devouring her whole. Ren Ran stood her ground. Skepticism etched across her face as Kong Lian stormed toward her. Was it you? Upon reaching her, Kong Lian raised her hand, summoning all her strength to strike Ren Ran across the face. Ren Ran instinctively blocked the blow, seizing Kong Lian's wrist with one hand while delivering a sharp slap to her cheek with the other. That slap had been long overdue. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds, leaving Kong Lian momentarily stunned. She stood there, dazed, clutching her face, acutely aware of the stinging pain radiating from her cheek, a reminder of her folly, awakening her sense of reason as she lifted her head. Ren Ran seized the initiative. Are you out of your mind? What have I done to provoke you? Kong Lian's eyes blazed with fury. I just saw you with Kong Mingcheng. Have you two conspired to humiliate me? Did you know all along that I am not his daughter? Ren Ran rolled her eyes. Do you suffer from paranoia? If so, I suggest you get it treated. I have known Uncle Kong for quite some time. So what if we exchanged a few words? Do you need to approve of our interactions? Who do you think you are, to warrant such scrutiny? After berating her, Ren Ran dialed Ruan Fengru's number. On the other side of the city, Ruan Fengru was surprised to receive a call from Ren Ran, as it was the first time she had taken the initiative to reach out. She answered promptly, her voice warm and inviting. Ren Ran, what's the matter? Aunt Ruan, has Kong Lian been under too much pressure lately? Her thoughts seem quite disoriented. I advise you to take her for a checkup. Do not shy away from addressing any issues. Ruan Fengru, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the situation. Ran Ran, has Kong Lian done something to you? Nothing serious, she just suddenly came over and slapped me. Upon hearing this, Ruan Fengru's expression darkened, her blood pressure subtly rising. Ran Ran, it is my failure as an aunt. I apologize on her behalf. Aunt Ruan, this is not your fault and you need not apologize for her. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. Please do not hold it against her. Fortunately, it was me she encountered today. Had it been someone else, the outcome would not have been so easily resolved. By the way, Uncle Kong came to our school to give a lecture today. Ran Ran reminded her, having deduced that Kong Lian had yet to inform Ruan Fengru about the recent events. Ruan Fengru dismissed the earlier pleasantries, but the mention of Kong Mingcheng's visit sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. Ran Ran, thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Sounds good. I won't keep you any longer, Aunt. After hanging up, Ran Ran smiled at her phone, her expression radiating a brightness that stung Kong Lian's eyes, prompting tears to spill forth. The phone in her pocket vibrated. She recognized it as her mother calling. You deceived me, and your mother deceived my mother as well. You two are quite the pair. If not for Uncle Kong's unexpected visit, my mother and I might have remained oblivious for much longer. I'm not here to settle scores with you, yet you've learned to be the first to accuse. With a disdainful snort, Ran Ran departed. leaving Kong Lian clenching her fists, her palms slick with sweat. In her reckless haste, she had acted foolishly. Now as clarity returned, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Chapter 106. The deception continues. Ren Su nibbled on fruit, occasionally feeding herself. That woman requested a meeting with me. But I told her I had no time. She rescheduled for tomorrow. She is quite eager to explain herself to you. Ren chuckled. I am quite curious to see what kind of excuse she will concoct this time to deceive you. Tomorrow will reveal the truth. That if you proceed in this manner, will she not grow suspicious? And if she does, what of it? Grandfather has already begun. Her support is no longer reliable. Now is the time to play with them. Even if they become aware, what does it matter? It would merely diminish the enjoyment. Do not perceive her as cruel. If one does not act sternly, they do a disservice to their past self and family. The following day, Ren Suya met with Ruan Fengru. Ruan Fengru meticulously scrutinized her expression and, upon noticing her displeasure, felt no surprise. Suya, I must apologize. I have deceived you. Lian is indeed not the daughter of Kong Mingcheng. The reason I said so was driven by my vanity. Ren Suya solemnly replied. Fengru, you know how much I detest being deceived. You are my good friend, yet you chose to mislead me. As Lian's father truly someone of such ill repute? How disreputable could he be that you would resort to deceit? Ruan Fengru's face twisted with bitterness. In truth, she did not know who Lian's father was. What do you mean? Last time I spoke with you, I mentioned an incident where, in a drunken stupor, I ended up in bed with someone, resulting in Lian's unexpected arrival. I did not lie about that. Indeed, I was intoxicated and confused when I engaged with that individual. When I awoke, he had vanished, leaving behind several thousand yuan as if I were merely a transaction. Her voice faltered, and she continued, I have no idea who that man was. After this incident, I dared not confide in anyone. I thought it was merely a one-night affair. Yet, 2 months later, I discovered I was pregnant and I chose to give birth to her. Thus Lian came to be. Upon inadvertently seeing a photo of me with Kong Mingcheng, she mistakenly believed he was her father. At that time, I couldn't bear to correct her, and when she grew older and sought out Kong Mingcheng, I finally confessed. This child is so stubborn. She refused to believe me and continued to regard him as her father. Ren Suya was taken aback, not by the content of her words but by the audacity of her fabrications. And your current life? Upon hearing such a question, Ruan Fengru's heart was filled with derision. These wealthy individuals appear polite on the surface, yet they fundamentally look down upon those like us. Why should she feel unworthy of enjoying such a life now that she no longer has the so-called Kong Mingcheng? I forgot to mention, I have established my own company. Its scale may not rival that of Yaxing Group, but it sufficiently sustains both myself and my daughter. You are quite impressive. I, however, have not achieved the same. You have a husband, which is enough. Have you never sought one? Ren Suya probed again, perhaps curious to see how she would further elaborate. I did try to find a few foreigners while abroad, but I could not quite acclimatize. The men in this country are excessively patriarchal and unsuitable for me. Thus, I prefer to remain single rather than settle. After all, with wealth, it is easy to find solace. Observing her expression soften, Ruan Fengru inwardly scoffed. This woman was so easily deceived. Suya, please do not harbor anger towards me. I promise I will no longer deceive you. Very well, Ren Suya reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Kong Liji, having been dispatched to another province, received a call from a trusted confidant within the headquarters. Kong, you must help me. Chapter 107. Plea rejected. Speak respectfully. Kong Liji sat in his office, observing the stock market with a furrowed brow as he shifted his gaze from the screen. You must save me this time. The sales department's Yang Li, that wretched girl, has publicly accused me of workplace sexual harassment. The company has suspended my duties and ordered me to hand over all my projects to others. Kong Liji was well aware of this person's character. He could hardly keep his hands to himself when around attractive women. Did you do anything? When Su hesitated, I was merely drunk and accidentally moved a bit. Kong Liji dismissed his words with disdain. Fine, I will only protect you this once. If you cannot control yourself again, I will personally ensure you are dealt with. When Su sighed in relief, thank you, Kong. Having secured Kong Liji's assurance, When Su displayed no remorse, humming a tune as he plotted revenge against Yang Li once the situation settled. After agreeing to help, Kong Liji, with nothing better to do, decided to take advantage of the opportunity to reach out to those at headquarters. Testing the waters to gauge their current sentiments towards him. It is only in times of adversity that one can truly assess the hearts of others. Su Yan, upon hearing Kong Liji's tone while questioning his subordinate, smirked, displaying his disdain. He was a man of the chairman, and it was only natural to deal with pests. He had an inkling of what the chairman was up to. Hearing Kong Liji maintain his facade in front of him only fueled his contempt. Kong, Wensu's workplace sexual harassment has led to his temporary suspension. Director Su, I know Wensu well. He may be talkative but is quite timid and would not dare to act. I suspect there is some misunderstanding here. Would you consider having a serious discussion with the female employee? It is best to downplay this matter so that it does not tarnish the company's reputation. What do you think? Su Yen rolled his eyes, incredulous at his lack of awareness that an external staff member still dared to assert himself here. Kong, workplace sexual harassment is a grave offense. The victim has provided irrefutable evidence. This is not merely an internal company issue. It also entails legal responsibilities. If the company does not handle this properly, it could severely impact our image. The company will defer to the police's judgment, and should they determine a crime has occurred, the company will directly terminate him. Yaxing Group will never employ him again. It all hinges on the police's ruling. I can offer no assistance here. Su Yen firmly, yet politely, rejected Kong Liji, not a fool, quickly grasped his implication very well after hanging up. His expression darkened, and disregarding everything else, he dialed other contacts in search of information, only to discover they were either too busy or unwilling to help. A powerful sense of crisis surged within him. Kong Liji called Pansong. Pansong, is there something amiss within the company? Any rumors circulating? Pansong was well aware of his inquiry. Kong, there is indeed an issue. If Wensu approaches you for help, do not grant it. Chapter 108. Betrayed. Kong Liji's heart sank. No wonder everyone seemed reluctant to get involved. His face darkened, resembling a stormy sky. Damn it, he had been ensnared by Wensu. Kong, you did not assist that fellow, did you? Pansong inquired. After hanging up the phone, he exhaled deeply. He turned to Qin Quan. Qin secretary, was my performance satisfactory? Qin Quan stood, patting his shoulder. Quite well, keep it up. I shall strive to improve. Once Qin Quan departed, Pansong sank into a chair, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Forgive me, Kong. He had a family to care for and did not wish to accompany him to ruin. Hence he was left with no choice but to sacrifice him. Yet he found himself perplexed. Why go to such lengths to expose their deep-rooted connections instead of simply eliminating them all? Such behavior felt like they were toying with him, or rather, subjecting him to mental torment. The thought sent a shiver down Pansong's spine. What grudge could there be? Kong Liji was at least the son-in-law of Director Ran. Was this not a bit excessive? Killing is but a matter of striking the head. Wensu was previously a subordinate of mine and could not be considered one of us, at most merely a former superior. While under my watch, he had not caused significant trouble. I never anticipated that upon my departure, he would devolve into a societal disgrace. Such perpetrators of female harassment must not be tolerated. They must be dealt with severely. Kong Liji declared with righteous indignation. Haha, well said, Kong. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my women. These are mere trifles. Very well. After the new year, when time permits. All right, let's arrange for that. The earlier unease dissipated, and he hummed a cheerful tune. Unbeknownst to him, news of his betrayal of Wensu had already spread among his confidants, and this time, no one informed him. At Haisher No. 1 High School, the final examination concluded. Upon entering the living room, she was met with the sight of her two cousins adorned in high-end garments, draped in jewelry gifted by their grandparents, while her three younger male cousins swung golf clubs, smashing her meticulously constructed Lego models to pieces, scattering blocks across the floor. Her uncles and aunts lounged with their legs crossed, even resting them upon the coffee table. They were indulging in smoke, while the aunts leisurely enjoyed fruit and snacks, behaving as though they were the masters of the house rather than guests. The home was in disarray as a result of their presence. Chapter 109. The intruders. Upon hearing the commotion, the individuals in the living room turned in unison, their faces lighting up with smiles upon seeing Ran. Ran chose to ignore them and inquired of Aunt Li. Aunt Li, where is my mother? Madam is at the hospital. Aunt Li glanced at the gathering in the living room. The little son of the sir's younger sister pushed Madam down the stairs. What happened to my mother? Why was I not informed immediately? You were taking your exams, and Madam insisted I not disturb you. The occupants of the living room had naturally overheard Aunt Li's words, and the uncle spoke up. Ran, do not listen to her nonsense. Your mother was careless and twisted her ankle after rolling down the stairs. Auntie spoke up. What intentions does this servant have? You are merely sowing discord among our family. Ran, we all witnessed it with our own eyes. Aunt fell by her own misstep, and coincidentally, Xiaoyi rushed over. Xiaoyi did not collide with Aunt. If you doubt it, you may inquire with her. Cousin Kong Lin fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist, smiling as she spoke. Her mother is in the hospital. Yet these people do not bother to pay a visit, instead allowing their own household to descend into such disarray. How can they muster the audacity to laugh? Right now, the matter with mother is urgent. As for them, they can wait their turn for a reckoning. She directly dialed Ransuya's number, the ringtone echoing from outside. Mom, how are you? Ranran rushed over. Aunt Kong Meixiang hurriedly reassured Ranran, do not worry, it's nothing serious, just a few bruises. Nothing serious. Is it only deemed serious when one is maimed? Ranran glared at Kong Meixiang and the boy Zhangyi behind her. It was the first time Kong Meixiang had been shouted at like this, her expression souring. How dare you speak to me like that? If you find my words unpleasant, then cease your repugnant actions. Kong Meixiang attempted to retort but was halted by her husband. Ransuya patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm and to address the matter at hand. Upon entering the living room, Ransuya was met with a scene of utter disarray. Her physical pain was trivial compared to the pressing need to address the chaos before her sister-in-law. How are you? I'm relieved to see you are unharmed. We were truly worried sick. The two sisters-in-law approached with concern. Did they not find this display of concern disingenuous? If they truly cared, they would not be here indulging in food and laughter. Neglecting to even make a single inquiry did I in the past, she had been blind to their superficial and hypocritical warmth. Ransuya's upbringing prevented her from uttering vulgarities. She merely maintained a frosty demeanor. Having been tempered by her previous life, Ranran was not so easily placated. She did not even spare a glance at her aunt's family, turning instead to her two cousins in the living room. Who gave you permission to meddle with my clothes and jewelry? Both Kong Lin and Kong Yu were taken aback. Had they not always done so in the past, taking what they fancied without a second thought? After all, Aunt San and Uncle San had always acquiesced, rendering Ranran's approval irrelevant. She had an abundance of clothes and jewelry to spare. You could share a few pieces, it wouldn't kill you. Ranran, why are you making such a fuss over trivial matters? They are merely worthless items, Auntie said in a condescending tone, implying that she was overreacting. How could she make such remarks without a moment's reflection? Auntie, your words are becoming increasingly amusing. If someone steals from you, should you smile and chat with the thief? If they are truly worthless, then why steal? Auntie was left speechless, unsure whether to be angered or rendered mute. Second aunt interjected, Ranran, we are family. What is yours is ours. A family should not be so divided. This second aunt was adept at moral coercion. In her past life, Ranran had suffered greatly at her hands. Her misfortune stemmed not from her prowess, but rather from Kong Liji and her mother backing them. As for the stingy Kong Liji, he would prepare delicious meals for her daily, occasionally bringing her treats or small gifts to cheer her up. With parents like that, Ranran, as their daughter, could only endure, treating those items as gifts bestowed upon them. Moreover, her cousins always doted on her, showering her with affection to keep her spirits high. Ranran was not a miser. As long as they did not overstep. She could turn a blind eye, however, she was not so heartless as to give away everything. Whenever she knew they were coming, she would securely lock away her cherished items, placing those she seldom wore or cared for in the jewelry box in the cloakroom. As for her clothes, her favorites were naturally those she had worn. The ones she disliked were of little consequence. I am not part of your family. I bear the surname Run, while you bear the surname Kong. We are two separate families. The room fell silent, as everyone was taken aback by her words. Never expecting her to speak so boldly, the second uncle turned to Ransuya, sister-in-law, should you not discipline your daughter? Such words are unbecoming. Sister-in-law, after 6 months apart, how has Ranran changed so? Second aunt chimed in with grievances. The elder uncle assumed a commanding tone, Ranran, your words are truly disheartening. Sister-in-law, you must take this matter seriously. If Li Ji hears this, he will be devastated. Auntie sighed. The whole family was relying on her mother to mediate. Did they truly believe her mother would behave as she once did, compromising for the sake of so-called family? Everyone awaited Ransuya to reprimand Ranran. The last words were directed at Kong Lin and Kong Yu. The Kong family members stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend her audacity. The small aunt's family trembled slightly, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Aunt Li and the other maids were equally astonished. After many years, the lady was finally standing her ground. Sister-in-law, you cannot be serious? Second aunt's voice faltered, lacking confidence. Ransuya's face was cold. Have I not made myself clear? Or perhaps you no longer comprehend human speech. It was no surprise that such a base group could not understand. The memories of their grotesque faces from her previous life lingered vividly. After her grandfather and grandmother passed away, the scoundrel Kong Liji brought his mistress into their home. Rather than dissuading him, this group mocked and chastised her mother for her supposed ignorance. Auntie repeatedly insisted, Suya, you are being unreasonable. It is quite normal for a man to have a woman outside. He has not cast you out, so you should be grateful. How can you make such a fuss? Second aunt further stabbed at her mother's heart, saying, what of the mistress or the fourth mistress? In love, the one unloved is the true third party. Your younger brother and Feng Ru are genuinely in love. You are the one who interfered in their romance, making you the interloper. Should you possess any sense, you would withdraw rather than create chaos here. The small aunt openly called her mother by her first name while addressing Feng Ru as third sister-in-law. They had completely forgotten her past kindness, perhaps believing it was their due, courtesy of Kong Li Ji. They had long been aware of the mistress, and everyone had conspired to keep it from her mother. Reflecting on the past, Ran had no intention of allowing this group to have an easy time, with her focus on dealing with the scoundrel father and the mistress, as well as resolving matters concerning destiny and company control. She had no time to waste on them. Now that she finally had a moment to spare, she could afford to play with them. Third aunt, you cannot take your anger out on us simply because of the small aunt's actions. Kong Yu frowned in dissatisfaction. Third aunt, you are misplacing your anger. Kong Lin pouted defiantly. These individuals seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Misplaced anger? Ran spoke up. Do you not understand that taking without asking is deemed theft? You brazenly steal, yet still have the audacity to shout here. Ran's gaze fell upon the ruby necklace adorning Kong Lin's neck, a precious piece gifted by the scoundrel Kong Li Ji at a jewel worth 18 million. And she showed no fear of being crushed by its weight. As for the jewelry on Kong Yu's neck and wrists, she wore items valued at 5 million and a Patek Philippe watch worth 280,000. Her gaze swept over auntie and second aunt, who were similarly adorned with valuable jewelry. It seemed these individuals still did not grasp that what they wore was not jewelry but rather shackles. What theft? Ran, why are your words so harsh? Ran scoffed. Whether it is theft or not, let us allow the police to decide. She turned to Aunt Li. Aunt Li, please call the police and report a theft of jewelry valued over 50 million. Additionally, inform them there is intent to commit murder. Aunt Li could hardly contain her eagerness. She had long held a disdain for these people. They were hired help of the Ren family, not of their own. Yet they treated her as though she were their servant, showing no respect. Certainly. Mississippi Aunt Li happily retrieved her phone and dialed. Seeing them take things seriously, the three families panicked. The once brazen atmosphere dissipated significantly. The elder uncle attempted to exert pressure as the eldest brother. Sister-in-law, we are family. Do you truly wish to escalate this matter? The second uncle hurriedly interjected. Sister-in-law, calm down. Let us sit down and discuss this. There is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved. There is no need to involve the police and waste their resources. Ran Suya remained unmoved. Let the police come. The small aunt, unable to contain her frustration, finally burst out. Third sister-in-law, Shaoyi did not push you. How can you slander him? He is still so young, and you as an elder should be ashamed to hold it against him. Second aunt picked up her phone, dialing Kong Li Ji's number, hoping he would intervene. Unfortunately, the call went unanswered. Kong Yu whispered to her parents, do not be afraid. They are merely trying to intimidate us. With Uncle San here, they would not dare to truly harm us. Following Kong Yu's reminder, the second aunt's family remained calm and unafraid. Aunt Li had already connected the call and recounted the situation. Due to the substantial amount of money involved, coupled with the fact that this is an affluent area adjacent to a police station, the response from law enforcement was remarkably swift. Within 5 minutes, officers arrived at the villa. Aunt Li pointed at the group of individuals led by the second uncle, declaring, comrades of the police, these are the ones who stole the young lady's jewelry. Just look at the adornments around their necks. That ruby necklace alone is valued at 18 million. She directed her finger towards the jewelry adorning Kong Lin's neck. Upon hearing the worth of the necklace, the Kong family members widened their eyes in astonishment, particularly Kong Lin, whose gaze was filled with avarice. According to past customs, that necklace rightfully belonged to her. Kong Yu envied the ruby necklace, lamenting why she had not acted more swiftly previously. Aunt Li then pointed out additional valuables worn by others in the group, enumerating their prices one by one. With each figure she mentioned, the police officers furrowed their brows, while the Kong family members appeared elated. Years of indulgence had led them to believe that the possessions they donned could be taken without consequence. Emboldened by the presence of Kong Li, the head of the family, despite any objections from the Run mother and daughter, Aunt Li then indicated Zhang Yi, stating, comrades of the police, he deliberately pushed Our Lady down the stairs. Such malicious intent at such a young age. You must ensure he faces severe punishment. Kong Meixiang's husband hastily interjected, comrades of the police, this is all a misunderstanding that we are relatives, one family. There are some misunderstandings here that we can resolve ourselves. We appreciate your efforts. He attempted to send them away. The officers, however, paid him no mind and instead turned their attention to the involved parties, asking, what do you have to say? Ran spoke up. Uncle Police, they took advantage of our absence and went upstairs to steal our jewelry and ornaments. When we demanded their return, they refused, intending to keep them for themselves. This is not just theft. It is outright robbery. Ren Suya added, we hope you will deal with this according to the law. The 4 police officers noted that the women were determined not to relent, but considering their relationships, they proceeded with a routine inquiry, kindly warning, are you certain you want us to handle this according to the law? Given the substantial sum involved, a conviction could start at 10 years. Dramatic interlude treasure 1. Why aren't we dealing with these scoundrels? Are we saving them for the new year? Treasure 2. How absurd. Can they really just take jewelry without it being locked away? Emoyi? Who am I? Where am I? Emoyi, wait a moment, treasures, that was just a joke, right? You can't possibly be that oblivious? This is a trap. A trap aimed at the Kong family. There were so many foreshadowings in the text. And they were all quite obvious, not buried too deeply. That you can't truly not see it? Emoyi. I thought everyone understood, but I was naive. Oh dear, I need to recover from this shock. Chapter 113. Not theft but robbery. The Kong family, upon hearing the potential for a 10-year sentence, was both astonished and enraged. Third sister-in-law, are you serious? The elder aunt exclaimed that if it's not serious, then what could it be? The police officers remained resolute. We are relatives. This cannot be considered theft. The elder aunt continued, besides, what thief would act so brazenly? Therefore, this cannot be classified as theft. Ren Ran nodded, you are correct, uncle. This is not theft. It is blatant robbery. She exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Lee, who immediately understood. Comrades of the police, this group is truly villainous. They deliberately pushed Our Lady down and, once she was incapacitated, went directly upstairs to seize our belongings. When we attempted to intervene, they forcefully shoved us aside. Just look at this bruise on my arm from when they pushed me. Aunt Lee rolled up her sleeve, revealing a distinct mark from the impact. What utter nonsense! She exclaimed. Comrades of the police, do not be swayed by their fabrications. These individuals are speaking falsehoods, attempting to shift the blame for their own injuries onto us. The commotion grew louder, overwhelming the 4 police officers. The Kong family stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why they were being taken to the police station. Young Kong Xia, only 8 years of age, seeing his parents and sister about to be apprehended, charged at Ren Ran like a small dragon, brandishing a golf club. I'll beat you. Bad woman. Ren Ran, taken aback by Kong Xia's sudden aggression, swiftly stepped back as the club swung dangerously close to her head. A young officer standing nearby reacted quickly, seizing the golf club from the child. Let go! Kong Xia shouted in fury. Once steady, Ren Ran fixed a cold glare on the unruly child, who had previously destroyed her painstakingly assembled Lego creation and now exhibited such arrogance. If the club were to strike her head, the consequences could range from a mild concussion to severe trauma. The thought of injury to her eyes or other vulnerable areas was even more alarming. Kong Xia, intimidated by Ren Ran's fierce gaze, instinctively released his grip and fled to his parents. The elder aunt quickly embraced her son, apologizing. Ran, he is just a child. Please don't hold it against him. In a state of disbelief, Ren Suya felt her blood pressure rise at the remark, children are innocent, but what about the adults? If something were to happen to my Ran, I would demand your lives. Mom, please calm down. Ran gently urged, grasping her hand. Kong Xia, spoiled and unruly, had no fear of Ren Suya, let alone Ran. The saying that a child's misbehavior is often a reflection of their parents held true. Ran fought against the urge to discipline him. Acting out in front of the police would be unwise, especially as it could jeopardize her plans. The elder uncle tugged at Kong Xia's collar, delivering a few stern pats on his back. What are you doing, Dad? Kong Xia protested. They want to take you away. They're the bad ones. But, Dad, didn't you say everything here belongs to the Kong family? His words were abruptly silenced as the elder uncle hurriedly covered his mouth to prevent further indiscretion. Chapter 114. We have evidence. Kong Xia's words were left unfinished, but everyone present understood the implications. Ren Suya trembled with rage, her fists clenching unconsciously. This was the family she had treated kindly, the relative she had strived to maintain ties with. How utterly absurd. The Ren family had not yet perished. Yet the Kongs regarded all of this as their rightful inheritance. She suddenly recalled her daughter's mention of their past life. In that existence, the Ren family had been reduced to only Ran. Or rather, no, in the end, Ran too had followed them. One could say the entire Ren family had perished. While the Kongs had indeed appropriated everything, from the very beginning, they had intended to devour the Ren family's legacy. She had viewed them as kin, while they saw her as an obstacle. How blind she had been to invite wolves into her home, leading to the deaths of her parents and daughter. The four police officers exchanged knowing glances, having grasped the situation. The elder aunt chuckled, "The child is just speaking nonsense." "Suya, Ran, don't take it to heart." Ran scoffed, and Ren Suya maintained her composure. Ignoring her. "Let us go," the officers instructed the three families. As the Kongs were led away, Ran intended to take only Aunt Li with her, but Ren Suya insisted on accompanying them. They drove to the police station, swiftly arriving after exiting the villa area. "Aunt Li, have you gathered everything?" Ran inquired. Aunt Li patted her chest, assuring, "Rest easy, miss. Everything you instructed has been meticulously arranged. Today's developments had progressed according to her plan by 80%. The only unforeseen incident was her mother's injury, which could have been avoided to achieve a more flawless outcome, leaving no opportunity for the opposition to exploit. Given the formidable legal team of the Ren family, it was likely they could address this gap." The group was taken to the police station where the Kongs, being numerous, were placed in a large waiting area, while Ran and her mother were situated on the opposite side. Officers from both sides took their statements. "Comrades of the police, we are relatives. If we were thieves, would they have opened the door for us and offered us tea?" One member of the Kong family argued. "We merely tried on their jewelry. We didn't actually take anything, so this cannot be classified as theft, right? If we were truly guilty, would we dare remain at home waiting for them to confront us? Their claims are utterly absurd." After completing the statements, the officers inquired if there were any further comments. "None," they replied in unison. "Comrades of the police, given our situation, this shouldn't be classified as theft, right?" The elder aunt asked anxiously. "If what you say is true and you receive the other party's forgiveness, this matter should not pose a significant issue. However, if they can prove that you acted with intent to seize and occupy, then you will bear legal responsibility." The Kongs exhaled in relief upon hearing this. The eldest Kong laughed. "Don't worry, I will handle this." In another room, officers conducted a thorough inquiry with Aunt Li and another maid regarding the events within the villa. As both had been present throughout. Meanwhile, Ren Suya was questioned about the pushing incident that led to her rolling down the stairs. If the claim was one of malice, evidence would need to be provided. "I witnessed that child push the lady," the maid Xiaohui asserted. "Are you certain?" the officer pressed. "Absolutely." The female officer inquired in detail about the events that transpired at that time. Xiaohui meticulously recounted every aspect of the situation. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and the officer responsible for questioning the Kong family entered. Two officers, who had just inquired about the circumstances, asserted that they merely wished to try on your clothing and jewelry, and were now willing to return them. They claimed that no significant loss had occurred, suggesting whether to seek an apology from the other party to settle the matter, or... The officer cast a glance at the two individuals. This style, Moyi had experienced before, and specifics need not be elaborated upon. Their implication was that they had neither stolen nor robbed. "Indeed." The officer nodded. Another officer interjected, stating, "You are all relatives." "There is no need to." Before he could finish, Ran interrupted, asserting that they possessed evidence proving the individuals had indeed committed theft. Without needing Ran to speak further, Aunt Li adeptly placed a USB drive containing several surveillance videos before them. After viewing the footage, the officers understood that the individuals were not merely trying on items, but had intentions to appropriate them. The USB was plugged into a computer, and the officers sequentially watched the videos. The footage was divided into 3 segments. The first video captured the scene at the entrance to the bedroom. In this segment, several maids, led by Aunt Li, stood at the door, discouraging them from trespassing and emphasizing that the young lady had forbidden anyone from entering. The surveillance clearly recorded the Kong family's arrogant demeanor as they declared that the items inside belonged to them, pushing Aunt Li and the others to the ground as they forcibly entered the room. The second video showcased the interior of the bedroom, where the individuals rummaged through the belongings as if they were in their own home. Upon discovering valuable items, several of them began to snatch them up. Even nearly coming to blows over the loot during the bickering, they could not help but utter further threats, particularly Aunt Li, who insisted that they could not take the items, as they were the young lady's most cherished jewelry. It was easy to imagine the words that would spill from the mouths of this group. Even if they remained silent, Aunt Li would prompt them to speak out. However, Aunt Li did not resort to her secondary strategy. These individuals revealed their true colors immediately. The 3 videos collectively sufficed to prove their blatant theft. Rather than merely trying on the items, after the officers finished watching, a heavy silence fell upon them. Initially, they had hoped to downplay the incident and resolve it quickly, but it was now evident that the matter was far from easily settled. Aunt Li then presented another video stating, "Officers, this is evidence that Zhang Yi deliberately pushed the lady down the stairs. Thankfully, the young lady had thoroughly considered the situation, installing invisible pinhole cameras throughout the villa to capture irrefutable evidence from every angle. It was precisely due to this comprehensive layout that Zhang Yi's malicious actions were clearly documented from multiple perspectives. Chapter 115. The charges changed. This is the injury report. Antley methodically placed the documents on the table for their review. The officers, confronted with such ample evidence, found it difficult to articulate a resolution to the situation. Their positions were clear, and one officer inquired, "Are you planning to pursue this matter to the end?" "Yes." Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The door swung open, revealing an officer followed by 3 impeccably dressed elite men and women. Led by Gao Ying and a renowned lawyer from Haishur, accompanied by his assistant. "They have arrived." Run Ran looked towards them. Gao Ying approached with a smile, addressing the lady and the young miss. The tall, distinguished man beside Gao Ying produced a business card stating, "Esteemed officers, I am the attorney representing Ms. Ren Suya and Ms. Run Ran. I will be taking over all subsequent matters." That on the way here, Gao Ying had already handed over all evidence to the lawyer and conveyed their true demands. Lawyer Zhou was well informed and adeptly navigated the situation with the Kong family. He accompanied the 2 officers into the lounge, where the Kong family merely glanced at Lawyer Zhou without showing much concern. The elder aunt, seeing the officers, hurriedly asked, "When will we be released? When can we leave? The children are already tired and want to sleep." The second aunt chimed in, "Officers, please do not rush. The matter is not yet resolved." "How can it not be resolved? Did we not return the items to her? What remains unresolved?" The elder aunt was furious, feeling the police were neglecting their duties. "Just because you return them does not mean the matter is settled. According to our investigation, you are suspected of robbery." "What?" The Kong family was taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. "What did you just say? Previously it was said we were stealing. How did it suddenly become robbery?" "Officers, are you mistaken? How could we be guilty of robbery?" The elder uncle glared angrily. "Are you police officers accepting bribes from them, thus framing us?" The elder aunt began to scold, hurling accusations at them. The officers, their expressions darkened, refrained from engaging in a verbal battle, solemnly stating, "The other party has provided evidence proving your malicious and illegal appropriation of another's property, which constitutes robbery." Before they could raise their voices, the officer pointed to Lawyer Zhou, stating, "This individual is the attorney engaged by Ms. Ren Suya and Ms. Run Ran." The Kong family felt as if they had been struck by lightning. "Where is Ren Suya? Where is she? We want to see her. Bring her out. Where has she gone? How can one treat their own family this way?" The elder aunt placed her hands on her hips, beginning to berate. "Call someone, quickly, call the third uncle to deal with his wife." The elder uncle commanded the second uncle. The second uncle had been attempting to reach Kong Li Ji, but his phone remained turned off, making it impossible to contact him. "Have you reached him?" "No, you all take turns calling. You must get through today." The Kong family quietly distanced themselves from them. "Officer, can we leave now? We did not take anything." The officers looked at them with regret, saying, "You cannot leave either." "Why not?" Before the officer could respond, Lawyer Zhou stepped in to clarify, "Your son Zhang Yi is suspected of intentional injury. Given Zhang Yi's young age as his guardians, you bear legal responsibility." Chapter 116. A flock of fools. That was an accident. She fell by herself. How is that our fault? You cannot favor them just because they are wealthy. Our child is so young. How could he have any ill intentions? The couple, Kong Meixiang and her husband, fervently defended their son. "If you do not believe us, you can ask my elder brother and second brother. They all witnessed it. My son did not push anyone. She fell on her own." However, no matter how they protested, the undeniable evidence rendered their assertions futile. Lawyer Zhou addressed the 2 officers, saying, "I would like to speak with them privately." The officers, already weary from the commotion caused by the Kong family, welcomed the chance to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Before leaving, the officer cautioned, "Please be mindful of your words. Do not be overly agitated, understood?" Once the officers departed, the Kong family found themselves unable to reach Kong Li Ji, and with no sight of Ren Suya, they could only grasp at straws. What does Ren Suya mean? Is she truly intent on annihilating us? The elder uncle's expression darkened. "You are guilty of robbery, and you are guilty of intentional injury. If you do not wish to face imprisonment, perhaps you should consider my proposed solution." The Kong family calmed down and sat down to listen to what he had to say. Lawyer Zhou, unhurried, retrieved a document from his folder, distributing various papers to the appropriate individuals. "Over the years, you have taken numerous items from the Run family, clothing, supplements, and the like. My clients will not pursue these matters. However, regarding the jewelry, cash, and other valuables taken previously, I kindly request that you return them within the specified time frame. Should any jewelry be lost, compensation will be required at market value. The Kong family stared at the list in their hands, growing increasingly unsettled. Forcing them to return what they had consumed felt more painful than slicing flesh from their bodies. Dream on. You expect us to return it? You might as well send us to prison, and I want to see if Li Ji will allow her to act so recklessly. Lawyer Zhou adjusted his glasses. Speaking calmly, the property you seized rightfully belongs to Ms. Ren Suya and Ms. Ren Ran. Should they choose to pursue legal action, Mr. Kong Li Ji has no authority to intervene. You should consider who truly holds power in the Ren family. His final statement served as a warning to them, lest these dim-witted individuals fail to comprehend. Do you have evidence? We are not afraid if it goes to court. The evidence lay plainly before them, rendering the Kong family speechless as they grappled with their predicament. Kong Yu's eyes darted, and she leaned close to her father's ear, whispering, Dad, agree to him. First, trick them into signing a settlement, and once we are outside, with the third uncle's intervention, we can surely let it slide. Kong Liu's eyes lit up. His daughter had a quick wit. Did I agree? Kong Liren and his wife stared in disbelief. Are you insane? Just as he finished speaking, Kong Lin received a text from Kong Yu, which he handed to Kong Liren. After reading it, Kong Liren understood. Very well, we agree. However, you must provide us with a settlement agreement. The little schemes of the Kong family did not escape Lawyer Zhou's notice, though he chose not to expose them. Certainly, however, before signing the settlement agreement, I kindly request that you sign this return agreement first. Lawyer Zhou turned to Kong Meixiang's family, inquiring, What do you think? They had also received the text from Kong Yu and nodded in agreement. Lawyer Zhou once again retrieved the meticulously prepared documents from his briefcase and handed them to the parties present, insisting that both spouses, as well as Kong Lin and Kong Yu, affix their signatures. His rationale was clear. All parties involved were required to sign. The Kong family feigned a thorough examination of the densely printed pages, thick with text, which gave them a headache. There's nothing amiss, just sign. What about the settlement agreement? Lawyer Zhou produced 3 copies of the settlement document from his briefcase, the first page articulating its contents with clarity. He flipped directly to the final page, where Ren Suya and Ms. Ren Ran had already signed. Now all that remained was for them to endorse the agreement, and this settlement would belong to them. The 3 siblings exchanged glances and began to sign in turn. 5 minutes later, Lawyer Zhou collected the documents, casting a fleeting, enigmatic glance at the Kong family. At a bunch of fools. Chapter 117. Seeking Ruan Fengru. Lawyer Zhou departed with a flourish, leaving the Kong family, who believed they had gained the upper hand. Gowing had been waiting outside for him and knew upon his emergence that the task was complete. Didn't he raise any suspicions? Gowing casually inquired. Zhou laughed. You underestimate the agreements I personally draft. If they could discern any issues, then I wouldn't be worthy of my position as one of the top 3 gold medal lawyers in Haishur. He recalled the expressions of those families. Have the young miss pay attention. They are harboring ill intentions. Understood. That I will relay your message. Meanwhile, the Kong family was released, standing at the police station's entrance, exchanging bewildered glances. Where do we go now? Typically, their visits to Haishur meant staying at the Ren family villa or being accommodated in a 5-star hotel arranged by the Rens. Now being asked to pay for their own lodgings was met with reluctance. From his earliest memories, he had been taught that everything there belonged to the Kong family. Thus, he could not comprehend why they could not go there. Kong Liu patted his son's head. We cannot go there for now. Why not? Isn't that ours? Kong Xiao queried in confusion. Kong Liu's wife soothed. Son, that place is temporarily occupied by bad people. Once your Uncle San arrives and drives them away, we can go back. For now we'll find somewhere else to stay. Kong Yu interjected. We can't go to the Ren family, but what about Aunt Ruan? With this reminder, they recalled that there was still someone they could rely on in Haishur. The second aunt immediately called Ruan Fengru second sister-in-law. Ruan Fengru greeted warmly. Fengru, we've encountered a bit of trouble. Could you come pick us up? Also, please arrange accommodations for us. We have a total of. She momentarily lost count and simply stated, prepare 4 presidential suites for us. 3 couples with children in 1 suite, and 2 older girls in another. 4 presidential suites. How can they even say that? Second sister-in-law, did you not go to the Ren house? Ruan Fengru probed cautiously, sensing a bad premonition. Surely, these fools hadn't done something foolish. From her understanding of Ren Suya, as long as they didn't cross her bottom line, she would not take offense, let alone retaliate. That woman has no reason to kick us out. Stop rambling and hurry over to pick us up. We're at the police station near Chishan Villa. Second sister-in-law, are you? Before she could finish, the eldest aunt snatched the phone from the second aunt and launched into a tirade. Stop your prattling. If you keep it up, I'll tell your younger uncle that you've mistreated us and left us to fend for ourselves. Ruan Fengru was nearly incensed to the point of losing her composure. Over the years, Rensuya had truly raised this bunch of paupers to be so arrogant. Fine, I'll be there right away. Upon hanging up, she promptly called Kong Liji. As she had no desire to cater to this group, however, the call remained unanswered. Ruan Fengru frowned, reluctantly stood up, and called out to Kong Lian inside, "I'll be stepping out for a bit." Half an hour later, Ruan Fengru arrived in haste, accompanied by 3 vehicles. The 3 families expressed no gratitude. Instead, they complained vocally. Chapter 118. Overstepping boundaries. Why did you take so long? Are you doing this on purpose? Hoping we freeze outside? Kong Liu's wife looked down on Ruan Fengru. Though she spoke sweetly, she was well aware that Ruan was merely trying to curry favor with the younger uncle. Such a person was easily manipulatable. Ruan Fengru felt a surge of irritation but refrained from speaking out. She knew all too well that arguing with these individuals was akin to inviting trouble. The place we're staying is quite far. I trust you all have been waiting long enough. Please, let us get in the car and head to the hotel. She pretended not to hear their complaints and politely escorted them into the vehicles. Kong Liu's family shared a car with her, and as soon as they settled in, Kong Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction. Ruan Fengru scoffed inwardly. Despite his youth, he had quite the appetite, demanding a sports car worth 5 to 6 million as soon as he opened his mouth. Kong Liu doted on his younger son, soothingly saying, "All right, we'll have Uncle San get you one to play with." Ruan Fengru cautiously inquired, hoping to discern what actions these individuals had taken that led Rensuya to bar them from entering, and to disregard them entirely. She could only hope that these fools would not jeopardize their significant matters. "Kong Ergu, what are you doing at the police station? Did something happen?" Ruan Fengru's lips twitched slightly, withholding her response. The Ren family's wealth was not theirs. It belonged to her. "Xiao Xiao, do not speak such words in front of them. They will be displeased," Ruan Fengru kindly warned. Kong Xiao defiantly lifted his chin. "What's there to fear? I've already said it. What can they do to me?" Suddenly, a sharp brake jolted the backseat passengers against their seats. Before the Kong couple could utter any curses, Ruan Fengru's face darkened. "You said that. When did you say it?" Kong Xiao was taken aback by her glare, lowering his voice unconsciously. "Just today." Ruan Fengru inhaled sharply. "What are you doing?" Kong Liu's wife glared at her, holding her forehead in frustration. Ruan Fengru had no intention of entertaining her anger. Her voice dropped. "Kong Xiao, did they expel you the moment you said that? Did you do anything else? What's it to you? Drive already." Ruan Fengru ignored her, turning her attention back to Kong Liu. "Kong Ergu, this matter pertains to whether Liji can inherit the Yaxing group." Upon hearing this, Kong Liu sighed. "It's really not a big deal. It's just that Zhang Yi accidentally pushed that woman down the stairs. She's fine, but she's making a huge fuss and has been angry with us." She was almost amused, realizing why the usually amiable Rensuya had expelled this group. Have they lost their minds? Pushing someone down the stairs could lead to serious injury or even death. Yet to them it seemed so trivial. If I were Rensuya, I would never let this go easily. It was evident that Rensuya had been exceedingly patient by expelling them from the Ren household. This group, who could only drag others down, was of no assistance to Liji and often impeded progress. Only Kong Liji had managed to keep them in check, preventing their antics from disturbing the Ren family. Otherwise, with their level of intellect, they would have sabotaged their own good fortune long ago. The troubles left behind by the Kong family would ultimately fall on Kong Liji to resolve. She could already envision him having to humble himself before that woman again. But perhaps this was for the best. The more he was belittled, the more he would resent Rensuya. This was advantageous for her. Upon arriving at the hotel, Ruan Fengru busied herself with the check-in process, obtaining the room keys. Just then she overheard Kong Yu grumbling, "I don't want to stay here. It's too shabby. I want to stay in a 5-star hotel." Kong Lin chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Every time we come to Haishir we stay in a 5-star hotel. When have we ever stayed in a 4-star hotel?" Kong Liu's wife turned to Ruan Fengru. "How did you arrange this? Don't you know we always stay in 5-star hotels? If it's not 5-star, we 1T stay." Ruan Fengru surveyed the 3 families, remaining silent and conceding to their demands, her temper flaring anew. She did not wish to argue with them, explaining calmly, "I don't have enough money at the moment. You'll have to settle for one night here. I'll contact Liji tomorrow to arrange a better hotel. Don't think I don't know. Liji has given you quite a bit of money. You can't possibly be short on the funds for a night's stay. If you don't want to spend, just say so. Don't use that as an excuse to fool us," Kong Liu's wife taunted. Kong Liren's wife added with a smile, "Fengru, don't be upset. Your second sister-in-law is just blunt. But she's not wrong. Our demands aren't high. We only want to stay in a 5-star hotel, just front the money, and later you can ask the younger uncle for reimbursement. He is generous. He won't refuse. Not high. A 5-star presidential suite isn't high. Haishur is a first-tier city. A night in a presidential suite costs over 100,000, and 4 rooms would total 4 to 500,000. They had truly been spoiled by Ren Suya and Kong Liji. Once the Ren family was dealt with, Kong Liji could no longer indulge them. They needed to understand whose mercy they were living under. Kong Yu pouted, "You're being awfully stingy. Ren Suya always arranges 5-star suites for us." "Ren Suya spoils you, I do not." Ruan Fengru placed the room keys on the coffee table, stating, "Once I contact Liji, I will have him arrange a room change for you. That I have matters to attend to and won't disturb your rest." The Kong family was left dumbfounded. Hey, this woman has grown wings. Hasn't she? It is imperative that I contact my uncle tomorrow and inform her that this woman is exceedingly ruthless. It is utterly outrageous. The Kong family may grumble and complain, yet when it comes to spending their own money on a 5-star hotel, they are unwilling to part with it. It would be foolish to pass up an opportunity for a bargain. The Kong family ascends the stairs with great reluctance. Observing this spectacle, Gaoing is utterly captivated. She exits the hotel lounge and steps into the waiting Maybach. As soon as she is inside, she dials Ren Rant's number. "Dear Miss, as you anticipated, they have indeed gone to seek out Ruan Fengru. You should have seen it. Those individuals were so incensed that they stormed off." Gaoing vividly recounts the scene she witnessed. Chapter 119. Reporting complaints. Ren Ran is not the least bit surprised by this outcome. She is well aware of the Kong family's true nature. In her previous life, when the Ren family still bore the surname Ren, they were oppressed by a scoundrel of a father, leading them to occasionally seek favors. Due to the infrequency of such encounters, she and her mother did not lack for necessities. Turning a blind eye to their father's misdeeds before them, the Kong family would temper their demeanor, refraining from their usual arrogance and even managing a smile. However, before Ruan Fengru, they would not be so courteous. News should reach the Kong patriarch shortly. The thought of the money soon to be in her grasp brightens Ren Rant's mood immensely. "You have worked hard this year. Your year-end bonus will be doubled." "Thank you, dear Mississippi." After reinserting her SIM card, a flurry of messages and missed calls appears, predominantly from her elder brother. Typically, he would not call so frequently, indicating that something must have gone awry. Upon receiving his call, Kong Liren begins to lament. "Third brother, your wife has sent us all to the police station." "What?" Kong Liji's voice rises in shock, utterly astonished. Based on his understanding of his wife, she would never do such a thing. He only half listens to his elder brother's words, fully aware of his character. "Where are you now? At the villa or the hotel?" "At the hotel." Speaking of the hotel, Kong Liren's wife snatches the phone from him and begins to wail. "Little brother-in-law, how could Suya be so heartless? We only manage to visit Haishur once a year, and she disregards us entirely, leaving us stranded at the police station in the dead of winter. Your old flame is no saint either. She arranged for us to stay at a shabby hotel, unwilling to spend a dime. It's a wonder you treat her so well." Listening to his sister-in-law's complaints, Kong Liji's brow furrows increasingly. He has no time for such unproductive dialogue. "Which hotel are you staying at?" She provides the name of an obscure but passable establishment. Kong Liji replies decisively, "I will arrange for a different hotel. Someone will contact you." After ending the call, Kong Liji dials Ruan Fengru. Upon seeing his call, Ruan Fengru's voice trembles with emotion. "Liji, I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for?" He is perplexed by her unfounded apology. Upon hearing her words, instead of feeling anger, he is filled with concern. Ruan Fengru shyly acknowledges him, before swiftly changing the subject. "Liji Suya must be furious for having thrown them out." Chapter 120. Dealing with the scoundrel. Father Zhang Yi pushed Suya down the stairs. "What?" Kong Liji is so startled that he nearly leaps from the car, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Is she all right?" he anxiously inquires. "She has multiple soft tissue contusions, and her leg seems to be injured again. The situation is not good." Ruan Fengru continues to report. "Additionally, your niece and sister-in-law are attempting to forcibly take away Ranan's necklace worth 18 million, along with jewelry worth over 1 million. Ranan must be infuriated." Kong Liji's face darkens, nearly choking on his own rage. "These troublesome individuals. I asked them to come tomorrow, yet they have arrived early. In the past, he would have managed to keep things in check, mediating even minor disputes. Now with this incident they appear aggrieved and oblivious to their faults." Kong Liji contacts his assistant, instructing, "Do not arrange for a hotel." The assistant, perplexed by this sudden change in direction, hesitates due to Kong Liji's tone but complies without question. The Kong family awaits their upgrade to a luxurious hotel. but alas, they shall not receive it. The house resembles a scene of chaos as if ransacked. Aunt Lee! Aunt Lee! He calls out several times. Aunt Lee emerges from the adjacent maid's room, meeting Kong Liji's stormy gaze. Why hasn't it been cleaned? Madam and Miss instructed that it need not be cleaned, that it should remain as is. And where are they? Kong Liji frowns. Aunt Lee cautiously responds, the family at the old residence learned of the situation and took Madam and Miss away. Kong Liji's heart sinks. He knows trouble is brewing. The elder Mr. and Mrs. Kong are quite displeased as she speaks. Aunt Lee turns to retrieve a box from the living room shelf, opening it to reveal jewelry inside. Kong Liji immediately recognizes these pieces as belonging to his wife and daughter. What is the meaning of this? He picks up one piece, and upon noticing the clear scratches, his blood pressure surges. Initially, Kong Lin and Kong Yu would purposely mar the jewelry they admired. Hoping that Ren Ran would gift it to them, he flips through the box and finds the necklace adorned with rubies and diamonds worth 18 million. And his suppressed anger flares once more. Kong Liji instructs Aunt Lee to tidy up the house and drive straight to the hillside villa. Upon arriving at the villa, he steels himself, donning a facade of charm as he encounters Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, have Suya and Ranan gone to sleep? Aunt Wang politely replies, the young lady is already asleep, but the little miss is still awake. Just as he steps into the house, a maid rushes over. Sir, the master requests your presence in the study. Kong Liji, feeling apprehensive, knocks on the study door. Upon receiving a response from within, he dares to enter. Seeing the elder patriarch standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Kong Liji feels a chill of dread. The elder's silence makes him increasingly uneasy. Liji, has the Ren family wronged you in any way? Kong Liji assumes this inquiry pertains to the day's events, unaware that it carries a deeper significance, one that will only become clear later, when it is too late. No, the Ren family has shown me great kindness. Ren Hongru turns to face him, his wise gaze piercing. You are an astute man. There are matters I do not wish to interrogate you about. Suya is my only daughter, cherished and raised in my palm since childhood. She has never suffered a grievance. She loves you and has defied me for your sake. Her unwavering devotion to you extends to your family. As your wife, is she competent? Competent? No, she is exceptionally outstanding. No one could surpass her in fulfilling that role. Kong Liji asserts immediately, I do not keep count of the benefits you have provided to them over the years. I simply hope they will remember Suya's merits and treat her well. This is a father's loving protection of his daughter. But how have the Kong family treated her? My silence does not imply ignorance. I merely wish to spare her from hardship. You, as her husband, what have you done? After so many years, Kong Liji knows his father-in-law well. The calmer he appears, the angrier he is. At this moment, he speaks in a measured tone, as if discussing someone else's affairs. Father, I apologize. I will not allow such incidents to occur again. Kong Liji dares not say more and retreats. He attempts to go to his bedroom, only to find the door locked. This is the first time he has been locked out. He turns and heads to Ran Ran's room, knocking 3 times. Ran Ran is seated on the sofa, and upon hearing the knock, a smile graces her lips. The fat sheep has arrived. How shall I butcher it? Where shall I strike? Chapter 121. Cutting losses. As Ran Ran ponders, the door is knocked on again, accompanied by her father's voice. Ranan, are you asleep? Is there something you need? Ran Ran replies nonchalantly, her tone laced with irritation. Hearing that his daughter is still awake, Kong Liji presses on. Dad has something to discuss with you. After a brief pause, just as he assumes his daughter is ignoring him, the door opens to reveal her cold expression. What is it? Kong Liji observes his daughter's visibly angry demeanor and knows she is furious. Ranan, please do not be upset. Ran Ran ignores him, turning back into the room and sitting on the sofa. She continues to disregard him. Kong Liji persists in his efforts. The jewelry that was damaged, I will buy you new ones. How about it? Dad, don't deceive me. That necklace worth 18 million is one of a kind. There is only one in the world. Where could you find an identical one? Ran Ran coldly dismantles her father's sweet words. I misspoke. I will buy you an even better one, alright? Kong Liji notices a shift in his daughter's demeanor. She seems somewhat swayed. Tomorrow I will have my assistant purchase it for you, he presses on. Ran Ran's chilly expression softens. Then it's settled. It must be more expensive than that one. However, that necklace was a gift from you. It was my first time receiving such an expensive gift from you. Do not worry. I will often gift you such things in the future. If you like it, I will have it restored. And you can keep it, Kong Liji replies. Humph. Ran Ran lets out a haughty snort. I want to keep everything else too. I will not leave those for them. Don't think I am unaware of my cousin's little schemes. Certainly, I will heed your words. Those items you may keep to yourself. We shall not give them to them. Upon the mere thought of repurchasing those exquisite jewels, Kong Liji felt a pang of agony. Yet to placate her and bring joy to the old master, he had no choice but to endure the sacrifice. Ran. He continued, these matters are of secondary importance. What truly infuriates me is their bullying of mother. How dare they push her down the stairs? They even have the audacity to deny it, while uncle and the others blatantly lie, claiming it was merely an accident on mother's part due to the mention of this incident. Renran's anger was not a mere show, but a genuine and palpable fury. How could these leeches dare to lay hands upon her? A fall from the stairs could be fatal with just one misstep. Kong Liji, witnessing his daughter's eyes ablaze with rage, understood that this time, they had truly crossed a line. He grasped her hand, feeling the warmth emanating from it, as Renran fought the urge to shake him off. He gently patted her hand, soothingly insisting, do not be angry, that I shall provide your mother with an explanation regarding this matter. Dad, I trust you, she replied, her gaze filled with faith. You would never let me down, would you? Mother and I are your closest ones, aren't we? Of course, he affirmed, his tone resolute, though a flicker of uncertainty danced in his eyes. Now do take care and rest well. Once outside the room, Kong Liji called his assistant, instructing him to go to the Chishan villa and assess the extent of the loss concerning the jewels. After giving these orders, he retired to the guest room for some rest. Following his departure, Renran picked up a wet wipe, repeatedly cleaning her hands before discarding it into the trash behind the break of dawn the next day. He personally entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. Ren Hongru said nothing, but the matriarch of the Ren family cast him a disapproving glare. Mother, I will take breakfast to Suya. You all can eat. As Kong Liji brought the breakfast into the room, Renran was inside attending to her mother's wounds and did not acknowledge his presence. Kong Liji's gaze fell upon her arms, back and legs, marred with bruises of various sizes, and a gash on her forehead. Bandaged tightly. Upon seeing Ren Suya in such a state, he finally grasped why the entire Ren family held such disdain for him. Ren Suya was the apple of her parents' eyes. When they were angry, everyone else followed suit. He realized that he would need to humble himself yet again and bow low to appease them. But the thought of the impending acquisition of the Yaxing group helped him suppress his humiliation. Suya, I am truly sorry. I will ensure that you receive an explanation regarding this matter. Kong Liji's eyes brimmed with tears of concern as he held her tightly, his expression one of deep affection, almost wishing to bear her suffering in her stead. Were it not for the knowledge that both mother and daughter had of his true nature, one could easily be fooled by his performance today. Ren Suya sighed, expressing her feelings. I have poured my heart into these people, believing I owed them nothing, yet they are your kin. I will not take action against them. I only hope you understand that my compromises and forbearance are all for you. I know, Kong Liji replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. After breakfast, he made his way directly to the hotel where the Kong family was staying. As soon as he exited the car, his assistant's call came through. Mr. Kong, we have tallied the losses. The damaged jewelry and clothing belonging to the madam and young lady total 150 million. What? Kong Liji nearly thought he had misheard. The assistant reiterated, the loss amounts to 150 million, including 2 antiques, a Ming Dynasty porcelain piece and a Song Dynasty jade hairpin. He was aware of these 2 items, both gifts from the matriarch to his wife. Under normal circumstances, he could have bemoaned his plight to her, urging her not to hold a grudge. However, considering her cold demeanor towards him today, he could only grit his teeth and seek similar replacements, ensuring the price did not exceed too greatly. These damaged jewels would be sent for repairs. The assistant cautioned Mr. Kong about the funds. Previously, he could manage this through company accounts, but now that he had departed from the headquarters, he lacked the authority and could only dig into his own pockets. Select the items wisely and charge them to my personal account. Kong Liji knocked on the door of his elder brother's suite. Having already given prior notice upon entering, he found all 3 families gathered in the suite. The moment they spotted him, they began to voice their grievances. Third brother, we are truly innocent in this matter. What your wife did was utterly excessive. We are, after all, your family. No matter how angry she is, she should not have sent us to the police, and even worse, demanded repayment. This shows she does not regard us as family at all. Third uncle, I want a car, the one with wings. Silence. A single roar silenced the Kong family. It was only then that they noticed Kong Liji's distressed countenance as he turned to his elder brother. Kong Liren, brother, you speak. Kong Liren recited the prepared speech he had crafted, concluding with, Ran Suya and her daughter look down upon us, bully us, and we must seek justice on their behalf. What agreement were you just mentioning? It is that Ran girl who has demanded we return the jewels we had taken previously. She even provided us with a list. Let me see. Kong Liji took the document, clearly seeing the items and their prices listed. Did you sign this? The three siblings nodded, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Show me the agreement. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Kong Liji took the document and, after flipping through a few pages, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He lifted his gaze, his expression icy. You actually signed this? Kong Liu, confused, responded, third brother, what's the big deal? It's just a signature. Aren't you here? Just speak to your wife and daughter, they will certainly listen to you. Indeed. We are all family, once you say something, they will surely comply. This is merely a scrap of paper. Kong Liren also spoke as if it were a matter of course, not perceiving any significant issue, noticing her third brother's unusual demeanor. Kong Meixiang inquired, third brother, is there a problem? Kong Liji was nearly driven to laughter by their audacity. How could they still question whether there was a problem? Did this foolish group truly believe that the Ren family was under his control? How dare they act so brazenly before the mother and daughter duo? What? The Kong family member stared in disbelief. Brother, what do you mean? Kong Meixiang asked, bewildered. On what grounds? We will not return, they declared defiantly. Since it was given, the items belong to us, why should we return them? Third brother, what are you doing? Just speak to them, they are your wife and daughter. Exactly. Young brother, many of our items are gone. Where do you expect us to find replacements? I see this making things difficult for us. I have no intention of returning anything. She possesses an abundance of items, why should she take ours? Kong Lin grumbled in dissatisfaction, third uncle, you are Run Ran's father. As long as you speak, she will definitely listen to you. The incessant cacophony of voices gave him a headache. Silence. Once again, the room fell silent. Third brother, you truly have no way out. Kong Liji's countenance remained frosty. For the first time, he found these people exceedingly irksome, wishing they would simply vanish. Who the hell told you to push Rensuya? He bellowed. Kong Meixiang instinctively pulled her son closer to her. Brother, Xiaoyi did not do it on purpose. He is so young, how could he? The remainder of her words faltered under Kong Liji's icy glare, rendering her speechless. His gaze shifted to Kong Liu and the others. She was hospitalized. Why did you not accompany her? Why were you too stingy to even make a phone call? Why do you excuse this little bastard? He pointed at Zhang Yi, his fierce gaze as if he wished to strip him of his skin. The expression he wore terrified all present, especially Zhang Yi, who began to wail uncontrollably. Silence. Zhang Yi's tears froze in his eyes as Kong Meixiang covered her son's mouth. All were left trembling and feared. He had been humble and accommodating in the Ren household, always wearing a pleasant demeanor, but before them, he felt no need for pretense. He could reveal his true self. In the Ren family, one could offend anyone, but one must never offend Rensuya. His daughter stood by her, and both Ren Hongru and his wife indulged her. Had they not committed such foolish acts, he could have easily appeased Rensuya and secured his daughter's favor. He would have left the elderly matters to Rensuya to handle. In the end, all that mattered was to win over Rensuya. Yet this time he was acutely aware that Rensuya had lost faith in him, that if he showed no sign of opposition and instead sided with them, he feared he would never again gain entry into the boardroom. After years of painstaking effort, he was on the verge of success, only to have it jeopardized by this foolish cohort. That if this matter were not handled properly, not only would their lives become difficult, but his own would not fare much better either. That he was faced with the cunning old fox, Ren Hongru. After years of acting in front of him, he had finally managed to let down his guard. Now with this incident, if he failed to handle it well, all his previous efforts would come to naught. Thus, no matter what, they must adhere to the agreement and return the items. He understood that Ren was not lacking in these possessions, nor was the Ren family in need of them. What they sought was dignity, a means to assert themselves. Denying them this would render his future endeavors exceedingly difficult. Kong Liren, summoning his courage, cautiously spoke up. Third brother, it's not that we do not wish to return them, but many of the jewels have been given away or sold. Then return them at their original value, Kong Liji stated expressionlessly. We do not possess such funds. Kong Liu followed suit, stating, Kong Liji refuses to be swayed by such tactics. Over the years, I have generously bestowed upon you a considerable sum, and you have also reaped ample benefits from the Ren family. If you truly cannot produce that amount, then sell the house to settle the debts. My elder brother possesses 3 properties, my second brother has 3 as well, and my fourth sister has 2. Upon hearing the suggestion of selling the house, the 3 siblings instantly panicked. The house cannot be sold. It is meant for Xiao Xiao and the others when they marry in the future. If we sell it, we will have nowhere to reside. Kong Liji, seeing them still quibbling over such trifling matters, felt his ire rising. They truly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. If you refuse to sell, do not expect to receive a single penny from me in the future. and your businesses will not continue to thrive. Observing his brother's despondent expressions, he took a deep breath, calming himself somewhat, and began to elucidate the pros and cons to them. This is merely a temporary measure. I must provide the Ren family with a satisfactory explanation. If we do not demonstrate our resolve and fail to appease them, I will be unable to take over the Yaxing group. Once I have assumed control of the Yaxing group, can we not acquire more properties in the future? They are currently in a fit of anger, and I cannot speak on your behalf at this moment. Once we have shown our sincerity, and Suya's temper has cooled somewhat, given her nature, she will undoubtedly not cling to the possessions in due time. They will be returned to you should you insist on withholding now and provoke the Ren family, causing Suya to be utterly disillusioned with me. It will be exceedingly difficult for me to take over the Yaxing group. Only by assuming control of the Yaxing group can I lead the Kong family into the upper echelons of society, allowing our entire clan to genuinely transcend social classes. If you wish to enter the upper circles, to be esteemed by others, you must heed my counsel now. Point 1 cannot achieve success without sacrifice. Do you understand? Gradually, as he articulated his reasoning, the attitudes of the Kong family softened. Kong Meixiang, having received far less from the Ren family compared to her two elder brothers, felt compelled to voice her support first. Not wanting to let her third brother harbor any resentment towards them due to her son's actions, Kong Liji regarded her with satisfaction, feeling his previous anger dissipate significantly. Kong Liu, resigned, also expressed his agreement. Very well, the reluctant acceptance from the three families was evident. They dared not defy him. Once this matter was settled, Kong Liji proceeded to visit Ruan Fengru. He found himself short on funds and needed to obtain some from her. Having previously invested a substantial amount in her ventures, Ruan Fengru, upon seeing the man standing outside, was not the least bit surprised and warmly welcomed him inside. Have all matters been resolved? Kong Liji wearily nodded. Noticing his exhaustion, Ruan Fengru rose to prepare a cup of health tea for him. Just as she stood, he enveloped her in his arms, burying his head in her bosom. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him, soothing him gently under her tender comfort. Kong Liji's agitation gradually subsided. A contented sigh escaped his lips. Only where you are can I find solace. Extracting himself from her embrace, he regained his composure and felt revitalized. Is there anything I can assist you with? Ruan Fengru asked with gentle concern. If it weren't for that family dragging me down, I wouldn't be entangled in such troubles. Those fools. She despised them but would never utter a word against them in Kong Liji's presence. I need the funds I previously entrusted to you. Ruan Fengru paused. How much do you require? All of it. She was taken aback. Why so much? Has something significant occurred? A portion of her investments was already allocated elsewhere, and she could not withdraw the principal at this moment. Kong Liji, oblivious to her unease, explained, they damaged many of Suya and Ranan's jewelry pieces and 2 antiques. We must compensate them, totaling approximately 150 million. Upon hearing this figure, Ruan Fengru's brow furrowed deeply. The last time he had spent over 100 million on that mother-daughter duo, and now he needed to expend such a considerable amount again. After deducting daily expenses over the years, the money they had acquired from the Ren family would nearly be depleted. She was reluctant, sensing an unsettling feeling that something significant was about to be lost. The money will be transferred in the next couple of days. Ruan Fengru felt conflicted but did not express it, nodding obediently. Liji, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. What do you mean? Kong Liji's eyes narrowed slightly, urging her to continue. In fact, there is a more effective way for you to enter the board of directors swiftly. Ruan Fengru spoke softly, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. If those two were to vanish, the Ren family would be ours for the taking. Ren Suya is indecisive, and Ren Ranan is still young and ineffectual. At that point, you would be in charge. Even if you are not currently at the company, it matters not. With your years of dedication and the loyal supporters you have cultivated, even if a few dissenters remain, they can be easily dismissed. In truth, if it were up to her, she would wish for the complete eradication of the Ren family, especially Ren Suya. As for the young girl Ren Ranan, she would spare her life to enhance her own daughter's fortune and provide support for their new household. With their demise, she did not believe it would fail to affect her. With a little more maneuvering, it could be executed without a trace. Let me ponder this. Kong Liji fell into contemplation. Ruan Fengru did not press. Continuing in a soothing tone, in the past, we did not dare to act because we were not strong enough. Now you are well versed in the company's personnel and operations, and there is no need to regard other concerns. I understand. You wish to enter the board of directors through Ren Hongru's arrangements, to rightfully assume control of the Yaxing group. However, the current uncertainty does not bode well for us. I have always felt that Ren Hongru seems reluctant to let you take over Yaxing. The last statement felt like a trigger, awakening him. Why? Kong Liji's gaze turned cold as he regarded her. Ruan Fengru replied, her voice steady. In the past 6 months, you have transitioned from the general manager of the headquarters to the president of a branch, and finally to an external member in another province. Each progression seemed reasonable, yet her unease lingers. This has left her with a sense of being out of control, with your brothers involved. Ruan Fengru hesitated. Ren Hongru has just grown disappointed in you, and now with this incident, he is likely to be even more disheartened that in the short term. It is absolutely impossible for him to allow you into the board. That is one reason. Secondly, Ren Ranan is no longer a child, and we too are not getting any younger. How many years do we have left to bask in glory? The second reason struck a chord with him, voicing his innermost concerns. Thirdly, I have my suspicions. Ruan Fengru paused. Suspicions about what? She appeared hesitant. Suya may not love you as much as you think. This perhaps stemmed from a woman's intuition. Impossible. Kong Liji vehemently denied it. Ren Suya's feelings for him have remained steadfast for decades. How could she not love him? Just the other time, she nearly quarreled with Ren Hongru over his matters. In this regard, Kong Liji believed she was overthinking. Upon hearing his denial, Ruan Fengru smirked inwardly. Men are often unwilling to accept any questioning of their allure. She had no desire to engage in a debate over such matters. Liji, our time is truly limited. I have successfully placed the charms near them. With the influence of these talismans alongside our meticulous planning, we are bound to succeed. Recently, he had been preoccupied and was not fully aware of the situation. However, he had previously inquired about several individuals' health conditions through Aunt Li and Aunt Wang. In an instant, Ruan Fengru recognized the pivotal point. This incident might not have transpired had it not been for the talisman she wore, which inadvertently led to her being pushed down the stairs, nearly resulting in a fatality. She nodded, realizing the charms had begun to influence the magnetic field of fortune surrounding them. Ren Ranan's fortune was robust, showing minimal immediate impact. The same applied to Ren Hongru, while the elder matriarch was lesser in comparison. Liji, this is our opportunity. Once the charms have a deeper effect on them, we can take action. With our meticulous plans combined with the influence of the charms, success is guaranteed. At that point, we can openly be together. You can ascend to true greatness, no longer needing to heed the opinions of others. Ruan Fengru's gentle tone slowly painted a picture of a vast empire before him. Kong Liji harbored concerns, fearing failure. Should this endeavor falter, with Ren Hongru's astuteness, they would be left with no further opportunities, and his decades of endurance would dissolve into nothingness. Gradually, under her subtle coaxing, he began to waver, finally reaching a resolution within himself. That I will heed your advice. Kong Liji consented, realizing that this matter must be handled with utmost caution. Their success hinged on this very instance. Ruan Fengru nodded in agreement. We must not raise their suspicions, so the funds must be ready. The lower our profile, the greater our chances of success. Ruan Fengru understood this principle well. The thought of the capital tied up in investments caused her a headache. Having just committed it, and with time still to wait, withdrawing all the funds would not only yield no profit but would also incur significant losses. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the Kong family's missteps that had dragged them down. Finally, Kong Liji shifted his focus to her face, noticing the flush in her cheeks. What do you desire? Ruan Fengru was momentarily taken aback. Shooting him a playful glare, her mind inundated with inappropriate thoughts, she refrained from speaking, instead placing his hand directly upon her forehead. The searing heat of her skin conveyed the reason to him. Why is your fever so intense? He inquired with genuine concern. It began as a low-grade fever last week, she replied. I took some medication, and just as I was recovering, it flared up again this week, oscillating between high and low, which is quite exhausting. I suspect it's due to the errands I ran for the Kong family the other day, constantly moving about and exposing myself to the cold. Once he departed, Ruan Fengru managed to connect with the investment manager she had previously sought. She articulated her demands clearly. The investment manager expressed understanding, saying, Sister Ruan, if you are certain, I can assist you in selling. Although I believe it would be a pity. The project I selected for you has tremendous potential, as you must have noticed. It has been on a steady rise. It will be increasingly difficult for others to enter the market. Sister, if you sell now, repurchasing later will be quite challenging. She was indeed aware that if she waited until it reached its peak, she could secure a substantial profit. The manager seemed to sense her hesitation. Sister, are you perhaps facing a temporary liquidity issue? Yes. If they adhered to their plan, they could commence actions after the new year, likely within the next few months. Once Kong Liqui formally took over Yaxing Group, their financial troubles would dissipate. I know someone who specializes in short-term loans, albeit with interest rates slightly higher than banks. The investment manager reclined on the sofa, leisurely casting out the bait. Chapter 127. Repayment. How many points are we discussing? Upon hearing her question, the investment manager recognized her interest. Sister, when are you available? I can have my friend come over to explain the details. If you find it feasible, we can proceed with the contract. If not, we can simply let this go. I will ensure the swift liquidation of my assets to provide you with the funds. However, you will need to pay a penalty fee. How about tonight? Can your friend come at 8? Certainly, no problem. After hanging up, the investment manager crossed his legs and dialed another number. A refreshing, melodious female voice echoed from the other end. Any progress? Sister Gao, your foresight is remarkable. Indeed, it seems she intends to withdraw the funds. I have followed your advice and introduced her to a lending option. It's not merely her foresight. She is following the young lady's orders. The old man's connections and the trap set by the young lady are truly formidable. You are doing well. Remain vigilant until her loan is secured. Absolutely. If you manage this well, the rewards will be plentiful. Just speak a few kind words on my behalf to the old man. I have already handed your business card to the director responsible for this area. He will reach out to you. Thank you, Sister Gao. When are you free for a meal together? Not in the near future. Perhaps another day. All right then. As the new year approached, she remained in Haishur, opting not to travel. On the day of Laba, the 3 siblings from the Kong family arrived. Ran Suya did not descend from her room, while Ren Hongru and his wife were entertaining guests outside, leaving her to host them alone. Kong Liren glanced around. Ranan, how is your mother's health? It is as it is, Ranan replied with indifference. Kong Liren felt a sting of disappointment at her lack of respect towards her elders, yet he dared not show it before their visit. The third brother had repeatedly instructed them to endure and avoid conflict. Kong Liu smiled, asking, where are your grandparents? Out visiting. Oh, I see. She forced a smile. Ranan observed the trio before her. They had not dared to bring the younger ones this time, only Kong Lin and Kong Yu. These two were of similar age to her and had often played together in the past. The plan from Kong Liren and the others was to speak favorably to the elderly and apologize to Ren Suya, while charming the 2 younger ones to win over Ren Ranan. Ideally, they would not have to pay anything back, as they were still reluctant to let go and wished to make one last stand. Speak your mind, Ren Ranan said, her legs crossed, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the 3 families. It was undeniable that the brains of the Kong family seemed to have become indistinguishable from that of their scoundrel patriarch. Their acting skills mirroring his, the expressions on the faces of the individuals before her were strained, barely concealing their fury, creating a comical spectacle. Kong Liren reluctantly offered the items. These are the possessions taken from you over the years. They are returning to their rightful owner. The lost items have been appraised and placed on this card. The other 2 families also returned their belongings with similar reluctance. Ren Ranan turned to Gao Ying. Please check. Gao Ying, accompanied by several maids, began to present the items one by one before them. With each item revealed, the recipients felt a pang of regret as though their flesh was being cut away piece by piece. Another maid took out a bank card, verifying the amount and transferring all the funds simultaneously. Chapter 128. The light of past lives. Young lady, that is correct. In such a brief span, they had managed to return both items and funds, a feat undoubtedly facilitated by the scheming of the scoundrel patriarch. It is getting late. I won't keep you gentlemen for dinner. She rose abruptly, not sparing them a glance, and ascended the stairs. Kong Liren and his companions were seething but dared not express their anger. As they reached the doorway, they heard Ren Ranan's voice from within. Sell those items and donate all the money. Used items from others are too filthy. Kong Lin, Kong Yu, their respective aunts, and the aunt sister all turned pale. One does not strike a face when hitting. This girl deliberately aimed for their dignity. Once outside the mountainside villa, the Kong family could no longer contain themselves. Kong Liren spat towards the villa. Dogs relying on their masters. The eldest aunt huffed angrily, knowing we were coming. Not a single one is at home, leaving only a junior to see us. They clearly hold us in contempt. Brother, do not be upset. Once those 2 elders depart, the third brother will inherit Yaxing Group, and we can then set proper boundaries for this ungrateful niece. Indeed, she needs to learn her place. She is nothing but a reckless girl. The group continued to curse and vent their frustrations. At noon, her grandfather was dining with old friends, while her mother was taken by the scoundrel patriarch to a private kitchen, leaving her alone. Ren Ranan chose not to stay home for lunch either. Instead, she took Gao Ying out for a meal, giving her a farewell. They headed to a revolving restaurant in Haishur, enjoying a delightful meal. The bustling commercial street was alive with the vibrant atmosphere of the new year, when a few familiar voices pierced through the noise, followed by gasps of surprise from those around with curiosity piqued. Ren ran and turned towards the source of the commotion. 3 young men and 2 young women, clad in splendid attire, adorned with luxury watches and brands, exuded an air of affluence. Ren ran and recognized them as the wealthy second-generation heirs of Haishur. Her acquaintance with them limited to mere nods. A slender youth, dressed in cheap clothing, found himself encircled by them. One of the girls poured a cup of juice over his head, prompting applause from her companions. The girl in red, with a haughty demeanor, ordered, "If you crouch down and eat these, I will grant you your wish." The onlookers frowned at the scene, deeming their actions excessive. One person could not help but voice their discontent. "Isn't this going too far? There's no need to humiliate him like this." One of the boys scoffed. "He is the son of a mistress, a child born from the wreckage of a family." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, sympathy for the youth waning. In this day and age, those with sound morals seldom sympathized with mistresses, and naturally, they held no affection for their illegitimate offspring either. Amidst the disdainful gazes, the youth at the center stood tall. "Eat. Why aren't you eating?" Ren ran and felt no interest in such spectacle. As she prepared to leave, her steps faltered. "If I eat, will you truly grant it?" That voice had not graced her ears in what felt like an eternity. On countless nights, when she contemplated ending her life, it was he who had pulled her back from the brink of despair. Back when Kong Lin and Kong Yu had exploited her hatred for Kong Lian, deceiving her into a trap, they had gathered a group of vagrants to tarnish her. Just when she was desperate enough to perish alongside them, he had descended like an angel, rescuing her from their clutches. He had been the sole beacon of light in her wretched existence, the only warmth she had known. Chapter 129. The clear and refined youth in her past life. When Kong Lian had led others to humiliate her, he had rushed into the crowd, taking her away. When she was attacked online by Kong Lian's fans, he, despite his aversion to conflict, had willingly battled with the online trolls for an entire day and night. When everyone else had turned their backs on her, he had remained steadfast. When she was pushed into a lake and on the brink of drowning, he had plunged in without hesitation, offering her the hope of survival. Yet he now lay forever asleep, leaving no trace behind in this world. She had irrevocably lost her last anchor in this life. In this lifetime, she dared not approach him too soon, until she resolved her fate. She feared the impending misfortune would affect him. She was even more terrified of failing and dragging him back into the abyss. Her brother simply needed to wait for her to clear the path before returning in glory. As the youth bent down, straightening his back, a pair of hands suddenly gripped his shoulders. Halting him, he slowly lifted his head, the warm winter light illuminating his clear, shimmering eyes, his refined brows and features bearing a resemblance to Ren Ranen. This brother, Luoli, if the dear ones are dissatisfied, they may imagine him as they pleased. He gazed at the young lady before him with confusion, his attractive brows slightly furrowed, appearing both perplexed and lost. Renran stood firmly before him, and the few people in front, upon seeing her, were momentarily taken aback. They naturally recognized Renran. "Renran, are you really going to stand up for this kid?" Feng Hui spoke up, while the others furrowed their brows in discontent. The girl in red, Shuer, interjected, "Do you even know who he is? Do you know who his mother is?" Before Renran could respond, another girl, Du Xian, chimed in, "His mother is a mistress, a shameless woman who destroys families, and he is the disgusting product of her moral decay. Are you certain you want to defend someone like him? Do you know that when his mother came to our doorstep, she almost caused Feng Hui's mother to miscarry?" Renran noticed the boy, who had been standing upright, now displaying signs of anguish, seemingly struggling to suppress his emotions. "His mother is not a mistress," she declared. Her voice firm and resolute. The boy, whom she had shielded, suddenly lifted his head, his clear and beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, staring at her as if everything around them had faded away, leaving only the vibrant figure of the girl before him. "Your mother doesn't even have the right to speak to him like that, let alone you with a natural grace." Renran took his hand and led him away from the crowd. The boy followed her like a marionette, obediently departing. Once they reached a secluded area, Renran finally halted, observing the juice smeared on his forehead and the disheveled state he was in, yet there was an air of shattered beauty about him. She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped away the juice from between his brows. "Why are you helping me?" he asked, his cool voice tinged with confusion and bewilderment. She reached out, tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. "Because you are worth it." Renran produced a card from her bag and placed it in his hand. "The password is your birthday. That was also her birthday. Do we know each other?" The boy lowered his gaze, revealing his elegant swan-like neck. "We have known each other since the womb." While he was lost in thought, Renran flashed him a sweet smile. "Luoli, Happy New Year." Chapter 130. The secrets of the past. In this life you are still here, how wonderful. In the previous life, even without knowing our connection, he still protected her, Brother, in this life it's my turn to guard you. Luoli stood there, bewildered, his eyes reflecting confusion. Everything the person before him did seemed utterly unfathomable, and her words were like flights of fancy, yet inexplicably, he felt a sense of closeness to her, enjoying the feeling of being with her. Give me your phone. Luoli obediently handed it over. Renran entered her number, saying, if you encounter any difficulties you can reach out to me. If Feng Hui and the others continue to trouble you, just let me know and I will help you deal with them. Renran. Suddenly, a voice pierced through from behind, that of the scoundrel father, Kong Liji. Renran stiffened, instinctively positioning herself in front of Luoli, turning to face the approaching scoundrel father and mother. She absolutely could not allow Kong Liji to discover Luoli's presence. When her mother was pregnant, she was carrying twins, but the brother was stillborn. Their grandfather had witnessed the cremation, and due to family rules, a stillborn child could not be buried. Instead, they were to be honored in a temple, with burial permitted only after 20 years each year. The family would visit the temple to pay their respects to the brother that in the previous life. No one knew that the brother had been swapped. Had that person not intervened back then, he would have been doomed to be killed by Kong Liji and the others, for the scoundrel father would never allow a male infant to exist, as his presence would hinder his takeover of the Yaxing group. 4 years, their mother had not been pregnant, all due to the machinations of the scoundrel father that in her previous life. Renran only learned this secret from Kong Lian after a long time. Of course, she had no intention of kindly revealing it. She merely wanted to inflict pain, to make her live in guilt and self-reproach, especially since it was around the time Luoli died trying to save her. On that day, Kong Lian's voice echoed in her ears. Renran, let me tell you a secret. Your twin brother did not die. Back then, father intended to suffocate him with his own hands, but unexpectedly, he was swapped and managed to survive. Unfortunately, he was still killed by you. You are a harbinger of doom. You have caused the deaths of your grandparents and your mother. Now, even your brother has been claimed by your fate. That if it weren't for you, he might have lived for decades. You must have guessed who he is, right? Ha ha ha, that's right, he is Luoli. You are the one who caused Luoli's death, the death of your brother. Sensing the urgency in her tone, and recognizing his heart was filled with countless questions, he obediently left as the couple approached her. Kong Liji instinctively looked towards the departing figure of Luoli. Renran. Who was that person? Just a classmate. Renran replied nonchalantly. Ran Suya showed no suspicion, while Kong Liji gazed at Luoli's retreating figure with curiosity. Renran, your father and mother are open-minded people. If you really like any boy, we won't oppose it. Kong Liji said with a smile. Look at this, the biological father at such a critical time in senior year, when other parents are urging their children to focus on their studies, he is encouraging them to date, showing no concern for their grades or future. Ren Suya, furious, smacked him a few times, glaring at him with wide eyes. She is still young, what nonsense are you talking about? Kong Liji raised his hands in surrender. Feigning innocence, she did not wish to prolong the stay of the scoundrel father. She took his arm with one hand and her mother's arm with the other, leading them forward. After they left, Luoli emerged from around the corner. Chapter 131. 2 important messages. Watching the trio depart, a hint of obscurity glimmered in his clear eyes. During the new year, Renran accompanied her grandfather to visit many elders in Haishur, and each one praised her for achieving 6th place in the Math Olympiad competition. In their family, grades do not necessarily represent capability, but having good grades is an advantage among the wealthy second generation. One of the factors in future marriage choices. During this time, Kong Liji carefully stayed by Ren Suya's side, and her attitude gradually softened, giving him a glimpse of hope. He could clearly sense the old couple's attitude towards him had also eased, and their daughter was willing to be close to him. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. On the 5th day of the new year, Renran received a call from Su Zhaoyin. Miss Ren, we will set off tomorrow, and the flight is expected to land around 6 in the evening. I have also brought along Master Tai Su and Master Qing Xian Mai. I can finally leave that godforsaken place. You have no idea, that place is utterly uninhabitable. Every day it's just mountains upon mountains, and there's not a decent meal to be had. My stomach. Renran quietly listened to Su Zhaoyin's complaints, her lips curling up slightly. Clearly in a good mood, she was not madly happy because of his misery, but because her fate was finally on the verge of change. 300,000 will be credited tomorrow. As Su Zhaoyin continued to vent, his face instantly lit up with joy, feeling no trace of bitterness. Miss Ran, you are so generous. In the future, if you have any dirty work or heavy lifting, just let me know it. Oh God of wealth. Ever since I latched onto this God of wealth, I've made 10 years worth of money. Just as she hung up the phone, Aunt Wang approached to inform her that Gaoing had arrived. I utilized some connections to find out that the extra money has flowed into an overseas account. The overseas accounts were encrypted and had undergone numerous transfers, making it difficult to trace who would ultimately receive the funds. Renran listened intently and then inquired, have Ruan Fengru and Kong Liji met since then? They met once before the new year, but they have not crossed paths since. They are like two parallel lines, with no intersection. Renran gently twirled the plush toy in her palm. Continue to keep an eye on them, focusing on the people she has recently interacted with, whether they are relatives, friends, or outsiders. Understood. After Gowing left, Renran sought out Ren Hongru. She recounted the situation to him. Grandfather, given Ruan Fengru's miserly nature, it is unlikely she would spend such a large sum. This money is highly suspicious, with 2 months remaining until the anniversary of her grandparents' car accident. In her previous life, during the year-end meeting of the Yaxing Group, her grandfather handed over the reins of the company to him. With her grandfather's help and the groundwork laid by the scoundrel father, he successfully established himself in the group 2 months later. Her grandparents attended the Qingxi Mountain banquet as the chairman of Yaxing Group for the last time, preparing to embark on a world tour, and it was on their way down the mountain to the airport that the accident occurred. This car crash marked the beginning of a dramatic transformation in Renran's life, and it was from this moment that the scoundrel father revealed his hypocritical true self. Chapter 132. The shadow of the mastermind emerges in this life. Her grandfather did not hand over Yaxing Group to the scoundrel father, who was still lurking outside. Logically, he should have been patient and not taken action again. However, Ruan Fengru suddenly transferred a sum of money to a mysterious overseas account, and this transfer lodged like a fishbone in the throat, making it hard to ignore. Coincidentally, the timing was particularly sensitive. I suspect they intend to take action against you. The money could potentially be a payment for a life. Renran articulated her suspicions, and throughout her explanation, Ren Hongru remained silent, listening intently. Renran, among the 36 strategies, there is one called luring the snake out of its hole. While it is prudent to resist force with force, sometimes it is beneficial to adopt a more aggressive approach. Since they harbor such intentions, it would be prudent to extract them in advance, thereby seizing the initiative for oneself. Grandfather, this is far too perilous. Using them as bait, she feared that a misstep would lead to irrevocable regret. One cannot capture a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. For this plan I shall not partake. I leave it entirely in your capable hands. You must remember the following points. First, create reasons for them, even in the absence of justification. Second, fabricate conditions for them, even when none are present. Third, exude unwavering confidence, even when self-assurance is lacking. Renran understood that her grandfather was testing her, a trial that could affect both his and her grandmother's lives. She dared not be careless upon returning home. Renran pondered throughout the night, meticulously considering their personalities and devising ways to ensnare them without arousing suspicion. As the morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating the young woman by the window, she stretched lazily, eager to present her plan to her grandfather. Ran Hongru observed Renran, whose eyes were bloodshot, and sharply tapped her head. This shall not happen again. Yes, Renran replied, cradling her head. After scrutinizing her proposal, Ran Hongru nodded approvingly but refrained from voicing his approval. If you believe it feasible, proceed accordingly. Understood. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead. I nearly forgot. Today, Taishu Taoist and his disciple arrive in Haishur. Grandfather, I shall go to fetch them. You mentioned wanting to meet them. I can arrange a time that no need. I shall personally go. Having endured a sleepless night, Renran collapsed into bed, setting her alarm just as she was about to leave. She learned her grandfather was occupied with urgent matters, so she ventured to the airport alone. The flight was delayed, and as Renran glanced at the display, she rubbed her empty stomach and sought out a fast food restaurant, ordering something to eat. Just as she took a couple of bites of her noodles, a familiar figure caught her eye. How could it be her? Renran thought. Recognizing Ruan Fengru, she immediately set down her chopsticks and approached the woman. Following Ruan Fengru, she soon arrived at the international arrival gate. Door 2. Renran concealed herself behind a pillar, fixated on her target. Soon, a throng of travelers emerged. Suddenly, someone bumped into Renran. My apologies. She picked up her bag from the ground, waving off the stranger. When she turned back to the arrival area, Ruan Fengru had vanished. Scanning her surroundings, she quickly spotted her again, alongside a man clad in a Taoist robe. The Taoist robe, if one were to consider how she had met her tragic fate in her past life. Aside from Ruan Fengru and her father's machinations, another individual had played a pivotal role, namely, the one who had altered her destiny. Without hesitation, Renran followed suit. Chapter 133. The opponent's vigilance. She pursued them, determined to uncover the identity of one of the culprits from her previous life. The Taoist accompanying Ruan Fengru frowned slightly. Suddenly, he halted, abruptly turning to glance behind him. As he did, Ran swiftly turned away. At that moment, a tour group passed by her, obstructing his line of sight. The Taoist observed the bustling exit, and the sensation of being watched dissipated. Master, what is it? Ruan Fengru inquired, joining him in scanning the area but spotting nothing amiss. Ran remained hidden behind the pillar, watching their departing figures. Having never caught a glimpse of the man's features, he was far too alert. She had only followed for a brief moment before nearly being detected. Perhaps her skills were lacking, allowing him to sense her presence. She took out her phone and dialed Gowing. Miss, what can I do for you? Tell the person tailing Ruan Fengru to exercise caution. The individual accompanying her is not to be trifled with. He is exceedingly vigilant. We must not let him discover our presence. It is preferable to lose the trail than to risk exposure. Understood. Gowing did not delay and certainly did not underestimate the situation. A black business vehicle departed from the terminal. Ruan Fengru glanced at the Taoist beside her. Although the individual accompanying her was not the master, his disciple's presence already unsettled her. She tentatively asked, Taoist Yao, did you come for a specific purpose? Taoist Yao, who had been half closed in contemplation, opened his eyes slightly to regard Ruan Fengru. There has been little activity on your end. My master sent me to assist you. Her heart soared with delight. The master was so busy yet still thought of them. She felt both honored and astonished. Taoist Yao snorted dismissively. The expenses for this trip will be billed separately. That is certain. Hearing her agreement, Taoist Yao's expression softened somewhat. Ruan Fengru escorted the Taoist to a 5-star hotel, ensuring every detail was meticulously arranged, which pleased Taoist Yao and made him less averse to the trip. He finally regarded her with a discerning eye, narrowing his gaze as he scrutinized her features. Ruan Fengru felt uneasy under his gaze yet dared not show any displeasure. She softly asked, Taoist Yao, is there something amiss? Have you encountered any troubling matters recently? Indeed, there are some. No wonder there is a sense of misfortune surrounding you. Taoist Yao, could you assist in dispelling this misfortune? Though he was the master's disciple, his knowledge was limited, and while he could draw simple talismans and occasionally manipulate formations, he lacked the ability to eliminate bad luck. Of course, he would not voice this in her presence. Do not worry. Once the tasks assigned by my master are complete, your misfortune will naturally dissipate. Taoist Yao spoke with such certainty and confidence that it was easy to believe him. At that moment, a phone on the table rang. Ruan Fengru glanced at the number. It was unfamiliar. Without a second thought, she hung up. The caller, seemingly undeterred, dialed again. This time Ruan Fengru answered, her tone slightly impatient. Who is this? Hello ma'am, this is Haisher First People's Hospital. Do you know Kong Lian? What has happened to my daughter? Chapter 134. Taoist Yao's acquaintance. Your daughter has been abducted by assailants, but do not worry. She has already been rescued by the police and is currently receiving treatment at our hospital. Understood. I shall come immediately. Hanging up, Ruan Fengru turned to Taoist Yao with an apologetic expression. Taoist, my daughter has encountered a minor incident. I must step out. Taoist Yao waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, at the airport's arrival area, Ran finally awaited the flight from Lhasa after over 2 hours. Amidst the throng of travelers, she quickly locked onto the ethereal figure in the crowd. Su Zhaoyin spotted Ran and excitedly waved at her. Hello, Taoist, Ran greeted. I am Ran. The Taishu Taoist inclined his head slightly. Ran, my master has arrived. He will soon resolve your issues, the young Taoist Qingxian cheerily declared. Indeed, Ran replied with a smile. The group boarded a van and Ran escorted them to the spacious apartment previously occupied by Qingxian Taoist. However, Taishu Taoist spoke up, Comrade Ran, please take us to Yuqing Temple. Yuqing Temple was located on the outskirts of Haisher, a somewhat remote location. Understood. She instructed the driver to change course towards the countryside. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out to find a news alert from Gowing. It was unlikely that Gowing would send a notification without reason. Ran opened the link, revealing the latest news from Haisher. A heinous incident has occurred in the city. An assailant wielding a knife indiscriminately attacked passers-by, injuring 5 innocent citizens, among them a high school senior in critical condition with a slashed neck, fighting for their life. Accompanying the article were numerous videos and images, one of which distinctly featured the assailant holding a high school student hostage upon citing the police, and that student was none other than Kong Lian. Today, Kong Lian was indeed unfortunate. Who would have known she would encounter an assailant and suffer such calamity? It seemed her luck had begun to adversely affect her life. Ran couldn't help but think of her own unfortunate life in her past existence, where she encountered distressing events daily. Every couple of weeks or so, she would face life-threatening situations, Living in constant trepidation now, it was Kong Lian's turn to bear the brunt of such misfortunes. It remained to be seen how long she could endure under these circumstances. After digesting the news, Gao Ying's message promptly followed. Ruan Fengru has parted ways with the Taoist. Accompanying this was a photo, not a standard shot but one captured via camera, depicting a middle-aged Taoist in a Western restaurant. Indeed, this was the very person she had seen at the airport. Ran turned to Taishu Taoist, noticing him in deep contemplation, and redirected her gaze to Qingxian Taoist. Do you recognize this person? Qingxian took the phone from her, examined it closely, and shook his head that I have not seen him. He does not belong to my circle. My master knows many people. He should recognize him. He has been secluded in the mountains for a long time, rarely venturing out and only knowing a few fellow disciples. Su Zhaoyin curiously leaned in for a closer look. Is this the person who changed your fate? It's possible, Ran replied, though she couldn't be entirely certain. Qingxian handed the phone to his master. Master, do you recognize this individual? With his eyes still closed in meditation, Taishu Taoist slowly opened them, his wise gaze shifting to the phone screen. Chapter 135. The fate-altering quintet. Taishu Taoist scrutinized the image for some time before shaking his head. I do not know him. Disappointment washed over the group at his response, but Taishu Taoist's next words deepened their gloom. He is not the person you seek. They were taken aback. Su Zhaoyin, voicing their collective curiosity, asked Taoist, how do you know he is not? Taishu Taoist pointed at the image of the man's hand on the screen, his sharp gaze emanating wisdom. His hands are too delicate. Those capable of altering destinies are certainly not of ordinary stock. This individual possesses delicate hands and an unfamiliar visage, although one cannot discern his aura. A mere observation of his demeanor suggests that his time within the Taoist sect has been brief. The master's words are undoubtedly accurate. Qingxian, the young Taoist, harbors a blind admiration for his master. Ran too places her trust in Taishu Taoist, pondering how one might sever the ties of fate. Taishu Taoist, stroking his grizzled beard, remarked, I observe your fortune. It is vibrant and enduring. There is no need for haste. It is they who should be anxious. The act of exchanging destinies is inherently malevolent, a transgression that the heavenly order will not permit. Such concealment can only be temporary, not everlasting. You have thwarted their designs. They can no longer influence your fortune, and in turn they shall face retribution. Taishu Taoist squinted at the figure displayed on the screen, who he presumed to be Ma Qianfeng. Did you foresee their next move, prompting your arrival? Ran contemplated this connection. Taishu Taoist shook his head, then nodded. A great calamity is approaching. Qingxian added, the master has come to assist you in overcoming this tribulation, which likely originates from them. As the leader of the Jingyi sect and vice president of the Taoist Association, my master bears the responsibility to purge the sect of its malefactors. Ran grasped the implications. Taishu Taoist's visit was not solely for her benefit, but also to cleanse the Taoist community of its corrupt elements and unearth the hidden puppeteer. This objective aligned perfectly with her own. The hidden figure, already aware of her birth details, left her wondering if further actions would follow. It was fortunate that she, armed with memories from her past life, could pinpoint individuals and track their movements should a replacement occur. It would be uncertain whom to anticipate, rendering her foresight ineffective. Ultimately, uncovering the mastermind was essential for her peace of mind. Until that person surfaced, she would remain in a state of unease. Taishu Taoist raised a hand, indicating he was aware of 4 individuals, with one remaining unknown. Upon hearing that there were 5, Ran gasped. Without needing Ran to speak, Taishu Taoist began to clarify. The first is my master, who has passed away. The second is Lingshu of the Maoshan sect, who has been in seclusion for a decade. The third is Zhengyang Taoist of the Chuanjin sect. The fourth is myself. The fifth, the mastermind, remains unknown. Taishu Taoist's tone was calm. Su Zhaoyin interjected. Could that hidden mastermind possibly be Zhengyang Taoist of the Chuanjin sect? Before Taishu Taoist could respond, Qingxian, puffing up in indignation, exclaimed, though I hold no fondness for the Chuanjin sect, Zhengyang Shishu is a good person, the president no less. He would absolutely not engage in such deeds. Su Zhaoyin muttered under his breath, do not tempt fate. It is easy to fall into a trap. Chapter 136. The ancestral tomb of the Ren family. Qingxian, not understanding the reference, sensed it was not a favorable remark and retorted, it cannot possibly be Zhengyang Shishu. Ran smiled, remaining silent as she observed the somewhat childish Qingxian. Reflecting on the years to come, she anticipated his serious demeanor, reminiscent of a diviner, and felt that time indeed transforms many aspects of a person. After escorting individuals to the Taoist temple, Ran attempted to schedule a meeting with her grandfather, only to be declined by Taishu Taoist at Haisher First People's Hospital. Ruan Fengru had been shuttling between the hospital and a hotel for days. Losing weight and appearing notably pale, her vitality waning, her daughter had escaped danger. Had the blade penetrated any deeper, her life would have been forfeit, yet fortune had not entirely abandoned her. Just after leaving the hospital, she received a call from Taoist Yao, who stated, "I have calculated, tomorrow is an auspicious day for our ritual, we must depart tonight and act tomorrow evening." Taoist Yao issued the command rather than soliciting discussion. Understood. Given the gravity of the matter concerning her future, Ruan Fengru dared not utter a word of dissent. That evening, she took the wheel, driving Taoist Yao away from Haisher towards their destination. They were closely monitored by those tailing them, who immediately informed Gaoying. That night, the duo arrived at Xichang Town, settling into a local guest house. Gaoying promptly relayed the news to Renran, "Young miss, they have now arrived at Xichang Town." Xichang Town? Xichang Town, an obscure locale in Z province, was notably the ancestral home of the Ren family, with generations rooted there. Continue to monitor them, and ensure they remain oblivious to your presence. Rest assured, young miss, those trailing them are renowned reconnaissance experts from the former special forces. That's reassuring. After this matter concludes, ensure they receive adequate bonuses. Understood, I'll make a note of it. After concluding the call with Gaoying, Renran contacted Qingxian, sharing the developments. "Renran, my master has mentioned that we shall set forth for Xichang Town tomorrow." The following day, Renran, accompanied by Gaoying and the disciples of Taishu, journeyed to Xichang Town. This outing was conducted with utmost discretion. Even their vehicle was an unremarkable van, minimizing attention. Upon reaching Xichang Town, it was already midday. Rather than residing at the ancestral home, Renran opted to stay at a guest house with others, conveniently located diagonally across from where Ruan Fengru was lodged, facilitating their surveillance. As night fell, the town's inhabitants retired unusually early, with minimal activity. Post 8-30-11, Gaoying summoned everyone. Their operation was underway. The group discreetly trailed them. Half an hour later, Ruan Fengru and Taoist Yao arrived at a cemetery. Prior to their arrival, Ruan Fengru had ascertained the location of the Ren family's ancestral tomb. "This is it. This grave belongs to the Ren family, excellent." Taoist Yao surveyed the grave, circling the area before exclaiming, "A fine place indeed. What a pity that it shall soon cease to beat." He pinpointed the location and began to dig. 10 minutes later, a hole was excavated. He gingerly retrieved a box from his backpack, adorned with yellow talismans. The moment the box appeared, a chilling breeze swept through the night, raising goosebumps on their skin. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Ruan Fengru felt an intensified aura of malevolence surrounding them. Chapter 137. The malevolent array. Unable to suppress a shiver, Ruan Fengru rubbed her arms, glancing around as the shadows of the trees danced, accompanied by rustling sounds that deepened the foreboding atmosphere. She glanced at the wooden box in Taoist Yao's hands, inquiring, "Taoist, what is that?" Taoist Yao chuckled ominously. "This is a remarkable item, one that can swiftly bring your aspirations to fruition." After scrutinizing the object for a moment, Ruan Fengru felt a wave of discomfort and quickly averted her gaze. Taoist Yao placed the talisman-covered box before the grave, producing a handful of copper coins which he buried at the 4 cardinal points. Once this was completed, he carefully cradled the talisman-laden box, placing it into the dug pit before covering it with earth. After leveling the hole, he produced a vial and sprinkled pre-prepared blood around the area, muttering incantations. Suddenly, a gust of ominous wind rushed by, causing Ruan Fengru's hair to stand on end as she anxiously watched Taoist Yao under the moonlight. His complexion gradually paled, resembling a corpse that had just clawed its way out of a grave, exuding a chilling aura. Had she not been focused on a hopeful future, Ruan Fengru might have fled in terror. After a prolonged period, Taoist Yao finally ceased his chanting. Noticing his fatigue, Ruan Fengru inquired with concern, "Taoist Yao, are you all right?" Taoist Yao, too weary to speak, gestured for her to be silent. Leaning against a stone, he took several deep breaths before finally responding, "Pack up, we must leave." Ruan Fengru nodded, gathering his belongings and assisting him away from the Ren family's ancestral tomb. The concealed observers emerged only after their departure. The 4 individuals approached the ancestral grave. Taishu Taoist circled the grave, then turned to Qingxian, instructing, "Qingxian, retrieve those items." Qingxian accurately unearthed the copper coins previously buried by Taoist Yao. He left the final hole untouched. Taishu Taoist took it upon himself to dig, extracting the dark wooden box covered in talismans. Moonlight illuminated the box, casting a chilling aura that enveloped the grave, obscuring the moon's glow. Qingxuan's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he beheld the talismans on the box. exclaiming, "How malevolent! Master, what is this?" Gowing inquired, her eyes reflecting both fear and curiosity. Without the need for Taishu Taoist to respond, Qingxian huffed indignantly, "This is Angui, an exceedingly sinister object from Qingxian. They learned of the nature of the Angui. It is crafted from a recently born infant, utilizing the child's blood, separating its flesh and bones, and sealing them within a jar, inscribing a blood talisman to bind its soul within a 7 fiends locking soul array. The souls trapped within this array would be tormented nightly, nurturing their resentment. The greater the resentment of the Ingwe, the more powerful it becomes. The hidden figure intended to exploit the Ingwe's malevolence to disrupt the fortunes of the Ren family, ensuring their unrest. In less severe cases, family members would meet their demise or descend into madness. In the worst scenarios, it could lead to the extinction of their lineage. The mastermind behind this audacious act was clearly pressed for time, necessitating swift resolution. Creating Angwe is no simple feat. The child must be born during an ominous year, month, day and hour, preferably a girl, criteria that are exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Thus, the perpetrator had seemingly invested considerable resources into this endeavor. Chapter 138. The Kong family's absence unveiling the hidden puppet master is not merely a matter of self-preservation, but rather a quest for the safety of all. Such individuals, who trample upon human life, if left unchecked, may lead countless souls to ruin. Daozhong. Has this yet to impact the fortunes of the Ren family? Ran glanced around at the oppressive, ominous atmosphere, unable to resist rubbing her hands together. It is unlikely, however, if we were to unearth this in half a month, the outcome may differ. Daozhong Taisu retrieved various talismans, yellow paper, brushes and vermilion from his bundle, and within a minute sketched several charms, which he then affixed to the dark wooden box. The moment the yellow talismans were placed, Ran could not shake the sensation of hearing a chilling wail, though it might have been merely her imagination. Daozhong Taisu carefully wrapped the wooden box and replaced the charms and coins at the 4 cardinal points of the Ren family ancestral grave. After completing this task, it was evident that Daozhong Taisu's spirit had considerably waned. Such seemingly simple tasks are, in truth, quite exhausting, master. Qingxian stepped forward. Daozhong Taisu gestured for him to disregard his condition and to proceed with the task. He then turned to Ran, stating, "The formation you set requires the ancestral graves of both your parents to be in alignment. Where is your father's ancestral grave?" "In a village beneath Huangling County. We shall go there tomorrow." The thought of the Kong family stirred a question in Ran's mind. "Daozhong, if that place is not thoroughly cleansed, will it still affect us here?" "Yes." The next day the quartet journeyed to Huangling County. Arriving under the cover of night. It was rare for Ran to visit her father's hometown, not due to her unwillingness, but rather her father's reluctance to take them there. On several occasions, her mother suggested visiting her in-laws, only to be met with her father's disapproval. It had been 5 years since her last visit to Huangling County, and the changes in the county town were substantial. Ran vaguely recalled the location of the Kong family's ancestral grave. Yet to be prudent, she asked Gowing to investigate thoroughly to avoid any misdirection. And the stillness of night, a discreet vehicle entered a small mountain village, where silence reigned, occasionally interrupted by distant barks. As the road narrowed, the group disembarked and proceeded on foot. In the village stood a mountain designated for burials, its summit adorned with numerous graves. Approaching the graveyard, the air grew palpably heavy with malevolence. The 4 of them climbed to the top of the mountain and located the Kong family ancestral grave. "This is it." The beam of the flashlight illuminated the gravestone, revealing her father's name etched upon it. The last time she visited was during the re-erection of the gravestone. Once confirmation was made, the master and apprentice began to survey the area surrounding the grave. Qingxian identified the 4 cardinal points and commenced digging. After a while, Qingxian scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "This should be the right place. Why is there nothing here?" Daozhong Taisu approached, picking up some earth from the ground and instructed, "Hold on, do not dig further." "Master, did I misidentify the location?" Daozhong Taisu shook his head. "You have not erred. But there is nothing here. Because the other party has not placed anything." Gowing interjected, "Are we perhaps too early?" "No," Qingxian dismissed. "They have set the Yinyang 2 instrument's 7-kill formation, which requires placements at the ancestral graves of both parties, synchronized perfectly. Thus it is impossible for there to be nothing here." Qingxian asserted with conviction. "They have already placed the formation's core there, and it involves the use of an infant ghost. It is inconceivable that they would neglect this site." Qingxian scratched his head in perplexity. "Master, could we have misinterpreted?" Qingxian lamented. Daozhong Taisu paid no heed to his apprentice's lamentation and turned his attention to Ran at that moment. A storm of emotion surged within Ren Ran, leaving her in a daze. Not only she, but even Gowing shared her bewilderment. Was it more likely that the error lay with Daozhong Taisu, or that something was amiss on their end? Rationality dictated the latter. Yet emotionally, she was more inclined to believe it was the former. Daozhong, are you suggesting? Ren Ran's words faltered, caught in her throat and unable to be released. Qing Xian spoke, I may misread. But my master certainly would not, hence. The implications of his words hung heavily in the air. Daozhong Taisu advised Miss Ren, it would be prudent to clarify this matter with your mother. Very well. However, to avert any unforeseen complications, Daozhong Taisu took the time to survey the surroundings once more before the group departed the village. They arrived discreetly and left quietly, the entire process unbeknownst to anyone. Aunt Wang, where is my mother? Miss, she is in the flower room in the backyard, engrossed in a book. Ren Ran hastened to the flower room. Even in winter, the flower room remained a vibrant tapestry of colors, enlivening the dreariness of the season. Ran Suya sat in a wicker chair, a book cradled in her hands, as the gentle winter sun bathed her in warmth, casting a soft glow around her, creating an ethereal halo. This scene was so beautiful that it made one reluctant to intrude. Ren Ran stepped into the flower room and cleared her throat softly. Hearing the sound, Ran Suya gradually lifted her head, and upon meeting her daughter's gaze, a delicate smile blossomed on her fair face. Ran Ran, mother, she approached her, such a splendid mother, akin to a little girl devoted to love. How could she ever commit such an act? Ren Ran steadfastly refused to believe it. Ran Suya, feeling her daughter's penetrating gaze, instinctively touched her own face, asking, what is it? Is something amiss? Ren Ran shook her head. Where is father? He has gone out. Upon mentioning her father, Ren Suya's tone grew a shade cooler. What troubles you? Ren Suya inquired with concern. Ren Ran found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. To voice that question would imply doubting her mother's character and the fidelity of her marriage. Yet, she needed to clarify this matter. Taking a deep breath, she asked, Mother, father is your first love, is he not? Yes. How did you know this? Why the sudden inquiry? You have only been intimate with father, correct? Summoning her resolve, Ren Ran posed the question. Ren Suya froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Why do you ask such a thing? Looking at her daughter's bewildered expression, she could not help but tap her lightly on the head. My greatest regret in this life is that I have only been intimate with your father, that heartless man. Mother, are you saying that you have only ever been with father? Ren Ran sought confirmation once more. Yes, Ren Suya affirmed, noticing her daughter's furrowed brow. What troubles you? Do you wish for me to have had relationships with many others? No, Ren Ran shook her head, recounting the events of the past few days, emphasizing the matter of the formation. How dare they? Ren Suya trembled with indignation. During my university years, I assisted her so much, believing I had not offended her in any way, yet she sought to annihilate the Ren family. This Ren family encompasses not only Ren Ran's immediate family but also affects others. Mother, some people are born wicked. Just because you were kind to her does not mean she would be grateful. Ren Ran consoled. What is crucial now is to clarify this matter. Ren Suya raised her hand, almost swearing to her daughter, I am not lying that I have only ever been with your father. That unexpected incident resulted in your conception, and it was my first time. A mother could not deceive herself. Thus, the issue must lie with that incident. Do you recall the circumstances of that day? Ren Suya shook her head. I was quite intoxicated and cannot remember clearly. When I awoke, I found myself in bed with your father. Ran Ran, could it be that the master misread the situation? Ultimately, it shall be revealed who is mistaken. Mother, we shall uncover the truth. Are you suggesting? Ran Ran nodded. Ran Suya, too distraught to continue reading, ascended the stairs with her daughter, heading straight to the room occupied by Kong Li Ji, hoping to find a strand of hair. The room had been thoroughly cleaned by the servants, and finding even a single hair proved futile. Mother, allow me to take over. Ran Suya discerned her daughter's distrust. Trust me this once. Looking into her mother's earnest eyes, Ran Ran acquiesced. Very well. That night, Ran Suya and Kong Li Ji strolled in the garden of the backyard, admiring the moon. Ran Ran observed the maidservants bringing red wine and snacks, choosing to remain behind, quietly waiting. Suya, you look truly beautiful tonight. After consuming half a bottle of red wine, Kong Li Ji gazed at her with a dazed expression, leaning towards her. Ran Suya stifled her disgust and the urge to push him away. You only know how to flatter me. Just as his kiss was about to descend, Ran Suya placed a hand over his mouth. Husband, you have a white hair growing. Is that so? Let me pluck it for you. Kong Li Ji eagerly agreed. Ran Suya allowed his head to rest on her lap, her hands meticulously combing through his hair as she plucked the hair. She applied a firm grip, causing him to gasp. With an innocent expression, Ren Suya asked, "Does that hurt?" "Not at all," Kong Liji chuckled at in her lowered hand. Ren Suya grasped the hair she had plucked. Having acquired what she sought, she concocted an excuse to send him away, instructing him to take a bath. She then located Ran, presenting her findings. "Here it is." Ren Suya opened her palm to reveal several strands of hair, complete with follicles. Ran gently pressed a kiss on Ren Suya's face. Retrieving a sealed bag from the drawer, she placed several strands of hair, complete with follicles, inside, simultaneously plucking a few strands from her own head and placing them into another bag. "Mom, you should pull a few strands too," Ren Suya remarked with a smile. "You came out of my womb, with eyes and brows so akin to mine. If you are not my daughter, could you possibly belong to someone else? Since we've embarked upon this, we might as well proceed together," Ran replied with a smile, concealing her inner worries. The following day, Gowing accompanied Ran to the identification center. There are two pricing options for paternity testing, one expedited, providing results on the same day, and the other taking 2 days for results. Gowing thoughtfully suggested, "Let's opt for the expedited." This decision did not surprise Gowing in the least, as the Ren family was not lacking in financial resources. In the waiting area of the identification center, Ran leaned back on the sofa, resting with her eyes closed. Soon after, Gowing exited the waiting area and stepped outside. Su Zhaoyin handed her a document, stating, "This is something Miss Ren asked me to deliver to you." Looking at the item in her hands, Gowing was unaware of whose hair it contained. The more she interacted with the young lady, the more she felt that Ran harbored a wealth of knowledge and hidden secrets deep within her heart. Ran opened her eyes and took the hair for the paternity test, expedited. The truth about her brother's identity was something she had only learned after his death in her previous life, the information having been revealed by Kong Lian. Deep down, she wanted to believe that Luoli was indeed her biological brother. Yet, she harbored doubts about Kong Lian. What if it was merely a cruel jest? An intentional deception meant to inflict suffering upon her? In her past life, she had no means to verify the truth, but in this life, she could ascertain it. The wait felt interminably lengthy. A staff member approached the waiting area and addressed the two. "The first paternity test report is ready." Gowing stood up, and Ran opened her eyes. Receiving the report from the window, she did not glance at it but immediately handed it to Ran. Taking the document, Ran's gaze lingered on the cover page for a few seconds before she turned it over. The first report bore the names Ran and Ren Suya. Flipping to the end, upon confirming the paternity relationship, she let out a long sigh of relief. It was not without reason that she felt this way. She had witnessed the malice of Ruan Fengru and her scoundrel father, leading her to ponder deeply. If they could conspire to kill her brother, then was it truly the case that she, as a girl, was left behind out of genuine affection, or had they swapped infants, allowing the Ren family to raise someone else's child? She couldn't help but speculate that had their plan failed, might they use her status as a non-Ren family member as an excuse to bear another child? Continuing their schemes in any case, various thoughts surfaced, compelling her to seek confirmation. It seemed they had indeed kept her solely because she was a daughter. Soon, the second report was ready, and Gowing presented it to her. Flipping to the first page, it listed the names Ran and Kong Liqui. Without hesitation, Ran flipped to the final page. When those words met her eyes, her eyelids twitched violently. Confirmed no blood relation, just as she had suspected. Ran let out a soft laugh, a sound that resonated with relief, understanding and joy. Chapter 142. A clever scheme regardless of whether in her previous life or this one, even as Ran repeatedly told herself it was not her inadequacy, but his unworthiness that was to blame. She could not shake the feeling of grievance at how he, as a father, could treat her so callously after showering her with affection for over a decade. How could he be so heartless? Now with the words confirmed no blood relation, she felt utterly liberated. Ran could not help but emit a low chuckle. She rejoiced for herself, glad to be rid of a father devoid of humanity. But as she laughed, tears began to brim in her eyes. The heavy stone that had long pressed upon her heart was finally lifted. No longer would she be tormented by guilt, and the moral weight she had carried since childhood had finally been cast aside. She no longer bore the burden of patricide. She and Kong Liqui were sworn enemies, adversaries across 2 lifetimes. Gowing observed the tumultuous emotions of the young lady with concern. "Miss," she offered a tissue. Ran did not accept it, roughly wiping her tears with the back of her hand. As the tempest of emotions within her gradually calmed, she returned to her indifference. The next confrontation would be between the Ren family and the Kong family, as well as the Ruan family. The third and fourth reports were released simultaneously. Gowing placed the freshly minted reports before her. Ran picked up one of them, which detailed the paternity test between Luoli and callously, ultimately indicating no blood relation. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. The second report, detailing the relationship between Luoli and Rensuya, confirmed their paternity. Upon viewing this report, Ran felt a complete sense of relaxation. Kong Lian had not deceived her. Luoli was indeed her brother, her biological brother. Callously, noticing her uplifted mood, observed the joy radiating from her. Ran, have you encountered something delightful? A friend gifted me something. She replied. Callously was pleased, grateful that his daughter remained content with simple pleasures, easily satisfied by a small token. He felt immense satisfaction with the creation he had nurtured from childhood. Meanwhile, her grandfather was engaged in a video conference with high-ranking officials abroad, and she chose not to disturb him, finding a spot to sit and wait for the meeting to conclude. 2 hours later, the video conference came to an end. There's something on your mind? Yes, Ran replied, producing 2 reports, one detailing her relationship with Rensuya and the other with callously. Upon seeing the paternity test results between his precious granddaughter and callously, Ran Hongru's pupils constricted sharply. What a clever scheme! Had it not been for that accident resulting in his daughter's pregnancy, callously might never have entered the Ren family. Initially, it was only for the sake of the child in Rensuya's womb that he reluctantly agreed to her marriage with callously. Though he suspected the child might be a product of their machinations, he had not anticipated that callously had not acted directly, but rather the thought of his beloved daughter being manipulated by a man whose identity he did not know filled Ren Hongru with rage. Grandfather, please don't be upset. Ran soothed him, quickly presenting the second report to help calm his emotions. Chapter 143. The brother is not dead. Grandfather, please don't be angry. Just take a look at these 2 reports. Upon flipping to the second report, Ran Hongru suddenly looked up at Ran. What is this? A realization dawned upon him. Grandfather, he is my brother. Since the brother had been declared a stillborn upon birth, there were regulations in the Ren family's ancestral home stating that such infants could not be officially named or recorded in the family tree. They had always referred to him simply as the brother. Ran continued. In my previous life, I only met him after being cast aside by that person. At that time, I was unaware of his identity. It was only after he died saving me that I learned from Kong Lian about who he truly was. You won't blame me for telling you this now, will you? Ren Hongru shook his head. Silly child. What are you worried about? Your grandfather understands. From her few words he could deduce that neither callously nor anyone else was aware of her brother's existence. In her previous life, it was only after he and Ran had come into contact that they began to pay attention to her brother, thus discovering his identity. That time, callously had already obtained what he desired. Ran and her brother had nothing, posing no threat, and thus he would not care about him. On the contrary, his existence had become a tool for some to torment Ran. Ren Hongru understood that she was trying to protect her brother. If everything continued along its predetermined course, callously and his ilk would not uncover the existence of her brother, ensuring his safety should they intervene too early, establishing contact, and if callously were to discover it, given their unscrupulous nature they would undoubtedly not allow him to live. The more one cares for someone, the more one fears for their safety, dreading the implications of risk. In this world, no one could guarantee that they could protect someone completely. It is not the fear of a myriad of dangers, rather it is the fear of a singular misstep. This child still bore guilt from her previous life, feeling she had harmed her brother. She feared repeating the past, terrified of causing him harm once more. Ren Hongru felt a pang of sympathy for his granddaughter. Each time she mentioned events from her previous life, though only in fragments, he sensed the depth of suffering she bore alone. How many knew of her plight? Ren Hongru inquired. Ran pondered. Aside from the 2 of us, there's Gowing. No one else has noticed him for now. Very well, Ren Hongru nodded. You are doing excellently. For the time being, do not disclose this to your mother or grandmother, especially your mother. Understood. What about this? Ren Hongru glanced at the report. Show it to her. It will help her understand the true nature of the man she shares her bed with. Very well. It might be good for mother to take a break and clear her mind. Although her mother appeared to have come to terms with her unworthy father, she could not be entirely free of distress. She merely feigned ease in their presence to avoid causing concern. As Rensuya emerged from her social engagements, she immediately sought out her daughter. Once the door was closed, Rensuya eagerly asked, "How did it go?" Ran retrieved 2 paternity test reports from the drawer. Mom, brace yourself. Chapter 144. Setting the bait. Those words instantly raised Rensuya's heart rate. As she opened the first report, upon seeing the results, she let out a long breath. nearly frightened to death by her daughter's words. As she feared she truly was not her daughter, flipping to the second report, she froze upon reading the words confirmed no blood relation. How could this be? I was only with him. Ran grasped her mother's hand. Mom, the events of that time were likely not as simple as they seemed. You may have been set up, and the instigator was not him. Rensuya, at the mere thought of her past self being sent to the bed of an unknown man by them, felt her stomach churn violently. She abruptly rose and rushed to the restroom. Ran followed closely, observing her mother's relentless retching by the sink. Filled with both sorrow and resentment, she ached for her mother's plight. Yet loathed the heartless man responsible. Her mother's heart and gaze were consumed by thoughts of him, while he committed such inhumane acts. Mom, it's all in the past now. Ran was at a loss for how to console her mother, gently enveloping her in an embrace. Ran, it's not over for me. That I can't bear to see him even for a moment. I fear I might confront him and demand to know why he treated me this way. Rensuya was caught in a whirlwind of tears and laughter, ultimately collapsing helplessly onto the cold floor. This is not your fault. You must not allow their wickedness to make you feel at fault. The truly wrongdoers are those who harbor malice. A victim remains a victim, regardless of their imperfections. They should not be denied this status. The ones deserving of condemnation are them. Ran, do not believe in love. Even if you love deeply, never fully surrender to it. Rensuya clutched her hands tightly, her gaze betraying a hint of obsession. I will remember. With her daughter's affirmation, Rensuya released her grip with satisfaction. When Rensuya received a text from Kong Liji, he was already at the airport. She glanced at it, her eyes filled with hatred. That evening, Ran accompanied Rensuya and her grandmother abroad. Watching as the plane took flight, just as she was about to ascend the stairs, the voices of two maids drifted from the stairwell. I thought the young lady was accompanying the old lady for leisure, but it turns out they went for medical reasons. I just saw the young lady crying. It seems her condition is quite serious in a way. I noticed the old lady wasn't in good spirits before. But how did it escalate so quickly? Upon hearing this, Kong Liji felt a surge of joy. It appeared the formation was taking effect. He ceased eavesdropping and ascended the stairs, originally intending to visit Ran's room. He pivoted towards the study, preparing to knock when he noticed the door slightly ajar, conversation emanating from within. Grandfather, is Grandma really all right? Don't worry, she's fine. Suddenly Ran's voice tightened with anxiety. Grandfather, what's wrong? It's nothing, just a bit dizzy. Perhaps it's due to the stress from work lately. Standing outside, Kong Liji felt a thrill of delight, opting to listen further rather than knock. Your father still needs to hone his skills outside. Ran, after the college entrance examination this year, you should come to the company during the summer vacation to familiarize yourself with our family business. Renhongru instructed. You don't want to? It's not that I don't want to. I just feel it's too early. It's not too early. You'll have to take over eventually. Outside, Kong Liji stood rigid, his expression darkening. What about Dad? Ran inquired, surprised he is not truly a member of the Ren family. Renhongru replied slowly. Outside, Kong Liji felt as though all the blood had drained from his body, a long-suppressed anger awakening within him. He had endured humiliation for years in the Ren family, cautiously appeasing them, diligently working within the corporation, fearful of their dissatisfaction. Yet despite all he had done, in the eyes of this old man, he remained an outsider. Your father has talent, but I cannot entrust the company to him in the future. His family is troublesome, and I cannot guarantee they won't introduce chaos into the company. The company belongs to the Ren family. It is your grandfather's lifelong work. He does not wish for the Kong family to ruin it, so regardless of your father's performance, he will never be aligned with us. Kong Liji scoffed internally. This had always been his true sentiment. Even if he married in, he would always bear the Kong surname. The darkness in his eyes deepened. Hearing Ran's words, Kong Liji's expression darkened further. The old man's health can't hold up for many more years. By the time you graduate from university, he will likely be retiring. Renhongru said with a smile, I'll strive to complete my goals early, allowing you to enjoy a peaceful retirement sooner. Kong Liji's icy gaze fixated on the slightly ajar door, and after a moment, he turned and left, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, in the study, the grandfather and granddaughter were intently watching the surveillance screen, clearly observing his departing figure. They exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial smile. The fish had taken the bait. Kong Liji maintained his composure, still placing the gift in Ran's room, reserving the other gift for later delivery to Renhongru. He contemplated calling Fengru but resisted the urge, remembering that this was the half-mountain villa, not his own residence. During dinner that evening, Kong Liji had already composed himself, behaving as if nothing were amiss, dutifully showing respect to Ren Hongru and indulging his daughter with affection. The atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious, concealing the tumult beneath the surface. Everything appeared normal, leaving no trace of any inconsistencies. For this, Ran genuinely admired his acting skills and restraint. In his previous life, he had succeeded in deceiving everyone, and it was not without reason. Dad, the research in Handong province is basically complete. Once Ren Hongru had finished his meal, Kong Liji spoke up, adhering to his predetermined plan. Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, Ruan Fengru sensed something was amiss. Kong Liji wasted no time and got straight to the point. I just received news that old man is preparing to groom Ran and hand the company over to her. Ruan Fengru was not surprised in the slightest, his expression darkened. This old man must not be allowed to remain. How are your arrangements on your side? Already taken care of? Then let us proceed. Kong Liji spoke in a low voice, noticing a change in her demeanor. Is there a problem? I want to wait a bit longer until the master s before she could finish, he interrupted her. Rest assured, the effects have already begun. The old lady is receiving treatment abroad, and he has been in poor spirits lately. Kong Liji continued, don't you want your daughter to escape her misfortunes sooner? The mention of her daughter sent a wave of fear through Ruan Fengru. When her daughter was born, her health was frail, frequently falling ill during childhood. Back then, her mother cared for her. But after merely half a year, her mother broke her leg, and her father died in a fight with a villager. With the family suffering one misfortune after another, she heeded the villager's advice to consult a fortune teller and learned that her daughter's fate was dire. Her constitution made it difficult for her to conceive. When she had Kong Lian, it further harmed her health, and the doctor had gently warned that she would find it hard to conceive again. This child was the bridge between her and Kong Liji, and she could not abandon her. Had it not been for the impossibility of conceiving again, she would not have kept this child. Fate had treated her unfairly, and she could only grit her teeth and endure. She sought connections, exploring various means, encountering many frauds along the way, but also meeting a couple of genuinely skilled masters, including the one who provided her with guidance on Mingjin, for which she spent over 5 million to acquire a precious peace talisman. Unfortunately, this talisman could only guarantee her 10 years of peace, during which she must perform good deeds. Yet after 10 years, it would no longer be able to ward off calamity unless she could reverse her fate. Perhaps heaven took pity on her, allowing her to meet a second master who could alter her destiny just before the 10-year deadline. This year marked the 10th year. If she could not succeed in changing her fate this year, the consequences would be dire. Last year and at the beginning of this year, her daughter had experienced a series of unfortunate events, indicating that the peace talisman was beginning to lose its efficacy. Time was running short for them. But Ruan Fengru's caution urged her to wait until the hidden formation buried in the Run family's ancestral grave reached its peak before taking action. I'll think it over. Meanwhile, on the first day back to school, Ran arrived punctually at the school gate, just as Kong Lian's car pulled up. Zhao and the others rushed over to greet Ran joyfully. As Kong Lian stepped out of the car, she noticed the group laughing and chatting, her eyes narrowing with malice. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman's voice called out from the front, Xiaoba, don't be afraid. Ran and her friends turned to see a large dog charging towards them. Memories long buried surged forth. It was shortly after she had been cast out by Kong Liji, left with nothing, not even her ID. She had sought to borrow money from friends, but her reputation was tarnished, her name synonymous with disgrace, and news of Kong Liji seizing the company and expelling her had spread among her acquaintances, leaving no one willing to help. That day, a kind-hearted young woman had managed to buy her a hot dog, and just as she took her first bite, a large dog came barreling towards her, not only devouring her sausage but also biting her arm, leaving it bloodied. The dog's owner had to exert great effort to rescue her from its jaws. The searing pain of that dog bite remained etched in her memory, instilling a lasting fear of large dogs. As the dog bore down on them, Ran's body inexplicably froze. Her rational mind urged her to flee, yet her body felt as if it were anchored in place, unable to move. Kong Lian, standing not far from them, took note of the scene, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Hurry, bite that wretched girl. The Tibetan Mastiff paid them no heed, swiftly darting past like the wind. Heading towards the horizon, Kong Lian observed the dog, astonished that it did not lunge at Ran, her heart brimming with both anger and disdain. Useless beast, utterly devoid of purpose, she had anticipated witnessing her humiliation today. Yet to her surprise, the dog refrained from attacking her as the Tibetan Mastiff drew nearer. Kong Lian suddenly realized the peril she was in. Mirroring Ran's actions, she sidestepped, clearing a path for the worthless dog to pass. However, as the Tibetan Mastiff approached her, it abruptly lunged forward, its ferocious expression akin to that of a beast discovering fresh meat. Kong Lien's face drained of color, and she screamed in terror. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, losing her balance and falling to the ground, where the dog seized the opportunity to bite her outstretched arm. The searing pain of the bite elicited a piercing wail from Kong Lien. The surrounding classmates were taken aback by the scene, bright crimson blood gushing from her arm. "Help! Help!" Kong Lien cried out in desperation, seeking assistance from those around her. Yet, the ferocity of the large dog deterred anyone from intervening. The dog's owner arrived, panting heavily, trying desperately to pull on the leash, but the mastiff's strength was overwhelming. The middle-aged woman could not budge it. The school security rushed over, wielding a baton, and assisted the owner in restraining the fierce beast. Once the dog was pulled away, Kong Lien lay weakened on the ground, her body marred by multiple bite wounds, even bearing scratches on her face. Her condition was as tragic as one could imagine. Upon hearing the news, the school's teachers hurried to the scene. A classmate called for an ambulance on her behalf. Good heavens! How dreadful! Is that not Kong Lien? Some who harbored disdain for her expressed no sympathy, instead mocking her. In my opinion, she has reaped what she sowed. A mistress's daughter full of lies. Who knows where she gets her food and money from? Don't say that, she might have worked hard for it. Hehe. A boy chuckled lewdly. A girl scoffed, admonishing, you may dislike her, but do not spread baseless rumors. Ran gazed at Kong Lien, sprawled on the ground, her mind involuntarily recalling her previous life, which had been equally chaotic. No, it had been worse. She had suffered over a dozen bites, her arms and calves stitched up with countless stitches. At that time, she had been utterly alone, the dog's owner unwilling to compensate her. Had she not fought back, fearing to provoke the owner, they would not have spent a dime to settle the matter. She endured everything she should not have. In her past life, she bore the burdens meant for her. In this lifetime, she would ensure that Kong Lien experienced the fate that was destined for her. Chapter 148. Taking action. While Ruan Fengru was still contemplating whether to take immediate action, she received a call from the school. What has happened? Kong Li asked. At the school gate, Ling Ling was bitten by a suddenly charging mad dog and is now being taken to the hospital. Ruan Fengru grabbed her car keys and headed out. Kong Li instinctively followed her but paused at the doorway. Fengru, I will not go. Call me when you arrive. Ruan Fengru looked at the man standing a few steps away, suddenly realizing that those few steps felt like an insurmountable chasm. For over a decade, regardless of their issues, he could never rush to her side in the first instance, always sneaking around making phone calls, too afraid to show genuine concern. Whatever the matter, it was always her responsibility to handle it, and for a fleeting moment, she felt utterly weary. Ruan Fengru responded softly and stepped into the elevator. Kong Li did not linger and left the premises. At the hospital, Ruan Fengru gazed at her daughter's injuries. The wound on her neck had yet to heal, and now she bore even more. Just as the master had foretold, 10 years would bring a fleeting peace, followed by double the misfortunes. This was merely the beginning, and she had already encountered so many dangers, she could not fathom what further trials awaited her with the passage of time. Nor could she predict when an unexpected incident might claim her life. Kong Lien looked at her mother, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling with fear. Mommy, am I going to die? Mommy, I don't want to die. I'm still so young, I don't want to die. Ruan Fengru clasped her daughter's hand gently, soothing her. Do not worry. Mommy will not let anything happen to you. Everything is under Mommy's care. It was wrong of me to let you get involved. It should have been me shouldering this burden. Mommy, sob. Kong Lien wept in fear. Previously, she had dismissed the significance of fate, considering it mere superstition held by her mother and others. Now she felt genuine fear and no longer dared to underestimate destiny. Mommy, I must possess Renran's fate. I must. Kong Lien's expression turned frenzied. If she could acquire Renran's fate, she would undoubtedly become the envy of all. A true princess among people. Never before had she felt so lucid, yet so crazed in her desire to seize Renran's fate. Mommy will help you achieve that. You should rest, I will handle everything else. She stepped into the outer room and dialed an unknown number. It is time to take action. Her daughter could not wait. The auto repair shop. A discreet Volkswagen Phaeton rolled into the repair shop, prompting the manager to personally attend to it. Uncle Wang stepped out of the vehicle, and the manager immediately handed him a cigarette. As per usual, just routine maintenance. Understood. The manager glanced at the repairman in the shop and instructed, Lao Miao, take the new guy with you and ensure the maintenance is thorough. After giving his instructions, the manager led Uncle Wang upstairs to the lounge. Come, let us go have some tea. Once the boss and Uncle Wang ascended, Lao Miao called out to a young man washing a car outside, "Hey Xiao Lei, handle this side first. The other side can be left to Lao Hu." The youth named Xiao Lei responded sheepishly and followed along. The car was hoisted up, and the two worked in tandem with Lao Miao taking the lead. Xiao Lei glanced at Lao Miao. "Brother Miao, I'll check that side. Leave the dirty work to me." Lao Miao chuckled. "You've got a good conscience, kid." With that, he crawled out from under the car, and Xiao Lei slid beneath it. In the study, a grandfather and grandson were engaged in a game of chess. Where do you think they will make their move? Perhaps it will be the same as in the previous life. Ren Ran could not assert with absolute certainty in recent days. She had asked Gao Ying to invite over the retired ace detective's comrades to provide covert protection for her grandfather. She could not ascertain whether they would resort to the same tactics as in her past life or adopt different methods. Last time, her grandfather had attended a business gala at Qingxi Manor, located in the mountainous outskirts of Haishur, accessible via winding mountain roads. It was during the descent after the gala that his car had plummeted off the cliff, resulting in his death. A car accident on the winding roads was entirely plausible. The Qingxi Mountain Business Gala was a fixed event, held annually at the end of March, yet it was now late February, a month earlier than usual. At that moment, her grandfather's phone rang. It was a call from Secretary Qin Quan. "Ren Dong, I just received notice that this year's Qingxi Mountain Gala has been rescheduled to this weekend." Ren Hongru and Ren Ran exchanged glances. It's happening. Chapter 149. Not suicide but homicide. The Qingxi Mountain Gala is one of the most significant gatherings in the Haishur business circle, led by the influential Fu Hongxin, whose connections are formidable and rumored to extend to the capital. In Haishur, few dare to disregard him. The fact that such a high-profile event could be rescheduled by Fu Hongxin conveyed a weighty implication, causing the expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter to grow serious. "Grandfather." Ren Ran felt a twinge of alarm, coupled with a sense of bewilderment. Ren Hongru set down his phone and requested her perspective. Ren Ran hesitated before speaking, pondering for a moment. "Based on my understanding of Ruan Fengru and Kong Li, they are not well acquainted with Fu Hongxin." She recalled that it was only after they acquired the Yaxing Group and Ruan Fengru established herself in the financial sector that she had any dealings with someone of Fu Hongxin's stature. Perhaps some aspects of their previous life were not as straightforward as they appeared. There were deeper truths yet to be uncovered. What methods could they have employed to persuade Fu Hongxin to alter the rules? The first possibility is that they could offer Fu Hongxin substantial benefits, compelling him to grant them a favor. The second is that they possess compromising information on him. The third is that they manipulated someone else, or perhaps another faction, to persuade Fu Hongxin to change the date. The likelihood of the first two scenarios is low, perhaps 30 to 40%. The third scenario bears the highest probability. Previously, Ruan Fengru had lent a sum far exceeding her investment, with the remainder deposited into a mysterious account. It is highly likely that the individual or organization behind that mysterious account facilitated this turn of events. Naturally, Ren Ran hoped it was the third scenario rather than the first two. The broader their network of connections, the less favorable it would be for them. While other issues held uncertainty, one thing was exceedingly clear. Thus, at that time, whether it was family or the entire outside world, everyone believed it to be an accident. Without further contemplation, her mother did not commit suicide. It was homicide. When the little Taoist revealed the truth, Ren Ran understood that her grandfather's and grandmother's car accident, as well as her mother's suicide, were perhaps not mere matters of fate but rather deliberate acts of murder. Now they sought to manufacture another car accident at the same location, which provided her with unequivocal certainty. Ren Hongru nodded. From the moment she mentioned her own accident and her daughter's overdose, he had sensed that this matter was far from simple. His daughter was well protected by him, yet deep down, he was not the kind of person to evade reality. Moreover, with Ran Ran still alive, how could he possibly abandon her to suffer alone? At that time, he refrained from mentioning it, not wanting to provoke too much anger in his daughter-in-law or let his daughter lose her composure. Suddenly, Ran Ran's eyes widened as she recalled something she had long overlooked. "Grandfather, do you still remember what I told you before? After you left, Auntie and her family have been thriving. Uncle's chain of restaurants is flourishing beyond measure." Chapter 150. Solidifying the charges. Ren Ran nodded. "Auntie and Uncle were not cut out for business at all. They had relied entirely on your support to keep their restaurant barely afloat. Yet, since you and the others departed, logically, that restaurant should have collapsed alongside its misfortunes. Strangely, it has been thriving as if it were under a lucky star. I find it hard to believe there's no ulterior motive behind this. Not to mention, their attitude towards me in the past was quite telling." Ren Hongru let out a long sigh, expressing his frustration with those unreliable individuals. Unable to restrain herself, Ren Ran interjected, "Grandfather, when little grandmother comes over in the future, Don't feel too embarrassed to agree to things that shouldn't be agreed upon. After you left last time, little grandmother didn't pass away. She was living quite well. She never extended a helping hand, allowing her daughter and son-in-law to mistreat me. If you say she knew nothing, I refuse to believe it. You always taught me to be kind and magnanimous towards others, but some people are naturally opportunistic. Some are simply not worth my generosity or kindness that I can toss a bone to a dog, and it knows to wag its tail at me. Yet, for some people, no matter how well you treat them, they see it as their due, rather than your kindness or generosity. Ren Hongru sighed again, smiling as he said, I understand, I will heed your words. What do you plan to do next? I intend to ensure they are charged with murder. I will attend the banquet with you, grandfather. The company can begin its operations with that fierce determination emerging. Ren Hongru's eyes sparkled with vigor, reminiscent of his former self, though older now. He had softened, losing that youthful tenacity. Alas. The following day, a significant personnel shakeup occurred at Yaxing Group. Numerous mid-level leaders, and even several high-ranking officials were taken away for investigation. The internal groups of Yaxing Group erupted into chaos, with everyone engaging in anonymous discussions. What's going on? Our department manager has been taken away for investigation and his office has been sealed. Our director has also been taken away. Oh my. Is the group in trouble? I've already seen several people being escorted away. Surely the group isn't going bankrupt. They haven't committed any illegal acts, have they? The group has just partnered with Taoist Group to develop the Liwan Island project. How could it possibly go bankrupt? This project could bring in substantial profits. The likelihood of wrongdoing is low, as any infractions would lead to the immediate arrest of Chairman Ran and the finance team. Have you noticed? All those taken away are connected to General Kong. Wow. Hearing that suddenly clears everything up. Think deeper. All these occurrences leave traces. General Kong was first reassigned to a branch office, then stripped of his position, and dispatched to the border, severing all ties with the headquarters. The signs have long been evident. Is this an act by Chairman Ran or another director? I suspect the former is highly likely. Chairman Ran probably doesn't want General Kong to inherit Yaxing Group. General Kong has always aspired to take over. I wonder how he will react to this news. Half an hour later, Kong Liji received a phone call far away in Handong Province. Chapter 151. The Fury of a Disgraced Father. Chairman Kong. There's been a grave situation. Lao Song, Lao Jin, Xiao Xiao, and Xiaoyin have all been taken away for investigation by public officials. Pan Song reported anxiously. Anyone even remotely connected to you has been taken away. I'm afraid I'm the only one left unscathed. The sound of a chair sliding echoed as Kong Liji stood up in shock. Chairman, are you listening? Pan Song called out repeatedly. When did this happen? Under what pretense? Just now. The specifics are under wraps. We will only know once the results are out. Pan Song hesitated before tentatively asking, You're not at the company. I have no anchor here and I can't find anyone else to discuss this with. Kong Liji was about to respond but paused, realizing they were unaware of his connection to you. Stay calm. Pretend this has nothing to do with me. Inform me of any developments at the company immediately. Chairman, what's going on with Chairman Ran? Shouldn't you call him? Pan Song suggested that he glanced at his phone, hesitating whether to contact that old man Ren Hongru. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to Wan Fengru. He should have acted against that old man sooner. How does the entire company perceive him now? Kong Liji did not call Ren Hongru but dialed Ren Suya instead. Ren Suya was most compliant with him, and the elderly couple's Achilles heel was her. To resolve the current predicament. He had no choice but to find her. However, as soon as the call connected, he was met with the prompt indicating her phone was off. He refused to believe it and tried twice more, only to receive the same result. Kong Liji then pulled out another phone and called Ruan Fengru of Lig. Ruan Fengru's voice was soft, sounding weary and feeble. In the past, he would have immediately sensed her unusual tone, but this time he was oblivious, his tone harsh as he asked, When did they strike? Is it in the past few days? Ruan Fengru keenly sensed his distress. What's wrong? Has something happened? That old man has driven all my people away, specifically calling public officials to take them for investigation. I still have no details on the pretext. What? Ruan Fengru was taken aback. She had sensed something amiss previously, and it was indeed confirmed. That old man cannot be allowed to remain. Li Ji, don't panic. You still have Suya, just placate her. Once she speaks, the elderly couple will surely concede. I just tried calling her. Her phone is off. Upon hearing this, Kong Liji's anger became uncontrollable. He continued with a dark expression. That old man is clearing obstacles for his precious granddaughter. Humph. He better hope he has the fate to succeed. He wants to use this to signal to everyone that I, Kong Liji, will never be the heir to Yaxing Group. At the same time, he's telling me not to harbor delusions and to extinguish any thoughts of that. If there's cruelty, it's that old man who's truly ruthless. All these years, he's toiled away like a dog in the Run family, only to be discarded at will. Chapter 152. The Descent Down the Mountain Road. Li Ji. Starting today, you should start drinking heavily and find opportunities to create disturbances, leading to a few days in the police station. Once that matter is settled, you can come out. Ruan Fengru calmly began to plot. Understood. Also be careful not to leave any incriminating evidence. Kong Liji reminded sternly. Rest assured, tomorrow I will take my daughter out for a trip to relax. After all, my daughter has been emotionally exhausted. Taking her out is entirely reasonable. Before hanging up, Ruan Fengru added, Li Ji, that card should be cancelled. Understood. Once the call ended, Kong Liji removed the phone card he had used for a year and a half, tossing it directly into the sewer. Each phone card had a lifespan not exceeding 2 years. This time, he still had 6 months left. In the afternoon, Kong Liji received a unified email from the group, simply stating that several individuals had been taken away for investigation due to violations of company assets and abuse of power. Urging employees not to panic, upon receiving this email, Kong Liji distinctly felt the probing gazes outside his office door. They were whispering among themselves. Even without hearing, he knew they were discussing him. That I told you. Chairman Kong was dispatched. You all didn't believe me. Now see? Who would have thought he was the first to be dispatched? Chairman Kong is truly unfortunate. What's unfortunate? He can still work here, still our superior. Those who followed him are the ones truly unfortunate. They might end up serving years in prison. All in all, he's still riding on his wife's coattails. As the office door swung open, everyone instantly fell silent. Kong Liji left the company with a grim countenance. Once he was gone, the chatter resumed. That evening, Kong Liji drowned his sorrows in a bar, clashing with others and subsequently being taken to the police station for detention. This news only reached Ran the next morning through a message from Gaoying. Upon reading about her inept father's detention, she couldn't help but scoffed. He's quite clever, trying to clear his name by landing himself in the police station, allowing the government to vouch for him. That if he wishes to stay, then let him. It's merely an early taste of prison life. On that weekend, Ran dressed elegantly and accompanied her grandfather to the Qingxi Mountain banquet. Traveling in the old gentleman's long-time understated phaeton, the driver was still Uncle Wang. The vehicle wound its way along the mountain roads toward the estate. Upon arriving at the banquet, Ran held Ren Hongru's arm as they entered the venue. The business magnates had already heard of Yaxing Group's recent developments, and seeing Ren Hongru enter the hall hand in hand with Ran, they understood his intentions. After tonight, the upper echelons of Haishur will be aware that the Yaxing Group will be inherited by Ran, while Kong Li has been completely ousted. Aside from the business matters discussed at the event today, many began to inquire about Ran's future partner. Numerous individuals started to devise schemes, contemplating the benefits if their sons were to marry Ran, as it would effectively mean an expansion of their own influence through the Yaxing Group, undoubtedly enhancing their power. Ren Hongru deftly dismissed all those who harbored designs on his granddaughter. The banquet continued until around 11 o'clock before dispersing. While some chose to linger, many others departed under the cover of night, as each individual had their own pressing commitments. A phaeton sedan pulled up at the entrance, and Uncle Wang stepped out to open the door. Ran and Ren Hongru entered the vehicle. As the door closed, the car slowly drove away from the estate, merging into the night. Those lurking in the darkness watched the vehicle's departure, reporting quietly to their superior behind them. The target has left. Chapter 153. A thunderous sound on the pitch-black mountain road. Gazing into the distance, one could faintly see the twinkling lights of the city. Ran lowered the car window, allowing the cool night breeze to carry the essence of spring's revival. Uncle Wang glanced back and said, Miss, this spring chill shouldn't be endured for too long. It could easily lead to a cold. Ran replied softly. The mountain road was eerily quiet, without a single vehicle in sight, resembling a solitary traveler making its way through the dark. Uncle Wang, your son graduated from university this year, correct? Indeed, he graduated this year and is currently working in the capital. Uncle Wang's face brightened with pride as he spoke of his son. That's wonderful. Xiaoji has always been clever and diligent, Ran remarked, smiling. Uncle Wang, sensing her discomfort, asked, Miss, are you still feeling dizzy? Much better. But as a servant I shouldn't speak too much. Just then a tremendous rumble echoed along the mountain road, sounding as if a vehicle had collided with the mountainside. Uncle Wang jolted, realizing that something might have gone awry below, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the black sedan he had glimpsed earlier. At the foot of the mountain, the watchers brandished night vision binoculars, signaling to their commander upon observing the situation on the mountain road. The vehicle had not rolled off the cliff but had crashed into the mountainside. The status of those inside unknown. To their astonishment, the driver displayed remarkable skill and quick reflexes, executing the most accurate response. Had the individual hesitated for even 2 seconds longer, the outcome would have undoubtedly been a fatal plunge down the mountain. However, this result was not to their satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, another group stealthily advanced towards the accident site. A man clad in a black hooded jacket descended from the side of the mountain, making his way directly to the scene of the crash. He glanced at the driver, whose head rested on the steering wheel, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Is that driver still alive? The hooded man queried into his earpiece. Is it proceeding according to the usual protocol? Yes, for now. Ignore the driver. Check if the target is deceased. Understood. The man temporarily disregarded the driver and opened the car door, only to find the backseat empty, devoid of the intended target. The black-clad man's brow furrowed. There was no one in the CAR. No one. Correct. The black-clad man turned his gaze back to the driver. A flurry of static crackled through the earpiece, followed by a hurried command. Retreat? Chapter 154. The assassin captured just as the black-clad man prepared to flee. Several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, encircling him. Damn! He cursed under his breath, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He aimed for an escape route, but today, he had encountered formidable characters. These individuals were elite soldiers recently discharged, hired by Runran at considerable expense. Within 3 minutes, the black-clad man was subdued. Simultaneously, those remotely controlling the situation from Qingxi Mountain Villa were also apprehended. Inside the pitch-black vehicle, Ren Hongru opened his eyes. His wise and calm gaze directed towards the source of the thunderous noise emanating from the mountain road below. Runran raised her hand to check the time. It was nearly time to conclude their affairs. Uncle Wang acknowledged and ignited the engine, gradually steering the vehicle downhill. Within 3 minutes, the headlights illuminated the accident scene. This time, Uncle Wang clearly saw the license plate of the crashed car, which indeed matched theirs. Uncle Wang, stop! Runran and Ren Hongru simultaneously exited the vehicle, making their way towards the site of the accident. At the foot of the mountain, the distant wail of an ambulance and police sirens could be heard. She first turned her attention to the driver and inquired of a man administering aid. How is he? Before the man could respond, the driver waved his hand toward Runran, signaling that he was unharmed. Just a minor issue. I won't die from this. I've had worse injuries during races. Seeing that he still had the strength to jest, she realized he was genuinely fine, and I'm glad to hear that. She then shifted her gaze to the assassin being restrained, as one of the men removed his hat, revealing an unremarkable face. A type that would easily fade into a crowd. Uncle Wang gasped upon recognizing the assailant. It's you. Uncle Wang, do you know him? Runran asked, astonished. Ren Hongru also looked at him curiously. Uncle Wang pointed at the assassin. He works at a 4S store near our hillside villa. Just a few days ago. He was the one servicing our car. Runran took a stick from one of the soldiers and lifted the assassin's chin. Meeting his fierce gaze, may I ask, how much were you paid for our 2 lives? The assassin remained silent. Runran, undeterred, crouched down to his level, smiling. I wonder if you are an orphan. The assassin continued to ignore her. Runran persisted. You'd better pray that you are an orphan. A flicker of change crossed the assassin's expression. Albeit very slight, that I don't wish to harm the innocent, but if someone seeks my life, I will not hold back. When one's life is at stake, kindness becomes unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree? The assassin remained silent. You have 2 choices. The first is to protect your family. The second is to help me identify the mastermind behind this, so I can find the ones responsible. Runran did not harbor any illusions that he would immediately relent and stood up. At that moment, the ambulance and police vehicles arrived. Several officers disembarked, followed closely by Gaoying and Qin Quan, accompanied by a few lawyers. Qin Quan succinctly recounted the situation at the scene, and the officers, upon learning of the assassin's involvement, became especially vigilant upon discovering that the bodyguards were all former military personnel. They expressed their admiration and did not impose any difficulties. Officer, please check the brake pads of the vehicle. The designated officer began inspecting the car, ultimately confirming that the brake pads had been tampered with. Meanwhile, at Qingxi Mountain Villa, a butler hurriedly entered the suite and knocked on the study door. Enter. The butler stepped forward. Mr. Fu, Ren Hongru's vehicle was involved in an accident on the mountainside. Fu Hongxin reclined on the sofa, his expression indifferent. How is he? He was in another vehicle. He is unharmed, but the other side's bodyguards captured an assassin, and the police discovered that the brake pads had been tampered with. Fu Hongxin's calm demeanor vanished instantly, his brow knitting together. After a moment, a cold smile escaped his lips. Well done, they dare to use me. Chapter 155. Success as expected, the police would soon come looking for him. When the police arrive, inform them that I am resting. Understood, the butler replied. That night, news of Run Hongru's accident spread, with all details kept confidential. Meanwhile, in a neighboring province, Ruan Fengru and her daughter were vacationing and resting at a resort. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Ruan Fengru, preoccupied with her thoughts, instructed Kong Lian to answer it. A server pushed a dining cart into the room, thoughtfully setting everything up before quietly exiting. Kong Lian sat down and called to her mother, Mom, come over and eat something. You haven't eaten all day. You eat, Ruan Fengru replied. Kong Lian pouted, feeling hungry herself but deciding not to press further. Just as she had taken a few bites, her face suddenly flushed, her hand clutching her throat, while the other reached for her mouth, her body writhing in discomfort. Ruan Fengru turned to see her daughter in distress and rushed over. What's wrong? Kong Lian pointed to her throat, the sensation of choking causing tears to spill from her eyes. Ruan Fengru immediately positioned herself behind her daughter, wrapping her arms around her to administer the Heimlich maneuver. After a moment, the food lodged in her throat was expelled, and Kong Lian finally regained her ability to breathe normally. Mom, I almost died again. Kong Lian trembled slightly. That I in this precarious world, even a simple meal has become fraught with danger. None can predict when peril will strike. This ominous specter of death looming over her has rendered Kong Lian devoid of her former brilliance, leaving her despondent with sunken eyes and a pallor that speaks of her exhaustion. Ruan Fengru gently reassures her, do not despair. You shall soon liberate yourself from this fate. Ruan Fengru, sleepless and anxious, awaits news, not just for herself, but for Kong Liji, who languishes in the police station, equally restless as he anticipates the final outcome. Should their plan succeed, the Yaxing group will be within their grasp. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierces the air, causing Ruan Fengru to tense as she answers. Is it successful? She inquires eagerly. It is, comes the response. Elation floods through Ruan Fengru, her taut nerves instantly relaxing, a relieved smile gracing her lips. Yet, her joy is short-lived as she stumbles upon news of a car accident involving the chairman of Yaxing Group and his granddaughter. Ran. The report is vague, merely stating that an accident occurred, without detailing the circumstances. Finally, he is gone, Ruan Fengru muses, sinking into the couch, glancing at the untouched meal on the table, her spirits lifted as she calls for room service. Within half an hour, Ruan Fengru is sipping red wine and savoring seafood while admiring the nightscape, marveling at the moon's beauty, which surpasses anything she has witnessed before. When Kong Lian emerges from her room, she notices her mother's buoyant mood and quickly asks, Mom, has it succeeded? Ruan Fengru nods with a smile. Does this mean father can take over Yaxing Group? Certainly, she replies. Once that old wretch, Ren Hongru, is out of the picture, controlling those two women will be a mere trifle. Does that mean I will be the little princess of Yaxing Group? Kong Lian exclaims with excitement. Of course, Ruan Fengru affirms. Kong Lian jumps up joyfully, embracing her mother and exclaiming, Mom, does that mean I won't have to die? The fortune teller said I would to live past 20. Why should you not live beyond 20? You will live a long and prosperous life. My daughter is destined for great wealth. Ruan Fengru lovingly strokes her hair. Chapter 156. From Despair to Exhilaration. Tomorrow we must retrieve your father. All right, Kong Lian replies, brimming with excitement. Ran, you wretched creature, just wait. I will make you lick my shoes. That night, the mother and daughter sleep soundly. Despite having gone to bed late and rising early, they are invigorated. They board a high-speed train to Handong Province, well aware of Kong Liji's temporary detention at the police station. Upon arriving at the station around 1 in the afternoon, they refrain from eating, choosing instead to wait for Kong Liji to emerge so they can celebrate with a feast. Meanwhile, Kong Liji, disheveled and weary, his clothes wrinkled, has lost all semblance of his former elite demeanor in the holding cell. Here in Handong Province, news from Haishur has yet to reach them, especially concerning his current situation. Kong Liji, someone is here to pick you up. A voice calls out. He rises eagerly, asking, who is it? Upon hearing the words wife and daughter, the light in his eyes dims. Was there no success? The officer, noticing his hesitation, impatiently urges, are you coming or not? With a sense of defeat, Kong Liji follows. Just sign here, and you can leave. After signing, he walks into the lobby, and upon seeing Ruan Fengru and Kong Lian, his dull gaze ignites with life, his despondency dissipating. Fengru! He calls out excitedly. Dad? Kong Lian exclaims. Kong Liji rushes forward to embrace Ruan Fengru, but she gently pushes him away. That's too conspicuous. Understanding her caution, he refrains from insisting and takes her hand as they exit, Once outside the police station, he can no longer contain himself and wraps his arms around his wife and daughter. We did it. We finally did it. After over 2 decades of scheming, they have triumphed. Ruan Fengru struggles slightly, urging him to temper his exuberance. Fear not. That old wretch is already dead. The heavy burden that once pressed upon him has lifted. He can finally walk with his head held high. But there is still one old man left. Ruan Fengru reminds him. Although they are in Handong province far from Haishur, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. I have already arranged the script. A tragic accident, a fall into the water due to excessive grief. What do you think? Kong Liji smiles, contemplating. I think that sounds excellent. Kong Lian nods in agreement. They have always focused on the 2 elder figures, dismissing Ren Suya as a naive fool devoid of any threat, while Ren Ran, a mere high school student who has never even set foot in the company, poses no danger whatsoever. Let us go celebrate. How dreadful. You should freshen up first. The family checks into a local 5-star hotel, booking a presidential suite. Ruan Fengru hands him a new phone saying, I've had your SIM card replaced. It's the same number and all your previous data is backed up inside. You can turn it on later and reach out. After Kong Liji freshens up, the family heads to the hotel's rooftop restaurant. They share laughter and lively conversation, reveling in the joy of their newfound freedom. At that moment, several officers in uniform enter the restaurant. Chapter 157. Taken away together. The Kong family remains blissfully unaware, continuing their jovial chatter and dreaming of a bright future ahead. Dad, once you take over, I want a grand yacht. I want those who look down on me to see. She has long awaited this moment of vindication. Of course, Kong Liji replies with a doting smile. Meanwhile, the officers converse with the restaurant staff before approaching the family. The officers scan the dining patrons and quickly spot Kong Liji's family seated by the window. One officer, having compared their photos, strides toward them. The surrounding diners, noticing the 4 officers, exchange puzzled glances, their eyes following the officers in curiosity. The murmurs of the crowd draw the attention of the Kong family, who, like the others, become intrigued as the officers stand before them. The smiles on their faces momentarily falter. May I ask what the matter is? Kong Liji inquires first. One officer looks at him and asks, Are you Mr. Kong Liji? Yes, that's me. We need your cooperation regarding an investigation. Ruan Fengru interjects, Officer, what is this about? The officer scrutinizes her, then says, Are you Ms. Ruan Fengru? Yes. An ominous premonition washes over her. Kong Liji and Ruan Fengru exchange apprehensive glances, a sense of unease settling within them. What is this investigation about? Kong Liji presses. It pertains to the car accidents involving Ren Hongru and Ren Ran. Kong Liji feigns surprise. Accident? When did this happen? Apologetically, he explains, I was at the police station for a few days due to some matters and have just been released today. The officer nods, acknowledging his words. The incident occurred last night. We'd like you both to assist us in our investigation. Kong Lian, unwilling to comply, protests, What does our mother have to do with their accident? One officer coldly retorts, Are you sure you want to discuss this here? Only then do they realize the surrounding diners are eavesdropping. All eyes on them. Kong Liji glances at Ruan Fengru, who offers him a reassuring look. The couple is separated and escorted away in different police vehicles, while Kong Lian attempts to follow but is stopped by the officers, who instruct her to take her own vehicle. All right. The 2 are taken to the police station where they are handed over to the Haishur officers. During the transfer, Kong Liji and Ruan Fengru's dissatisfaction grows. Kong Liji, Ruan Fengru, the Haishur officers confirm their identities. Yes. May I ask what has happened to my father-in-law? Why is this matter involving U.S.? Kong Liji questions innocently, seeking the truth. The officer glances at him, then at Ruan Fengru, a smirk playing on his lips as if he sees through everything. This only heightens their unease. Your father-in-law and daughter are currently unharmed. What? Kong Liji exclaims in shock, quickly realizing his tone is inappropriate. I meant to say my daughter is involved too. Chapter 158, Interrogation. Ruan Fengru is equally taken aback, though she conceals her shock well. Impossible. How could Ren Hongru still be alive? Is the police deceiving us? She glances at Kong Liji, their eyes locking in shared concern. Kong Liji's gaze burns with anger, but more so with disappointment. The officer, observing their futile attempts to mask their emotions, scoffs internally. You 2 are suspected of murder. You must be mistaken. How could we be suspected of murder? Ruan Fengru argues. Whether there's a mistake or not, we will investigate thoroughly. Please follow us. They are ushered into the police vehicle heading toward Haishur. The accusation of murder does not frighten them. Rather, they are astounded that Ren Hongru, that old wretch, remains unharmed. Ruan Fengru seethes internally, frustrated that they were told the mission was complete, yet such a blunder has occurred. She is filled with questions, yet no one offers answers. Now all she can do is pray that even though Ren Hongru and Ren Ran are alive, their situation is not much better than death. Upon returning to Haishur, they are led into an interrogation room. Let us discuss the matter regarding the alleged murders of Ren Hongru and Ren Ran. How could Kong Liji possibly admit, Comrade Police? Ren Hongru is my father-in-law, he has treated me well, how could I ever kill him? You must be mistaken since we have summoned you here, it is clear that it is not without reason. We are granting you an opportunity to confess honestly. If you demonstrate good behavior, you may be able to plead for a reduced sentence, a police officer kindly reminded him. You are surely mistaken. My relationship with my father-in-law is excellent, I could never do such a thing. Excellent relationship? The officer scoffed. According to the information we have, you have already been ousted from Yaxing Group, and all of your trusted associates have either been captured or dismissed by Ren Hongru. This relationship is not as amicable as you claim. Kong Liji did not wish to linger on this matter. Given the circumstances, he could never bring himself to harm him. Confronted with the harsh truth, Kong Liji remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. They could speak with all the conviction they liked, but it was all in vain without evidence. No one could condemn him. What you are saying is mere conjecture. When have you officers relied on speculation for your cases? If you cannot present evidence, I have no time to indulge in your idle chatter. Do you truly believe we lack evidence? One officer interjected. Kong Liji remained composed. He had not participated in this affair at all. It was entirely the doing of Ruan Fengru. Even if they produced evidence, it would not implicate him unless Ruan Fengru betrayed him. He held firm confidence in this regard. What is this? An officer rose and handed him a document. Explain this. Upon seeing the transactions between Ruan Fengru, Kong Liji felt a jolt of alarm but quickly regained his composure. It was merely a standard transfer. What could this possibly indicate? You truly are not one to shed tears until faced with a coffin. The officer presented a second document. Take a good look. Chapter 159, Irrefutable Evidence. This was a chat log, one that should not have appeared here. Has the matter been handled? Aru. Someone has already been found. This concerns our future. We must ensure everything is flawless before taking action. When will we act? Aru. They will act after the Qingxi Mountain banquet. The brakes have been tampered with. When they descend the mountain, it will create the illusion of a vehicle losing control and plunging off the cliff. Tell them to confirm whether they are dead. We must ensure that old man is dead. If he somehow survives, then. Aru. Understood. The content above was something he had only mentioned on that now destroyed SIM card. The fact that they could obtain this chat log meant. As the dread of that possibility dawned upon him, Kong Liji struggled to breathe, as if something were being tightly gripped in his throat, fear spreading from the depths of his soul. How could they have obtained that number? When was it leaked? Whether inadvertently or divulged by Ruan Fengru, in the face of this chat log, all words became futile. No, wait, he grasped the chat log again, clearly seeing that the screenshots of the conversation were taken from his phone, indicating it had leaked from him. Did Ren Hongru already know? His mind raced, quickly connecting the dots of events from the past 6 months, realizing when it had begun. 6 months, an entire half year. This realization drained the color from Kong Liji's face. Do you have anything else to say? I have nothing to say. Kong Liji slumped, utterly defeated. He had fallen victim to Ren Hongru's scheme. I have one request. I wish to see him. I will convey your request. But whether the other party is willing, I cannot guarantee, the officer replied. Meanwhile, Ruan Fengru, much like Kong Liji, adamantly denied everything, presenting her alibi and claiming to have only recently contacted the Ren family. However, when the officers laid out evidence before her, her keen intellect quickly grasped the situation. They had long since failed. They had been monitored all along. As Ruan Fengru comprehended the critical point, she could not help but chuckle softly, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. No wonder we could not succeed, and no wonder my daughter's endeavors were doomed to fail. It turned out Ren Hongru was behind it all. Both Ruan Fengru and Kong Liji were formally arrested by the police on charges of premeditated murder, and were detained in a holding cell, awaiting trial. Dad, Ran, you are too reckless. What if something truly goes wrong? What should we do? Ren Suya was furious. What do you mean nothing is wrong? Ren Hongru replied with a smile. Ren Ran added, Mom, with me and Grandpa here, nothing will happen. Look, we are all fine. Just then the police conveyed Kong Liji and Ruan Fengru's requests. Kong Liji wanted to see Ren Hongru while Ruan Fengru wished to see Ren Suya. Grandpa, do you want to see him? Ren Hongru raised an eyebrow at no, there is nothing to discuss. Please go and meet him on my behalf. Chapter 160, The Person from That Night. All right. Ren Ran smiled brightly. The next day, Ran Ran and Ren Suya went together to the detention center to visit the two. Ran Ran, where is your grandpa? Kong Liji was somewhat disappointed not to see the person he wished for, but he concealed it well. Grandpa does not want to see you. Kong Liji reached out to take her hand, but the distance between them made it impossible. His expression was one of deep sorrow. Ran Ran, this time it was Dad who made a mistake. I was foolish. Ran Ran listened quietly, likely guessing what he intended to say. Father, you should not have been so easily swayed, committing such a grave error. Can you forgive me this once? Kong Liji pleaded with his eyes. If it were you, I would surely forgive you. Ran Ran chuckled lightly. But you are not. Kong Liji's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at her. You know? Of course I am well aware of the sordid deeds you have committed. Kong Liji did not dwell on this issue. Having learned of the chat log, it was natural to be aware of other matters that I do not understand. Why, when your mother has treated you so well, would you choose to act against her? Do you truly lack a heart? Kong Liji's shocked emotions gradually settled, and he gazed at her coldly, his voice calm yet frigid. Treated me well? Ha! No matter what I do, everyone only speaks of my reliance on my father-in-law and my wife. No one acknowledges my efforts. No one respects me. In this family, I live like a dog without dignity. Do you think I should not resent her? Ren Ran nearly laughed at his shamelessness. Do not portray yourself as pitiful or wronged. You approached my mother with ulterior motives from the start, scheming to get your hands on the Ren family's wealth, yet here you are demanding respect. Your dignity has been trampled by yourself, not by my mother or grandpa. You truly are a heartless wretch. Ren Ran retorted coldly. Kong Liji's expression remained unperturbed, yet he shamelessly pleaded. Ran Ran, you have called me dad for 18 years. And I have raised you for 18 years. For the sake of our long-standing bond, could you do me one favor? Just one. You raised me? Ren Ran laughed. Your entire Kong family is supported by the Ren family. What have you done to raise me? Kong Liji was momentarily speechless. He felt a mix of surprise and suppressed anger at his daughter's biting words. Ran Ran, must you be so unfeeling? It is not me who is unfeeling, but you who forces me into this position. This is your deserved retribution. Ran Ran stood up and turned to leave. Remaining in prison was too lenient for him. Meanwhile, Ren Suya also met with Ruan Fengru. Ren Suya silently observed her without speaking, until Ruan Fengru broke the silence. Do you not have anything to ask? Ask? What is there to inquire about? Is it not the case that the two of you have been scheming to get close to me? Plotting to seize everything from the Ren family? I must have committed some heinous act in my past life to encounter two wolves and tigers like you in this one. Ruan Fengru laughed. You are aware then? It makes sense, your father knows, so you must know everything. Ren Suya, do you know how much I detest you? Ruan Fengru continued. The first time I saw you, you stood on that stage, shining and captivating everyone's attention. Your family background and eloquence made me feel envious and jealous, that I often thought how wonderful it would be if I could take your place. I am inferior to you in every way. Yet in one aspect I have triumphed over you. The one you love does not love you back. He loves me. Each time I see you being deceived by us, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Ruan Fengru chuckled softly. Ren Suya tightened her grip on her bag, unconsciously clenching it. I was just one step away from replacing you. Ruan Fengru's gaze brimmed with hatred, her predatory eyes seemingly intent on devouring the person before her. Ren Suya coldly regarded her and uttered 4 words. You are truly pitiful. She rose to leave. Wait. Ruan Fengru called out, halting her. Do you remember when I deceived you about being drunken and losing my virtue? Ruan Fengru's lips curled into a malicious smile. In truth, everything I said was genuine, except the protagonist was not me, but you. Ren Suya abruptly turned around, glaring at her. Do you want to know who it was that spent that night with you? Chapter 161. The madness of Kong Lian. Every woman is inevitably concerned about the first man who possesses her. Ren Suya is acutely aware that, given Ruan Fengru's jealousy and animosity towards her, that man must be utterly despicable. She does not wish to hear any words from her lips and coldly states, I do not want to. You need not waste your energy. Ren Suya is unwilling to speculate on her intentions. That would be too exhausting. Ruan Fengru is determined not to let her off easily, and as she turns to leave she shouts, that man is someone we... Shut your mouth. Ren Ran suddenly appears, reprimanding Ruan Fengru and interrupting her words. Do not forget, your daughter is still outside. Ren Ran's warning carries a hint of threat as Ruan Fengru stands momentarily stunned. Ren Ran takes her mother and exits, shutting the door behind them. Mom, do not pay heed to the words of those mad dogs. They merely seek to retaliate. The more you care, the more they rejoice, and that would mean falling into their trap. Rensuya suppresses her feelings of disgust and discomfort, firmly grasping her daughter's hand. Mom understands. Despite her mother's reassurances, Renran remains concerned about her condition. Often many matters are not as simple as one claiming to be indifferent. Just as they step out of the police station, a furious voice suddenly rings out. Renran, you vile creature, go die! Kong Lian, brandishing a fruit knife, charges wildly towards Renran. Before Renran can react, the driver Zhao Gu swiftly kicks the knife from her hand and subdues her, pinning her to the ground. Even on the ground, Kong Lian refuses to relent, shouting, "You two will not have a good end. You wretched creatures." Officers from the police station rush over, taking Kong Lian from Zhao Gu and preparing to escort her inside. Renran steps forward, looking at Kong Lian, whose hair is disheveled and body marred with numerous wounds, evidently not freshly acquired but remnants of past injuries. It is obvious what she has faced outside. Without the protection of her colluding parents, how has she become so utterly forlorn? For the sake of our shared history as classmates, I shall not pursue this matter further. I do not want your feigned kindness. Kong Lian retorts angrily. Renran ignores her and addresses the two officers. Officers, she is my classmate. It seems her family has undergone too many tribulations recently, leading to her unstable emotions. I wish to give her a chance. So I will not pursue this matter. Are you certain you do not wish to pursue it? One of the officers asks, unable to contain himself. Look at this girl, incessantly hurling insults. Her fierce demeanor suggests she will not let this go easily. I will not pursue it. She is still young, and I wish to grant her a chance for redemption. The officers exchange glances, noting the compassionate demeanor of Renran compared to the snarling, relentless Kong Lian, and their disapproval of her grows since the aggrieved party chooses not to pursue. They release Kong Lian. She stands there, a picture of disarray, her crimson eyes fixed menacingly on Renran. Do not think I am unaware. You are merely a hypocrite, feigning compassion. You vile woman, you may deceive others, but not me. She then turns to the surrounding officers and security, accusing, this person is a villain. She has taken everything from me and harmed my parents. Chapter 162. A willingness to grant her a chance. Her outburst attracts a crowd of passersby who stop to observe. They may not have witnessed the earlier events, but based on her current words and her pitiful state juxtaposed with Renran's pristine appearance, many instinctively sympathize with the former. Kong Lian keenly notices the gazes of the onlookers, and such attention fuels her resolve. She wishes to continue distorting the truth, but Renran is not so easily swayed. Your father hired someone to kill me and my grandfather. Now, with irrefutable evidence, he has been apprehended by the police. What injustice are you harping about? If it were not for your parents' greed to harm us, you would not be in this predicament. Furthermore, you just attempted to kill me out of spite, just like your parents. I have refrained from pursuing you out of consideration for your youth, yet I did not expect you to be so adept at twisting words. Even the dead could be made to seem alive by your tongue. Kong Lian opens her mouth to retort, but Renran cuts her off. Do you not dare to cry foul? There are surveillance cameras everywhere. Your actions were captured in full clarity, so do not speak of any cover-up. We live in a society governed by law, an era where evidence reigns supreme. Do not attempt to unjustly accuse public servants. The security guard interjects. What this young lady says is accurate. That girl brandished a knife with intent to kill. The surrounding crowd now shows no sympathy for her, instead regarding her with disdain. One person cannot help but advise Renran, young lady, you must not be so kind. Some individuals do not merit your leniency. Punishment should be meted out as it ought to be. Renran agrees with this sentiment. For Kong Lian, punishment in the outside world is far harsher than confinement in the police station. Within the station there is food provided, and any issues are promptly addressed. Outside, however, any misfortune must be borne alone, with no one to assist her. The other bystanders echo their agreement, urging Renran not to be so magnanimous. Renran smiles, thanking everyone for their kind reminders. She is still young, and we are classmates. I am willing to give her a chance to start anew. With that, Renran disregards the still barking Kong Lian and departs with her mother, leaving Kong Lian seething with impotent rage. Rensuya turns to her daughter. Did you intentionally leave her out here? Renran shrugs, understanding her mother well. It is not just Kong Lian. Those two despicable individuals are the same. Letting them remain in prison would be far too lenient. At the police station's entrance, several officers kindly advise Kong Lian not to engage in foolish actions again, warning her that she may not be so fortunate next time. Before releasing her, Kong Lian exits the station dazed and disoriented. You are Kong Lian, correct? Suddenly, a sharply dressed gentleman exuding an air of professionalism blocks her path. And you are? Kong Lian regards the man suspiciously. That I am a lawyer. I have heard about the troubles your parents are facing. Would you like to hire me as their representative? I can help you secure their release. Chapter 163. Why should I trust you? Kong Lian is skeptical of the lawyer before her, who would offer help without reason. It is impossible for good fortune to fall from the sky. The man perceives her hesitance and remains patient. Let us step into the nearby CAF. Allow me to share my perspective. That if you find it agreeable, we can continue our discussion. If not, you are free to leave. The lawyer strolls toward a CAF a few meters away, not rushing her. Kong Lian watches his retreating figure, biting her lip before following. She does not wish to abandon any hope for her parents. The lawyer takes a seat by the window and promptly orders 2 cups of coffee. As the server departs, Kong Lian enters the CAF and sits across from him. Can you truly secure my parents' release? The lawyer smiles. Of course, but my fees are substantial. I will pay whatever it takes to free my parents. Kong Lian exclaims eagerly. First, listen to my proposal before making any decisions, he replies, maintaining a calm control over the conversation. Speak. This is my business card. Feel free to look me up online. He hands her a card, encouraging her to investigate. Following his advice, Kong Lian searches for the name Zhou Sun online. Zhou Sun is a lawyer at a prestigious firm, experienced with numerous high-profile cases. His impressive credentials pique her interest. Such a lawyer would undoubtedly command a high fee. Kong Lian is not foolish. She realizes that someone so skilled would not lack for clients, so why has he approached her? What ulterior motive does he hold? Mr. Zhou, you must have more than enough cases. Why would you choose to reach out to me? Zhou Sun adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses, recognizing that she is not entirely naive. That it is simple. I seek fame. You are already quite renowned, Kong Lian replies. Puzzled. Zhou Sun shakes his head, his eyes glimmering with ambition. Those cases are not enough to secure my legacy in the legal field. Your parents' case involves the upper echelons of society in Haishur. All the affluent will be watching. If I manage to turn their case around, my name will be recognized among all the wealthy merchants of Haishur. Kong Lian comprehends. How much do you want? Not too much, 10 million. That is an exorbitant sum. Kong Lian gasps. Zhou Sun remains unperturbed. Let us do this. If I win, you will pay 10 million. If I lose, you will only owe me a nominal fee. And how much would that be? She instinctively inquires. Not much, merely 1 million. Previously, 1 million would have been manageable, but with both parents imprisoned, she finds herself without funds. Can you truly ensure my parents' release? Absolutely. Kong Lian hesitates. Zhou Sun remains composed, leisurely sipping his coffee, awaiting her decision. 10 minutes later, Kong Lian finally resolves, all right, I hire you. Zhou Sun is not surprised by her choice. He retrieved the meticulously prepared contract from his briefcase and presented it before her, urging, please review it for any discrepancies. If everything appears to be in order, kindly sign on the final page. Kong Lian gazed at the densely packed text, patiently examining only the most critical pages before inscribing her name on the last one. Chapter 164. Delivered to the psychiatric hospital. Zhou Sun, satisfied, carefully stored the contract, declaring, I am now officially taking over your parents' case. I look forward to our collaboration. He extended his hand in greeting to demonstrate his commitment. Zhou Sun promptly took Kong Lian to meet her parents. Kong Li Ji, upon seeing the lawyer beside his daughter, was taken aback. Hello, Mr. Kong, I am Zhou Sun, the attorney your daughter has retained on your behalf. Please share your current situation candidly so that I may provide you with effective and targeted assistance. As he spoke, Zhou Sun handed him a business card. Upon noticing the law firm's name, Kong Li Ji felt a surge of confidence in the lawyer before him. Very well. Kong Li Ji recounted the general circumstances, and Zhou Sun listened intently. I believe I grasp the situation, Mr. Kong. May I ask? Does your family have a history of mental illness? What do you mean? Kong Li Ji suddenly paused, his eyes lighting up as he grasped Zhou Sun's intent. Let me ponder this carefully. He began to search his memories of relatives, and suddenly his gaze brightened, his voice tinged with excitement. Yes. I have an aunt who is mentally ill. She has been at the 4th hospital, commonly known as the psychiatric hospital, for quite some time. Zhou Sun nodded in satisfaction, continuing to prod. Mr. Kong, have you ever engaged in any extreme or erratic behavior? An hour later, Zhou Sun emerged from the police station. Kong Lian eagerly inquired, how did it go? Is there any possibility of exonerating my parents? Zhou Sun regarded the innocent young girl, knowing that exoneration was unlikely. What then? A different approach, he suggested gently. Your father's relatives have a history of mental illness, but your mother's side presents a challenge. Are there any behaviors from her side that might be perceived as abnormal? Kong Lian frowned in contemplation, and after a moment she recalled, yes. When I was young, my mother often took me to temples giving me talisman water. Many people believe my mother was mentally unstable back then. Please elaborate, the more detailed the better, especially regarding recent occurrences. The last statement subtly planted a suggestion. Kong Lian remained oblivious to any impropriety, wholly focused on her thoughts, her only desire being to rescue her mother. Let us find a place where you can think it through and articulate it clearly. As dusk fell, Zhou Sun warmly escorted Kong Lian back to her community. Once she departed, he parked the car in a discreet location and dialed Gao Ying's number. You were right, that woman is quite cautious. But her daughter is easily misled. I plan to approach the situation through her daughter first. I will inform you of any leads immediately. Excellent. I entrust this matter to you. Please take extra care. Gao Ying looked at Ran Ran, pondering. To be honest, I find it difficult to understand what exactly the young lady is attempting to achieve. Are you truly intent on extracting them? Indeed, Ran Ran affirmed with a nod. The grievances of the past cannot simply be overlooked. If I can bring them to my sphere of influence, perhaps I can uncover the mastermind behind Ruan Fengru. Ran Hongru nodded, cautioning, do not underestimate them. Be wary of their potential backlash. I will not be complacent, having been ensnared by them in my previous life. I am acutely aware of their capabilities and will not let my guard down. After Ran Ran's departure, Ran Hongru picked up the phone and dialed a number. Old Li, how have you been recently? Quite well. But what of you? I hear your son-in-law has managed to ensnare you. How is your old body holding up? The voice on the other end was familiar yet carried a hint of authority. My old bones are holding up just fine. I would like to ask for your assistance. Is it regarding your son-in-law's situation? Rest assured, I will ensure they do not evade easily. No, I wish to intercede on his behalf. Old Li was taken aback, surprised by the request. What is this, after all these years? There is a semblance of sentiment. He is, after all, Ran Ran's father. We should consider him on that basis. This is not in keeping with your youthful disposition. Perhaps I am simply growing old, Ran Hongru replied with a smile. Very well, I understand. 2 months after Ran Ran returned to school, Kong Li Ji and Ruan Fengru were delivered by a vehicle to a renowned psychiatric hospital in Hai City. The two, clad in distinctive attire, disembarked from separate cars. Upon touching the ground, they exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes reflecting the joy of having narrowly escaped a calamity. Mini theater treasure A. The mini theater must surely be wasting the word count of the main text. How despicable of the author. Worry not, it does not count against the main text. I am not concerned about a few words, truly. More genuine than pearls from the East China Sea. This time, I wrote the mini theater to address a few matters, as I noticed some treasures in the comments section expressing various sentiments. To avoid misleading others, I felt compelled to clarify. In reality, this plot intertwines with the second trial of the Sisters Fall case and the aforementioned case. I cannot assert with certainty that it is entirely fictional, but I believe the darkness certainly exists. It is merely a matter of exposure. I wonder if you are aware of the incident involving a certain Xiaogua? Now that is truly terrifying. It is a real-life event. Some may claim that novels are absurd, but in truth, reality is often more outrageous than fiction, devoid of any logic. I enjoy following the news. Platforms like Douyin are rife with such stories, along with many distressing familial disputes. These are all my material. Oftentimes, many plots are indeed amalgamations of real-life events. When I write, I must ensure that it is rationalized with evidence,